Hey, what's up, guys? This is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-shadowed mono introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So, in this video, you're gonna see what if Harry Potter resurrected a lost magical art and become a legend. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now, let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry discovers an ancient, forgotten branch of magic, he becomes the first wizard in centuries to wield its overwhelming power. As he masters this lost art, he rises from an overlooked boy to a legend who reshapes the wizarding world, and forces destiny itself to bow before him. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. There wasn't a single moment when young Harry Potter woke up and realized he was different from the other children. Instead, it was a gradual realization, creeping over him like a slow, insidious dread. It began with small things. The ever increasing number of chores he was assigned while his cousin Dudley was allowed to laze about. Dudley was a stark contrast in every possible way. His cousin received everything he asked for, whether it was new clothes or the latest toy. It didn't matter if Dudley broke his things mere days after getting them. The fact he wanted them was enough for Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. This generous mindset, however, did not extend to Harry. To the Dursleys, he was only worthy of the cupboard under the stairs and Dudley's cast-off clothes, the ones that had somehow survived his cousin's rough treatment. Harry quickly learned that deviating from his uncle's strict rules meant punishment, and Dudley never missed an opportunity to make his life miserable. Harry's first day at school felt like a new beginning. Here was his chance to find someone who could relate to him. But his hopes were swiftly dashed. The other students treated him like he was mad, shocked by the idea that he lived under the stairs. After school, Harry would watch enviously as parents lovingly greeted their children. These parents seemed to care about nothing but their children's happiness. His classmates excitedly shared their day's adventures with their parents, while Harry walked home alone, knowing he had chores to complete before he could even think about homework or rest. Vernon Dursley took pride in claiming he had never struck his wife or nephew. Whenever the news featured someone abusive, he would turn to Harry and say, "Good thing you aren't with them. Frankly, we must be saints to have put up with you for so long." Petunia, despite the lack of physical abuse, was hardly nurturing. She ensured Harry had enough food to survive but treated him as if he were invisible. They only acknowledged him when they needed something done, referring to him merely as the boy. By his 7th birthday, Harry abandoned hope that the Dursleys would ever care about him. Perfect tests and golden stars meant nothing. At best, they ignored him. At worst, he was punished for outperforming Dudley. Despite this, Harry was determined to be the top student in his class, driven by a thirst for knowledge and an unyielding will. Harry dedicated himself to learning, dreaming of the day he could leave the Dursleys behind and forge his own path. He discovered that as long as he stayed out of sight and completed his chores, the Dursleys left him alone. He tested this newfound freedom cautiously, trying to join his relatives in the lounge or helping Aunt Petunia in the garden. But no matter what he did, they ignored him and glared if he tried to contribute to conversations. One day, too ill to leave his cupboard, Harry dreaded the moment the Dursleys would demand to know why he hadn't started his chores. But as hours passed, he realized they simply didn't care. While his illness was unpleasant, the peace it brought was worth it. From that day on, he spent as much time as possible in his cupboard, avoiding glares and orders, though he was numbingly bored. Harry found the solution to his boredom at school. With summer holidays approaching, Dudley and his gang decided to chase him around. Desperate, Harry darted into the library and hid among the shelves. A stern librarian stopped his hiding. "Excuse me," she said. "I don't mind you being here, but you must read something. This is a library, not a playground." Panicking, Harry grabbed a book at random, hoping to avoid being thrown out to Dudley's clutches. Initially, he didn't care about the book, but as time passed and Dudley didn't appear, Harry began reading. To his surprise, he found it interesting and became engrossed until the bell signaled the end of break time. For the rest of the term, Harry sought refuge in the library. The librarian never asked difficult questions or mocked his clothes and even helped him find books. Her presence kept other students at bay, making the library the most peaceful place Harry had ever known. As summer holidays approached, Harry dreaded losing access to his sanctuary. After only a week at home, he was bored out of his mind, longing for a book to read. Desperation pushed him to ask Aunt Petunia for something that might offer an escape. Summoning all his bravery, Harry approached Petunia, who was engrossed in her magazine. Aunt Petunia, may I? May I get a library card? It would keep me out of your way. Why would you want a library card? She asked distractedly, peering out the window at the young couple at number 9. So I could get books to read in my cupboard. It's very relaxing, and if I had books, I wouldn't need to leave so much. I could just go to the library and pick out a few books every so often and read quietly, Harry replied. Right, whatever, Petunia snapped, her eyes narrowing. But she seemed to weigh the inconvenience of Harry's request against the prospect of having him occupied elsewhere. Fine, she said begrudgingly, but don't think this means you can slack off your chores. After getting that little library card, the library became Harry's refuge. Among the dusty stacks, he discovered worlds beyond the confines of Privet Drive. He devoured books on every subject, his hunger for knowledge growing with each visit. It was here that Harry stumbled upon something extraordinary, an old, tattered book on the mythology and history of magic. Although he knew better than to believe in such things, Harry couldn't help but feel a strange connection to the stories within. If Petunia had not forgotten one major fact, she would never have let Harry have that little card. It was a simple yet undeniable fact that would eventually lead to the undoing of everything she held dear. Children's books were often about magic, and nobody had bothered to tell Harry that there was a difference between fictional and non-fictional books. One quiet afternoon, in the safety of his cupboard, Harry decided to test the possibilities suggested by his reading. He closed his eyes, envisioning a tiny flame dancing on his palm. He felt something building in his chest and let it spread down his arm. His heart raced as the warmth intensified, almost to the point of bursting. Then, to his astonishment, a small flicker of fire appeared in his hand, casting a soft glow in the dark cupboard. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief and excitement. He extinguished the flame quickly, afraid someone might notice. But when there was no angry knock on his cupboard door, he tried to summon the fire again, only for his stomach to groan painfully when he tried to focus. Despite the hunger, he tried to force through, focusing on whatever had let him create the flame. For a brief moment, he felt the energy stir, before a deep pain rocketed through him. Over the following weeks, Harry practiced his newfound abilities in secret. He discovered that the more he focused, the stronger the magic became. The sensation of wielding such power filled him with a mixture of awe and fear. Each day brought better results, making it easier for Harry to summon and control fire. Eventually, he could sustain a small flame for several minutes, even making it dance between his palms. One day, while gardening, Harry wondered if he could do more than just summon fire. He spotted a pebble and focused on it, imagining it rising into the air. He felt his magic welling up inside him, but there was no outlet. Thinking quickly, Harry touched the pebble, and it shot upwards faster than he anticipated. He anxiously waited for it to fall back, but it never did. Determined to try again, he found a larger pebble and channeled a fraction of his power into it. Tentatively, he tapped it, and the stone hopped 15 feet into the air. Harry dodged quickly to avoid the falling stone and set about understanding why his magic was so powerful. Experimenting cautiously, he discovered that specifying the height he wanted the rock to float above his palm helped control the magic. Most of the energy was spent keeping the stone in place rather than propelling it away. He also noticed that the more instructions he gave his magic, the more energy it consumed. Harry's new ability proved useful almost immediately. He only needed to touch a weed for it to rip itself out of the ground, roots and all. He could then move his hand over the sack and release his magic, dropping the weed. While he needed to touch an object to initiate his magic, he could maintain levitation without physical contact. Encouraged by his success with levitation, Harry tried to find a practical use for his fire summoning. Unfortunately, he learned that while his summoned fire didn't burn him, heating a metal saucepan still hurt. He was puzzled because he was fairly sure the air around his fire was also being heated, yet he remained immune to that heat. Harry became engrossed in teaching himself as much magic as he could. Using magic felt satisfying and right, fulfilling a desire he hadn't known he had, like the first drink of water when dehydrated. He couldn't imagine life without it. Despite his joy in practicing magic, Harry soon returned to his books, searching for any references to magic. Over the years, he spent as much time as possible reading, jotting down any interesting powers or abilities in a stolen notebook. During his numerous moments alone, he tried to replicate what he read. Had he not been neglected and ignored his whole life, Harry might have proudly shown the Dursleys his magical abilities. But he knew they would never care about him, so he kept his studies a secret. They didn't care about his schoolwork or books, so why would they want to see his magic? Regularly exercising and controlling his magic, Harry eventually progressed to the point where he only needed to wave his hand near an object to transfer magic. As a result, the accidental, uncontrolled magic that might have angered the Dursleys never appeared. At school, if a teacher upset him, Harry felt his magic instinctively rise, but he held it back with his carefully earned self-control. The wise mentors in his books always advised against misusing magic. He didn't want to know what the Dursleys might do if they discovered he had used magic at school. Between Dudley threatening anyone who spoke to him and Harry preferring the solitude of the library, no one at school tried to befriend him. He never asked if others had magical studies, not realizing he was unique. He was happier reading than trying to talk to the other students, or so he told himself. It came as no surprise then that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, grew up alone with nothing but books and magic for company for 4 long years. Over time, he realized that no one else seemed to believe in magic, with some, like the Dursleys, vehemently denying its existence. That had sparked an instant fear that he was alone in the world, making him one of a kind in his ability to harness magic. This fear had been exacerbated as his vision had gradually improved such that he could see magic. It was that gradual change, which happened slow enough you didn't realize it was even happening. He only realized it had happened when he had levitated a table out of his way, only to see it shrouded by a strange vibrant green glow, a glow he soon realized was the color of his magic. With time, he was able to see his magic move within himself, giving him a faint green outline. At school, he was the only person to have developed such a glow, with everyone else remaining the blandness of an unenchanted object. Every so often he would spot people in the street with a similar glow to himself. More often than not they looked like they didn't quite fit in with those around them. Unfortunately, Petunia always made sure to steer Dudley and Harry clear of them so he never got the chance to speak to them. However, he had noted that their glow was often brighter than his and were always a different color or shade. During that time, Harry had learnt that when he was obviously upset or angry, Vernon would lock him in his cupboard without his books. Once, when he had stood up to Dudley and his gang, they had taken great delight in kicking him to the ground, and after returning to number 4, Petunia had taken away his books for a whole week. After that, Harry kept his emotions under heavy lock and key, spending most of his school life in an emotionally neutral state. Harry just assumed that it was part of growing older to hide your emotions and only show others what you wanted them to see. After all, every adult he had met did the same. His patience was truly put to the test one day when Dudley had taken one of his library books and tore it in half. Harry's immediate impulse was to jump up and use his magic on Dudley, to hurt him enough to ensure he never hurt his books again. His magic was quite literally at his fingertips and ready to be unleashed, when he forced himself to stop and relax. He knew that if he retaliated against Dudley he'd be punished. Instead, he sufficed with sending a dark look at his cousin and repairing the book with his magic. Later, he admitted he probably should have repaired the book in private, seeing as Dudley could have revealed Harry's use of magic. Yet, for some reason Dudley had never told his parents about the incident. He had also never tried to ruin his book, which counted as a win in Harry's book. By the time his 11th birthday was around the corner, Harry had mastered the art of masking his emotions, and his control over his magic had come along leaps and bounds as a result. It was through that control he had finally figured out how to use his magic, without requiring a physical connection. He had quickly realized that his emotions made his magic have unpredictable results, but when he held back his emotions, his magic became easier to control and direct, although at first it was harder for him to bring his magic to the surface and control it without his emotions doing the work for him. It felt like he had nothing left to learn while he lived under the Dursleys. A lot of the magic he wanted to try would require more time and space, neither of which was available to him under the roof and demands of the Dursleys. That is until one day, a week before his 11th birthday, when a letter had arrived. That was not to say that receiving a letter was an unusual occurrence. Harry was used to receiving letters by now, most often from the library. But this letter was not one of his normal letters. His library letters were inside thin white envelopes. This was a thick tea brown envelope, sealed with wax. Similarly, none of his normal letters had mentioned where he slept, and this letter was clearly addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4. Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Despite this abnormality, he slipped the letters that were addressed to him into his cupboard and handed Vernon the rest. He then set about cooking breakfast for the Dursleys as well as his own much smaller breakfast. After they had finished eating, he washed the dishes and was allowed to return to his cupboard. Once inside, he opened the letter from the library first. As he had expected, it informed him that he had 1 week left to return his current stack of books. Great! I now have an excuse to go to the library on my birthday, Harry thought excitedly. Putting aside that letter, he then turned to the other, mysterious letter marked with Hogwarts, and upon breaking the seal, 2 pages of parchment fell out. If he had any doubt left, this proved it wasn't from the library, seeing as they would never have been able to afford this quality of paper. Frowning, he set about reading the letter, and paused, and read it again. After reading both pages back to front several times, he let out a happy sigh, unable to stop the grin that split his face. He was not alone in the world. There was a school for magic and he was going to it. But his hopes came crashing down when Harry realized he was going to need the Dursleys' permission to go to this Hogwarts, something he doubted they would agree to. He quickly began planning what he was going to say, before quietly leaving his cupboard and passing the letter over to Petunia. At first she only glanced at it, dismissing it as some school trip, but then after a double take she went white with shock. Vernon, he got the, you know what? He what? I thought we had stamped it out. They must have made a mistake. He stopped that freakishness years ago. Vernon roared, his face bright red. Harry was deciding between staying and trying to convince them to let him go to the school and running to safety, but before he could make a decision, Vernon turned towards Harry while muttering to Petunia. You said this Hogwarts keeps the freaks away for most of the year, right? At Petunia's hesitant nod, he continued, maybe, just maybe this isn't all bad then. We wouldn't have to deal with him for almost 9 months. No need to feed him or have him underfoot. That must be why it was built, I guess, to get his lot out of the way of us normal people. His uncle looked like he was deep in thought. To Harry it looked like a gorilla having to choose which banana to eat. Vernon had started muttering to himself, so quietly that no one in the room could hear his words. After what seemed like an age, he nodded to himself. Turning to Petunia, he told her, you will take him to get whatever they want him to have tomorrow. We can't have them sending him back after all. Then we will decide how he will be getting to this Hogwarts. Petunia had taken him to London the very next morning, giving him a chance to eagerly look through the window of every shop they passed, in the hope of spotting magical supplies. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see any shop selling wizarding supplies, so he turned to his aunt and asked her, can you get all of my things in London then? There is a street near here that caters expressly to your people. She replied with an ugly sneer on her face, as if it pained her to tell him. You're looking for a sign that says, the Leaky Cauldron. Oh, have you been there before then? Harry wondered. Once, she murmured, looking lost in thought. At the terse reply, Harry thought it best to leave her alone. After a few more minutes of awkward silence, he finally noticed the sign she had mentioned. Following her instructions, he led her to the door and held her hand as he opened the door that had appeared. Instead of entering a shop like he had expected, he found himself inside a busy, but unassuming pub, although he thought the word tavern might be a more appropriate term. Even though he had never actually seen a tavern in real life, the descriptions in his books matched this building perfectly, even the old-fashioned clothes everybody was wearing. During his observation, Petunia had walked up to the counter and was speaking to the old man behind it. I'm looking for Digonali, she asked, sounding unsure of herself. Ah, Muggle or Ya? Diagon Alley. It's just through here if you'll follow me, he said kindly as he led them into the back and tapped a strange pattern of bricks with what was surely a magic wand. It was clear that whatever he had entered must have been some sort of code, as the bricks parted and formed an archway big enough for Vernon and Dudley to enter side by side. Petunia wasted no time in marching down the street, while all Harry wanted to do was stop and stare, just like the other children were doing. However, due to his aunt's pace, he was forced to follow her closely. What little he did manage to see amazed him. There were stores that sold everything from animals to broomsticks. Each shop was unique and fascinating, and Harry knew if he had the choice he would never leave this magical place. Part of this decision was because he had never seen so many magical colors before. Every person glowed with their own inner light, and even the shops glowed brightly. To his great excitement, he noticed that sometimes that glow even spread out onto the street itself, resulting in a kaleidoscope of colors. That many colors together should have made a mess, but somehow it worked. But when he turned back to Petunia, she had already started up the steps in front of a towering marble building, which to Harry looked like it might topple over at any moment. This building was entirely coated in a harsh copper color, but this light rippled and flowed like water rather than just a stationary light, making Harry wonder if the fact the light was nearly opaque meant it was stronger than the other shops. The creatures he saw standing guard in front of the doors reminded him of goblins from some of his books, although they looked cleaner and more human-like. Almost every book he had read agreed that goblins were greedy, mean-spirited creatures, so he felt it would be a good idea to be polite but on guard around them. His wariness was rewarded when he saw that the entire building seemed to be staffed by goblins. Even if they weren't as evil as his book suggested, upsetting them would surely see him thrown out. The goblins that were working behind the counters were almost identical to the goblins that were standing guard outside. The only obvious difference was that these goblins were dressed in smart suits instead of glistening armor and were counting piles of gold coins. Despite the threat they might have been, Petunia didn't hesitate as she marched up to the closest counter and snapped at the goblin. I wish to convert some money into your wizarding currency for my nephew. The goblin paused his counting and leaned forward, glaring down at Harry and meeting Petunia's eyes. It was clear he was annoyed by the interruption. Harry knew that if somebody had interrupted his work to order him around, he wouldn't be in the best mood either. You should know the process for exchanging currency has been adjusted, the goblin informed her, his voice careful and neutral. Harry, feeling like an outsider in this conversation, began to look around the bank. The grandeur of the place was not lost on him. Tall marble pillars held up a domed ceiling that glowed with a dim, ever-changing light. Hundreds of goblins were sitting in their cubicles, working hard with quills, ink, and parchments. All of whom were staring as Aunt Petunia glared daggers at their goblin, her hands clenched into fists, her face growing red with frustration. Petunia stormed out of the bank in a huff after the goblin refused her demands for a better deal. She dragged Harry through the alley, who could only gaze longingly at the shops as they whizzed past. Outside, Petunia used a phone booth to call Vernon. They agreed to meet, and she treated herself to a drink at a nearby cafe. To Harry's surprise, she even gave him the small biscuit that came with it, a rare moment of kindness. By the time Petunia finished her drink, Vernon had arrived, having left Grunnings early. What's wrong, Sweetums? Vernon asked, noticing Petunia's sour expression. Oh, Vernon, they're just impossible. Petunia sighed, exasperated. Who are? Pet. Who's just impossible? Those bankers, she said, her irritation evident. They wouldn't budge on the impossible exchange rate. Vernon grunted, clearly displeased. Typical, he muttered. Don't worry, Pet, I'll handle them. Once more, Harry was led through the tavern to the wall outside. Petunia ordered Harry to open the archway, which presented a problem since he only had the memory of the pattern to rely on. He shrugged and tapped his fingers against the bricks, hoping to replicate the barkeeper's actions. As expected, nothing happened. Remembering how the man had used what must have been a wand, Harry charged his finger with magic and tried again. This time, the archway opened immediately. Harry was excited to be among his own kind again, but Vernon was determined to ruin everything. His uncle kept muttering insults under his breath. Freaks. And no sense of what normal people wear. Harry rolled his eyes and did his best to ignore the Dursleys, taking the time to look around. To his dismay, Harry couldn't help but notice that some of Vernon's observations weren't entirely wrong. Despite their magical abilities, the wizards and witches seemed surprisingly mundane. Vernon marched straight up to the goblin Petunia had pointed out, who Harry noticed had a plaque that read, Goldclaw. You there, what's the rate for exchanging your weird money? Vernon demanded rudely, poking a finger in Goldclaw's face. Behind him, Harry saw two guards stationed by the wall stiffen, hands tensing on their spears. Vernon, oblivious to the tension, continued his tirade. Determined to spend as little as possible on Harry, he started questioning the goblin about the goods and services available in Diagon Alley. Harry quickly grew bored and began to observe the room, noticing how other customers and goblins paused to watch Vernon. So do you agree then on the price for the items we need? Vernon finally said. Yes, fine. You're the most difficult customer I've had in years, Goldclaw announced joyfully. For the first time, Harry saw his uncle genuinely happy. It was strange seeing Vernon treat the goblins like normal people, despite his usual disdain for anything magical. They collected their items and left, Vernon complaining loudly whenever something magical caught his eye. Vernon's behavior drew glares from every witch and wizard. No muggle had ever been so large and disrespectful in their alley. Even the most muggle-loving wizards couldn't help but glare. They were so busy mentally insulting Vernon that they didn't notice the small boy hidden behind him. This ensured Harry Potter's first visit to Diagon Alley went unnoticed by the wizarding public. To Harry's relief, by the time they had bought half of his supplies, Vernon grew bored and returned to work, allowing them to shop in peace. Harry was surprised at how easily Petunia navigated the alley, finding each item on his list without hesitation. He didn't dare question her, fearing she might leave him there if he did. As they shopped, Harry realized his first impression of the alley had been wrong. Despite the magic surrounding him, everyone seemed so ordinary. They had the power to do anything, yet they put their purchases in simple paper bags. Harry swore he would never let his magic become mundane. They passed shops with colorful displays of magical artifacts and strange creatures. One shop had a window full of moving portraits, where wizards and witches waved at passing shoppers. Another had a display of enchanted quills that danced and wrote by themselves on parchment. Finally, with only a few items left, Petunia decided to send Harry alone to the wand shop. She didn't want to wait while he tried out wands and went off to buy his robes and writing supplies. Entering the wand shop, Harry was initially disappointed. It seemed like a regular antique shop, but instead of interesting trinkets, it sold sticks and dust. His opinion quickly changed when he noticed each box glowed with a unique brilliance, making the air shimmer vibrantly. The store sang out in a rainbow of colors, each box a note in a beautiful symphony. Ah, Mr. Potter, welcome to my store, a voice sounded from behind him. My name is Ollivander. I expected you would be coming, though I thought you'd arrive next week with the other muggle-raised children. No matter, always expect the unexpected, as my father used to say. I remember your parents. They were brilliant and would have changed the world had they lived. Alas, the unexpected happened. The same night that stopped a great and terrible war cost us two of the greatest minds and left you an orphan. This was the first time Harry had heard anyone speak positively about his parents. I was told my parents died in an accident, he said, confused. An accident. I knew them well. A simple accident would never have killed them. No, child, it took the Dark Lord himself to end their lives. A creature that calls himself Lord Voldemort, though I knew him by another name. Your parents had found a way to end his reign. Ollivander sighed deeply. The wizarding world believes you, a 1-year-old child, defeated the Dark Lord. Fools, the lot of them. They run and hide, yet blame others for their inaction. You look just like your parents, you know. You have James's looks but Lily's eyes and her curiosity too. Harry was stunned. All his life, he had been told his parents were no good drunks who died in an accident. This was the first time he had even learned their names, and now he was hearing they were heroes. He couldn't believe it. As he mulled this over, a tape measure flew across the room and started measuring him. Harry was fascinated by the trail of magic linking the tape measure to the old man. Ollivander noticed, his eyes narrowing as he watched Harry follow the magic. Fascinating, Ollivander murmured. Very fascinating. Ollivander started handing Harry wand after wand. Minutes passed, and Harry began to fear that none of the wands would work for him. Each wand barely reacted to his touch, and he grew more and more anxious. Desperation gnawed at him with each unsuccessful attempt. He was shocked when the next wand, a particularly frail one, spat sparks and burst into flames as soon as he held it up. The wand clattered against the floor, where it sat burning until Ollivander doused it with a flick of his wand, leaving behind the burnt stub of its handle and an oddly unseen silver hair. Harry's frustration bubbled up. He grabbed the next wand, a holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, slightly springy, and forced his magic into it with all his might, desperate to create whatever reaction Ollivander had been waiting for. The wand started to tremble in his hand, and for a moment, Harry thought he had succeeded. But then, with a loud crack, the wand exploded in a burst of fiery sparks. The force of the explosion knocked Harry backwards, and he landed hard on the floor, singed and breathless. Well, Mr. Potter, in all my years I have never come across this situation before, Ollivander exclaimed, rushing to Harry's side to check if he was all right. I know exactly which wand would be best suited for you, however, I regret to say I sold it some 60 years ago. The phoenix feather in that holly wand would work wonders for you. The issue seems to come from the wood itself. You see, holly favors those that need help overcoming great emotion, a favorite for most children. Harry shuffled his feet self-consciously. He knew he had greater control over his emotions than any other child in his school. By controlling his emotions, it further prevented the Dursleys from taking notice of him. He didn't think anyone had ever noticed before, and he had grown to hate it, as he was the only one who needed such control. Luckily, Ollivander continued on, unaware of the child's awkwardness. The wands that have reacted best for you have all been woods of either cedar, fir, acacia or pine. Those woods often favor individuals who are independent, strong, and, most importantly, one who has or will survive a mortal conflict. Other lesser woods would be beech, walnut and yew. Those woods are most often seen in the hands of particularly strong witches and wizards, be that magically or physically. The wand I had sold was a phoenix and yew wand. The phoenix feather was the twin to that holly wand on the floor. I would suggest elder wood as the best suited for you, however, I myself do not possess elder wood, given few wizards are ever capable of dealing with it. Of course, even if I had such an elder wood, I would not inflict such a fate upon you. Harry faintly wondered if Mr. Ollivander always scared his customers out of buying a wand, or if he was doing it just for him. As if reading his mind, Ollivander grimaced. I've said too much. I see, a curse of age, my boy, one I hope you will live to see for yourself. Now, I believe a walnut wand will suit you best for the time being. The walnut tree is often mistaken for an elder tree, but whereas the elder tree is stubborn, walnut is adaptive and will listen to almost any wielder, should they be strong enough. Ollivander hurried into the back room and returned with a block of what must have been walnut. Hopefully, the wand will allow you to pass through school without suffering from an unbonded wand. I have known students with great potential suffer simply because they have used the wrong wand. I will take the phoenix feather core from the holly wand and make you a new wand out of walnut and the phoenix core. Since it is my own fault for not having a suitable wand, it will come at no extra cost. Ollivander smiled at Harry, and he felt warmth well up within him. Never before had anyone been as kind or helpful towards him as Ollivander was being, and Harry felt unsure of how to process it. The wand will be finished within the week, and I can either owl it to you or you can come pick it up here in a week's time. I think it would be best if I came back in a week, sir. The neighbors will say something if they see an owl arriving with a wand, Harry said cautiously. Very wise, although you should know most post owls are often enchanted to be unnoticeable to muggles. If you still wish to come in person, I will await you within the week, then, Mr. Potter. You can pay for the wand once you have it. With this, he held out his hand, and Harry shook it before starting to leave. As he opened the door, Ollivander called out to him, the wand will never fail you, However, as you age, you may find it lacking in power. If that should happen, come here, or to other wandmakers if you so wish, and think about getting another wand. Although it is rare, it is not unheard of for a witch or wizard to use different wands depending on the circumstance. Take, for example, Albus Dumbledore. I myself sold him 2 wands while he was in school and a third after he graduated. I have heard he has since gained a fourth which he uses regularly. Nodding, he left the store and met up with Petunia. Well, boy, have you gotten your thing? Mr. Ollivander said it would be ready by next week and that I will need to come collect it then. Petunia sniffed disdainfully. Fine, come along then. The sooner we leave, the better. A week later, Harry Potter journeyed back to the Leaky Cauldron alone. The street was much quieter, allowing him to easily navigate the cobblestones. When he reached Mr. Ollivander's store, a bushy-haired girl was trying wands, and Harry noted that the pile of wands next to her was far smaller than his had been. Mr. Ollivander held up one finger in the universal sign of, in a moment, and handed another wand to the girl. Harry knew it was the one for her as her magic rushed through it, evident by the golden sparks that left the wand. The girl's parents, whom Harry had not noticed beside her, paid Mr. Ollivander for the wand and turned to go. The girl noticed him and exclaimed, "Oh, hello. Are you here to buy your wand too?" Harry thought it a bit silly to ask this, as the only thing this shop sold was wands, so obviously he was here for a wand. But he thought that might be seen as rude, so instead, he replied, "Yes, Mr. Ollivander said it would be done by now," and looking past the girl at Ollivander, he was pleased to see the man nod. "Oh, why didn't you just buy one of the pre-made wands?" she asked, cocking her head to the side. "Because they didn't work for me," Harry replied, quite confused as to what she wanted from him. "So you got one made for you? That must have been very expensive. I wonder if it would be better to get a wand made for me." Harry was taken aback by her rapid-fire questions. She seemed to have mastered the ability to talk without needing to stop for breath. It was a new experience for somebody to be enthusiastic while talking to Harry. He was at a loss as to how to respond. Luckily for him, Ollivander stepped in and said, "The fault lay with me, Miss Granger," so it was of no additional cost to him. "As you are still learning, a wand built for you would lose its connection, and thus power, quickly as you mature and change. On that note, here is your wand, Mr. Potter." He handed Harry a wand box. Unlike the boxes on the shelves, this box was black with an elaborate bronze swirling pattern, and Harry's name had been carefully written along the side. When he opened the box, his eyes first caught the dark blue lining before he saw his wand. The wand itself was light silver, while the handle was a much darker shade. Where the handle met the body of the wand, the dark silver continued upwards as if it was absorbing the lighter silver. Harry felt like the wand was singing just for him. He reached out to it, and before he could even touch it, magic sparked from him into his wand. It jumped from the box into his open hand and spat out a shower of dark green sparks. The shop shook with the power released, and some of the boxes on the shelf started smoking. The song, which Harry had noticed on his first visit, rose to a crescendo as each wand in the store sang loudly. To Harry, it sounded like his wand was leading the choir of magic. Ollivander clapped happily and, with a wave of his hand, cleared the smoke and put to rights the minor damage done. "Well done, Mr. Potter. It's been many years since I've had a reaction that strong within the shop. Will that happen every time I hold it?" Harry asked. As cool as it had been, he thought it would get inconvenient quickly. "Perhaps after extended periods apart, but so long as you don't leave it for months on end, you should be fine. Although, I suspect that wand will always be eager to be with you, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said warmly. Before Harry could respond, a bushy-haired girl suddenly jumped in front of him, her eyes wide with excitement. You're Harry Potter," she exclaimed, pointing at him. "Hermione, it is rude to point," her mother admonished her, grabbing her daughter's hand. "How do you know my name?" Harry asked cautiously. As far as he was aware, very few people knew of him. More than once, he had to remind a teacher what his name actually was. "You're famous. There's an entire shelf dedicated to you in the bookshop here. I haven't gotten to read all of them yet, but what I have read is amazing. For the first time, she actually stopped to take a breath, and Harry was amazed to see she barely paused before diving right back into her questions. Is it true you killed a dragon at 6 and saved the 11 princess at 8? How about the spells you have made? Will you teach me some, or at least how to make my own spells? I haven't done any of that. I didn't even know I could do magic until I was 7 years old, Harry stammered out. He just wanted to pay Mr. Ollivander and leave, but the girl was standing between them, and he didn't think pushing her out of the way would leave a good impression. Fortunately, once again, Ollivander seemed to detect his plight and loudly said, "That will be 10 galleons, Mr. Potter." After handing over the 10 golden coins, he made to leave the store, hoping to just be able to leave and go home in peace. It was not to be, however, as the girl followed beside him, her parents following behind them. So, you knew about magic by 7. That must have been so fantastic. I only learned when I got my letter, but this was the earliest we could finish my shopping. What is it like to be brought up in the wizarding world? I expect I will need to learn a lot. I wasn't brought up in the wizarding world. I was brought up by my aunt and uncle. I just read fiction books about magic and taught myself, Harry said uneasily. He didn't like talking about his childhood. Can you show me some magic? Please. Sighing to himself, Harry concentrated and made a galleon rise out of his pocket to float above his hand. It was then joined by a further 3 coins. Once he had the coins stable, Harry then made them dance around each other. Despite the simplicity of the magic, it still made him extremely happy that he was able to do it. Hermione seemed to agree as she looked on amazed, and Harry found he liked sharing his love of magic. He just wished the girl wouldn't talk so much. That's amazing, she sighed. And you're doing it without a wand too. How would I have learned to do it with a wand? He asked incredulously. You just saw me buy it. Oh, of course, I guess it would be much easier to do it with a wand though. I expect it's quite tiring to maintain that, right? I suppose it might be, Harry agreed, shifting slightly as he walked. I've just gotten used to doing it. I guess I just don't notice the drain anymore. With that, Harry stopped the coins and returned them to his pocket. As if sensing his use of magic, his wand twitched in his pocket, so he summoned it and started playing with it instead. Hermione was stunned as this scrawny boy did what her books had told her was impossible. They said that only the most powerful of wizards could do wandless magic and that it would take a great deal of energy to make something float and move even with a wand. Yet this boy in sewn together clothing didn't even realize it was meant to be nearly impossible. When they left the tavern, Harry bid them a hasty farewell and ran off towards his uncle's work. The Granger family looked after him. Hermione was still trying to process how he knew so much more than her and yet played it off like it was nothing. Her parents, however, looked after him out of concern. He seemed too quiet and shy compared to other children. They then looked down at Hermione and figured he might not be like that normally and was just overwhelmed by their daughter and waved their concerns away. When the Grangers got home, Hermione attempted to get one of her coins to float, but no matter how hard she wished it to move, the coin wouldn't shift at all. In frustration, she touched her wand while still focusing, and the coin shot up into the ceiling. Her mother popped her head into her room and asked, "What was that, darling?" "Oh, nothing. I dropped a book," Hermione said, thanking everything she had that her mother hadn't looked up and seen the gold coin embedded almost the entire way into her ceiling. Once he was back inside number 4, Petunia barely acknowledged him, other than to tell him to get on with his chores. Harry didn't want to upset his aunt and risk her preventing him from going to Hogwarts, so he quickly stashed his wand in his new bedroom before starting on the chores. It had been a pleasant surprise when Petunia had informed him that the spare bedroom was now his. He suspected that the Dursleys were still shaken by the letter that knew he had been sleeping under the stairs. Harry wasted no time in moving his few belongings into his new room before Petunia could change her mind. When he wasn't working, Harry threw himself into his school books with renewed fervor, determined to memorize everything and attempt to replicate the spells described. After reading that wizards with great control over their magic could bring forth a visible aura, Harry was eager to try it out. However, Vernon had laid down strict rules about what could and couldn't be done in the house. You are to be the best at this freak school, you hear me? Vernon had said sternly, taking Harry aside. I don't want to see you again for at least 9 months. If you get sent home for misbehaving or failing your lessons, I will lock you in that cupboard for the rest of your life. He had added, there is to be no magic within the house. I don't want to hear it, see it, or feel it. But what about the magic I need to do for homework? Harry had asked. I will need to use magic for my schoolwork. You do raise a good point. For once, Vernon had conceded. As I said, you are to stay ahead in your lessons, and I suppose that would include homework they set you over the summer. Very well, there is to be no magic within sight of me, Petunia, and especially Dudley. It is to be kept within your room with the curtains and door shut. Anytime we have guests over, you are to hide it all, understand? Turning back to his book, Harry thought, I can't make an aura, as I'm sure people will see it, but I might be able to make my magic visible somewhere smaller, like my hand. He concentrated on his magic, trying to concentrate it into his hand. The sensation of magic flowing through his body was exhilarating, yet exhausting. His hand began to glow brighter and brighter until it hurt to look directly at it. Glancing at the mirror, Harry saw the light reflected in the glass. Normally, mirrors didn't reflect his magical sight, which made him realize he wasn't seeing magic like one sees light. His magic simply identified magical sources and showed them to him in a way he could understand, which explained why it had only developed after he had started channeling magic through his body. Turning back to his glowing hand, he imagined the magic leaving his hand to solidify above it in a perfect sphere, just the right size for him to close his hand around. The magic followed his command and began leaking out of the pores on his hand, condensing above it. More and more kept coming out and he started feeling magically drained. He was used to the feeling from his previous magical experiments and pushed past it. His efforts soon paid off when it condensed into a ball made of pure magic about the size of a tennis ball. The weightless sphere felt oddly comforting in his hand, despite its glowing intensity. He experimented with it, passing it from hand to hand without issue. When he tried to bounce it off his wardrobe, however, it left a large dark green scorch mark on the wood. Harry decided against playing around with his magic after that and let himself fall asleep from magical exhaustion. Unbeknownst to him, the shiny metal began frosting over the ball of magic as it cooled from its lack of external energy. The next morning, Harry awoke with a massive headache that stayed with him as he prepared breakfast. He didn't notice the metal ball lying at the foot of his bed until he returned to his room and stubbed his toe on it. Harry briefly wondered where it had come from before remembering the ball of magic he had made the night before. He had assumed it would have dissipated overnight like the small flames he liked making. Since the metal ball was almost the exact same size as the ball of magic, it wasn't hard to guess. Deciding to experiment, Harry followed exactly what he did the night before, but this time, rather than a ball, he imagined a small cube on his palm. Once it had formed, Harry stopped feeding it magic and gradually the metal sheen started spreading from the top of the cube furthest from his palm downwards. As it spread, the cube lost its blinding light, reminding Harry of ice forming on water in the winter. He then fed the cube his magic again, making the metal retreat and the cube began to glow again. Harry looked at the sphere and decided he wanted to change it. Going on instinct, he looked at the cube and imagined it becoming taller and rounder, forming a cylinder. His magic rushed over the cube and obscured its appearance. When the magic pulled back, he held exactly what he had imagined. He had also given the top of the cube a slight dip which perfectly matched the curve of the sphere. Turning back to the sphere, he picked it up with his other hand and gently put it onto the stand he had just made. He then fed both pieces some magic, concentrating on what he wanted carefully. Slowly, the metal where the cylinder met the sphere started glowing as the two pieces of metal merged into one seamless piece. When Harry stopped feeding it his magic, the metal once again spread from the top down until it covered the entire object. After carefully looking it over, Harry was amazed at what he had accomplished. Despite the fact that he knew they had started as two different objects, nobody else would have been able to tell. Harry wanted to experiment some more, but his magic was screaming at him, as this new power he had learnt drained his magic like nothing he had ever done before. He had come a long way during his private magical studies and had built up his endurance to magical exhaustion considerably. He knew that if he had tried to form the sphere when he had started learning, he would have lost consciousness long before the sphere had finished forming. Knowing he had reached his limit, he put the object on his cabinet and tried to keep it out of mind as he read over his books again, eventually falling asleep while his magic tried to recover from the workout it had been put through. During the night, Harry's wand started twitching. It had missed his master's magic, as it hadn't sensed it for a whole 3 days. It sent out invisible feelers that would be invisible to anyone without the ability to see magic. The feelers soon found its master's energy and tried to pull the magic towards itself. But as the magic was so much denser than itself, it was the wand that moved instead. It eagerly rolled across the cabinet where Harry had carefully left it and stuck to the source of the magic. When Harry awoke the next morning, he was amazed to find his wand stuck to the metal ball as if it was magnetic. He remembered how Ollivander had told him that his wand might be attracted to his magic, but he hadn't thought he was being literal. Like all his metal, it glowed with his own green color, which explained why the wand had been attracted to it in the first place. Deciding to have some fun, Harry picked up his wand and thought about his magic going into the orb. Almost immediately the orb lit up. He then made a groove appear at the top of the orb that was big enough for his wand to sit in it with room either side so he could easily take it out again. He laughed when his wand seemed to sing to him after he placed it in its new home and went on with his day happily. Despite having so much more to learn, he barely spent any time on his school work as he was constantly tired from experimenting with his new metal-making powers. He spent all of his free time creating and changing various metal objects. Eventually he started seeing what it would take to destroy them, although he left his wand holder alone. He quickly learned that while creating the metal left him incredibly tired, he was slowly increasing his capacity. Where a tennis ball had drained him after just a week, he could now comfortably double the mass. When he tried reversing his power, he discovered something wonderful. When summoned, the metal drained him, turning the metal into magic and absorbing it. He felt rejuvenated. Like some sort of magical battery. Far away in the northern mountains of Scotland, a wizened old man sat behind his desk, deep in thought. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, had just finished reading a letter from his old friend Garrick Ollivander. The day had started pleasantly, and Albus always enjoyed conversing with Garrick. However, the contents of the letter gave him pause. Garrick had written about Harry Potter's recent visit to Ollivanders. The wandmaker's concerns were evident, comparing Harry's experience to that of Tom Riddle's first visit decades ago. Albus knew the significance of such comparisons all too well. But what troubled Albus more deeply was his own hesitation. For years, he had respected Petunia Dursley's wishes to keep Harry away from the wizarding world, convinced it was for the best. He had sent countless letters, requests to visit, all of which were met with rejection. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, Albus wondered if he had made a mistake. He regretted not intervening earlier, not ensuring that Harry received the guidance he deserved. Perhaps now was the time to take that risk, to reach out to Harry directly. When he had created those protective wards around the Dursley home, designed to keep Harry safe, Dumbledore had not anticipated that those same wards would deny him access, influenced by Petunia's spite and mistrust of magic. Albus leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers together in thought. His blue eyes stared unseeing at the patterns on the ceiling as he contemplated the complex web of decisions and consequences. The Dursleys had been a difficult case from the start, particularly Petunia. Her bitterness towards magic, towards everything it represented, had driven a wedge between Harry and the wizarding world. He recalled the many letters he had penned, each one a plea to allow him to visit, to check on Harry's well-being, to ensure that the boy was not only safe but also aware of his true heritage. Petunia's replies had grown more vehement over the years, refusing him outright, accusing him of meddling, of being the cause of her sister's demise. Dumbledore sighed deeply. There had been times when he had been tempted to intervene forcefully, to override Petunia's objections. But he had always held back, respecting the delicate balance of magic and Muggle life, of the statute of secrecy. Yet, in doing so, had he inadvertently left Harry vulnerable? Now, with Harry approaching his 11th birthday, the time for such hesitations was past. The events were moving inexorably towards something larger, something that Dumbledore had foreseen in his own ways, but which still left him uneasy. He thought back to the letter from Ollivander. Garrick's concern was palpable, and Dumbledore shared it. Harry Potter was no ordinary child, and his destiny was intertwined with the fate of the wizarding world. It was time for Dumbledore to step forward, to take a more active role in guiding Harry towards his destiny. With a determined nod, Dumbledore stood up, his robe swirling around him. He walked to the window of his office, gazing out at the vast grounds of Hogwarts below. The castle stood proudly against the changing sky, a bastion of magic and learning. I really must visit Harry Potter, Dumbledore said aloud to himself, his voice firm and resolute. It is time. Turning back to his desk, Dumbledore began to draft a new letter, one that would request a meeting with Harry and the Dursleys. It was a risk, he knew, but a necessary one. Harry's welfare was too important to leave to chance any longer. August had been a whirlwind for Albus Dumbledore, with the hectic preparations for the upcoming school year at Hogwarts. Managing both the administrative duties of being headmaster and the countless other responsibilities had left him with little time for anything else. However, despite the chaos, Dumbledore had finally managed to carve out a space in his busy schedule to visit Harry Potter. The day was uncharacteristically overcast as Dumbledore apparated to Privet Drive, arriving at the same spot he had stood 11 years earlier, delivering Harry to his Muggle family. He approached the Dursleys' front door and raised his hand, 3 precise knocks echoing in the quiet street. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Petunia Dursley standing there, a look of disbelief mixed with a hint of defiance on her face. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles as he greeted her warmly, though he let his voice carry a hint of steel. Ah, Mrs. Dursley, Dumbledore began, his tone polite but firm. I am Albus Dumbledore. We have spoken many times before in the past. May I come in? Petunia's breath caught in her throat, a surge of panic rising within her. I told you, you're not welcome here, she said, her voice tight with thinly veiled hostility, her hands trembling ever so slightly at her sides. Dumbledore's smile faltered for a moment, replaced by a steely resolve. It is a good then, Mrs. Dursley, that it is only Harry's opinion that currently matters to me, he replied calmly, his expression unwavering. With a strangled gasp, Petunia stepped back, allowing Dumbledore to enter the narrow hallway. She couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled in the pit of her stomach as Dumbledore passed by, his presence looming over her like a dark cloud. Dumbledore turned back to Petunia, his expression a blend of polite aggression. I must compliment you upon your home, my dear. Although, it must be a shame for you that Harry spends so little time with you. Pardon? She asked, unsure of what exactly he was implying. Your photos, madam. Plenty of yourself, your husband, and son. But unless I am mistaken, not one featuring Harry. Petunia hesitated, then turned and called up the stairs, her voice trembling slightly. Harry, your new headmaster is here to talk to you. Moments later, Harry descended the stairs, his expression guarded. Dumbledore knelt to meet him at eye level, smiling kindly. Hello, Harry. I'm Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. I've come to check up on you, and to answer any questions you may have. Harry, curious and a bit nervous, immediately questioned Dumbledore about an issue that had been bugging him. Who wrote the laws of magic, sir? He asked. Because they're wrong. Dumbledore blinked, before chuckling in surprise. Ah, that was not quite the type of question I was referring to answer. But, what do you mean by wrong, Harry? Well, I've broken most of them already, Harry explained excitedly, thrilled he finally had someone to share with. Before I even knew there were rules to magic. I've never felt that anything was impossible for me. Their discussion led to Harry leading the man upstairs, demonstrating his ability to manipulate magic. He showed Dumbledore the mithril orb he had created, astonishing the headmaster. Dumbledore examined it carefully, recognizing the mythical metal that would repel all magical intent to damage it. This, my child, is mithril, Dumbledore said, amazed. The most precious metal on Earth. Only the goblins are known to be able to craft it. Harry looked up at Dumbledore, his eyes wide with a mix of pride and apprehension. I just wanted to make my magic visible, he explained. When it fell to the floor, it cooled into this metal. When I fed it magic, it changed back, so I was able to reshape it by imagining what I wanted it to become. Astonishing, Dumbledore murmured, his eyes alight with fascination as he stroked his long, silver beard thoughtfully. It seems this mithril responds only to your magical abilities, Harry. I suspect it will resist any other magic, including mine. Would you be opposed to experimenting with this? Perhaps you'd be so kind as to create something new out of mithril. Harry nodded, closing his eyes in concentration. Dumbledore's chuckle turned to silent awe as he watched magic seep from Harry's hand like molten silver, condensing and floating above his palm. The liquid shimmered, then began to morph, gradually taking the shape of Dumbledore's face, complete with his iconic beard. Though rudimentary, the likeness was unmistakable. Dumbledore's eyes widened as Harry lowered his hand, the small figure remaining suspended in the air. The connection between Harry and the magic broke, and the figure fell into his hand, solidifying into pure mithril. Wordlessly, Harry handed the figure to Dumbledore, who examined it closely. The mithril gleamed with an ethereal glow, its surface flawless and cool to the touch. When Dumbledore tried to probe it with his own magic, the metal repelled him, heating slightly under the pressure. He realized he could force his magic into it, but the resistance was palpable. Withdrawing his magic, he offered the figure back to Harry. Keep it, Harry said with a small smile. I made it for you. Dumbledore's expression softened as he pocketed the gift. The mithril figure, with its silvery sheen and subtle magical hum, was unlike anything he had ever been gifted before. Dumbledore and Harry discussed the finer points of magic for over an hour before Petunia began to hover at the edges of the room, her impatience evident in the sharp glances she cast at the clock and the way she repeatedly smoothed invisible creases on her apron. Finally, she cleared her throat loudly and spoke with forced politeness. Professor Dumbledore, it is getting rather late, she said, her tone strained. I'm sure you must be very busy with the start of the school year approaching. Dumbledore looked up, his eyes twinkling as if he had anticipated this moment. Ah, yes, time does fly when engaged in such fascinating conversation, he replied. However, I do have a few more matters to discuss, and it would be most convenient to do so over dinner, if you wouldn't mind. Petunia's face tightened, but she nodded stiffly, unable to refuse. Very well, she said, her voice barely concealing her reluctance. I suppose you can stay for dinner. The dinner passed in silence, the Dursleys stealing glances at the old man throughout. Finally, Dumbledore pushed his plate away and addressed the family. I thank you for that most excellent dinner, Mrs. Dursley, Dumbledore began, his voice laced with subtle disdain. Now, there are a few things we need to discuss regarding Harry's journey to Hogwarts and what he can expect there. He turned to Harry, his tone softening considerably. Harry, the magical world is full of wonder and discovery, but you will also be recognized and, unfortunately, often judged by your scar. It would be wise to wear a hat to conceal it whenever possible, at least until you arrive at Hogwarts. As for your abilities, anything you can do without a wand, these are exceedingly rare. I ask that you keep your discoveries to yourself and only share them with trusted friends. Dumbledore then faced the Dursleys, his expression hardening slightly. I must insist that you, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, treat Harry with the respect he deserves as a member of this household and as someone of great importance in our world. The magical community will not look kindly upon any mistreatment of him. Petunia and Vernon exchanged uneasy glances, their discomfort palpable. Dumbledore continued, his tone now more commanding. Harry will be departing for Hogwarts on the 1st of September. He will receive a letter with all the necessary details, including where to catch the Hogwarts Express. I trust there will be no issues in ensuring he reaches King's Cross Station on time. Finally, Dumbledore addressed Harry once more, his voice gentle and encouraging. Harry, I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts. Remember, the world of magic holds endless possibilities, and I have no doubt you will thrive there. With that, Dumbledore stood up and turned to Harry one last time. I will see you on September 1st, Harry. I wish you all the best. With a small pop, Dumbledore vanished, leaving the Dursleys to process the encounter. Vernon drove Harry up to King's Cross at 8 a.m. To ensure Harry was going away and so that he could get on with his day, He dropped Harry on the curb and helped him move his trunk onto a cart, then said, "Remember, boy, I don't expect to see you till next summer, be good or else." With that, he drove off, leaving Harry to wander onto the station to the barrier. Dumbledore had not actually said how to get onto the station, only that he needed to go to the barrier between 9 and 10. He could see that the barrier was glowing with a white light. Harry had theorized that human or active magic was all different colors, seemingly random. Anything touched by a witch or wizard's magic shared the color with whoever cast it. This is what gave Diagon Alley such a rainbow-like effect, as lots of magic had been cast over the years, all overlapping each other. Now faced with a new color, Harry wondered if that meant the barrier was enchanted by a witch or wizard with a white color, or if this was something new. Harry had been trying to figure out where magic actually came from, as he never saw any magic enter him. He only saw the magic he cast leave, meaning it must come from some inner source, like with his orb. He suspected he just wasn't powerful enough to properly see where magic came from. If magical objects did need constant refilling, did that mean someone had to come along and refill the barrier before people arrived? If so, would that mean the white color is Dumbledore's, as he had not seen his color when he visited, as it was hidden? He could tell Dumbledore had an aura, but at the same time Harry could not actually see it. Harry pushed these thoughts away and walked up to the barrier. He placed his hand on it, and as he expected, his hand went through the barrier as if it didn't exist. He stood back and made sure his hand was still there in one piece before stepping forward and through the barrier. There was no indication he had stepped through anything apart from a bright red steam engine which had appeared on a previously empty track. Looking around, he realized that despite the fact he could still see the entire station, everyone else had seemed to vanish and there were no other trains in the platforms. Harry was amazed. This was the first time he had seen something magical which could not be replicated anytime in the foreseeable future by Muggles. It was irrefutable magic. Since Harry had many hours to kill before he even had to consider finding a compartment, he went up to talk to the driver about the train. However, he said, "I only drive the train, kid. I don't know how it works. If I did understand it, I wouldn't be here." Hogwarts, a history only said it was a magical train. Harry could see that where a steam boiler would normally be, there was a big block of the same white magic from the barrier. The wheels of the train also glowed, and where they touched the tracks, the glow spread about 20 feet down. Harry went out on a limb and pulled a piece of gravel to him from the track ballast and dropped it onto the tracks. As he expected, the rock rebounded towards him before it even got close to the rails. Harry assumed this was to stop anything getting on the tracks and forcing the train to stop. Harry decided to find a carriage, as he wanted a good one before people started turning up. He settled on one about midway up the train and then brought some magic to his hand. Since Dumbledore visited him and told him about Mithril, he had experimented with what he could do, but was severely limited by power, as when he had tried to summon a large amount of magic he had fallen unconscious, and when he woke again he was left with a large puddle of Mithril rather than a refined solid shape like normal. While it was interesting, it was completely useless to him, and so he had tried to turn the metal back into raw magic in order to change it. However, he could only melt small areas of the metal which had left scorch marks on the floor. In the end, he had just absorbed the magic back into himself, which had left him full of energy, similar to when he had eaten all of Dudley's sweets one Halloween. Now that he was on the way to Hogwarts, he felt it apt to try again, but this time tried a much smaller sample size. He pooled his magic until it was about the size of a golf ball. Rather than let it cool, naturally he tried to force it to solidify by imagining the molecules of the magic to slow. Immediately the mithril began to frost over the magic, but rather than go top down like normal to started from where his hand held the ball. Once he had the mithril golf ball, he then imagined the molecules speed up again and then held them halfway between magic and solid. The ball looked like it was melting, and rather than feel metallic, it now felt more gel-like. Harry experimented with this new discovery and found he could physically manipulate the mithril now. This made it easier for him to shape it rather than depend on imagining every single movement in his head. A short while later he heard footsteps and forced the mithril back to raw magic and then absorbed it before the compartment door opened to reveal Hermione Granger, the girl from the wand store. "How do you do it?" she demanded. "Do what?" Harry was slightly panicking, thinking she had seen him with the mithril when he had told Dumbledore he would not show anyone. "How do you make the coins move so effortlessly?" She shut the door behind her and sat opposite him as she said this. "Oh, that. Well, I just do it. That isn't an answer. I've been trying to just do it all month, but I can't get it to work without a wand. The girl looked quite angry now, and Harry was mentally preparing to flee the compartment if it got any worse. Dudley and his gang had taught Harry how to read levels of anger in others, and whenever Dudley got this angry, Harry often ran as far away as he could. In an effort to calm the girl, he mentally summoned a few coins from the coin pouch on the side of his trunk above him and made them dance in his hand. Looking up, he was alarmed to see the girl look even more angry and quickly said, "I'm just trying to figure out how I do it." He eventually figured out. He carefully imagined what he wanted the coins to do, then planned how the coins would achieve his goal, and then finally forced his magic onto the coins to make them follow his instructions. What I do is three things. From what I can tell, to do magic requires three major factors: imagination, planning, and power. You first have to imagine what you want to achieve. In this case, make the coins leave the bag, come down to my hand, then dance in my palm. Then you have to plan every detail on how to achieve this. Then finally, you need enough magical power to make them do what you want. How is that any different to what I do? She seemed to have cooled down now that she had an answer and was more curious than aggressive. Why don't you show me what you have tried? Harry didn't really know how he did it himself, but in the interest of self-preservation wanted to appease the girl. Harry made two of his coins leave his palm and into Hermione's before cutting of his magic, making them fall. Hermione knew what she wanted. She wanted the coins to rise out of her palm and spin around. She then planned how they would do this, but then she realized she didn't really know how to make her magic power the coins. Whenever she used any other spell, her magic just left her wand without any prompting. As such, she just focused all her attention on making the coins follow her instructions. As she expected, the coins didn't even twitch. Are you feeding it any magic? Harry could see the power building within Hermione, but she wasn't releasing it. I don't know how to feed it magic. Hermione snapped. Fed up over yet another failure, Harry was stumped. For as long as he could recall, he didn't need to think about how to push his magic into anything, it just did. Harry pulled his magic to the surface subconsciously and made his hand glow slightly. Hermione paused in shock at seeing such a casual example of how far ahead of her Harry was. After she had returned how she had read some of the books about the life of Harry Potter, and having met him, she decided the books weren't all that accurate, but they did get how good at magic he was. Some books called him the new Merlin, and for an 11-year-old just introduced to magic, to see someone the same age make his hand glow while also having several golden coins dance complicated movements when she couldn't even get one coin to move was humbling. Harry noticed none of this, of course, so focused internally on trying to figure out how he made his magic work. From what I can tell, every witch or wizard has magic flowing through them, like a river. Where it comes from and where it goes, I haven't figured out yet, but whenever we perform any magic, we tap into that river. I imagine that the more you use magic and channel it, the more magic you have available as your body gets used to it, like exercising a muscle. Try and imagine that magical river and tap into it while focusing on what you want to achieve. Hermione thought she understood and thought of that river Harry had described. To her shock, she found that once she thought of that internal river, she felt something within her. She held onto that feeling and focused once more on the coins. They still remained stationary, but Hermione realized she only found the river. She hadn't tapped into it. She imagined sticking her finger into it to channel its power. The coins in her hand trembled despite her hand being stationary. Mentally, she stuck more of her hand into the river and the coins trembled even more, once or twice even rising a fraction. Mentally, she stuck her entire arm into the river and the coins jumped out of her hand and followed a rather crooked route that, while it wasn't quite what she planned, was still close enough that she could say it was her making the coins move. I did it! I did it! Hermione stood up and hugged Harry, then proceeded to dance around the compartment. Harry had seen how difficult it had been for Hermione, and once she had achieved it, the result was quite poor in Harry's opinion. If Hermione was average, then how far ahead was he compared to others? He had never interacted with a witch or wizard before Hermione and Dumbledore, and although he could feel Dumbledore's power, he hadn't seen him cast any magic, but Harry strongly suspected he was nowhere near Dumbledore's level. At the same time, he seemed to be several leagues ahead of Hermione, who was only just figuring out how to apply magic. Of course, she had just learned about magic, so maybe other children raised with magic would be closer to himself. Hermione then went through all the spells she had learned and made Harry help her whenever she got it wrong or it could be improved. Eventually, the clock struck 11 and the train started to leave the station. The compartment door opened once again and a red-headed boy looked in. Is this seat taken? Everywhere else is full. Hermione looked at Harry, who just shrugged, so she said, "No, it's just us. Feel free. We were just practicing magic." Harry shot her a look. "Well, okay. I was practicing magic. Harry was helping me." The boy glanced at Hermione, then at Harry. Immediately he froze and his eyes flicked upwards to his forehead. "Blimey, you're Harry Potter." Rather than reply, Harry looked back down at his book. He always hated people staring, and when Dumbledore told him he was famous for surviving what killed his parents, he knew he didn't want to be known for that. If he was to be well known, it was to be from his own merits, not his parents' sacrifice. The boy seemed to realize he had done something wrong as he stuck out his hand and said, "I'm Ron Weasley. It's nice to meet you." Harry glanced up at his hand and shook it, not wanting to make an enemy on his first day, then went back to his book. Ron then held out his hand to Hermione, who said, "Hermione Granger, it's nice to meet you." Ron sat down next to Hermione and kept glancing up at Harry. Just as Ron was about to leave the compartment due to how awkward it was for him, Hermione said, "So were you raised in the magical or the muggle world?" "Magical. My whole family is magic. What about you?" "My parents are both muggles. I only knew about magic when I got my letter, but as I was on holiday, I was only able to get my supplies a month ago where I met Harry." Both of them then looked at Harry, who sighed and said, "I was raised by my muggle relatives. I've known about magic for a few years now. I didn't know about the wizarding world until I got my letter." "How would you not know about the wizarding world if you knew about magic?" Ron asked, amazed. "I realized the strange things I could do was magic and taught myself how to use it," Harry replied simply, not wanting to go into details. Almost a decade under the Dursleys had taught Harry to hoard secrets and to only reveal the bare essentials. If he didn't, then it would often come back to hurt him some time later. Wicked. Like what? Ron didn't seem to pick up Harry's reluctance, and even Hermione looked excited to see what Harry had learned. Realizing he would need to show something, Harry summoned the 2 coins off the floor. The 4 he had placed in his pocket, and also another 4 from the bag above him. They lazily flew around the compartment, each going a different path. One moving around Ron's head, another moving through Hermione's bushy hair. 2 were flying around each other like aerial fighters. He then focused and each coin multiplied. It was a trick he had learnt in his cupboard, but unfortunately after a short time they would join back together. It looked impressive though, and that was what he was going for. He then turned each coin into a random color. A rainbow of coins were flying around the compartment. Finally he pushed a small amount of magic into the coins so they glowed. Ron was amazed. Here was the boy who lived. The boy Ron had grown up hearing about, and now he was sat opposite him watching him do some quite extraordinary magic well beyond his own power. He had never even seen Bill or Charlie display this level of control. Harry then quickly made the coins stop and returned to his pocket just before the door opened once more and a blonde-haired boy walked in like he owned the train. "Word is that Harry Potter should be on the train. Have you seen him?" Harry looked down at his book and said, "No, haven't seen him." Ron snorted, causing the boy to look at him. "No need to ask who you are. Red hair. Hand-me-down robes. You must be a Weasley." Ron's face flushed red, but before he could respond the boy turned to Hermione. "Muggle clothes. No hygiene. Never seen you before. I assume you are nothing more than a filthy mudblood." Hermione didn't know what the word meant, but by the way the boy said it she figured it was some kind of slur. Finally the boy turned to Harry. "Once more, Muggle clothes. Messy appearance. You're not just a mudblood, you're a poor mudblood. This is priceless." "Ha! Joke's on you. He's Harry Bloody Potter," Ron blurted out, before covering his mouth with an "Ops." "Thanks, Ron. Cheers for that," Harry said wryly. There went that plan of keeping his identity a secret. "You wish you were Harry Potter. Dressed like that you make Weasley look rich." With that he left the compartment. Maybe the plan to keep his identity a secret was going to be easier to uphold after all. "Who was that?" Hermione asked after a moment's pause. "Draco Malfoy." Ron spat. "His father was a Death Eater who claimed to be innocent and bought his way out of jail. My dad hates him." "What's a Death Eater?" Hermione asked timidly, aware that Ron was on a short temper. This launched Ron into an explanation of the last Wizarding War. Harry tuned it out and went back to his book as Dumbledore had already told him about the war when he came to visit and he had no wish to hear about it all over again. He happened to look out the window and noticed how fast they seemed to be traveling. Much faster than any train, let alone a steam train, had any right to be going at. Harry thought back to his inspection of the train earlier in the day. He guessed that the wheels must be enchanted to reduce friction and the tracks must also help the train move faster. Add the magical engine and they could easily challenge the fastest train in the Muggle world. Harry wondered what he would do if he was designing the train. To start with, they would want to make the rooms bigger with an expansion charm like he saw in Diagon Alley. Next, he would use some kind of space manipulation to make the journey quicker. He had read that portkeys could only safely transport about a dozen people before there started to become a risk of the portkey collapsing mid-journey, so the train couldn't just teleport everyone to Hogwarts, but he might be able to connect something similar to a portkey to the rails and then using magic and whatever made portkeys work to make a magical wormhole which the train would then go through using the rails as an anchor so that it wouldn't get lost. He would also use lightning charms to make the train lighter, improving the speed. Of course, that could be what was happening anyway. He would have to ask a teacher once he got there to find out for sure. As Harry was revolutionizing magical travel, Ron and Hermione were debating the traditions of the magical world. Hermione being of the opinion that everywhere should work like what she grew up with, while Ron wanted to maintain what he grew up with. Both left Harry alone as they were slightly afraid of him now that he had shown off his power. Finally, the sun started setting and Hermione left to allow the boys to change into their robes. Then they swapped, Harry and Ron standing guard outside. Eventually the train stopped and they left the train onto the platform. They then walked up to the towering man calling out for first years. Harry had never seen a man so huge before in his life. Vernon could hide behind him and not be seen. Harry then got into a boat followed by Ron, Hermione and a boy introducing himself as Neville, who was softly crying. When Hermione asked what was wrong, he replied, "I've lost my toad Trevor, my gran is going to kill me. If I had a toad I'd be thrilled to lose it. Don't know what he's complaining about." Ron whispered to Harry, not quietly enough though, as Neville started crying harder and Hermione shot Ron a dark look. When they saw Hogwarts, everyone was stunned. None more than Harry, as he could see not just the beautiful castle but the magic flowing through it and around it. Looking at the water, at first he thought he saw the magic of Hogwarts reflected, but then realized it was a giant creature following the boats a few feet below them. The darkness and color of the creature made it almost invisible. Harry could only see it as it was glowing with its own white energy. A tentacle was connected to each boat, moving it along. This must be the giant squid. Hogwarts. A history spoke about. Once they reached the underground harbor, they were introduced to Professor McGonagall, who led them through the castle. Already Harry was utterly lost and the constant sight of magic was giving him a headache. Where in Muggle Privet Drive magic was a pleasant highlight and filled to the brim with ancient magic, Hogwarts was like staring into the sun for Harry. By the time they got to the entrance hall, Harry was mentally blocking his magical sight. As such, when the ghosts appeared, it was a complete surprise to him. "I say, what do we have here?" one of the ghosts asked, having noticed them first. "First years by the look of them," another replied. Harry was getting over his shock and a bombardment of questions were being raised within his mind. How do ghosts exist? Can only magical people become ghosts, or can everyone become one? Can magical creatures become ghosts? What does a ghost see when they go through solid objects? Can they do anything, or do they just walk around all day? Can muggles see ghosts? As these questions circled Harry's mind, the great doors opened and they were led up the great hall. The other first years looked around amazed. Even the pompous Draco Malfoy from the train looked awestruck. Harry, however, was less impressed by the hall. There was nothing magical going on aside from the floating candles, which seemed like a fire hazard waiting to happen. What would happen if the wax fell onto the students below? Harry's view of the wizarding world was finally soured by the ragged hat placed onto the three-legged stool. Did they not have any clothes-fixing spells? When it started singing, Harry's interest picked up, but then came the wait. Why was there only one hat? They could have a hat for everyone and just sort everyone at the same time rather than sit still and wait to be told your house. When McGonagall called, "Potter," he was feeling rather impatient. He had only eaten sweets since breakfast, which was at 6 a.m. It was now close to 7 p.m. and he was starving. He walked up to the stole, ignoring all the whispering and pointing, and sat down. The hat was then placed onto his head when it promptly slipped over his eyes. To his shock, the hat then started talking to him within his mind. I will try and make this quick so that you may get your dinner. Godric knows you need the food. As you know, each house prides itself on different characteristics, and it is my job to find the best match for you. You have plenty of cunning, no doubt about that, but no ambition. That removes Slytherin. You are not brave, you would rather run than confront a problem. You are also not a team player. That removes Gryffindor. I sense you would have strong loyalties if you had anyone to be loyal to. You also know the importance of hard work and determination. Hufflepuff would benefit greatly from having you amongst them. However, you work hard for the sake of knowledge rather than the work itself. Already you are trying to work out how our world works. Rowena would have adored you, assuming you have no issue with my choice. Harry shook his head, and the hat said aloud for the entire hall to hear, better be Ravenclaw then. Harry went over to the table of blue and bronze which were cheering for him. Harry couldn't care less about them. They knew nothing about him except what fictional books had written, and yet they treated him like the next Merlin simply because he was the only one to survive Voldemort. The rest of the first years got sorted quickly, and Dumbledore stepped up to the podium and started talking. Harry was so hungry he couldn't even focus on what he was saying. When people started clapping, he automatically joined and then heard the words he had been waiting for all evening. Tuck in. Food magically appeared before him, and he immediately started piling food on his plate and into his mouth. He only cared about ensuring he got to eat as much as he could before he had to talk to the others. When he finally looked up from his food, he noticed a prefect looking at him with raised eyebrows. Hungry? She asked, a hint of humor in her voice. Rather than reply, Harry only nodded and looked around. The boy from the compartment, Ron, was at the Gryffindor table eating almost as fast as himself but was talking at the same time. Spitting small chunks of food over the table, Harry noticed that Hermione was sitting a few seats down from Ron, talking to those around her. He didn't recognize anyone at the Hufflepuff table nor his own table. On the Slytherin table, however, he saw the blonde boy, Draco Malfoy, was glaring at him. When he made eye contact, Malfoy stood up and walked over to him, followed by two boys behind him, reminding Harry of bodyguards. Why didn't you tell me you were Harry Potter? I could have helped you make a wise choice of house rather than sit with these people, he said with a sneer. Before Harry could respond, the prefect stood up and said, go back to your own house table. It is against the rules to move around during the opening or closing feasts. Malfoy sneered at her but seemed unwilling to make a scene in the middle of the hall and strutted back to his own table. What a git, the prefect said as she sat back down to her own meal. Not even here for an hour and he acts like he owns the school. Harry smiled at her as he shared the same thought. Realizing that as an older year she could tell him about what they would be learning, he gathered his courage and asked, what are the lessons like here? Well, that depends on the year. As first years you will mostly be doing theory with a bit of practical. During the second year it will be almost entirely theory, then in third practical, with fourth and fifth year being a mix of both, and sixth year is normally entirely theory, and seventh is just going over the old materials to ensure you know them all. I'm Penelope Clearwater, by the way. She stuck out her hand and Harry shook it, saying, Harry Potter. Yes, I know who you are, she said, giggling. You would struggle to find anyone here who doesn't know your name. You're quite famous, you know. Famous simply cause my parents died while I survived, he replied sourly. He hadn't been at Hogwarts for more than an hour and already somebody had brought up his celebrity status. No, people look up to you for being able to defeat the worst Dark Lord while only a baby. Is that not the same thing? If my parents had lived, I wouldn't be known as the boy who lived, and nobody would know who I was. Penelope couldn't seem to have an answer, so shrugged and said sorry for bringing it up, then went back to eating. Harry wanted to hold a grudge and ignore her, but no one else on the table seemed like they wanted to actually talk to him, so eventually he broke down and asked her to talk some more about Hogwarts. She smiled and explained about the staircases, portraits and hidden doors. Harry knew some of them anyway from Hogwarts, a history, and from what Dumbledore had mentioned when he had come to visit. It was still very interesting to hear about it from someone inside the school. However, as Penelope often gave her opinion or an example on what she described, such as, skip this staircase every day of a new moon, it often vanishes right as you step onto it. In my first year I found that out when I fell into it on the way to charms. Or, this tapestry will let people through only if they run at it, but only if you can see a green apple on the tree. If it's a red apple, it's a solid wall and it hurts when you run into it. I had a massive bump right on my forehead, it was awful. Eventually, it was time to leave, and after a confusing closing speech from Dumbledore, Penelope and a male prefect led the first years through the school and to their common room. When they got there, Penelope knocked on the knocker and the eagle moved to face her and sang a riddle. I'd grab a hold of all I can. Relentless in my spree. Amidst the crimes I hung a man. And then the man hung me. I met some more of my own kind. We really got along. In open hid where none could find. Except the dead and gone. What am I? Rather than answer, Penelope looked to the first years. While she projected an image of confidence inside, she was desperately trying to figure out the answer. The knocker was enchanted so that whoever knocked would get a riddle just at their own ability. So if a first year knocked, it would only be, I have a head and tail but no body. Or something equally easy. Of course, the idea of an easy riddle is to the perception of the person answering the riddle, so the riddle may not be easier, just more people answered it correctly. That was why the fifth year prefects always led the first years in Ravenclaw. It was assumed that the fifth year prefects would get easier riddles than a student in a high year as they had less knowledge. Penny knew that it was the same in Gryffindor, although that was to prove that the prefects knew what they were doing. In Hufflepuff, it was the second years who actually led the first years, with the sixth year prefects only watching, while in Slytherin it was the seventh years who led the students. Before Penelope had completed the riddle, Harry stuck his hand up and after receiving a nod from the male prefect he said, "A spider web." The bronze eagle looked at him for several moments before bowing at him and moved to allow the common room door to open. Around Harry, the other first years were whispering to each other, discussing how smart he was. Harry marched through the door, leaving them behind. Harry had spent much of his childhood looking and watching the spiders in his cupboard. He sometimes wished he was one of them, so he related to the last line of the riddle. In open hid where none could find, except the dead and gone. Even at Hogwarts, nobody seemed to see Harry, only their fabled boy who lived. He was in a sense hidden where none could find. So caught up in his thoughts, he almost missed what Penelope said. Curfew is at 8 p.m. for first and second years. Breakfast served from 6 a.m. till 10 a.m. The dormitories are up the stairs on the first landing. Boys on the right and girls left. Inside the dormitories there are private study rooms. You will notice the rooms do contain beds. This is because students often fell asleep within the rooms when studying late into the night, and Professor Flitwick, our head of year, thought it was best to have beds there if anyone needs it. There are no punishment for using the bed, but we strongly advise you do not make a habit out of it. The male prefect stepped forward then and said, "You will learn of the rules from Professor Flitwick tomorrow morning. He will expect you to be up and ready to go by 8 a.m., so off to bed you lot." Harry found the dormitory to be fairly large and open. There was a large empty bookshelf on the wall and a smaller bookshelf beside every bed. Harry expected there to be lots of desks and paper, but the only furniture was a dark blue couch near the large bookshelf. The beds were in a line on one side of the room. A bookshelf on the left of the bed with a wardrobe on the right side, the side of one wardrobe. On the opposite side of the room were doors lined so that you could go straight from one bed to the matching door. Harry opened a door experimentally and looked inside. It was a small room compared to the dormitory, but about the same size as his own room at the Dursleys. It had another empty bookshelf, a large desk with a neat stack of parchment to the side of it, a wooden chair for the desk, counters along one wall, a small blue plush armchair, and a small bed. Looking at the bed, Harry felt like he would be using it a lot. Having grown up almost entirely alone, he was not very confident when talking to others his age unless it was a topic he knew about. Talking to Hermione about magic felt natural, but trying to talk to Ron was extremely awkward for him. The study room felt familiar to him and safe. The Dursleys left him alone in his room, and as such he spent as much time there as possible. It became his safe haven from them, and that idea of safety crept into his mind now. Here he would be safe from the outside world and their expectations. He forced himself to shut the door and return to the dormitory bed. If he shut himself in that room on his first night, he would never be able to connect with the other first years, which he knew would only make his matter far worse. As such, he carefully removed his clothes from his trunk into his wardrobe. Before he had left for Hogwarts, Petunia had taken him shopping for some Muggle clothes. "Can't have you looking scruffy when you aren't in uniform. They may send you home." Once he had put everything away, he looked around the dormitory and noted that most of the other first years had also finished and were looking at him. He raised an eyebrow at them and they turned away. None of the others made to talk, so Harry got into bed and started reading a defense against the dark arts book. First years did not do defense as the ministry thought that 11-year-olds shouldn't have to see the darkness of the world. Eventually Harry's dorm mates went to sleep too. Unnoticed by all, Harry held back tears. All he wanted was a friend, yet it seemed he was destined to be alone. The one person he liked was in a completely different part of the school and he was alone. Harry watched the woman stand over him. He found he couldn't move and was forced to watch as a green light enveloped her as she dropped to the ground lifelessly. Alongside the light were the first words he could remember: Avada Kedavra. He awoke with a start. Drenched in sweat, he looked at the watch he had been given when he had gotten his letter, as he had persuaded Vernon that he might need a watch to be able to get to class on time. According to his watch, it was only 2 in the morning. He thought about going back to sleep, but fear of the dream and being rather hungry led him out of the dormitory down to the common room in search of some food. Finding none, he decided to see if the Great Hall had any food. Knowing it was against the rules to be in the corridors during curfew, he knew he couldn't just waltz into the hall. That was how he found himself sneaking from shadow to shadow and using his magic to keep himself quiet. He had plenty of practice for this, as at the Dursleys he often had to sneak out at night for food. Thankfully, despite Hogwarts being considerably larger than the Dursleys, there were plenty of statues and pedestals to hide behind if he heard anyone coming. However, his caution seemed unneeded as he encountered not a single person on his quest to find the Great Hall. The issue lay in the fact he had no idea where to find the hall. He wandered the passageways hoping to stumble across somewhere he recognized, but he couldn't help feeling he was going in the wrong direction. He eventually came across a darkened corridor. Where the previous corridors had lit torches and large windows, the torches had been removed and the windows had large drapes blocking out the moonlight. He was about to continue down the corridor when a voice called out to him. "Not lost, are you, Harry?" Turning, Harry saw Professor Dumbledore standing behind him, eyes twinkling kindly. Yes, sir. I was looking for the Great Hall." He hung his head expecting to be punished, but Dumbledore only chuckled. "I assumed you were looking for this corridor. Your father and his friends tried to explore the Forbidden Forest on their first night. Not following in his footsteps, are you, my boy?" He smiled as he said this to show Harry he was not in trouble. He had his concerns when he visited his home, so was quite pleased to see the child try to rebel. "No, sir. I was just hungry. Why would I be looking for this corridor, sir?" Albus sensed the boy was being honest with him and realized he may have taken too many assumptions. "Ah. Well, in that case, I will show you where the kitchens are. The house elves are always eager to cook. As to why you might have wanted to find this corridor, it is located on the 3rd floor." He waited to see the boy realize where he was, but was met with only a confused look. "It is the 3rd floor corridor, Harry, the one that is forbidden. I did mention it in my speech." "Oh, sorry, sir. I wasn't really paying attention. I was a bit distracted." "No worries, my boy. I think it may be a good idea for you to see why it is forbidden. I suspect you may be naturally curious if you are anything like your parents, and I would prefer you to see it now while I am here to look after you rather than you to go looking on your own and get hurt." He led Harry down the corridor to the last door and after pressing his fingers to the lock smoothly opened the doors. Inside was a sleeping 3-headed dog. It was huge and Harry could barely take it all in before it started to wake up. Dumbledore quickly shut the door and once more pressed his fingers to the lock. Just then something, Harry assumed the dog, slammed into the door and dust fell from the ceiling. Harry jumped back in panic, fearing the dog was about to break loose, but Dumbledore placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "No need to be scared, my boy. Fluffy is trained to not leave that room, and even if it were to escape, the end of the corridor is charmed to kill Fluffy as a last resort. So long as nobody wanders into the corridor, my students' safety will not be impaired. As headmaster of this school, it is my duty to ensure no student may come to any undue harm." He spoke so firmly Harry couldn't help feeling safe. He was led down to the entrance hall, but rather than go into the hall, he was led down a staircase he hadn't noticed the day before and brought before a painting of a bowl of fruit. Dumbledore then tickled the pear and the entire painting swung forward, revealing a small passageway behind it. "These are the kitchens, my boy. We have a charm of around 100 house elves at last count, a charm being the proper name of a group of house elves over 3. Here the food is made and placed on those tables. They are exactly below the house tables above, and when I give the signal, the food is swapped from down here to up there. He let Harry take in his surroundings and subtly ordered the house elves to prepare a small platter of food for himself and the boy. When he felt enough time had passed, he continued his talk. The tables are a brilliant piece of magic, as you will find out in Transfiguration. Or perhaps already know, it is easier to move one object from one location to another location if the two locations have a pre-existing connection. It is my own personal theory that magic will piggyback off that connection to make the transition easier. In this case, the tables are in the same physical locations, just different levels, and each table above was crafted from the same tree as the ones below. Before Hogwarts was here, the Forbidden Forest covered most of the land, and almost exactly at this point there stood about a dozen giant trees. 4 of those trees each made 2 tables and benches to go alongside them, so the tables share a location and a point of origin. Could you find another link? Harry looked at the tables and tried to remember the tables above. He couldn't identify any other link, so went with the obvious. The purpose, sir. Could you expand upon that, Harry? Well, obviously both are tables, so it would be expected that there be food on them. I would imagine if the tables themselves are magic, then they would want food to be on them, so it would be a case of pointing the table above at the one below and telling it to take food from it. The students above would also be wanting food, which would help magic, and the house elves would want the food to go up to the students if they like cooking for the students. That way you have a push factor down here with 2 pull factors above as well as the other 2 links you mentioned. I would imagine it would require little actual magic. Well done. I must admit I hadn't even considered the idea that the wants of the students and elves would have any sway, but you are completely correct. Magic always works best when the users truly wants it to happen. The link I was going for was actually the house crests located at the ends of each table. That is where the magic of the table is actually stored as wood, while good for transferring magic is bad at holding it. Look around Hogwarts and you will find that anything magical is almost always made of stone or metal. The moving staircases, for example, are stone with metal bracing. What would happen if you ran a beam of wood from the top table to down here, sir? I would suspect that would add a physical link, meaning even less magic would be required, especially with wood being good at conducting magic like you said. Ah, but that would affect the food itself. While in transit, the food takes on some of what it goes through. Which is why the kitchens have such a high roof. In the early days of Hogwarts, it was said there was another room between the kitchens and the Great Hall, but the founders realized the amount of stone the food passed through, along with whatever may have been in the room, resulted in the food often being poor quality or worse, poisonous, so the founders removed the room and made the kitchens taller. There is also charms in place above us to keep the air completely sanitary. By adding a wooden connection, you would have to ensure every bit of wood between here and the hall is completely sanitary and safe. However, it is a very good idea, and if we were transporting something non-edible, office supplies for example, it would be extremely useful. If you find yourself in need of a project, I would suggest looking into it. Just inform me or another teacher before you experiment so we can ensure you are safe. Harry nodded happily. He had impressed Dumbledore, which from what he had heard was no small feat. He tucked into the food the elves provided and eventually felt full enough that he could wait till breakfast, which was only a few hours away. As Dumbledore led Harry back to his common room, he said, "Now it is against school rules to be out after hours, but as your intent was justified, I will let you off with a small warning. If you are caught after hours again, you will receive detention. If you are in need of food during the night, simply ask aloud for it and the elves will deliver you a snack without needing to leave your common room. Now, any questions before I let you go back into the world of dreams?" "Yes, sir. How did you know where I was?" "Ah, well, as I said earlier, it is my duty to ensure my students are safe. As such, after curfew, the school informs me whenever a student, especially a first year, leaves their common room. I tell you this in an act of trust, so I will be most disappointed if you tell anyone this, but as the students grow older, their connection to the school loosens, but generally I am alerted whenever they leave. After I was alerted you left, it was a simple matter of getting here, then following you. I must say you have stealth magic down very well. Your disillusion charm may even have fooled a 6th or 7th year. However, and forgive me for being vain, but I am no 6th or 7th year, and as such I was not fooled. On top of that, you may want to think about the magic you leave behind. I could have followed you even without seeing you by the magical scent you left from the various charms you cast. charms that are normally taught after 5th year, so you have my respect for that. Seeing that Harry had no more questions, he touched the common room door and willed a small amount of magic into it. Once it recognized his as the headmaster, the door opened without asking a riddle or requiring a student inside to open it. He smiled, then walked away. He then paused and said, "Oh, also don't feel like you need to keep Fluffy a big secret. I find there is nothing like some good gossip to make friends. Good night, Harry." Harry managed to avoid any more unpleasant dreams after his nighttime wandering, and when he was woken by his roommates getting ready for breakfast, he felt well rested. He dressed in his study room and joined the other first years in the common room, where Penelope and the other male prefect led them down to the Great Hall. Once sat down, he made sure he was sat next to Penelope again, as he still had questions about Hogwarts. As they talked, Professor Flitwick passed along the timetables. He saw he had potions and transfiguration with the Hufflepuffs. He was quite pleased to have those two first, as he had been unable to practice potions at the Dursleys and was looking forward to brewing an actual potion. So when Penelope leaned over to look at his timetable and said, "Double potions first thing. Bad luck. Professor Snape hates everyone not in his own house. He's the one sat up there, next to Professor Quirrell." Harry wondered how bad Professor Snape could be if even a prefect like Penelope didn't like him. After breakfast was over, Harry followed his roommates back up to the dormitory to pick up the needed supplies. He realized the cauldron was difficult to carry due to its weight and size. He willed his magic to make the cauldron lighter and put his supplies inside of it. Then it was a simple matter of picking it up and going to the dungeons. Before he could leave the common room, one of his roommates stepped up to him and said, Harry, could you possibly do the same for my cauldron, please?" Harry looked down and saw that the boy could barely lift his cauldron off the ground, so willed his magic to make that cauldron lighter as well. As the magic left him, he felt his own cauldron get slightly heavier and recognized he was almost at his limit, and quickly left the common room before another student could ask for his help. The boy he had helped rushed after him, and when he caught up, said, "Thank you for helping. I'm a bit surprised that these cauldrons aren't made lighter anyway before you buy them. But that's wizards for you, I guess. I'm Justin Finch Fletchley, by the way." Harry slowed to allow the boy to walk with him, as it seemed nobody else was following him. "It's no problem. Just don't ask me to make anything else lighter, or I fear both our cauldrons will get heavier. I'm guessing you weren't raised in the wizarding world then." Justin smiled at being able to get him to talk, and they spent the next few minutes talking about the Muggle world. It was only once they reached the dungeons that Harry realized he didn't know where he was meant to be going. He turned to Justin and asked if he knew. "How would I know? I was following you as I thought you knew." Eventually they managed to find the correct door and walked in right as the man Penelope had identified as Professor Snape that morning started the register. He turned to them and snapped, "Names." "Justin Finch Fletchley, sir." "Harry Potter, sir." "Ah, Mr. Potter. Our newest celebrity," he drawled. "Too important to turn up to class on time, are you?" "No, sir. We got lost and—" Silence. "I don't know what special treatment you are used to, Mr. Potter, but you will get none from me. Sit down." He turned back to the register, then looked back up and said, "Oh, and that will be 20 points from Ravenclaw." Once he had finished the register, he got up and looked over everyone's equipment. When he got to Harry and Justin's cauldrons, he stopped and waved his wand over their cauldrons. "Did you use magic on these cauldrons, Mr. Potter?" "Yes, sir. They were heavy and we couldn't lift them." "Perhaps you should have gotten lighter cauldrons then." "These cauldrons are useless now, as your magic will soak into the potion and make us useless. I must say it is quite an achievement to have failed a potion before even arriving in the lesson. I may make a plague for you. Would you like that, Mr. Potter?" "No, sir. Sorry, sir. You may as well make the potion with the rest of the class. It will act as proof as to why you do not use magic on the cauldrons." When Snape moved away, Harry concentrated on his magic within the two cauldrons and drew his magic out of them. The table groaned under strain presented to it but held firm. Harry turned to Justin and whispered, "I've removed the magic from our cauldrons. Hopefully it won't affect the potion now." Justin turned out to be a good partner, and when Professor Snape told everyone to finish and bottle up their potions, Harry felt confident in the quality of their potion. Once handed in, Snape then called out, "Gather round. We will now see how poor Potter's potion ended up. If it was brewed correctly with no outside interference, then it would extinguish the match. However, as it had outside interference, it will instead catch fire." He waved his hand and summoned a large matchstick from thin air. Harry could feel magic responding to the professor's command and was reluctantly awed by such a casual display of power. Snape then gave the match a slight flick and the tip caught fire. He lowered it over the flask and once it entered the neck gave of a woof sound and the flame went out. The class started to applaud before silenced at a glare from Snape. He said, "Class dismissed. Potter stay behind." Harry nervously waited until the last student left where Snape waved his wand and the door slammed shut. "Was that your own work from your own cauldron, Potter, or did you cheat as I suspect? If you admit to cheating now I will be lenient. If you lie to me be sure I will find out and you will be punished heavily." "No sir, I didn't cheat. After you said my cauldron still had magic within I drew it out of the cauldron so that it couldn't contaminate the potion. You have such control over your magic you can move it to and from something as dense as a cauldron. I do not believe you. I admit being able to cast a lighting charm is impressive but not unheard of, a first year having better control over his magic than most seventh years. No, you have one more chance to say the truth, Potter." Harry started sweating. He didn't want to lose his house any more points and so said, "What if I show you, Professor?" Snape blinked at him, which Harry took to mean yes, and drew as much magic as he could and forced it into his cauldron back at his place across the classroom. His aim was to only make it lighter, but due to his overeagerness he overpowered it so that the cauldron started floating upwards. He then pulled his magic out of the cauldron, causing it to drop instantly and smash into the desk. Harry winced as he didn't think through what he was doing. Luckily Snape was too busy reassessing his image of the boy to properly notice the damage done to his tables. When Severus first saw the Potter boy he assumed he was just like James Potter. The boy gave of a similar air of confidence. It was a surprise to see him sorted into Ravenclaw, but when he turned up late for his lesson Severus assumed that the boy didn't care for lessons the same as his father. That was proven in his mind when he felt traces of magic in the cauldron. Then the boy went ahead and brewed a near-perfect potion. He doubted even he could have made something so good when he was 11. However, Severus remembered that in his first potions lesson Horace Slughorn had proclaimed that Lily had made a perfect potion too. Perhaps he was wrong to judge the boy on the actions of his father when he seemed to take after Lily. When Severus was 11 years old and being sorted, the Hat had seen the ambition and drive within Severus and sorted him into Slytherin, where he learned how to fine-tune his ambition and learn the subtle art of cunning. Severus saw an opportunity in the boy, a chance at undoing the damage he unintentionally inflicted upon Lily. At first he would wait and be patient, to ensure the boy was genuine. If he turned out more like Lily than James he would take him under his wing. He hated James, but here with Harry was everything he desired, something to remember Lily by, a way to fulfill his life debt to the Potter family and a way to get some small revenge against James. Severus felt that James had stolen Lily from him and now he had the chance to steal Harry. Looking down at Harry he saw a part of himself looking back. If he had any complaint with training the boy he lost it the moment he made eye contact. Knowing he would have the other first years anytime soon he said, "Potter, you may go." When the boy reached the door he changed his mind. "One moment, Mr. Potter." He summoned a piece of scrap parchment and wrote a quick note to Minerva. Held Potter back, "Excuse his lateness." Severus handed it to the boy. When he took it he told Harry, "If you could find a way to make a cauldron lighter without affecting the quality of the potion, come to me. Even if it's only an idea. People have been trying to make cauldrons lighter longer than even Professor Dumbledore has been doing potions. If you can get it to work, you would change everything. You may go." Harry managed to find the Transfiguration classroom on time by asking a ghost for direction. As she had the Ravenclaw emblem on her robes he felt safe asking her. When he got to the room he found Professor McGonagall taking register. He sat quietly and answered his name. She glanced up at him over the register then continued. She then instructed them on safety precautions and then how she wanted them to change a matchstick into a needle. Harry thought he had avoided another teacher being annoyed at him for being late when she said, "Mr. Potter, come up to my desk please." After making sure everyone else was concentrating on their matchsticks she asked, "Why were you late to my lesson, Potter?" "I was talking to Professor Snape, Professor. He gave me a note." He handed her the note which she quickly read before banishing it. "Very well. You may sit down and get on with the lesson." Once sat down he looked at his matchstick. It would be a walk in the park for him to turn it into a needle. He had done far more than that at the Dursleys. He then remembered how both Professors Dumbledore and Snape had been able to pick up on his use of magic and figured he may as well use the lesson to try and mask his magic. He concentrated on what he wanted to happen and planned how it would change from a wooden matchstick to a metal needle. He then wondered how he would mask his magic. He assumed a good way would be to use as little magic as possible. As such, he tried to push the barest amount of magic. The matchstick became a little more pointy at the end but didn't change fully to his disappointment. He then tried to pull his magic out of the matchstick and found he couldn't. Surprised, he concentrated on turning his magic sight back on. Immediately a flood of color filled his vision. He focused on just the matchstick and forced the other colors away. The matchstick glowed a pale red. Looking around, he saw every matchstick was the same red. Looking at McGonagall, she glowed the same red, so he assumed she must have summoned the matchsticks. When a student had some success changing their matchstick, their own magical color coded the red. Looking at his own matchstick, despite the fact he had changed it, he couldn't see his own green. Excited, he tried to change it again with a little more power this time. A tendril of green left his wand and embraced the matchstick before soaking into it. Now there was a faint coating of green over the red, but it was almost invisible so that the red still shone through. If anyone were to glance at it, they might just assume it was a weird shade of red. In the real world, Harry's matchstick was now a metal needle. Unaware of his surrounds due to being lost in thought, he missed McGonagall's look of shock at how he had managed to change it despite using less magic than anyone else in the room. As someone who has spent so much time around magic and people casting magic, sensing ambient and active magic was basically an unwritten requirement to teaching. If she didn't know better, she would say that the magic Harry had just cast would put him just over that of a squib, yet he had completely changed the matchstick to a perfect needle. It even looked sharp enough to go through leather. Hermione Granger was the only one to equal the feat of having a perfect needle, but she had forgotten to make the tip sharp enough to actually function. When McGonagall had watched the girl change her own matchstick, she had been amazed at the level of control the girl had displayed. Normally, first years started by just throwing their magic at a problem until it just worked. It was later in their schooling that they learned true control. Even some adult wizards used that brute force approach to magic. Despite Hermione's own achievement, Harry put Hermione to shame with his control that could have rivaled Minerva's own level of control. She started to suspect why Severus had held Harry back if he had shown the same level of skill in his own lesson. Making a mental note to bring up Potter in the staff meeting after dinner, she awarded him 15 house points and went back to helping the rest of the class. She watched him as he reverted the needle back into a perfect matchstick and then back into a needle. Each and every time was perfectly formed, but he was using less magic until she couldn't even tell he was using magic. It was like he just looked at the matchstick and it bent to his will of its own accord. She was quite awed, as she doubted she could have ever attempted that feat when she was in school. She wondered just how strong the boy was currently and what he could do after he finished his schooling. She dismissed the class, and once everyone had left, she locked her door and summoned her bottle of scotch she kept hidden under her desk. She considered getting a glass but then just drank it from the bottle. She had a lot to think about and had a whole free period to mull over the mystery that is Harry James Potter. After Harry had finished lunch, he entered the library as he had the rest of the day free and he wanted to research more advanced magic. He recognized Hermione sat in the corner. Deciding he could do with the company, he sat down. When she failed to look up, he coughed and said, "Hermione." She jumped in shock, then looked up at him and smiled. "Hello, Harry. I didn't expect to see you here. I came to research some more magic. Also, I am a Ravenclaw. I should be the one asking what you are doing here," he said with a grin, enjoying being able to spend time with someone who could talk to him normally without being affected by his unwanted fame. "I'm doing my homework," she replied, indicating the roll of parchment and open book of potions. "You guys got homework?" "We didn't." Professor Snape asked Ron Weasley questions at the beginning of class, and when he couldn't answer, he gave it to us as homework. Harry glanced at her work and said, "While aconite is used for some poisons, its most common usage is actually in the wolfsbane potion. In medieval times, aconite was combined with meat to kill wild wolves, which is why another name for aconite is wolfsbane, which the potion is named after. It is suspected the wolfsbane potion uses aconite to either kill or defeat the inner wolf of a werewolf, leaving the human mind in control of the body." Hermione looked at him agape. How did you know that? I knew wolfsbane and monkshood were another name for aconite, but I didn't even know about the wolfsbane potion. How did you know that? Potions was one of the few arts of magic I couldn't practice at the Dursleys, so I read up on it as much as I could. I was interested in the fact that in the Muggle world aconite had practical uses in medicine while it was used in poisons in the magical world, so I looked up ways that aconite was used to benefit and stumbled across the wolfsbane potion. What about adding powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? That depends on the other ingredients. Mixing the two together by themselves would result in a dough-like mixture that is incredibly deadly. It was often mixed with regular dough and baked into bread. It was impossible to detect once baked, but once consumed the victim would die within an hour. This assassination method was quickly phased out, however, for a bezoar could absorb the poison. This was why goats were so popular during this time period, as a bezoar can cure most poisons. When you combine the two with Dittany, the poisonous values of the two and healing values of Dittany cancel each other out, resulting in the potion draft of living death, which leaves the drinker appearing dead until the potion wears off, where they will reawaken perfectly fine. Often used in medical procedures as the heartbeat drops to 1 beat a minute when spells like the stasis charm would be ineffective, the draft of living death is one of the few poisons unaffected by a bezoar, as for it to work the poison needs to be circulating the body. Harry noted that as he was talking, Hermione was frantically writing down all he was saying. Feeling more self-conscious, he continued. The final major use of the two is when unicorn blood. Unicorns are seen as creatures of life, while the other two are ingredients of death. Which is why the two previous uses are death and near death. With unicorn blood, it makes a potion commonly called Apollo's Blessing. It is one of the strongest health potions known, and if consumed by a vampire of similar undead magical creature, it will make them fully mortal. However, the unicorn blood must be freely given. If it is taken unwillingly, then rather than reverse the effects of wormwood, which is the part that is deadly, the unicorn blood will enhance the properties. A true potion of Apollo's Blessing is purest white with gold streaks. The corrupted version is pitch black with silver streaks and will kill anyone the moment the potion is digested. Luckily, the potion is distinct in both cases and impossible to mask. However, due to how fast-acting it is, a bezoar has no effect, as in almost every case the victim is dead before a bezoar can even be thought of. Unknown to the pair, Severus Snape was lurking in the restricted section behind them, invisible. He overheard Harry explaining the subtle arts of potions. He now knew if the boy was still so well-mannered, next year he would start tutoring him. Severus had 7 years to watch the boy. There was no rush, and he wanted to have all the facts before he started anything drastic. Harry awoke early the next day and wanted to practice his own magic before breakfast. He dressed quietly and wandered down the empty corridor. Once he had gotten far enough away from the common room, he opened the first door he found and poked his head inside. It was clearly an abandoned classroom with desks lining the far wall and a small layer of dust settling on everything. He quickly looked at the state of the door and walls and felt they were suitably strong and stepped inside and shut the door behind him. With the desks out of the way, he had more than enough space to practice. Eventually, he would try and get a spare cauldron so that he could brew his own potions without requiring his school cauldron. As Harry planned what to do, he wandered the room, kicking up dust behind him. He then sneezed and blew up even more dust and realized his first step would have to be to remove the dust. Deciding to experiment, he willed his magic out of him and into the air particles around him. He felt the magic seeping out of him and felt incredibly weak despite only having woken up a few minutes ago. However, his effort was not in vain, as the air around him glittered and seemed to shine. Glad of his success, he willed the air to swirl around the room. The air started to move, slowly at first but gradually picking up momentum until there was a small tornado swirling around Harry. The dust that had laid dormant for perhaps decades began being pulled towards the tornado as it gained in power. Eventually, the tornado was clearly visible even without the magical shine from the power and speed of the air Harry controlled. Realizing he needed to actually remove the dust, not just move it, Harry willed the air to slip off from the circular route around the room and directed it to one of the large windows behind the desks. The dust tornado slowly unraveled as a stream of air and dust flew towards the window. Due to the joy of this new discovery, Harry forgot to actually open the window. As the air was moving at a considerable speed and had such a dense amount of dust within it, when it slammed into the glass, it sheared straight through, and as the stream of air increased, the hole expanded. By the time all the dust had gone, the window had a hole big enough for Harry to crawl through. Embarrassed at his lack of forethought, he hastily repaired the window with a swish of his wand and a muttered, "Reparo." Looking around the now clean room, however, Harry couldn't help but be happy at the result and with glee realized he now had an area he could practice magic as much as he liked without anyone coming in and complaining about how noisy he was or any damage he accidentally caused. With that, he began to practice for what was left of his morning. The only lesson Harry had that day was charms taught by Professor Flitwick. This was one of the few lessons shared with the Gryffindors. Choosing a seat near the front next to Hermione, Harry waited for the rest of the class to turn up. Once they did, Flitwick called out the register, and once he had finished, he stood before the class. Charms is one of the most varied magic you will learn here at Hogwarts. Sometimes a charm will seem to be a curse or a transfiguration. As such, for today's lesson, you will be learning the difference between the branches of magic. He swished his wand and at a bookcase, and a book flew towards him. Now, that was a charm. For now, all you need to know is that a charm is a predictable, reliable cause and effect. In this case, the summoning charm directed at that book. I can cast that charm as many times as I like, and the effect will always be that the object I am summoning will be pulled towards me. He then waved his wand up, and the book turned into a pig. That was a transfiguration. To transfigure something is unpredictable but reliable action or inaction. For example, I just transfigured the book into the pig. But should I ask Professor McGonagall to do the same, she too would end up with a pig. Does anyone know why I called it unpredictable if two or more people can end up with the same result? Seeing that nobody else had an answer, not even Hermione, who looked confused, Harry shyly raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Potter. Well, while the result of the transfiguration would be the same for how the book goes from a static object to a living creature, it would be unique to every witch and wizard. I would suspect that in this case the two pigs would also have differences, while a charm to turn a book into a pig would mean that each pig would be identical. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Mr. Potter. Yes, as he so rightly said, how a witch or wizard does transfiguration at the very base layer, it is unique to said witch or wizard. Transfiguration is considered one of the hardest subjects for that very reason, which is why I am glad I chose to teach charms instead. As the class chuckled at that, as Flitwick then turned to the pig and jabbed his wand straight at it, a bolt of red light flew from his wand and struck the pig, which keeled over onto its side asleep. Now finally, that was a curse. In later years you will learn there are many subcategories of curses, but the majority of curses are predictable but unreliable. In this case I cast a stunning curse, and if I were to get another professor to case the curse, it would act the same. The unreliability comes from what you would be trying to curse. For example, my stunner on the pig knocked it unconscious. If I were to cast a stunner at Professor Dumbledore, he would most likely barely feel it. Can anyone tell me why? Yes, Mr. Potter. Is it to do with the magical power of who or what you are attacking? So obviously a pig has little to no magic. That pig may even have been more resistant than a normal pig, as it is innately magical due to being transfigured. However, Professor Dumbledore is meant to be the strongest wizard in Britain, and so quite a bit more powerful than a pig. The curse is predictable because so long as it was cast properly, it would have the intent to knock somebody unconscious, however unreliable because it would act differently to different targets. I also suspect even a curse a witch or wizard made up during a battle would still be technically predictable, as although it would be new to their opponent and as such unreliable, the caster could cast the curse again with the same affect. Exactly. Take 10 points to Ravenclaw for the answer and another 5 for a sound hypothesis. As Mr. Potter alluded to, most theorists agree that magic is made up of 3 factors. Can anyone name them? Miss Granger. Harry raised his hand, but this time so did Hermione. She knew little about the theoretical side of magic, for first-year books didn't go into detail, for each teacher often taught magical theory differently. However, she had an extremely accurate memory and remembered Harry had told her the answer to this question on the train. Magic requires 3 major factors: imagination, planning, and power. You first have to imagine what you want to achieve. For example, send the pig to sleep. Then you have to plan every detail on how to achieve this. Then finally you need enough magical power to make them do what you want. She looked at Harry, expecting him to be upset for using his own theory, but he smiled and nodded at her. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor for quite advanced magical theory. I would change your response, Miss Granger, to magic requires intent, focus, and force for the official names. As Miss Granger explained, you have to intend on what you want to happen. Focus on how you want that to happen, then finally force your magic into doing what you want. Accidental magic happens when at least one of the three are absent. Here at Hogwarts you will learn how to focus you magic. Intent and force of magic is up to the user. You will find that the three complement each other. Say you struggle with force. By spending more on focusing or intending you magic you will need to force it less. Likewise, if you struggle with the focus you could increase intent and force. Few magicals ever learn to master all three, Professor Dumbledore being such an individual. The rest of the lesson was Professor Flitwick doing a charm, transfiguration or curse and making the class vote on which it was. It became obvious to all that Harry got every single time. A notable one was when Flitwick had waved his wand at the pig and turned its skin bright blue. Almost all of the class voted curse except for Harry, Hermione and Ron Weasley, who had started to just vote for whatever Harry voted for. "Why is it a transfiguration instead of a curse, Mr. Potter?" Flitwick had asked, eyes twinkling. "Well, to start with, I ruled out it being a charm as it is affecting a living creature and charms only work on inanimate objects. I also ruled out it being a curse, for every single curse you have shown previously had magic leave your wand and strike your target. Here you controlled the magic of the creature against it. Another reason I ruled out a curse was so far every curse wand movement has ended in a jabbing motion, while this was just a wave of your wand. Like every transfiguration, for argument's sake, that also rules out a charm as they have ended up in a swish of the wand." What Harry kept quiet about was the third reason. He had done that very transfiguration that morning in his new training room and knew what it felt like. "Very good, Mr. Potter. Yes, it was indeed a transfiguration. 5 points to everyone who got it correct. Another 10 to Mr. Potter for a correct answer. I wonder, Mr. Potter, what would happen if I had attempted that transfiguration on another wizard? The wizard would have to fight off or overpower the magic. They might also be able to hijack the transfiguration to their own need. For example, rather than turning their skin blue, they could hijack it and turn it orange. Take another 10 points. It is with cases like this where the line between the three major magic types blurs. The main difference for this is how it was cast. In a duel, I could transfigure my opponent's robes into lead while sending a burdening curse at them. They could fight off the transfiguration but would most likely be hit by the curse. Or deflect the curse but let the transfiguration take effect. For this reason, professional duelers and aurors keep a constant magical aura that prevents that sort of tactic. The more powerful the witch or wizard, the stronger or larger the aura. During a duel, I prefer a large but weak aura. A witch or wizard cannot transfigure anything inside that aura, however, they could overpower that aura. By keeping my aura weak, I raise the chances of it being overpowered but prevent the chance that any transfiguration would take place near me. It also allows me to lose less magic in maintaining the aura, meaning I can concentrate more on my opponent. An aura would most likely have a small but strong aura, as they would need the stronger protection at the cost of allowing transfiguration near them. Eventually the bell rang, and as people packed up, Flitwick called out, "For homework you are to write an essay that is at least 6 foot long, on the key differences between charms, transfiguration and curses, with examples. Mr. Potter, could you stay behind for a quick word?" "Professor?" Harry asked once everyone had gone. "Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Indeed, I was extremely impressed with your answers. I have never had a first-year answer as accurately as yourself. Now, Severus, our Professor Snape to you, told me you were already casting lightweight charms on your cauldron. He said he was pleasantly surprised by the level of aptitude you had displayed in magic and given your answers in lesson. I am inclined to believe him. Professor Dumbledore also mentioned to me after the opening feast that when he went to visit you had displayed a level of magic beyond that of a first year. I was wondering if you would mind showing me just what you are capable of so that I and the other teachers can properly test you. This will remain strictly confidential, you understand. Nobody needs to know if you don't want them to." Harry nodded and held out his hand to the pig that Flitwick had used throughout the lesson. He forced his magic onto it and forced Professor Flitwick's magic off. Normally, even someone with an above-average level of knowledge and power would not be able to overpower a teacher's magic. However, Flitwick often used the least power needed from his experience dueling, where wasting magic could result in a loss. As well as being low-powered, the transfiguration had happened an hour ago and had already fought off numerous low-powered curses, so when Harry's magic surged on top of it and fought for control, Flitwick's magic gave in fairly quickly. Once in control, Harry then changed the pig into a life-size marble statue of Flitwick. When Harry had given Dumbledore the mithril statue of his head, Harry felt the detail was inadequate for such a creation, so spent a long time after learning how to make statues higher detailed. It paid off now as Flitwick looked at the statue, which was a mirror image to himself. The fact it was made from marble, made from a pig which was originally a book and was forced out of his own magical control, stunned the man. Apart from the level of detail within the statue, he theorized he could replicate the feat, but it would have taken time. Harry had done the whole process in under 5 minutes. The fact the boy was still standing and, apart from sweating heavily, looked perfectly fine also stunned Flitwick. He cast a diagnostic spell on the statue and realized that there was enough magic within the statue that it would last about a week before needing to be replenished. While that may sound like a short amount of time for the level of detail, density, and being made of marble, which was a hard substance to use due to its resistance to magic, a week was an exceptionally long time for it to stand. Flitwick rapped his knuckles on the statue and heard the sound reverberate inside, revealing that the statue was hollow. Flitwick turned to Harry and said, "I am extremely impressed, Mr. Potter. For exceptional use of magic, take 50 points to Ravenclaw. I see now that I may have underestimated your power level. Clearly you are more powerful than your peers. Would you like me to look into moving you up a year? Or perhaps 2? If it's okay, Professor. I would like to stay in my current year. I taught myself a lot of what I know, and I fear if I jumped years I would miss something. Likewise, I normally focused on what I could do. I only recently started wondering how I do it, so the theory side of magic is quite fascinating to me, which I would miss by skipping a year." "Oh, that's fine with me. Just let me know if you do find your classes too basic, as I will arrange additional work either during or after lessons should you require more. For instance, this statue alone proves you are far beyond turning a matchstick into a needle. I think I would quite like that additional work later in the year, Professor, and I've been trying to get greater control of my magic. For example, in yesterday's lesson I was seeing how little magic it would take to change a match into a needle." Of course. Minerva mentioned she was surprised at how little magic you had used compared to your peers. "Well, you have given me a lot to think on, Mr. Potter. You may leave. Oh, may I keep the statue? For experimentation purposes only, of course." "Feel free," Harry said before leaving. Alone in his classroom, Phileas waved his wand over the statue in complicated patterns. He made his magic settle over Harry's so that his was identical, and then forced Harry's magic out. As the statue was originally his transfiguration, Harry's magic gave way easily and Phileas replaced it. He also raised it up a foot and added a plinth underneath. He then cut a neat line along the back of the statue and enchanted it to act as a door. For a long time now he had wanted something just like this, but had never gotten round to it. Now that he had exactly what he was looking for, he gleefully brought it back to his office. "So I recently realized that Justin Finch Fletchley is actually a Hufflepuff rather than Ravenclaw. I think, as I remember, Justin wearing blue in the Chamber of Secrets movie, and he said he was down for Eton, which upon a quick Google reveals is one of the most prestigious schools in the world. So I just fell into Ravenclaw smart, Hufflepuff dumb. While Justin could be either, as he would have to have worked hard to get considered. Despite that, Justin will remain a Ravenclaw as this. Consider it the first non-Harry related change. On another change, you will most likely notice that the way I describe the magic differs to canon. This is fairly deliberate, as I feel like the magic of Harry Potter is lacking. Like, you have this world where you can wave your wand and do whatever you want, yet in canon there are like 5 commonly useful spells, then a bunch of other spells that are fairly pointless. That is one of the reasons, For the Love of Magic is one of my favorite fanfictions, as the entire fanfic is expanding on magic. Also, in case it wasn't entirely clear, Harry was able to transfigure the statue for a few reasons. 1. He has been doing mostly transfiguration magic since he discovered magic. 2. He has been practicing how to make lifelike statues since Dumbledore visited, so he had practiced magic statues easily. 3. Harry didn't realize marble is considered hard to summon, will be expanded upon properly in a chapter, and finally he has a higher magical store than an average first year. He is not more powerful than Flitwick, but caught Flitwick by surprise. Flitwick thinks he wouldn't be able to copy it because he just doesn't have the level of detail needed to make it. He could transfigure something into the size of the statue made of marble, but it wouldn't look like him. He has the power, just not the eye for detail. It had become commonplace to find Harry and Hermione together in the library. If one could see through disillusionment charms, they would have also noticed Severus Snape often lurking nearby as well. He had taken to listening to the Potter boy. Occasionally the child would say something that was wrong, and Severus took pleasure in knowing that his nemesis son wasn't all-knowing. Today was one such day for Severus. Does intent have anything to do with how a potion turns out, Harry? Because you always say without intent spells do not work, so do you have to know what you want your potion to do? I would say no. From what I can tell, potions are like charms in that they are reliable and predictable. If you mess up the incantation or wand movement in charms, the charm comes out unpredictable, and it looks to be the same with potions. Just instead of an incantation and wand movement, it's ingredients and instructions. For instance, if I make a health potion but intend for the potion to cause harm, it would still heal the drinker so long as it was brewed correctly. So when Harry sat down in potions the next day and saw on the board the intent of the brewer and effect upon the potion, he assumed Hermione must have asked Snape in her lesson, which was the day before. He gave Professor Snape the same answer he gave Hermione and was shocked when Snape said, "Incorrect, Potter. The intent of the brewer has everything to do with the potion. You will find any potion we brew in these first few years do not rely on intent, as you and your peers do not possess enough control to not let your insufferable emotions take over during brewing. Say you were to brew a calming solution but were feeling angry. Rather than calm the drinker, it may very well enrage them. You will find this true in charms, herbology, and eventually transfiguration, if you ever get to transfiguration of objects into animals. The intent of the brewer, if one of the reasons potions are always in such a strong demand despite the large number of potioneers. St. Mungos have to ensure each and every potion they receive have been brewed to a professional standard and that the intent of the brewer was in line with the potion effect. There was a particularly nasty case a few years past where they failed to properly check the intent, and rather than soothe a patient, they had an irrational fear and died of shock. The reason was the brewer was fearful since she had fallen behind in potion deliveries. Professor Snape had spent the lesson discussing the intent of potions and then had them prepare the ingredients so that they could start their potions immediately in the next lesson. By now the other Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs had gotten used to Harry and Snape's verbal disputes during lessons and realized that so long as Snape focused on Harry, he gave out extremely helpful tips. When Hufflepuff Ernie Macmillan overheard Ron Weasley loudly complain about Professor Snape not teaching them anything, he snapped at the boy and said, "If you paid attention in class you would learn. Professor Snape is a very good teacher. I wouldn't have a clue on how to brew a potion if it weren't for Professor Snape, and Harry too, I guess." Unfortunately for Ron, his brother Percy had overheard this, and upon hearing how Ron was failing in potions had marched him into the library and politely asked Harry if he could help his brother. Despite Ron's reluctance to learn, he found he enjoyed it when Harry was his teacher, as he was too fearful of his power to be rude, yet Harry was only ever polite to him and helped him understand what he was doing wrong in Transfiguration. Ron felt he even understood some of how to prepare a potion now rather than just throw everything into the cauldron and hope for the best. Snape had even commented on his work. "Better than your usual rubbish, Weasley. I'm impressed. I didn't think that possible. I suspect if you were to hand this into an exam you may achieve a high T." Ron was sat at Harry's table as he worked on his history of magic homework that was due for later that day. History was one of the few subjects Harry was terrible at, as the boy invariably ended up making his book fly around his desk from boredom. Once when Ron asked if he could learn to do that in one of his study sessions, Harry had cast a hovering charm on Ron's book and then directed Ron on laying his magic on top of the book and applying slight forces upon it to move it. After a few lessons practice, Ron could move his book fairly confidently. It annoyed him he couldn't make the book float without Harry's charm, but he was happy enough racing Harry's book around a race track they had drawn. He couldn't get his book to go as fast as Harry, so Ron found he could go round the corners better than Harry could, so normally tried to get in front of Harry in a tight corner and then stop Harry from getting around him. Due to the informal rules, Harry couldn't raise or lower his book, so had to try and outmaneuver Ron or get a large enough lead early on to stop Ron blocking him. Ron shook his head and looked back down at his homework. He could have owled Bill but wanted to do this by himself without relying on his brothers. Ron knew that he could have asked Hermione for help too, but was too jealous of the girl to ask. He could forgive Harry for being better than him, as he had grown up hearing the legends of the boy who lived and Harry hadn't kept it a secret that he had been using magic since he was 5. Hermione, however, was just an ordinary Muggleborn and hadn't even known about magic a few months ago, yet performed just under Harry in almost every class. Sometimes even outperforming him in subjects like history of magic or astronomy. Aside from her magical brilliance, there was another reason Ron was jealous. She was Harry's best friend and Harry went to her with his theories before Ron. Of course, Ron barely understood Harry's theories, but the point still stood. Ron thought he should be Harry's best friend. Hermione was a girl after all, and Ron's experience with girls so far in his life was to avoid them as much as possible. He suspected that once they finished Hogwarts, Harry would take on Hermione as his official apprentice, as even at the age of 11 Ron felt Harry was challenging the professors in magical knowledge. He had even heard in the Gryffindor common room that Harry had sometimes been seen talking to Dumbledore as if he was an equal. If Ron was honest with himself, he wanted to be treated like an equal by Dumbledore, but realized he would probably never be magically strong enough to warrant that attention from the great Albus Dumbledore. Finally finishing his homework, Ron leaned back in his chair and let out a sigh of relief. He withdrew his wand and poked it at the parchment. With a little push of magic, it rolled itself up. That was one of the first things Harry had taught him. It was basically useless, but it had proved to Ron that he could do magic once he practiced it enough. He spent the rest of the time moving his book around the table. After a while, Harry's book joined in and they started to race. Hermione looked on disapprovingly as she continued her homework. Harry managed to get in front of him, and Ron knew that he would need something new to beat Harry. As he entered a corner, he forced his book up and over Harry's. Ron raced his book away, and Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise before making his own book faster to catch up with Ron. The next morning, when Ron came down from his dorm room, he was thrilled to see a poster displaying the upcoming date for broom practice. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, he made a beeline for the Ravenclaw table where Harry and his friend Justin were discussing magical philosophy. "You guys are such nerds," Ron complained as he sat down opposite them. "Did you guys see the broom practice notice? Brilliant, isn't it?" "Oh yes. Never been all that fond of heights myself. Still imagine flying on a broom. Jolly good fun, I would imagine," Justin replied excitedly. Ron glanced at him, slightly annoyed as Ron was aiming his comment to Harry, but quickly reminded himself that it was an unspoken rule with Harry's friends that if they insult each other, Harry would leave them without a second thought. That rule had started when Ron had first started joining the group, and Harry had left without a word when Ron was sarcastic to Hermione. Since then he had been on his best behavior, as while he was friendly with his roommates, they rarely spent much time together outside the common room. Ron treasured being friends with Harry more than he would like to admit, as the other students laughed at his jokes and comments, but neither accepted and interacted with him like Harry had done. As such, Ron kept reminding himself to accept Harry's friends, so rather than insult Justin, Ron nodded eagerly and turned to Harry saying, "I've done some flying myself at home, nothing like it. I haven't thought of flying much, to be honest. I guess it would be cool," Harry offered. Truthfully, he had spared a thought to flying when he had seen the broomstick in Diagon Alley, but not so much the actual feeling of flying, but the charms or enchantments that powered the broom. The day Ron had been waiting for all week had finally arrived. He and Harry had been practicing their book racing, and Ron could now beat Harry most of the time, as both could now move their books in all 6 directions. Ron only lost when Harry poured his magic into his book, as it could get up to speed that Ron couldn't even hope to match. Once during a particularly enthusiastic race, Harry had gone too fast into a corner and his book had gone flying over the classroom and through Professor Binns. The ghost had not even noticed, and Harry had sheepishly snuck behind the professor to reclaim his book. Upon returning to his desk, he saw a smug Ron move his book across the finishing line. Ron was interrupted from his musings by Malfoy coming over to his table and stealing a glass orb from one of his roommates, Neville Longbottom. Ron had barely seen Malfoy since the train, as Draco seemed scared of Harry and rarely came near Harry or his friends. Ron recognized the glass orb as a Remembrall, which made sense as Neville always seemed to be forgetting something. He had once forgotten his wand, and Snape had taken great delight in taking 10 points from Gryffindor for it, despite Ron's complaint that in the beginning of the year, Snape had clearly told the class, "There shall be no wand waving in this class." Seeing that Neville wasn't going to defend himself, Ron stood up and said, "Shove off, Malfoy. You are not welcome in Gryffindor. And you are not welcome in Hogwarts. You and your family are nothing but filthy blood traitors, no better than the Mudbloods." Malfoy seemed to notice that everyone had gone silent, but they weren't looking at him but the person behind him. Do you want to say that again, Malfoy? Ron had never seen Harry angry before. He always had a tight control over his emotions. Now, however, everyone could see that Harry was enraged. Malfoy turned, and as soon as he saw Harry, he backed away, or tried to, as he was next to the table, and when he stepped backwards, he tripped and fell over, scattering food and plates as he went. He stood quickly and smoothed his robes and said, "This is between me, Longbottom, and Weasley. Potter, there is no need for you to get involved. Ron is my friend, and even if he wasn't, you are a bully. If there is one thing I cannot stand, it is bullies." Malfoy raised his wand at Harry only for it to fly out of his hand into Harry's. What shocked Ron was that Harry had not uttered a spell and his wand was visibly still inside his pocket. Harry held Malfoy's wand by each end and gave it a slight bend. Malfoy paled but said nothing. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't," Harry said, glaring at Malfoy as he slowly bent his wand. "My father will make you pay," Malfoy yelled in panic. "I don't even know who your father is, why should I care about him? I'll leave Longbottom and Weasley alone. Just give me back my wand," Malfoy begged as his wand looked to be on the verge of snapping. "Say please." Harry had stopped bending the wand but had kept it stressed. "What?" Malfoy asked, confused. "Say please or you lose your wand." "Please," Malfoy said desperately. "Pathetic. You think you are so strong, but like most bullies you give in at the slightest resistance," Harry said as he threw Malfoy's wand over his shoulder towards the Slytherin table. As Malfoy ran to pick up his wand, Harry left the Great Hall, followed by Hermione, Ron, and surprisingly Neville. Albus watched all this from the staff table. He was about to intervene when Harry gave back the Malfoy heir's wand. Albus used the incident to see how Harry would act. He wished the best for the boy, but his background was too similar to poor Tom's to trust in fate. However, Tom would never have acted to stop a bully. Albus just needed to teach Harry to not go to such extremes, as that was something he knew Tom had done to inspire fear within his followers when he was at school. Many accomplished wizards learn to not rely upon their wands, but for the average person they would go to great lengths to protect their wands. Albus suspected Tom had started his pursuit of wandless magic shortly after he started using people's wands against them. During the last war, one of his order members had managed to hit Tom with a disarming jinx. Tom had replied by jabbing his hand at the man, and the killing curse had cut down another of Albus' order. Albus thought about that battle often. The killing curse was meant to be impossible to cast without a wand, and it had come out too fast. The killing curse was regarded as one of the slowest spells. The more power fed into a spell, the slower it became. Tom regularly ignored this fact as his killing curses came fast and unstoppable. This often made Albus wonder just what Tom had done to ensure he could cast such powerful spells so quickly. Harry stepped up to his broomstick, his anger at Malfoy simmering just under the surface. His friends had wisely not spoken to him on the walk over. It had taken all his self-control to not break Malfoy's wand. Glancing down at the broom on the ground beside him, he tried to work out what made it work. He turned on his magic sight. "I really need to name this magical sight I have. It feels awkward calling it magic sight even in my own head. Maybe mage sight," Harry thought. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry had been testing his mage sight so that he could control how quickly it took effect, and recently how much of his mage sight took over his regular sight. By now he had enough control to focus on the broom and the ground around it, but blocking out the giant sun of magic that was Hogwarts. The broom started glowing with an orange coppery color. Looking at some of the other brooms, they all looked a similar color. Some of the more recent brooms were more yellow but looked similar. Harry wondered if that was the color of broom magic, or the brooms were made by people with similar magic. Eventually everybody had turned up and Madame Hooch began her lecture on flying. When everyone started shouting, "Up!" Harry watched a tendril of magic leave the student and latch onto the broom. From that, Harry concluded the word wasn't some activation trigger on the broom, but an easy way from the students to call forth their intent. For the students whose magic didn't react were the ones most vocal about their reluctance to fly, Harry simply imagined his broom moving from the ground into his open hand, forcing some magic into the intent, and his broom jumped from the ground into his hand. Only Neville seemed to notice that Harry had called his broom wordlessly and without holding his hand above the broom. When they were told to mount their brooms, Harry started getting nervous. He wasn't too fond of heights. Once when they were younger he and Dudley had a school trip to visit some cliffs. When the teachers hadn't been looking Dudley had pushed Harry towards one of the cliffs and Harry had almost fallen off. Since then Harry tried to avoid high places as much as possible. And now I'm being told to fly into the air. On a small wooden stick. A wooden stick with decaying enchantments. Maybe I should sit this one out, although I guess Madam Hooch will be watching. When Neville shot up before Madam Hooch finished counting down she yelled at him to get down. Harry thought that was quite silly as she had just been about to tell them to fly up, so what if Neville misjudged when to kick off from the ground? That was until Neville's broom started bucking underneath him. Harry instinctively reached out with his magic and pushed some of his magic into Neville's broom in an effort to try and stabilize it. The magic tried to resist him but Harry forced through, cutting out the old enchantments, the same enchantments that allowed the broom to rise. Neville dropped towards the ground, his broom uselessly clutched in his fingers. Harry pushed his hand forward, imbuing his magic within the broom with the intent to rise. It was nothing like the broom enchantment but it should hopefully help Neville. There wasn't enough magic in the broom to cut out Neville's downward momentum but it did slow him so that when he hit the ground it left only a bruise compared to broken bones. Madam Hooch scolded the boy but as he was unhurt he got told to sit at the edge of the grounds. The rest of the lesson was spent learning to fly. Harry did not particularly enjoy the experience and found he lacked the strength needed to properly control his broom and was fearful of controlling his broom with magic in case he broke the enchantments like he had done to Neville. If Harry had spent his childhood doing all the chores for the Dursleys Harry may have ended up with the required strength to control his broom. However Vernon and Petunia agreed that they preferred Petunia doing most of the housework and Harry stayed within his cupboard. Not seeing the freak was far better than saving some work. Unseen by anybody Draco saw something shiny near where Longbottom had fallen. He scooped down and picked up the Remembrall from that morning. He considered gloating about it but as Madam Hooch was nearby he didn't want to risk it. Although he didn't like to admit it to himself he was also fearful of what Potter may do to him. He had seen the fury within his eyes and had never been as scared as when his wand was being tortured by Potter. As such he pocketed the ball and planned how to get revenge on both Potter and Weasley. He knew he could never take on Potter magically and Malfoy was not one to throw the first spell. Luckily for him, his father had been teaching him about subtlety and cunning. He would teach Potter and Weasley why you don't mess with a Malfoy while remaining free from retaliation. Harry, how are you so good at magic? Because I have never seen you practice, yet you always seem to know more about magic every day. Well, I am in a school, you know. Learning is part of the process. Ow, that hurts. Fine. Put your hand down, Hermione. I normally practice my magic before breakfast every morning, basically just going over spells I haven't yet mastered or anything that looks interesting. Tell you what, meet me outside your common room an hour before breakfast starts and I'll show you. That was how the following morning Hermione found herself waiting outside the Gryffindor portrait, waiting for Harry to show up. She had been meaning to talk to him about his seemingly prodigious skill for a while, but had never gotten around to actually asking about it until the night before. As normal, Ron had left them early to who knows where, while Neville, who had started staying with the group after the flying lesson earlier that morning, had a detention with Professor Snape. That left the library unusually quiet, from which Hermione had managed to pull forth the courage that had gotten her placed in Gryffindor and asked about his skill. Now that morning had come she found herself impatiently waiting for Harry to turn up, when a voice spoke up from right beside her. Ready to go. Screaming, Hermione jumped away, turning to see a grinning Harry beside her. How did you do that? She demanded. She was at a corner and could see down both corridors. There was no way Harry should have been able to sneak up on her unnoticed. I was practicing a new spell I read about. It's called a Notice Me Not and funnily enough it does what it says on the tin. He replied cheekily. Why would you want a spell like that though? She asked, confused as to why Harry would be interested in such a spell. For when you don't want to be noticed, I would imagine. Prat. She said, reaching up to smack his arm as Harry led her away. Although unconfirmed, it was a generally accepted theory that children that grew up around magic grew up healthier than those that grew up away from magic. This was one of the facts that purebloods used to show how superior they were, which was also why you rarely saw overweight witches or wizards. The magic within their bodies improved basic functions, such as metabolism and digestion, reducing the need for physical health. For Harry, who had basically grown up channeling magic throughout his body on a daily basis, he had an above average height, tall enough that Hermione did have to reach up in order to get a good hit on his arm. Even then, he was considerably smaller than Ron, who was one of the tallest in the year. Harry led Hermione through the castle, through many secret passages she didn't even know were there. When she asked Harry how he knew about them, he said, Penelope showed me some of the passages, and most of the time the magic covering the passages is different to the magic within Hogwarts walls, which makes it easy for me to see them. Wait, you can see magic? She asked, amazed. In reply, he only winked and led her deeper into the castle, down corridors Hermione had never even seen. Eventually, she noticed there were layers of dust underfoot, yet Harry left no footprints in the dust. She pointed it out and looked behind her to see the footprints she had left, making it look like she had traveled alone. Grinning, Harry told her to stay still and waved his wand at the corridor, immediately causing the dust coating the corridor to rise off the ground only to immediately settle again. Hermione was about to ask why he did that when she realized her footprints had disappeared under the new layer of dust. Harry then pointed his wand at her feet and twisted his wand. She felt nothing, but when they moved on, she noted that she left no footprints either. How did you do that? The first was what I've started calling imbuing my magic. Basically, I can push my magic into something like the air or the dust and make it respond to basic commands such as rise. If I push myself, I can make them do more, but that normally leaves me exhausted. The second thing was a basic impervious charm focused specifically on the dust. As you may know, the reason you leave footprints is your shoes have a slight static charge, which the dust sticks to. I just removed the charge from your shoes. If you kick your feet too much, you will still move the dust, but it is far less noticeable. Okay. What's with the secrecy though? Fun for the most part. I just wanted to see if I could, and it became a game of mine to avoid detection. Of course, the other reason is Dumbledore suggested it would be a good idea to keep some of my skills secret, but I trust you. He answered, winking at her. When he stopped, Hermione couldn't tell why, causing her to look around but couldn't see anything interesting. Looking back at Harry, she tried to see what he was standing against, but her eyes couldn't focus behind him, so she looked elsewhere. Realizing what had happened, she then forced her eyes back. Concentrating, she focused on whatever was behind Harry and felt a force on what she had associated as magic telling her to look away. She pushed through and suddenly she saw a small door behind Harry. Subconsciously she realized it had been there the whole time, but she hadn't noticed it until the magic protecting it had been breached by her. Amazed, she tried to open the door to find it locked. Huffing, she tried casting every unlocking spell she had learned, but found none worked. Glancing at Harry, Hermione saw he was grinning, causing her to narrow her eyes. Remembering his previous tricks, she looked at the entire door, or tried to. She found that she was unable to focus on the part of the door exactly across from the doorknob, marking it as suspicious. Once again, she forced her eyes to focus on the spot and felt the obtrusive magic telling her to look away, but fought it. This time it required much more effort on her part to break through, but once she broke through, she saw a twin door knob and keyhole. It was identical to the one on the other side of the door down to the smallest detail. Grinning, she tried to open it and was surprised to see it unlocked, but guessed he put enough faith in the other defenses. She gladly opened the door inwards and was stumped when she saw a simple cleaning cupboard. Turning to Harry and sighed and admitted defeat, I give up, just show me how to get in, please. Harry chuckled and reached forward and shut the door. He then opened the door outward into the corridor and revealed an empty classroom. She found herself baffled at the security to protect such an empty room and was in the process of turning away, when she stopped herself and once more forced through the magic. This piece was the strongest one by far, which was aided by how subtle it had been. Even once she realized it must have been there, she found it hard to focus her magic on it. By the time she broke through, she was feeling exhausted and tiredly stepped into the room, triumphant. Rather than appearing completely empty, she now saw that the room was filled with a variety of objects. Almost everything within the room was made out of an odd silver metal that she had never seen before. Her first instinct was to call it silver, but it had a faint inner glow that made her sense it was something different. In the middle of the room was a large metal desk, like the one in her father's study, with a chair next to it made of the exact same metal. Even the cushion embedded into the chair seemed to be made from the metal, yet looked like it was made of fabric. Curious, she walked over and felt the cushion, confirming it was made of a fabric. While it wasn't the softest cushion in the world, it was still incredibly soft and felt like it was made of silk, or more accurately like metal weaved into fabric, she mused. I must admit I doubted you would be able to actually enter the room, good job. This is my workshop. I have made almost everything you see here. How? I mean, you can't have made something like this table. That's what I wanted to show you actually. Take a look at my hand. She walked over and was amazed when she saw a liquid that glowed with a vibrant green color pool out of Harry's hand. It was unnerving to watch, yet she couldn't look away. She instinctively knew that what she was seeing was raw magic, which flowed and shifted, while strange patterns appeared and disappeared within. As it left his hand, it bonded together, floating over his hand. Harry then waved his other hand over the ball of magic and it began to spin, quicker and distorting until it resembled a small tornado spinning over Harry's hand. Hermione saw the top of the magic begin to change. The same shiny metal that made everything in the room began frosting over the vibrant green magic, which swiftly spread over the entire tornado until it had consumed all of the magic. The result was a model tornado made of metal, which Harry tossed over to Hermione, who caught it and inspected it, amazed at what she held. This is your magic, isn't it? She asked, stunned. Yup. At first it was extremely tiring to make stuff out of it, but eventually I guess I got stronger and more resilient. I feel vaguely tired making that, but back in August when I made something far less complex I fell unconscious almost instantly. I think that making all these mithril objects is making magic easier for me, like exercising a muscle. Mithril. It's what Dumbledore called it, supposed to be a rare metal. Harry said, shrugging. What can it do? As far as I can tell, anything. It can conduct electricity and heat normally, but when I create it I can force it to act differently. For instance, the chair is heat-proof and resistant to electricity, while that tornado sculpture only has the standard conductivity levels. Something I did find is that mithril can also conduct magic, but I suspect it is limited to only conduct the creator's magic. For example, I can pull something across the table using the table as a foci and it makes spells easier. The only issue is any spell I cast through the table can only affect objects touching the table. That's amazing, but doesn't it break the laws of transfiguration? See, that's what I thought too. I first made the mithril orb over there by accident. Incidentally, I now use it as a wand holder when I'm not carrying it. I don't want my wand to get damaged in an experiment, so the orb has a small force field around it. The only issue is I need to replenish the magic every so often. Anyway, when I first made the orb I saw it hadn't deteriorated overnight, despite the book saying any transfiguration that doesn't have a sample will often not last longer than an hour. So I then used my mage sight to look, and the mithril seems to make its own magic, like a reactor in the Muggle world, and the magic it generates is used to constantly feed itself, meaning it can never deteriorate. Wait, they make their own magic. That goes against the conservation of magic law. Ah, but it makes magic the same way witches and wizards make magic. The magic in the mithril is identical to my own magical signature, which is probably why my wand likes the mithril so much. So what you are saying is you can now make magic without using up your own supply. Well, yes, however all of the magic made by the mithril is used to replenish the mithril. I can take my magic back out of the mithril, but it causes the mithril to decrease. I have a band of mithril on my ankles so that if I require a boost in magic I can call upon them, but that is more storing magic for later, like a battery rather than a reactor. If the mithril uses up the magic to restore itself, what if you did something to make the mithril last longer, so that less magic had to be used on itself, like a preservation spell or something? That is a great idea. I've heard of a preservation rune. If I used that on the mithril it should generate free energy that I could use. You're amazing, Hermione. Harry and Hermione spent the rest of the hour discussing Harry's plans and ideas. She offered a suggestion for almost every project. Some Harry pointed out would never work, but others Harry readily accepted. Eventually, the alarm charm went off, signaling that Harry only had 5 minutes to get to breakfast. Flitwick had taught him the charm when he had turned up late to his lesson, as he had not kept track of the time. The two rushed to the Great Hall. Neither noticed Dumbledore standing invisible down the corridor. He marveled at how far Harry had gone since they had first spoken. He had kept note of the boy not just for his fame and future, but because he saw himself within the boy so easily, and he had promised himself that he would never let the boy go through the loss and pain that he himself had gone through. He was impressed at the lengths Harry had gone to protect his secrets. He knew that Harry had learned little about defensive magic, focusing more on practical or visually impressive magic. So for Harry to make a defense that had managed to thwart Albus' curiosity for so long was an achievement in itself. The fact it was so simple was even more a testament to what Harry would be able to achieve with more knowledge and experience. To be truthful, Albus was a fair bit humbled by the boy. He would have lacked the creativity needed to come up with such a defense without considerable planning at 11. What people never realized was the Albus was human. He had to train hard to get to where he was. It was his ambition and cunning that had helped him become the most powerful wizard. Of course, despite Harry's defenses and cunning, if Albus had truly needed to force his way into Harry's workshop, he would have been able to, as he could sense the magic protecting the door, and in states of emergency Hogwarts herself ripped down minor protections such as Notice Me Not wards to allow students to easily escape or seek shelter. But his defenses worked wonders for stopping the idly curious. It had taken Albus a while to figure out which door Harry actually went into, and then more to actually find the correct doorknob, as he had first assumed Harry would not have used the same trick twice. Once he had the correct doorknob, he had spent an entire day testing every single thing within the cupboard. The entire room was filled with Harry's magic, so Albus couldn't just use his own mage sight to see which item Harry recently used. Eventually he had realized that the secret didn't actually lie within the cupboard, and he had been forced to watch and see what Harry did to enter his room, and was shocked to see him open the door outwards. Every other door within the school opened inwards, and so Albus had assumed that Harry's workshop would also open inwards. Where Harry had learned such magic, Albus was unsure until he used his powers as headmaster to see through the walls and saw a cleaning cupboard identical to the one Harry used exactly across from the workshop. The door into that cupboard had been magically shrunk to a third its normal size, and then the entire door was hidden behind a plate of mithril enchanted with a Notice Me Not. The plate of mithril made the cupboard door much harder to break into, and due to being so low down, even Albus' magic sight glossed over it. A closer inspection revealed that there was a subtle Notice Me Not that was focused on the external magical signature. On a normal enchantment that wouldn't work, as it would give off its own external signature while hiding the first signature. However, with the mithril, the Notice Me Not seemed imprinted within the metal, so that the Notice Me Not focused on the metal hid the second Notice Me Not that hid the signature given off by the first. It gave Albus a headache to think about. Albus had never seen anything like it before, and suspected if he were not headmaster with powers Harry would not have had any way of knowing about his trick would have gone entirely unnoticed. The doorway leading to the workshop was also lined with mithril strips with the same enchantments as the plating, apart from one additional enchantment that Albus couldn't detect due to the Notice Me Nots, and he was unwilling to strip down such beautiful magic. Albus suspected that the mithril strips acted as a mix of space manipulation and illusion. He would have noticed if he was magically moved from the doorway to the cupboard, even if it wasn't impossible due to Hogwarts wards. However, what the wards didn't stop was the rooms moving. The entire castle was saturated with magic, and it was not unheard of for entire classrooms to move locations. If Albus were to make something such as this, he would make the mithril call to the room across the hall. As Albus himself had told Harry, it was always easier to cast make it. There was a correlation, and the broom cupboard was on the same elevation and horizontal position as the workshop. That would mean that less magic would be required, meaning less magic to hide. He would then use an illusion over the cupboard to hide any inconsistencies that might show up. Such a setup wouldn't stop a determined attacker though, as the workshop was still physically there behind the cupboard, so by breaking through the cupboard you would be able to enter the room through the cupboard. Another weakness was that the enchantments only triggered if the door was opened, so if the door were to be removed before being opened, then the cupboard would never be told to move in the first place. A sudden thought occurred to Albus, and he withdrew a sherbet lemo. He always carried and opened the door inwards, triggering the cupboard to be summoned. He then placed the sweet inside the cupboard and closed the door, then opening it outwards. The suite was now in the workshop in exactly the same position it was within the cupboard. Albus suspected this was either an oversight or fail-safe on Harry's part, as once the enchantments released the cupboard it went back to its original location but only took with it what was sent over originally, so anything placed within the summoned cupboard did not get sent to the original cupboard, so fell through into Harry's workshop when the cupboard disappeared around it. Albus decided to have a little joke and transfigured the suite into his symbol. A circle with a triangle inside it finished by a line below. He charmed it to float eye level to Harry along with a preservation charm. It would last for as long as the charm held power, which for Albus meant his calling card would remain for at least 2 months. He had overheard Hermione and Harry talking about preserving the mithril to trick it into generating magic, and Albus was interested to see if it would work and felt they could do with something charmed with preservation to experiment with, returning the favor Albus felt he owed Harry for letting him experiment with the mithril. Casting a longing glance at his symbol, he shut the workshop door and left for breakfast. After Gellert Grindelwald had left him and taken the symbol of the Deathly Hallows for his own, Albus felt it would be poor taste to keep using it himself. However, he still wanted to secretly tell others he was a searcher of the Hallows, so he had fashioned himself the new symbol. Each Hallow represented a different attribute many searched for. The wand represented power in the present, the stone represented peace for the past, and the cloak was safety in the future. The Deathly Hallows symbol itself showed power starting within but eventually leaving peace, while both power and peace remained within safety. Albus' own version showed safety within peace, underlined by power. For many decades now it had been his inspiration and ideal goal, to obtain safety within peace while possessing the power to ensure said peace remained. As he aged, he had stopped using his symbol so much, the current generation would most likely not even recognize it was his. The members of the Order of the Phoenix had worn necklaces with his symbol engraved upon it to show their devotion to his cause, despite him despising such acts, as he felt it was too much like branding, like Tom had done to his own followers. However, when Lily had come forth with a suggestion that the necklaces be charmed so that any member of the Order could apparate to other members, it used the protean charm on each necklace to act as a channel for the magic to follow, allowing the apparition to be easier and harder to block. It had saved many lives as it allowed the Order to easily get to areas they were needed. Often Albus apparated through anti-apparition wards, then the Order would apparate to him. Albus still wore his necklace under his robes, although the various charms Lily had enchanted them with had long since died with her. When Albus had felt the charms break, he had known instantly that she was dead and that Voldemort must have gotten through their defenses. He would never understand how Sirius would have betrayed James like that, but as Rubeus had seen Sirius immediately after the Potter's death, the information had clearly not been tortured out of him, and James had sworn to him that Sirius was his secret keeper. Albus shook off the depressing line of thought and walked into the Great Hall. Neville felt he was forgetting something, but the trouble was he was unsure of what he was forgetting. He sat down for breakfast and didn't notice when Hermione sat down next to him. He also didn't notice when Professor Dumbledore entered a short while after her. However, he did notice when she poked him in the arm rather forcefully for ignoring her. Wah, he stuttered, still half asleep. I asked you a question, Neville, honestly. Hermione said impatiently. Oh, what was the question? I asked why you looked so tired. Because I was up most of the night wondering what I had forgotten. Oh, well, what did you forget? If I knew what I had forgotten, then I wouldn't have said I had forgotten it. Neville snapped. Well, how about we go over important items first, then move on to other items? Hermione said calmly. At that moment, an owl landed in front of Neville carrying a letter. It was unsigned and simply said, I have what you have lost. Trophy room. Tonight at midnight. Tell nobody. He showed it to Hermione, who passed it over to Harry after she had read it. Harry then passed it on to Ron with his own message saying, meet in library after lessons, we will discuss a plan then. For Neville, the day passed far too slow. All day the only thing he could focus on was whatever item he had lost. By the time dinner rolled around, he was dreading the howler he knew his gran would be sending him when she found out. When he finally sat down in the library, he didn't see the serious look on Harry's face. It came as a shock, therefore, when Harry started talking, as Neville had never heard Harry be so cold and serious. Neville, you and Ron are going to head towards the trophy room at midnight. Me and Hermione are going to be waiting outside the trophy room to see who has this item. When you enter the room, I expect some type of trap to be set off, so me and Hermione will be waiting ready to counter any trap, but if we see anyone enter the room, we will follow and offer support. We then take whoever is in the room to Dumbledore. But Harry, it's against the rules to be out of the common room after curfew. Hermione argued. Hasn't stopped me before. Dumbledore even joined me once, Harry said, shrugging. So the stories about you and Dumbledore are true then? Ron asked excitedly. Ish. He just showed me the third floor corridor, then showed me the kitchens where we talked about magic and stuff. I'm fairly sure he follows whenever I explore the school, though I've never caught him doing it. Wicked. I wish I could get away with stuff like that, Ron said in awe. Neville and Ron left the common room just before midnight. They didn't see anybody on the way down, not even Filch or Mrs. Norris. They entered the trophy room but couldn't see Harry or Hermione. Inside the room they saw Neville's remembrall on the ground. Without thinking, Ron reached down and picked it up. Instantly the door slammed shut and the sound of a lock was clearly heard. Alongside the door a screeching was heard and a large trophy tipped over, revealing a very annoyed Mrs. Norris. Knowing Filch would soon be along, the two boys desperately tried to open the door. Ron even charged into it a few times, but it did not budge. On the other side of the door, Harry and Hermione had hidden under a notice me not charm. They had seen Draco Malfoy sneak into the trophy room an hour before midnight with a clearly silenced Mrs. Norris. He spent almost an entire hour in there before he had left the room without Mrs. Norris and rushed away. Shortly after, Ron and Neville showed up and triggered the trap as the only door into the trophy room had locked. Together Harry and Hermione ran over to the door and began casting all the unlocking spells they knew. However, every time they unlocked the door, it seemed to lock itself instantly before they had a chance to open the door. They froze when they heard Filch nearby. In a moment of panic, Harry reached out with his magic and cut the locking mechanism. He then hurriedly yanked open the door and quickly pulled Ron and Neville out and into the corridor. He then began casting numerous notice me nots over them, aided by Hermione as he had taught her the basic version of the spell Flitwick had shown him. He then turned to Ron and Neville and held a finger to his lips just as Filch turned the corner. Harry had put his hand over Neville's mouth just as the boy let out a surprised yell, managing to stop him making a noise. Filch passed them without registering them and hurriedly entered the trophy room, where he fell to his knees upon seeing Mrs. Norris stuck within the trophy. He quickly scooped her out and held her close, whispering to her until she calmed. Harry, thinking quickly, summoned an eagle quill identical to the ones Malfoy used and pushed it into the room behind Filch with his magic. Mrs. Norris saw it and followed it with her eyes. When it settled on the ground, she jumped out of Filch's arms and started batting the quill. Filch picked it up and strode off to find whoever was on duty that night to report what had happened. The 4 first years hurried back to the Gryffindor common room, their notice-me-nots fading as they ran. Once he had made sure his 3 friends were safe, Harry had hurried back to his own dormitory and into his bed. The following morning, Harry went to his workshop as normal. Hermione had told him the night before while they were guarding the trophy room that she wouldn't be joining him. Harry was planning to practice some more of the advanced charms that Flitwick had shown him. After his first charms lesson, Flitwick had passed him notes on spells he might find interesting for the first few weeks. Harry found these notes invaluable, as they often led him to paths of magic he might never imagine on his own. He had made a habit of waiting behind class to show Flitwick his progress on the charms. Sometimes Flitwick would pass him a note of a charm with a warning that it was considered an extremely difficult charm, and more often than not, Harry had to admit that he had been unable to even get any results out of those charms. Flitwick without fail told him not to worry about it, and the next note would be one Harry could master quickly, then building up again until Harry was unable to cast them, repeating the loop over and over. Harry had quickly realized that structured spells taught by Flitwick were extremely difficult to cast wandlessly, and the time it took him to get any effect wandlessly could have been spent mastering new spells with a wand. He had therefore given up trying to learn the charms wandlessly and had gradually started using his wand more and more. He did find it easier to use magic overall, and for the more basic spell that he had mastered wandlessly, he did not even have to think about them to get a passable effect with his wand. However, with his wand he was completely unable to summon Mithril with his wand, and he suspected that was due to either his wand's own signature competing with his own or a block deliberately placed on wands to prevent the summoning of raw magic. The trial and error approach had allowed Flitwick a much greater understanding of what Harry was capable of and had let him move on to what was known as familia leporum, which roughly translated to family of charms. Flitwick had explained that charms within a family all had similar results with varying difficulties and effects. The current family that Flitwick had Harry practicing on was the Lux Familia. The family of light, he started with Lumos, which Harry found extremely easy to cast as it was similar to a spell he had developed at the Dursleys. He then moved on to Lumen, the glow spell. Unlike Lumos, which only made the tip of the wand light up, Lumen made the entire wand glow faintly. Flitwick told Harry that it was useful when reading in the dark as it did not require the user to have to awkwardly point their wand at their book the whole time. After Lumen came Likeness, which did not light up the user's wand but the object the user was pointed at. These three were considered the easiest and Harry could cast all three without much thought. Likeness was the hardest for him to cast and he found whatever object he charmed lost its light after a few minutes of him shutting off his magic. Flitwick had shown him two other light charms. The first was Lux, which was the most like Lumos in that it made the tip of the wand light up. Harry theorized that either Lumos evolved from Lux or Lux evolved from Lumos as they were so similar. However, unlike Lumos or Lumen, the user could still use their wand to cast magic without losing the light source. The downside to this charm was that it requires the user to focus on the charm at all times. Harry could cast Lux, however he wasn't able to split his focus enough to keep the light going and cast another spell. Either the light died or the spell failed to form correctly. The second charm was Lucidus Inundatio, the Flood of Light charm. It was one of the most powerful light charms and when cast successfully would completely fill a room with light. The caster could control if the level of brightness, from barely visible to blinding. Flitwick had told Harry that more than once he had managed to use Lucidus Inundatio to win a duel as his opponents did not expect the very room to fill with light. Harry tried to cast it but found himself severely lacking the power to do anything more than remove the shadows with the room. To successfully cast Lucidus Inundatio, the caster's magic had to flood into the room first and then apply light directly to the magic. This took tremendous strain on the caster's magic and required extreme focus for both the magic and the light. Despite Harry's previous experiments in controlling his magic in such a way, he was unable to apply charms to his magic while he was controlling it. When Harry had tried it, he had just managed to get his magic to fill the room, but when he had tried to light it up, his magic had collapsed, leaving him drained and exhausted, and Flitwick had cautioned him to not try it again until he was stronger magically and mentally. Already running through the incantations and wand motions to the Lux Familia charms so that he could begin casting them immediately when he got to his workshop, he was extremely surprised when he opened his workshop door to see a metal sculpture floating in before him. Cautiously he cast a basic diagnostic charm to check for any malicious spells, however it came up with nothing, so Harry felt more confident to get closer to it. He felt some recognition at seeing the sculpture despite never seeing it before in his life. His mage sight did not reveal any magical signature, however that did narrow down who could have placed it there. Harry doubted any student would have been able to cast such complex magic while also keeping their magic signature masked. Harry had found that to mask his signature he had to tone down the power of the spells by increasing his intent and focus. This allowed the spells to still work, however no amount of focus or intent could improve the power, so while he could change a matchstick to a needle without leaving a trace and his needle looked perfect, it would revert back to a matchstick significantly quicker than the other students. Harry doubted that there were any students capable of masking their magic on a complex transfiguration such as this, as well as the levitation charm. The students that were possibly capable of such magic presumably wouldn't care enough about Harry to break into his workshop in the first place and waste their magic and time on something harmless. That left one of the teachers as the culprit, out of all the teachers in the school. Harry had only actually spoken to 3 outside of lesson. Those being Dumbledore, Snape and Flitwick. He suspected that could Flitwick have followed him one day, but he would have left a note and had no reason to mask his magical signature as it was fairly well known by now he was helping Harry. Harry suspected that Snape would not have left a calling card in the first place and would have kept his knowledge of the workshop quiet for his own reasons. That left Dumbledore. He would have the time and the cunning to track down and break into his workshop, and was flamboyant enough to leave a calling card while also masking his magic so that nobody could actually prove it was him. Harry figured Dumbledore must have had a reason to leave the symbol. Assuming it was him and Harry hadn't just made a mistake, so Harry moved it onto a nearby shelf. He then spent the rest of his time going over the various light charms until hunger won him over and he left for breakfast. When the post owls arrived, Harry ignored them like normal. After all, he had nobody that would owl him, as everyone that cared about him was in Hogwarts anyway, so it came as a shock when two completely different owls landed in front of him and offered him their letters. The first was written in an untidy scrawl while the other was much neater and elegantly written with bright green ink. It also had the same triangle, circle and line symbol on the bottom corner of the envelope. Harry pocketed that letter as he felt he shouldn't upon it with so many people nearby. He then turned back to the first letter and opened it and read the short message inside. Dear Harry, I was wondering if you and your friends wanted to come down and have a cup of tea and a bit of a chat. I knew your parents very well and would love to tell you some stories about them. Rubius Hagrid. Albus had spent all night listening to Argus complain about students being out of bed and the treatment they had given Mrs. Norris. He had originally gone to Minerva, who had told Argus to tell Albus. He quite agreed with Argus about the students responsible needing punishment, but wished the man could have come forth with his complaint in the morning when he was more awake. In his youth, Albus could go a fair few nights without rest, as his magic was able to let his body rest even while his mind was awake. A useful skill for first the war with Gellert, then later with Tom. However, as he aged, he found even his mighty magic struggled to compensate for lack of sleep. But despite his tiredness, he dutifully went down to the trophy room to try and find out who was responsible. Argus had presented him with an eagle feather quill that he found at the scene of the crime, and Albus was going to his colleagues if they knew of a student that used an eagle feather quill. A quick scan for magic revealed a masked Notice Me Not. A stasis and locking enchantments, both belonging to Draco Malfoy. A plethora of unlocking charms, some had Harry's and Ms. Granger's signatures on while others were masked, which Albus suspected belonged solely to Harry, and finally a rough severing charm on the lock with Harry's signature that had the uncontrolled edge of accidental magic. Albus tested the door and came to the conclusion that the entire locking mechanism would need replacing, as Harry's severing charm had damaged the lock to such an extent it would require more work to fix than it would take to replace it. Due to it being damage done by accidental magic, Albus would first have to purge the magic out of the entire locking mechanism, then cast a repairing charm. In order to purge the magic, the lock would have to be completely removed from the door in the first place, and Albus couldn't see the point in wasting magic for such a minor reason. Mentally deconstructing the scene, Albus walked over to the Notice Me Not residue and realized from this position he could see both the door and all the way down the corridor leading to the trophy room. He then imagined Mr. Malfoy casting a very advanced locking enchantment. Most likely taught to him by his father. Albus suspected one or more of Harry's friends had been locked inside. Most likely alongside Mrs. Norris. Harry and Ms. Granger had then tried to unlock the door, but due to the complexity of the enchantment Mr. Malfoy had used, they had no effect. As Harry started panicking, his control of magic slipped and his signature became visible until his magic either acted on its own or with limited instruction and severed the entire lock on the door. Despite the crudeness of the spell, Albus admired the, albeit limited, creativity behind it. If the door can't be unlocked, simply break the lock. Closer inspection of the door revealed Mr. Malfoy's stasis enchantment was linked onto a possession rune within the trophy room. A possession rune only activated when an object was placed on top of it, then deactivated when the object was removed. The stasis enchantment must have been placed first with the possession rune and an object on top. Then with the stasis enchantment active, overlay it with the locking enchantment. Harry's friends remove the object and the rune deactivates, making the stasis fail and letting the locking enchantment to activate. A fairly effective trap. During the war with Voldemort, some Death Eaters had used similar traps. Of course, those were far more lethal than this juvenile prank. The locking enchantment had been a favorite of an unknown inner circle Death Eater. The enchantment itself was a thing of beauty, as rather than a normal locking charm that would lock once and then resist the magic of whoever tried to unlock it, this one would just constantly reapply itself, layering on one lock on top of the previous, so despite the relatively low magical resistance, it was often extremely time-consuming to actually break it down, especially if it had been up for some time. It was not foolproof. The Order had quickly learned that a simple stasis charm would stop it reapplying itself. Likewise, the enchantment was useless if it had nothing to actually lock, as Harry had discovered last night. Overall, Albus decided Mr. Malfoy must have stolen something from Harry or one of his friends and placed it inside the trophy room alongside Mrs. Norris. He then must have left a message telling Harry and his friends to collect it later that night and then tipped off Argus that students were in the trophy room. Mrs. Norris would be bait to convince Argus to catch them. The problem would be proving it. Ideally, Mr. Malfoy would be punished for this. Not only had he most likely stolen, he had been out of bed after hours and had traumatized Mrs. Norris while doing it. But should he try to punish Mr. Malfoy, his father, Lucius would try to get him out of trouble, and with so little evidence Albus doubted he could get any punishment to stick, and even if he could, Lucius would demand that Harry and his friends also be punished, as they were also out after hours and had broken school property. If he were to punish Harry for doing the right thing, then Harry would be less likely to trust him, and that was the last thing Albus wanted. He wanted to ensure Harry was safe and happy, and couldn't do that if the boy actively avoided him. Tom had never trusted him, and look how that had turned out. In the end, Albus decided there was nothing he could officially do about Mr. Malfoy. Of course, that didn't mean he couldn't tell Argus who he suspected had hurt his cat, and Albus couldn't be held responsible if Harry just happened to teach Mr. Malfoy a valuable lesson. With the mystery of the trophy room finished, he told Argus that while he had no evidence, one of the portraits had told him they saw Mr. Malfoy carrying Mrs. Norris into the trophy room, and that he suspected the quill he had found would belong to the boy as well. It was of course a complete fabrication, as he had not even spoken to the portraits, but he knew the importance of keeping powers and abilities secret, and Argus had never been the most loyal to him or the school. With that matter dealt with, Albus decided he would have a spot of breakfast before starting on the mountain of paperwork he had to complete before the next Wizengamot session. It was times like these that Albus was glad he had managed to acquire a time turner, for without it he would never have the time to do anything. As Harry had no lessons that morning, he went back to his workshop with Hermione. Once there, he showed her the metal sculpture and then opened the letter from Dumbledore. By the time you have received this letter, you will most likely have found my sculpture. You will note it has a levitation enchantment and a preservation enchantment. You will have at least 2 months to examine it before the magic will wear out. Use the time well. Wulfric. P.S. You should also know that when I placed the sculpture, I had not opened the workshop door. Should you wish to protect your secrets further, you may wish to overcome this fault. When he finished reading the letter, he laughed and handed it to Hermione, who asked, "Who is Wulfric? I've never heard anyone here called anything close to that. Is it a code or nickname? Tell me, Hermione. Who would have the power to make a sculpture made of silver that is estimated to last 2 months, have the patience and skill to find this workshop, but the respect to warn me about it? Finally, what is Dumbledore's full name?" Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. No, you can't be suggesting this is from Dumbledore. That's preposterous. Why would he do that? Who knows? All that matters is he did. I mean, we all know he has a sense of humor and people think he is a bit mad. What's important is that he has given us exactly what we wanted. It makes sense he would want us to figure out how to do it ourselves. Also, I would guess he used another name as so he can't be accused of favoritism. Harry spent the rest of the free time trying to teach Hermione how to summon Mithril. However, she did not have the years of experience with magic that Harry had when he had first made Mithril himself. However, fortunately for her, she did not have to learn it from scratch and had a very good teacher. By the end of their free period, she felt more in touch with her magic and had even managed to make her hand glow faintly. The day passed in a blur for Harry, for the most part because he already knew the subject materials. So far, Harry considered Transfiguration and Charms the most boring lessons. Flitwick's notes helped somewhat, but as he had taught himself most of the material years ago, the lessons held no challenge for him. Herbology was rather uninteresting to him. He enjoyed learning about the different plants and what they could do, but found actually caring for them rather boring. He shared the lesson with the Gryffindors and often worked with Neville. Their classmates often said that Neville was as good at herbology as Harry was good at charms. Astrology was also interesting in theory, but sitting down and watching the stars for an hour at midnight was a boring and often cold affair. Potions was the only subject that actually tested Harry, and he enjoyed it immensely. Professor Snape often tested him on his knowledge every lesson. History of magic was dull both in theory and in practice. Harry suspected he would enjoy Defense Against the Dark Arts, and from reading ahead he thought it looked cool and was disappointed he would have to wait a whole year. Overall, however, the Hogwarts subjects were a bit of a letdown. Of course, the school made up for it with the private tutoring he was receiving from Flitwick and the ability to practice magic safely without risk. Harry was most disappointed by the other students, most of whom seemed to either be in awe of him or hate him, with only a few ignoring him altogether. As such, Harry ignored almost everyone, which had resulted in him having few friends. He still worked with Justin in potions but rarely spoke to him outside of lessons. Justin had no trouble making friends and was extremely popular with both the other Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Justin once admitted to Harry that the Sorting Hat had considered placing him in Hufflepuff, but his thirst for knowledge had won out. Harry was friends with Ron and Neville, of course, but his best friend would always be Hermione. He also considered Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick his friends despite the age differences. Growing up, Harry had no friends, so was thrilled he had finally met people who could stand him and was determined to keep them at all costs. In return for Neville helping him in herbology, Harry regularly helped him in transfiguration and charms. Under Harry's tutorage, Neville's confidence had risen, and more often than not he did actually manage to complete the task before the lesson ended. They also helped each other during their flying lessons. Both were afraid of falling, but together they learned how to relax and enjoy the experience of flying. As the weeks drove on, Harry and Hermione spent their free time trying to figure out how Wulfric's preservation charm worked and how to apply it to the mithril. Simply wishing for the mithril to start with a preservation did admittedly work, however, the mithril generated less power as a response, so there was no magical gained from doing so. Harry knew the preservation charm would need to be applied after the mithril had formed and theorized that it would have to be the mithril's creator that applied it. Hermione had found a reference in the library to a preservation charm that looked promising despite not being the enchantment they needed. Harry had started work on learning the charm, however, it was an OWL level charm and was exceedingly complex. Harry could have asked Flitwick to help him, but two factors stopped him. The first reason was that he wanted to prove to himself that he could still learn magic without needing help like he had done at the Dursleys. The second was Flitwick would ask why he wanted to learn it, and Harry doubted he could hide his use of mithril, and even though he liked Flitwick, he didn't trust him with that secret yet. As such, he felt it would take all year to learn even the simplest preservation enchantment. He had also spent a lot of time helping Hermione try and form mithril. She had come a long way from not even knowing she had magic to being able to guide it into a specific part of her body. In this case, her hand. However, once the magic reached her hand, she struggled to get it to leave. She had once managed to get a wisp of magic to leave her palm, but rather than solidify into mithril, it turned an ash gray and evaporated into nothingness. Harry had been thrilled that his friend had managed so much even if it had failed. Harry suspected she did not truly believe she could do it, meaning her will was lower. However, Harry spent his time building Hermione's confidence, and finally she had managed to get a small mithril ring to form. Harry was so focused on that ring of magic he did not notice Hermione slumping over until she fell onto him and he realized she had fallen unconscious from the exertion. Panicking, he shook her and was relieved when she woke up. Bleary-eyed, she looked at him and mumbled, "What happened? You managed to get some magic and made a mithril ring, but you also lost consciousness temporarily, I assume from magical exhaustion. But that's never happened to you. Why do I fall unconscious from summoning a small ring when you can summon a giant, complicated tornado and get slightly peckish? Keep in mind, Hermione, that when I first summoned mithril I fell asleep for about 7 hours and I had been doing magic for years even before that. You have only had about 2 months actually doing magic, and that's with a wand. Magic is both easier and less personal with a wand, meaning you don't become as familiar with your magic. Honestly, I doubt I'd be able to even manage a small ring if I were in your position." Harry placed Hermione's ring on the tabletop and told her to try to make a new one. Meanwhile, Harry was also experimented more on his own mithril inspired by Hermione's theories. This led him to the discovery that he could imbue the mithril with charms that would remain activated forever. He already knew from designing his defenses that he could wish for an action to happen with the mithril when he formed it, however, he had considered that just an extent of using mithril as a magical foci. What he was learning now was he could go beyond even that and imbue actual charms into the mithril that would apply themselves to either the mithril or anything the mithril touched. Picking up the tornado sculpture he had made when he first showed Hermione his workshop, he melted it back into magic while also forcing it to retain its shape. He then hollowed it out inside so it looked like a cup and then finally imbued it with aguamenti. This was a big test for him as he was nowhere near able to actually cast Aguamenti for any stretch of time and wanted to see if he could cast it through the raw magic to keep it going indefinitely. Nothing seemed to happen however, so Harry let it turn back to a solid only for it to start shooting out powerful blasts of water in all directions. Panicking, Harry turned the mithril back to raw magic and was relieved when the water stopped. Looking around, he winced as he saw his workshop was now flooded and Hermione was giving him a death glare behind her soaked hair. Sorry, he said sheepishly. Seeing an opportunity for another test, he commanded his magic into the water, the same as when he pushed his magic into the air or dust. He then willed the magic to heat up and rise into the air. He was unable to pick up all of the water and puddles still remained, but there was a noticeable difference. He lifted the water up to the roof, then once it was safely overhead he made it spin around, faster and faster, and as it spun he willed it to heat up and boil. As the water droplets evaporated, his magic released it and moved back down to pick up more water to replace it. Hermione was absolutely stunned at what she was watching. At first she was mildly annoyed at him for getting her soaked, but then he just casually lifted the water straight into the air without any wand or incantation. As he taught her more about the wonders of magic, she had started to believe she was catching up to him in terms of magical power, only for him to then do something so unbelievable she doubted she would ever be able to replicate the feat. She did notice that Harry was sweating a fair bit, although that could also have been the heat and the steam. Deciding to use what she had been taught by Harry, she looked within herself for her flow of magic and then forced it to divert a stream of magic into the very air around her. She knew it worked when she could suddenly feel the air around her as if it were a part of her. Recalling her science lessons before Hogwarts, she willed the air around her to slow and cool down. This resulted in more steam being made by as the cold air met boiling water, however, it also made it far more bearable as Harry worked to remove the water. It was with a sense of joy as Harry and Hermione worked together. With the two friends' magic sharing a singular purpose of removing the water, their magic joined and shared power. Hermione gained greater control over the air as her magic got a touch of Harry's raw power and required less planning, while Harry was able to pick up much more water with Hermione's will guiding him. They worked together until all the water had been evaporated and all the steam had dissipated. Flushed with success, Hermione threw her arms around Harry and hugged him fiercely. She did not notice how he tensed up and not return the hug, as she was far too overjoyed to have been able to control the air. She had been unable to get her magic to obey her in such a raw and primal manner before. By the time she pulled away, she realized her clothes and hair were still a mess and said, "I'll see you at dinner, Harry. I'm going to go change," and left quickly after she had cast a basic notice me not on herself. Harry stood staring at the door long after Hermione had left. He was thrilled she had learnt to control the air, and feeling their magic join with a single purpose was the happiest he had ever felt. Even the hug had been nice once he got over his initial shock. In the end, he just shook his head to clear his thoughts and went back to his cup. Luckily, before he had let go of his magic on the cup, he had subconsciously removed the Aguamenti enchantment from the mithril because it had solidified again. Picking it off the ground, he planned through what he actually wanted it to do. He figured he wanted it to fill up to the rim and stop before it could overflow. He also only wanted the water to try and fill the cup from the inside rather than the outside. With his plan now clearly in mind, he refocused on the mithril and turned it back to magic. He then applied the Aguamenti charm on just the inside of the cup, then a line of stasis along the rim of the cup with its trigger being water. When the cup solidified, the inside filled with water again until it reached the rim where it stopped. Harry then raised it to his mouth and took a drink and was upset when the cup didn't refill. Looking at the rim, he saw some water was still sticking to the rim. Annoyed, he turned the cup back into magic. The leftover water fell through the magic like it was not even there, getting Harry's shoes even wetter. Putting aside his annoyance, he added a small stud of mithril in the bottom of the cup and made that hold the Aguamenti charm instead of the walls of the cup, then removed the stasis charm from the rim and added it to the stud, with the trigger being a small electric signal. He made the cup itself an insulator to both electricity and heat and then gave the rim a tiny electrical charm. Once that was done, he solidified the cup. Instantly it began filling itself with water, but stopped once it reached the rim. He took a drink from it without issue, as the electrical current within the water was far too small to be noticed, and once the level of the water got below the rim, it filled up again. Happy with his success in making an actually practical mithril object, Harry added a cap to the cup to make it into a flask while still keeping the tornado design. He also moved the electric charm to the neck of the flask. No matter how vigorously he shook the bottle, no water escaped as the mithril was perfectly fitted to each other, and removing the lid required only a minimal amount of force to pop it off, allowing him to take a drink. Harry awoke on the morning of the 31st of October with a start. Already the nightmare was fading. All he could remember was a vaguely familiar voice taunting him. Looking at his watch, he sighed when he saw it was 3 hours before breakfast would be served. Not wanting to go back to sleep, Harry washed and dressed quietly and slipped out of the common room towards his workshop. Opening his door, he was slightly surprised to see Professor Dumbledore running his hand over his table. "Good morning, Harry. I hope you don't mind the intrusion, but I suspected you would be coming here and did not want you to be alone." As Dumbledore said this, his eyes twinkled kindly, but Harry caught a look of regret too. Thank you, sir. But I don't understand why. What's so special about today?" "Oh, I had hoped your guardians would have told you. Today marks the 10-year anniversary of the defeat of Voldemort. As such, it is also the day you lost your parents." Now the kind look was replaced by clear guilt and sadness. Harry barely noticed, however, as he was lost to his own emotions. "I didn't know. I never thought to ask when they died. Did they love me, sir?" "My boy, they thought the world of you. It is my belief that the love your mother felt is what allowed you to survive that dreadful night. Indeed, the day you were born, James apparated right outside the gates and stormed into my office and announced to the whole room that you had been born. Gave the Minister of Magic quite a scare. Both your parents would have given anything to keep you safe." "Thank you, sir." Harry tried to hold back the tears. Dumbledore became rather interested in the tabletop. If they both took the time to wipe their eyes, neither bothered to mention it. "Should you wish to talk, I will be in my office all day, and you will find that saying, Sherbet Lemo, will let you in. Your teachers have also been told to let you leave should you need to for any reason." Harry nodded, and Dumbledore, seeing that Harry wanted to be alone, left the workshop. Harry looked at where Dumbledore had been standing and realized he had left behind some school reports. The student's name on the top was Lily Evans. Harry wondered if Dumbledore had left it there by mistake, but decided to read the name of the student under 1. James Potter, and Harry realized that Dumbledore had left him the reports of his parents when they were his age. Harry sat down in his chair and pulled the reports towards him. The first report, Lily's, was from Phileas Flitwick and reported, Miss Lily Evans cast a perfect, newt level, dueling chain. The target ended up with perfect antlers, warts and hair growth among stinging and tickling curses. However, as she was meant to be casting just a singular tickling charm, I had to deduct 50 house points from Gryffindor and send Mr. James Potter to the infirmary. Underneath the main report, a piece of parchment had been stuck saying, Madame Pomfrey informed me that it took her almost 10 minutes to undo all of Lily's charms. Simply marvelous. I have never seen a 5th year cast such powerful charms, with each and every one being flawless in their effect. If only I could turn her attention away from hexing Mr. Potter and onto casting the charms I actually set. Chuckling, Harry turned to his father's report, this time from Minerva McGonagall. Mr. James Potter showed a mastery level of transfiguration by turning Mr. Sirius Black into a Norwegian forest cat. Mr. Potter appeared to base his transfiguration off Mr. Filch's new Kneazle he calls Mrs. Norris, as the marks on Mr. Black were identical to the Kneazle. Mr. Black showed signs that he retained control and displayed signs of intelligence. Despite Mr. Potter's obvious skill, I was forced to assign both him and Mr. Black detention, as they were supposed to be transfiguring a block of wood into a lion. I have suspicion that Mr. Black and Mr. Potter have been experimenting with the animagus transformation, as Mr. Black showed remarkable control and experience in being an animal, will require further observation. Harry decided he would need to look up this animagus transformation, as it sounded interesting. The rest of his morning was spent reading his parents' various reports. One report stood out which described how Lily had protected a student named Severus Snape. Harry had not realized that Professor Snape would have been the same age as his parents. He acted and looked like he was far older. Harry was brought back to the present when his time spell triggered. Harry quickly formed a box inside his table and stashed the reports inside, then sealed the table back up. From the outside it would be impossible to see the reports were hidden there, and no scan would be able to penetrate the mithril. Harry suspected that he had gotten strong enough that it would take considerable force for even Dumbledore to overpower Mithril as dense as his table. Closing the room, he sealed it with a locking charm he had designed, inspired from the locking charm Malfoy had used on the trophy room. Rather than being an enchantment on the physical lock, his locking charm stopped the door opening into his workshop at all, and even blowing a hole in the cupboard that replaced it would not reveal the workshop. It seemed neither Hermione or Dumbledore had noticed that the door knob was now made of mithril, as he had colored it to the exact color of the old brass door knob alongside his notice me nots targeted at the mithril. It would automatically unlock if it came in contact with either his own, Hermione's or Dumbledore's magical signature. Harry had realized that while he regularly masked his magic when he was actively casting magic, when his magic was just resting within his body passively, it remained unmasked. Evidently, by the fact that Dumbledore had entered his workshop before Harry had unlocked it, he did not mask his passive magic either. Entering the Great Hall, he ate his breakfast quickly, wanting to return to his workshop and read more about his parents. He only had charms after lunch. He was so focused on eating so that he could leave quickly he did not notice Hermione, sitting at the Gryffindor table, clearly upset. Hermione awoke and went through her normal routine. As normal, she ignored her roommates and they ignored her in turn. As she was about to leave the common room, she was shoved out of the way by a hungry Ron. "Sorry, Granger," he said over his shoulder as he hurried off. Neville grimaced uncomfortably as he hurried after him at a slower pace. Despite the fact they spent so much time around her, Ron remained jealous, and Neville preferred spending time with Ron than Hermione. Neither hated her, and once when a fourth year made fun of her, both boys were quick to draw their wands and protect her, yet at the same time they did not include her. Once she reached the Great Hall, she was sad to see that Harry was missing from his normal spot. Her mood brightened when she received a letter from her parents. However, her mood came crashing down as the letter said that her grandmother had fallen ill and her parents were unsure if she would be getting better. So far, Hermione thought the day could not possibly get worse. She then remembered she had potions with the Slytherins before she could relax in charms with Harry. The potions lesson went worse than she expected, as she was paired with Ron, who spent the entire lesson talking to Seamus, so it had fallen to her to make the entire potion. When Ron tried to help, he almost blew up the entire cauldron. Despite this, Hermione felt confident in the quality of her potion. When she handed in her potion, Professor Snape glanced down at it and commented, "Adequate, Granger. Keep this up and you may actually be able to pass this course. The same cannot be said for Weasley." Ron apparently heard this comment and looked angrily at Snape. As Hermione made her way to lunch, she forced herself to not listen to Ron complain about Snape and who he had paired him with. Sitting down at the Gryffindor table, she was relieved to see Harry at his normal spot on the Ravenclaw table eating. She wanted to go over and talk to him, but the school rules said that during meal times students should remain at their own tables while eating. It was only after they finished eating could they move to other tables. Harry seemed lost in thought and didn't even look her direction. The moment he finished eating, he left the hall. Hermione hurriedly finished her food and made after him. She almost caught up with him until he walked through a solid-looking wall. Assuming it was a fake wall, Hermione sped up to catch him, only to slam into a very solid wall and crash to the floor. Gazing at the ceiling for a minute or two, she realized the wall must require a password. Checking the time revealed she only had a few minutes to get to lesson, so stood and hurried to lesson. To her shame, she was one of the last to arrive and had to sit next to Ron, on the complete opposite side of the classroom as Harry. When she sat down, Harry looked over at her and gave a small smile and a wave. Hermione smiled back and instantly felt a bit better. Professor Flitwick called out roll call and then told the class to start working on the levitation charm. Hermione felt a small spark of envy when Professor Flitwick went to talk to Harry. Normally, as she sat next to him, she got to join in on their conversations, but today she was forced to just watch from a distance. Harry had evidently said something humorous as Professor Flitwick laughed and waved his wand over Harry's feather. Hermione thought that he might have made it heavier, as rather than rest upon the tabletop like the other feathers, it now seemed to press down onto it. Harry then swished and flicked his wand at the feather and it slowly started rising. Harry seemed to be struggling, which surprised Hermione, as he had cast a wandless levitation charm when they had first met, and it would take a lot to forget the day he had shown her his workshop. Turning back to her own work, she noticed Ron waving his wand around wildly. Fearing for everyone's safety, she said, "Stop! Stop!" You're going to take somebody's eye out. Besides, it's Wingardium Leviosa. Not Wingardium Leviosa. I thought Harry already taught you how to cast it. Ron turned to her annoyed and said, You do it then if you're so clever. Hermione sighed and turned to her feather. She cast the required wand movements exactly as the book outlined and enchanted. Wingardium Leviosa. Her feather began floating instantly and remained level with her wand tip. Congratulations, Miss Granger. Take 10 points for Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick cried happily, glad to see another student so good at his subject. Next to him, Harry grinned at her and gave her a big thumbs up, his own feather forgotten on his desk, which had started to creak under the weight of the enchanted feather. After lesson, Hermione noticed Harry stay behind to talk to Professor Flitwick but was pushed along by the crowd. Deciding to meet Harry in his workshop, she overheard Ron complaining. She was going to put it out of mind when she heard him say, It's no wonder nobody can stand her. She even annoys Harry. He once told me I'm his best friend and he only puts up with Granger out of pity. Upon hearing those words, something within Hermione broke. The day had been too much for her and she had reached her breaking point. Rushing past Ron, she made sure to bump into him and heard Seamus say, I think she might have heard you, mate. She ran to the nearest bathroom and locked herself within one of the cubicles and let herself cry. If Harry had known that Ron had upset Hermione, he would have dealt with it instantly. In his mind, Hermione was and would always be his best friend and he would have done anything for her. However, unfortunately, he did not hear what was said as he had been talking to Flitwick about his mother's school report and then went back to his workshop to read about his parents until it was time for dinner. He assumed Hermione had gone to study in the library as she was prone to doing. Hermione preferred reading about wizarding history and theory while Harry preferred learning about magic. During dinner, he did notice that Hermione was missing, and when he asked Padma Patil if she had heard anything about Hermione, as her sister was a roommate of his friend, she looked at him shocked and said, I would have thought you would know. Apparently Ron upset her after charms and she's been in the girls' toilets ever since and has refused to come out. Oh, Harry said, shocked. His best friend had been so upset she was crying and he had only found out through someone else. Seeing Ron look over guiltily at him, he was about to get up and interrogate him when the door of the great hall were blown open and Professor Quirrell ran in screaming, Troll! Troll! In the dungeon! Thought you ought to know. Before collapsing, Harry was up in an instant and made for the doors. He was grabbed from behind by Penelope, who said, Harry, calm down. We need to go back to the common room. No, you don't understand. Hermione is in the girls' bathroom and she doesn't know about the troll. Penelope's face drained of color and started pushing her way through the crowd of students to get to the teachers. Harry turned back to the doors, but the delay had caused them to be clogged with students, remembered the side door and made his way to it. He found it locked but forced his magic onto the door and obliterated it. He came out in an unknown area of the castle but hurriedly made his way to where he suspected the charm's classroom was. After placing a silencing charm on his feet and rather than mask his magic, he made it more obvious. Back inside the hall, Dumbledore was just about to send his staff out to look for the troll when Ms. Clearwater ran up to him. Headmaster, Hermione Granger from Gryffindor House is in the girls' toilets and doesn't know about the troll. Harry here just told me. Harry? Dumbledore asked, confused, taking a moment to process what the prefect had said. Yes, sir. Harry Potter. He's right here. Where did he go? Minerva. Organize the staff. I need to collect Mr. Potter and Ms. Granger. Ms. Clearwater with me. Gone was the kind grandfatherly Dumbledore. Now he became the High Archmage who had fought on the front line on 2 major wars. In an instant his magic swept over the hall in search of Harry's magic. It noted the destroyed door to the side and he charged over to it. He ensured Clearwater was behind him and swept through. Instantly he detected Harry's magic leading towards the charms classroom. He quickly followed them, already fearing the worst. Hermione first became aware that something was wrong when she heard the doors open and a terrible smell assaulted her nostrils. Exiting the cubicle, she froze when her eyes fell upon the troll. The part of her brain that was not frozen with fear helpfully supplied that it was a mountain troll. The troll had noticed her too and swung its club at her. She screamed and dived out of the way. All thoughts of magic long gone. This was one of the reasons Harry would always be better at casting magic than her. She always had to think about what she wanted and did not truly trust her magic to work. Harry instinctively formed magic to his will and knew it would work. Even if it did not obey him immediately, he knew it would only be a matter of time before it did. It was the difference between being a prodigy and being skilled. Harry heard Hermione scream and pushed himself to run even faster. His magic reacted and enhanced his aching muscles. He almost tripped over his own feet in his haste, and rather than waste time opening them, blew the doors down on top of the troll. Hermione, get over here. Hermione scrambled around the dazed troll as it tried to dislodge the door, pinning it to the ground. She jumped over to Harry, who grabbed her hand and ran. Behind her, she heard the troll roar, and Harry pulled her to the side just as the door went spinning past them and lodged itself into the wall at the end of the corridor. Needing no further encouragement, the two terrified students ran, the troll hot on their heels, as despite its weight and bulk it could cover far more ground than them and it had been promised food. Skidding round the corner, Hermione realized they had reached the moving staircases. Luckily for them, the stairs were positioned so that they had a clear path upwards. The moment they were both on the staircase, it started to move away, cutting off the path for the troll. At that moment, the troll stumbled onto the landing, almost falling over the rail in front. It looked around stupidly until it spotted them. It stepped backwards, and Hermione hoped it had given up, but instead it began running and at the last moment jumped up over the railing onto the still moving staircase. It almost fell as its momentum caught up with it, but it stabilized itself. Harry pulled Hermione upwards, but on the staircase the troll could go up far quicker than they could. Harry felt the air move and pushed himself and Hermione to the ground just as the club sailed over them and destroyed the railing next to them. Standing quickly, Harry began firing every jinx he could think of, but all bounced right off the troll. Hermione saw Harry trying to jinx the troll and realized despite his skill at charms and transfiguration he was helpless against the troll. Dread began to set in as she had believed Harry was unbeatable. She saw the troll swing its club again and realized Harry was not reacting to it. She lurched forward. She pushed Harry forwards out of the path of the club. Feeling himself being shoved, Harry turned mid-fall to see Hermione standing above him before she was replaced by the wooden club. He heard a sickening smack, a girl's scream, then a distant thud. Blood pounded in his ears as Harry reached within himself for his magic and threw it at the troll that had just ended his best friend's life. He threw his hand out towards the troll, and all his magic and all his anger used that hand and movement as an outlet. Forming a jagged, spiked spear of pure magic, more solid than the raw magic he normally summoned yet more malleable than his mithril, it sailed through the air and stuck the troll deep in the chest. It stumbled backwards, but the spear was not enough to kill it. Harry drew back his hand back, pulling his magic ready for another blast. Already he could feel the effects of magical exhaustion, but he would not let Hermione die in vain. His magic, which had grown used to the feeling of Hermione's own magic nearby, cried out in its own form of rage as it felt the magic fade from her body. Desperately pulling at the scraps of what was left of her magic, Harry's own magic pulled it in and used it to fulfill its owner's rage and power. It was shaped by Harry's rage into a deadly spear and once more flew through his hand to the troll, pushing it back to the ground. Still it was not dead, but Harry fell over as his body's energy got drained. The troll stood and stomped towards Harry when it suddenly stopped and looked down and saw the giant hole going straight through its heart. It fell over and Harry saw a very angry Albus Dumbledore, wand raised and glaring down at the troll. He looked up at Harry and relief was evident in his eyes as Harry's exhaustion caught up with him and the world faded to black. Harry and Hermione made their way down to Hagrid's hut. Harry distantly noted the grounds looked like they were covered in fog, but strangely he didn't care. Upon reaching the hut, Harry knocked and listened to Fang barking inside as Hagrid tried to get to the door. After politely accepting his tea and declining rock cakes, they started chatting. Eventually Hermione asked, "So Hagrid, what exactly do you do as the keeper of keys and grounds?" "Ah, well Hermione, I shouldn't be telling ye students really. But I guess ye too can be trusted. While I hold the keys, the wards around Hogwarts remain active. Fare a little bit o' magic from me, all ye lot in the castle are safe. It's not as if I'm ussin' to magic anyway. The keys also keep me informed o' whenever anyone enters or leaves the wards, and in times o' emergency I can even tell the wards to lock down. It's a big job, but nothing I can't handle." "So what would happen if someone stole the keys off you, Hagrid?" Harry asked curiously. "If they were stolen, whoever held them would be able to control the wards. There are some quite nasty wards to haven't been activated for centuries, but they could be raised at a moment's notice. Of course, Dumbledore has a master key on him, so he would be able to stop the thief before any harm could be done. Hagrid paused, then proudly added, of course they would still have to get through me. In me youth I wrestled with professional muggles during my summers, and none o' 'em were ever able to beat me. So is Keeper of Grounds the same thing, Hagrid? Hermione asked after a short pause. Not exactly, Hermione. As Keeper o' the Grounds I have to ensure all the animals and creatures around Hogwarts are behavin' themselves. I reckon I know more about the grounds and forest than any other. Hagrid said proudly. From anyone else it would have sounded boastful, but Harry knew Hagrid was just being honest. It wasn't in the man's nature to boast or exaggerate. What type of creatures? Hermione knew of some as they were mentioned in Hogwarts. A history, but figured Hagrid might supply her with some more knowledge of Hogwarts. Well, ye have the centaurs, Acromantula, the Magia Lupus pack, I've got a hippogriff herd, a nest o' bowtruckles and unicorns, Hagrid said, counting them off as he went. Then during spring we normally see some red caps, and in summer fairies and pixies and the like. That's only the magical land dwellin' creatures. The forest is also filled with muggle animals have been enhanced by the magic o' the forest itself, and o' course lake is filled with all sorts o' creatures. What do you mean Magia Lupus packs? I thought it was just a myth that werewolves lived in the forest. Hermione said fearfully. Ah, but see, they ain't normal werewolves, Hermione, not really. They're either wolves are the offspring o' a turned werewolf, and a natural wolf or naturally born offspring o' two werewolves. While they do transform every full moon, they keep their mind unlike normal werewolves, see. And they are no more a danger to humans than any other wolf. O' course they stay far away from Hogwarts just in case, and the centaurs and unicorns often help keep 'em at away. I'll tell ya, if it weren't fair the centaurs my job would be nearly impossible. Dead helpful they are. Always make sure to warn me whenever anything big is comin', and regularly patrol the forest to ensure everything is as it should be. As Fluffy from the Forest, Hagrid. Harry had thought of Fluffy regularly. It was hard not to when he knew the giant Cerberus could tear him to shreds if he managed to escape. How do ye know about Fluffy? Hagrid asked, shocked, nearly dropping his cup of tea. Dumbledore showed me him on the first night, Harry said worriedly. Dumbledore had told him it was okay to talk about it, but now he thought he had said something wrong. Who's Fluffy? Hermione said, utterly confused. He's mine. I've had him since he was a pup, but Dumbledore had no right showing him to someone as small as yourself, Harry. Fluffy means well, but he can be a bit boisterous, and fair someone her size he could do a lot o' damage. I was with Dumbledore, Hagrid, he wouldn't have let me get hurt. I think Dumbledore assumed I would try to sneak in when I was exploring the castle, and he didn't want me to get myself killed. Harry said timidly. Well, ye should put it out of mind, Harry. What's going on up there is between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nothing ye need to worry yourself over. Hagrid, believe me, if both you and Dumbledore tell me something is dangerous, I'm going to stay as far away as possible. Well, good. If her father and his friends were here, they would have tried to get in during their first week. In fact, they often got caught trying to get into the Wampin Willow when they first got here. James almost lost an eye trying to get in one night, and I think made him back off. The rest of their evening was spent with Hagrid telling them stories of the trouble Harry's father and his friends got into. It started to get dark when Hagrid said, Come on, ye two, out with ye. It won't do any o' us any good if ye got caught out on the grounds after dark. I'll see ye two tomorrow. Leaving the hut, Harry and Hermione made their way back to Hogwarts. Harry noted that Hogwarts was also covered in fog and he was unable to see through it. Hermione turned to him and said, This is where we part, Harry. No, I don't want to leave you. You must. Where I am going is not for the living. Don't worry, we will see each other again, won't we? This is just goodbye for now. I don't think I can cope without you. I'll bring you back. Magic must be able to bring back the dead. Nobody can bring back the dead, Harry, she said sadly. Harry reached forwards and pulled Hermione into a hug. I love you. The grounds faded to white and Harry faintly heard, I love you too, Harry, I'll be waiting for you, but I have all the time in the world to wait. Hermione. Harry cried, jerking upright in the bed. Harry looked around frantically trying to find Hermione before the events from the last night caught up with him. He looked around and noticed Dumbledore sitting next to his bed, a sorrowful expression on his face as he studied Harry. Harry, I am so very sorry. Miss Granger was a brilliant witch who did not deserve such a fate at such a young age. I know how it feels to lose someone so close to you so early in life. Dumbledore would not meet Harry's eyes as he said this, and Harry pretended he did not see the headmaster's eyes watering. Looking down at his lap, Harry asked, "Do you know, Professor, or are you just saying that to make me feel better?" Dumbledore sighed deeply. "I believe you ought to hear my story. But I would deeply appreciate it if you keep what I'm about to tell you to yourself. When I was young, a few years older than yourself in fact, my sister was killed. My sister was mentally unwell and was unable to defend herself, so it fell to me and my brother to care for her. Unfortunately, one day one of my friends was over and he got in a disagreement with my brother. Wands were drawn and both started shooting off spells. I was unsure who to support, so decided it best to stop both of them. My brother has always been nearly as powerful as myself in raw power, and my friend was equally powerful and even back then knew more spells than know even now. My sister saw the fighting and tried to stop it, whereupon a rouge spell hit her. To this day I am unsure who cast the spell that ended her life, and I feel it is unimportant. It was my fault for letting my friend near my sister when I should have protected her. My friend fled England and me and my brother never spoke again." "Oh, I'm sorry, sir," Harry said bashfully. "What's done is done, Harry. But my biggest regret had always been not just that I let my sister die, but that I never spent the time to get to know her. I fear I envied her for having a quiet life that I never got to experience. I still wish I had just a little more time to see her. So I have an offer to you. I would have given anything to see Ariana one last time, and so I am asking, would you want to see Miss Granger one last time, Harry?" Shocked at the offer, Harry could only nod. Dumbledore reached down the neck of his robes and withdrew a gold necklace with a weird circular device on the end. This, Harry, is a time turner, and it allows the witch or wizard wearing it to go back a few hours into the past. As such, we are a bit short on time, but there should be time enough. Due to the nature of time travel, my requirements for this is that you allow me to place a charm on you that will stop you going more than 10 feet from me. Harry nodded once more, at a loss for words. Dumbledore withdrew his wand and Harry became aware of a slight tingling from his magic. Delving into his mage sight, he saw that Dumbledore's wand was completely unique. All the other wands Harry had seen kept the color of their wood and core. As such, every wand was unique, but Harry could subconsciously tell that the wand's color was different to that of its wielder. Dumbledore's wand, however, did not seem to actually possess its own color. Harry could tell that this dark indigo was actually the color of Dumbledore's magic rather than the wand's. This confused Harry deeply, as only his mithril reflected his own true magic. Realizing that Dumbledore had been casting a spell as he got lost in his thoughts, he pulled himself back to reality as he felt Dumbledore's magic settle over him like a heavy blanket. Harry knew instinctively that it would be impossible for him to shrug it off by himself. Looking at the magic, it was still the dark gray of masked magic. Dumbledore then put the gold chain over Harry's neck and spun it 5 times. Harry felt the room spin around him and instinctively activated his mage sight. Almost immediately he forced his eyes shut, but not before he caught sight of the kaleidoscope of color. Most prominent was pure gold, which Harry had never seen before. He did not even realize that the colors of magic could glitter. When Harry felt the room stop spinning, he opened his eyes to see he was still in the hospital wing. Dumbledore removed the gold chain from his neck and tucked it back into an inside pocket of his robes. "Where to first, Harry?" he asked kindly. "You're asking me. This trip is for your benefit, not mine. As such, I will go where you want to go." "Gryffindor Tower then, I guess." Dumbledore bowed his head and set off. Harry thought he knew Hogwarts quite well, but after Dumbledore led him through a secret passage that appeared to be a solid wall with no special magic, Harry resigned himself to realize he would never discover all of Hogwarts' mysteries. Arriving at the Gryffindor portrait, Dumbledore waved his wand over their heads and Harry suddenly felt as if someone had cracked an egg over him. Looking down, he noticed his body had become invisible. Looking at Dumbledore, he was surprised that he could still clearly see the headmaster, and from the way he was grinning back, he could see him too. "If you wouldn't mind placing one of your notice me nots over us, I would very much appreciate it, Harry." After he had been applied the charm, Harry asked, Why do we need the notice me not if we are already invisible, sir? Ah, well, as you will know, the notice me not can be defeated by someone actively looking for something. While the disillusionment charm can be defeated by somebody noticing us, while I hope that nobody will be able to see through my disillusionment charm, I want to decrease the chances of us being found as much as possible. By layering a notice me not over the disillusion charm, it becomes much harder for us to be found even if someone is actively looking for us, as they do not notice any imperfections in the disillusion. Clad under a spell of pure invisibility and charmed to be unnoticed, Harry and Albus watched Hermione go about her day. Through it all, Harry felt only numb. Together they watched as past Harry led Hermione through the corridors with the troll following close behind. Harry wanted to intervene but knew he couldn't. When his past self stopped on the staircase, Dumbledore gently reached out and set his hand on Harry's shoulder. Watching his best friend die was just as hard the second time, but now he felt he understood better. He watched as past Harry crumpled and past Dumbledore gently picked him up and carried him away. Present Dumbledore then led Harry away to his office. Entering, Harry looked over the office with interest. Most notable was the phoenix by the door, which flew from its perch to land on Harry's shoulder. Absent-mindedly stroking it, Harry looked at the various enchanted objects on Dumbledore's shelves and smiled when he saw the little mithril sculpture of Dumbledore's head that he had made only 3 months ago. When he sat down, the phoenix hopped from his shoulder to lap and let Harry resume stroking it. Dumbledore sat down next to Harry and said, "That's Fawkes. As you may have guessed, he is a phoenix. Is there anything you would like to talk about, Harry?" "Anything at all. Why was there a troll in the school, sir?" Dumbledore sighed deeply and seemed to age before Harry's eyes. "I cannot say for sure. The troll could have simply wandered in, although I doubt it. No, I suspect the troll was let in Hogwarts deliberately. Deep underneath the 3rd floor corridor is an object that Voldemort would do anything to obtain. I set it here as a trap and a test to find out if Voldemort is in fact still alive and what lengths he would go. Never did I think he would dare endanger the students. All he has done is reveal he is here without gaining anything. That is most unusual for him. First he takes my parents. Now he takes my best friend. I think I've had dreams about him too. What is this object he's after, sir?" Harry had a very dark look as he said this, and Dumbledore felt he had made another Tom Riddle. Nevertheless, he answered the boy who had lost so much despite Dumbledore's promise of safety, feeling the boy deserved some answers. "The Philosopher's Stone. In my youth, after I finished Hogwarts, I trained under a famous alchemist and philosopher named Nicholas Flamel. It is he who made the Philosopher's Stone, which holds the power to grant immortality and wealth to all those who possess it. Back when Voldemort was a child, I think he feared death above all else. Even his name means to fly from death, and as such it is my belief he would do anything to achieve immortality. If the stone was not here at Hogwarts, would he have let the troll in? No. If the stone was not at Hogwarts, Voldemort would have had no reason to let the troll in." Harry stood angrily and began pacing the office. His magic swirled around him, picking up paper and parchment and throwing it around. Harry seemed to be struggling with some internal argument that Albus dared not interfere with. He knew that if Harry now hated him, he would be unable to guide him later in his life, yet also realized that ultimately he had indirectly helped lead Miss Granger to her death by taking Voldemort for granted. If the stone was not at Hogwarts, would Voldemort have still tried to claim it? On the 31st of July, I had Hagrid retrieve the stone from Gringotts after I received an urgent letter from Nicholas saying that somebody had broken into his house without triggering any wards, and the only thing taken was the spare key to the vault. Later that day, Gringotts reported that someone broke into that vault without triggering any of their wards either. There is only one wizard I know of who would be capable of doing such a feat, and that is Voldemort. If I had not sent Hagrid, I fear Voldemort would have gotten the stone that day, as Nicholas was unable to get to Gringotts. And Voldemort hated Muggleborns like Hermione, didn't he? So if he had gotten the stone, Hermione would have been in danger anyway. I would not say he hates Muggleborns. I would not even say he truly hates Muggles. He certainly fears Muggles and what they are capable of, but he only claimed to hate Muggleborns to get his followers on his side. It should be noted that his followers were often the most influential and wealthiest purebloods, thus allowing him to attempt to control Britain with far less opposition than if he had gotten the Muggleborns on his side. Regardless of his feelings, though, every witch and wizard in Britain would most certainly be in danger regardless of their blood status. Is the stone safe here? Yes. It is behind fairly rudimentary traps that require a long time to complete, so that hopefully I will have enough time to lock down the floor before Voldemort can leave. The stone itself is behind a very creative ward scheme that Voldemort could never get through. For safety reasons, you will have to understand that I won't be revealing what it is. Harry nodded curtly and sat back down and resumed stroking Fawkes. He mulled over his words for a bit and Dumbledore let him think in silence. I guess Hermione's death was not your fault. The blame lays with the troll and Voldemort for letting it in. But I do want you to know, Professor, that because of the game you and Voldemort are playing, my best friend died, and I will never forget that. It is not often I admit this, but I am human and as such make mistakes just like any other. However, I am vain enough to admit that when I make mistakes, the consequences are often far greater than another's, Ariana being one such mistake. That's why I keep Sherbet Lemo's on my desk. It was her favorite sweet and I only learned it after she had died. I like to believe that seeing them every day keeps me from making such mistakes again. Evidently I had grown lax. She had just made a ring, Harry said quietly after another moment's pause. Harry, Dumbledore said curiously, raising an eyebrow. I was teaching her to make mithril and she had finally managed to make a small ring. She was so proud of herself. Dumbledore let his thoughts wander. Not wanting to think about Ariana or Hermione, he turned his thoughts to rings and remembered that strange ring Tom had gotten in his 6th year and the memory he had much later gotten before Morfingaunt's untimely death at Azkaban. That ring had possessed a faint magical call to it, not that dissimilar to the Elder Wand's call. Now that he thought on it, sitting up straight, Dumbledore realized what he should have known all along. The Lord's ring for the House of Gaunt was one of the Hallows, almost defiantly the Resurrection Stone. Harry had been told to take as much free time as he had wished by Dumbledore, who had said, normal procedure for the death of a close friend or relation is to send them home to be with relatives or guardians, but I fear that sending you to the Dursleys would not be a wise decision on my part. I would prefer to stay at Hogwarts, sir. Very well. I would like you to temporarily take up residence in a spare quarters near my office then. If you ever need to talk, my door will always be open for you, no matter the time of day or subject. He had accepted the offer and spent 2 weeks out of lessons. He had eaten meals with Dumbledore in his office and the two often discussed magical theory. Every so often a teacher would join them. The most common teachers were Professors Flitwick and Babbling. On the 3rd day of Harry's time off, Flitwick had brought Bathsheba Babbling along with him and told Harry she was the runes professor. Harry had been very interested in how runes worked ever since he had first read up about them and had eagerly struck up a discussion over the use and application of runes, with Flitwick and Dumbledore adding their own opinions into the mix too. Quickly seeing the use of combining runes with his mithril, such as the preservation rune he and Hermione had tried so hard to learn about, he had managed to get Professor Babbling to draw out a basic preservation rune under the pretext of him wanting to combine it to a transfigured object, which was technically true. Dumbledore had raised his eyebrows at that and smiled slyly. Harry made eye contact with him and felt Dumbledore's magic brush against his mind and delivered just one word: cheater. Upon returning to school life, he became aware of the fact that the other students were extra cautious around him. The story of the troll had spread, it seemed, and although nobody knew of his use of mithril, it had become common knowledge that Harry had sent giant spikes into the troll with enough power to force it backwards. Most assumed he had transfigured the rubble on the stairs, but some who had grown up with the myth of the boy who lived believed Harry had summoned the spikes from thin air using powers he had been taught as a child. Harry thought it ironic that they were closer to the truth than the others. Regardless of what story the students of Hogwarts believed in, it was considered fact that Harry had almost killed a fully grown mountain troll in just 2 hits as a first year, never mind the fact that it had been Dumbledore who had actually finished it. One of the only students who had not tried to avoid Harry was Ron, who had cornered Harry in the library. Listen, mate. I'm really sorry about Hermione. I didn't mean it and I didn't want her to get hurt. I'm not your mate, Ron. If you had not insulted her, she would never have been in the toilet crying and the troll would never have killed her. You cost me the best friend I've ever had just because you can't be arsed to put any effort into doing magic and were embarrassed that Hermione actually puts the effort in and got better results as a result. Get lost, Ron. You lost the right to be my friend the moment you insulted Hermione. Harry had left Ron in the library. All that day Ron mulled over what Harry had said and with shame admitted he was right. He vowed to both himself and the memory of Hermione that he would put more effort into his work. His roommates noticed Ron was much more quiet and withdrawn after that fateful Halloween. He put much more work into his studies and it started showing too as his grades had picked up, putting him at above average. It was a hollow victory for Ronald as it came at the cost of the best friend he himself had ever gotten, and he knew this was what Harry was feeling. Another student that had approached Harry was Draco Malfoy. He did not believe the ridiculous rumors that Harry had single-handedly beaten the troll. For reasons best known to himself, he had decided to be the one to show the entire school that he was better than the boy who lived and deserved the attention Harry received. Mourning for your mudblood friend Potter. He had stepped in front of Harry and blocked his way in the middle of a moving staircase. The very same staircase that Harry had fought the troll on. Harry glanced at Draco and saw only smug glee. He was going to ignore the boy and move to go past him when Draco said, "I would be glad if it were me. I can't imagine what it must have been like to put up with the mudblood all day long. Even being in the same class had been enough for me to want to kill her myself. Oh please professor, pick me. Pick me. It's a shame the troll was killed. I would have had it rewarded." Draco mimicked Hermione jumping up and down with his hand raised. He noticed that Harry had still not drawn his wand and felt braver. Harry snapped at hearing his friend mocked for her intelligence and turned and thrust his palm at Malfoy, willing his magic to push Draco back down the steps. In his anger, however, he severely overpowered it, and rather than just push Draco back a few steps, it flung him completely off the staircase. Luckily for Malfoy, the staircase directly below had moved so that he landed on it just one floor down rather than fall all the way to the ground floor. Students gasped when they saw Malfoy fly off the staircase and parted when Harry continued up the stairs, not wishing to be pushed off either. Internally, Harry was panicking and angry and was barely keeping it contained. It was only his conditioning under the Dursleys that kept his emotions from getting loose. On the outside he looked calm and impassionate, as if nearly murdering a fellow student was of no consequence. Malfoy had wanted to prove Harry was weak but had only managed to raise the boy onto a pedestal that none wanted to compete with while lowering his own social position. Sitting in front of Dumbledore's desk, Harry told the headmaster what had happened. Sighing, Albus sat down heavily. He knew Lucius would soon be out for blood. He also knew he should be punishing Harry, but completely understood why he had reacted and that it had been an accident. Remembering all the complaints he had received from teachers and students about young Mr. Malfoy, he realized that he needed to remove the power Lucius possessed quickly. Dismissing Harry after giving him detention with Flitwick for a week, he sent a letter to Lucius inviting him for a meeting tomorrow. Lucius had received his sons the morning of his meeting and was enraged that Dumbledore had not deemed fit to inform him. Storming into Dumbledore's office, he was caught off guard when he saw Harry Potter sitting beside Dumbledore's desk facing the door. For the boy this probably meant nothing, but Lucius recognized it well. The power that came from a large desk was something all purebloods learned at a young age. The person behind the desk held the power in the setting, and the one sitting in front of the desk was lesser. To remain standing for either party signified that they did not recognize the power of the other person and was a huge form of disrespect. Sitting beside the desk signified that Dumbledore had claimed the boy as an equal and under his protection. Lucius was stunned that the headmaster would so blatantly show this and sat down in front of the desk before he had really considered what he was doing. "Lucius, so glad you could join us. As you may be aware, the reason I invited you here today is to discuss your son. Mr. Malfoy's behavior has been unacceptable, but we both know you won't let him get punished for it, so here is what is going to happen. You are going to resign from the Board of Governors and let the incident yesterday slide." "And why would I do that?" Lucius hissed. Outraged that Dumbledore would be so blunt and in front of a child was a grave insult to his pride and honor. "Because Harry here is commonly known as the boy who lived, and I wonder what Cornelius would think if he heard that your son had been insulting him. Particularly since you owe Harry a debt for saving you from the Imperious Curse when he defeated Voldemort. He might also be interested in the various letters from the Board of Governors detailing the threats and bribes you have committed while on the board I received last night. This is outrageous. My son was sent to the hospital wing after being pushed off the stairs. I will not be threatened by the likes of you, Dumbledore." Lucius was going to say more but became aware of the magical pressure coming from the aged headmaster. It was suffocating and oppressive. It demanded subservience and respect. It was as if Lucius was back in front of the Dark Lord, and his anger fled as he became aware of the danger he was potentially in. On the political field, Lucius could have defeated both Dumbledore and the boy who lived, but here and now in a competition of magic he was pathetically outmatched. "Quite frankly, your son deserved it, Lucius. Now that he and Harry have settled their differences, I see no reason to further punish either. You can either agree and resign from the board honorably, or you can resist and lose what power you have left. The ball is in your court. Rest assured that if you try anything against Harry, I will take it as a personal attack and deal with it accordingly. Are we understood? Lucius ground his teeth and nodded surly. He recognized that despite the headmaster's grandfather attitude, he held the power to make Lucius' life very miserable. Better yield now and keep some of his power rather than resist and potentially lose it all. He could always work from the shadows to discredit Dumbledore and make him lose his power that way. Once the old man had lost his power, Lucius would strike, and then Dumbledore would regret crossing Lucius Malfoy. Rising to leave, Lucius paused when Harry finally spoke. Mr. Malfoy, you might wish to tell your son that I have no quarrel with him. Yesterday he insulted my dead best friend and I dealt with it. I now consider it finished. If he leaves me alone, I will leave him. He attacks me, I will attack back. He helps me, I will help him in return. Sitting in his workshop a few days later, he absent-mindedly fiddled with Hermione's mithril ring. After returning to his workshop, he was glad to see that the ring had not faded. Other magic she had cast had long since collapsed when her magic had faded with her death, yet the ring kept producing her magical signature. It was all that was left of her that Harry had, and he had worn it ever since dead in memory of her. The other students dared not ask him why he now wore a ring. Currently he was waiting for Dumbledore. Ever since Harry had returned to school life, Dumbledore had made time to sit with Harry every lunch in his workshop and observe him experiment with magic. He claimed it was to ensure Harry was safe, but Harry suspected Dumbledore did not want him to be alone. Regardless of the reason, Harry appreciated the gesture. Tonight he wanted to inscribe the first preservation rune into a small sphere of mithril he had made just for this experiment. He had formed it with the idea of internal decay, and as such the mithril glowed brightly with magic, as much more was required to keep its density intact. Harry theorized the preservation rune would counter the decay, and the excess magic generated that was previously going into fighting the decay would just discharge out into the air to be collected. When Dumbledore entered, he sat down at the table and handed over a rune etching kit and said, "Ready when you are, Harry." Harry nodded and tried to etch the rune into the mithril, only to realize that the chisel would break long before the mithril would get a scratch. Feeling foolish, Harry formed a mithril chisel identical to the one Dumbledore had made and formed it with the idea of sharpened sculpting. He then reformed the sphere and added the idea of malleable underneath the decaying idea. With his new tool he once more tried to etch the rune and was thrilled when the new mithril chisel began etching into the mithril easily. He also felt his magic start to swell up within the chisel. He slowly and carefully etched the entire preservation rune into the sphere, and when he drew the last line he felt the magic that had welled up within the chisel rush into the rune, which glowed green with power. Instantly the sphere began to grow in size and Harry stepped back hastily. Dumbledore drew his wand and pointed it at the sphere, although he cast no magic. Harry quickly reached out with the chisel and scored a deep line right through the rune. When she had taught Harry a few runes, babbling had drilled it into his head that if a rune ever goes wrong, cutting straight through it was the easiest and quickest way to stop it if it went wrong. The magic in the rune lost its focus and attempted to explode outwards, only to be dragged into the sphere, which had grown from the size of a tennis ball to the size of a beach ball in the few short seconds the rune had been active. Luckily, with the rune gone, the sphere stopped growing and sat on the table as if it had been formed that big. "That went well," Harry said shakily. Dumbledore chuckled and sat down. He slowly released his hold on Hogwarts wards, which he was just about to tell to stop all magic within the room and move him and Harry to his office. "Would you care to explain to me what happened, Harry?" "Well, from my observations, mithril wants to stay the exact size and density it was when it was formed. I formed this sphere with the idea of internal decay, so the magic was constantly trying to repair what was lost to maintain its density. By adding the preservation rune, I hoped to counter the decay with the rune, and the magic that was going to the decay would go elsewhere. I had hoped it would have gone outwards into the air, but I think when I added the idea of it being malleable for the chisel, it lost the idea of remaining the same size, and as such the excess magic went into the sphere, which made it grow." Harry then placed his hand on the sphere and drew in the magic he had used to first form and then to break the rune. The sphere shrunk accordingly, and Harry added, "I suspect that the sphere would have grown until the magic it had produced to counter the decay was gone or the rune died. I can't be sure, of course, and I don't want to risk it trying to find out. On the plus side, I now know I can get more magic incredibly easily." Harry: "Well, it didn't take that much magic to form the sphere. chisel or the rune, and it made the sphere huge. Just that small bit I drained I completely restored, but absorbing back a bit of the sphere, and it's still almost 3 times its original size. I could have formed it the size of a marble and let it run till it was this size, and it would have taken barely no magic. Harry paused to take a deep breath, then expanded further into his explanation. From what I can tell, the mithril produces exactly the same magical signature of the creator. As you know, when you transfigure something, your magic mixes with the object so that it is no longer pure. From what I can tell, that is why that magic can never be reclaimed, as magic is meant to be one-directional. Mithril is different, as it is completely pure magic and identical to a magical aura. As it is purely the creator's magical signature, it can be reabsorbed as if it had never left. But it doesn't just hold magic and wait for it to be called. Magic is constantly being used, and mithril produces its own magic as if it were a witch or wizard. I can trick the mithril into producing magic, and by using runes I can theoretically make that magic go elsewhere, such as expanding. I can then take that magic and shrink the shape down, then let it expand again without using any of my own magic. Dumbledore paused as he realized the gravity of this discovery. It was fact amongst magicals that magic came from inside and went out. Harry had found a way to get an infinite source of magic externally and bring it inside. Simply incredible. Harry, every so often there comes a witch or wizard that cannot help but reshape the world of magic around them. Their mere presence sends ripples across magic. We call these witches and wizards Magi Invicta, which translates to invincible mage. I was one such wizard, and Voldemort was another, and now I believe that already you are another. Harry was stunned. He had not expected that at all. He had never even heard of Magi Invicta before. Unsure of how to reply, Harry just sat there until he thought of something else. Thank you, sir. I've also just thought of something else. If I change malleable to something like transfer or store, I could theoretically make even more magic. For example, wards require a huge amount of power, right? It's why, unless they are running on ley lines such as Hogwarts, they require constant maintenance. Well, I have basically made a way to create a completely portable ley line. I think you should keep this discovery very quiet, Harry. At the very least until you have graduated from Hogwarts. Use this time to refine it and improve, then when you leave Hogwarts it would be more than enough to set you up for life. You could get any apprenticeship you want with this, so long as you keep it quiet for just these few years. I will, sir. Could you possibly make a small power-hungry ward on the table? I want to test my theory. Albus drew up the ward scheme for the ward and with a touch of his wand powered it up. This will last about 5 minutes currently, Dumbledore informed him. As Albus had been drawing up the ward, Harry had reconfigured the sphere with the idea of transmitting rather than being malleable, and had also formed a wire made of mithril with the idea of flexible transmission and conductive. He had then formed a small indent in the sphere which he pushed the wire into, then formed a small disc on the other end of the wire which he placed exactly where Dumbledore had charged the ward. Holding his breath, he redrew the preservation rune, and instantly the ward shone brightly as it got overpowered. Turning to Dumbledore excitedly, Harry said, I think that ward is now powered infinitely. In order to break down the ward you need to overpower it, right? Well, so long as this mithril battery was underneath the ward, the only way to break down the ward is to unplug the mithril. Remarkable. Dumbledore muttered as he experimented with the ward. He realized that Harry was correct, or mostly correct. The only reasons wards couldn't be relied solely upon was because they could be overpowered if the attacker was more powerful than the person who charged the wards. This ward was basically continuously charged, meaning that an attacker would drain their own magical supply trying to overcome it. However, Albus suspected that ward could potentially be beaten if the transfer speed was overcome by multiple high-power wizards attacking the ward at simultaneously. He told Harry of this flaw. Harry grinned and formed another wire which he also plugged into the ward scheme and sphere, and although the ward did not glow any brighter, it was clear to Albus that the transfer speed of the magic had doubled. He realized Harry could have just placed the entire sphere on top of the ward charge point and not worry about the transfer speed at all. Harry, I have a proposition for you. Continue working on this and ensure there are no weak points, and once you have proven that to me that you have met my requirements, I would like for you to install this on the Hogwarts ward anchor. Some wards around Hogwarts have had to suffer in order to maintain other more important wards, as although ley lines are an infinite source of magic, they have a limit on how much can be drawn. As you may or may not know, Hogwarts has war wards that require a huge quantity of magic, and I fear that under the current ward scheme, the war wards would be unable to operate at full capacity while also keeping up the current wards. With this mithril generator, the current war wards would not only be able to operate at full power, but I would also be able to add and edit other wards without fearing for the safety of the school. One such ward that seems to have been neglected is the beast ward, as I should have been alerted the moment a creature the size and power of a troll got anywhere near the castle. In return for this, I will sponsor you through a charms and runes mastery should you wish it, as well as offer an apprenticeship under either myself or someone of your choosing. I will gladly do that, Professor. Harry said excitedly. He was mournful he had not thought of it before Halloween, as if the wards had been more powerful the troll could never have gotten inside, yet at least he had managed to get it to work so other, future students would never have to be endangered again. One requirement for this is that you bring Bathsheba babbling into your confidence. This is because, as we saw today, your experiment could have gone disastrously wrong, and although you handled it marvelously, next time you may not be able to handle it, and I cannot be present at all times. Another reason is that Bathsheba is by far superior when it comes to runes. Due to the nature of this project, I will place her under a magical oath to not reveal what you two would be working on, so it will still be your secret. That would be great, sir. Thank you. Dumbledore smiled amiably, then tried to bring down the temporary ward scheme so he could go. He frowned when it resisted his efforts, and he realized that to bring down a ward scheme required draining it of power the same as breaking it down. For the ward holder, that was normally no problem, as even if the holder was not the charger, the runes responded to the holder as if they were the charger. Hogwarts wards had an entire identification section that recognized the current headmaster of Hogwarts as the ward holder. The problem now was that by charging this ward with the Mithril's magic, which was identical to Harry's own magical signature, the magic had overpowered Dumbledore's claim over the ward and made Harry the ward holder. I appear to have an issue, Harry. By charging and overpowering the ward with your own magic through the Mithril, I seem to have lost claim over the ward. This will also have to be fixed or overcome before adding it to the Hogwarts wards, as it would mean even though I am headmaster, you would have a greater claim over the wards. That would also mean even after several centuries after you are dead, the ward would still recognize you as the greater owner, and as the magic would still be fresh from the mithril, I suspect it would go into a sort of limbo, as it would need you to depower the ward to let another take ownership, and obviously you could not do that if you are not alive. Dumbledore realized that Harry could use this to take over and control another ward from the outside. Almost every ward available takes the magic from an attacking spell and feeds it to the charge point as power for the ward. If a ward scheme does not have a ley line built in, then a witch or wizard could charge the ward from the outside and get control over the ward that way. This often left them extremely weak and vulnerable, so it was almost never done, but now Harry had a way to do it with free magic. Harry disconnected the mithril wires from the ward and scored the preservation rune off, as magic had started to pool at the end of the wires, and he did not want to find out what happens if mithril explodes from too much magic. Mulling over Dumbledore's words, he tried to think of a way to prevent it. At first he thought he could teach Dumbledore to make the mithril battery, but realized that only moved the problem, as Dumbledore could die before passing on ownership, and he would have to teach his successor how to do it, which carried the same issue. Dumbledore sat in his office king on a sherbet limo. Thinking about Harry, he knew now the boy was undeniably destined for greatness beyond anything he had ever personally achieved, and also suspected that the boy had made a form of immortality equal to that of the Philosopher's Stone. Having studied under Flamel, he had gotten the chance to study the stone and had realized the stone took the magic from the user and made the elixir of life with the user's magic as the primary ingredient. As such, each elixir only worked for the brewer. An elixir made for Nicholas would not work for Perenelle. Few knew that witches and wizards aged differently to their muggle counterparts. It was one of the reasons they were considered another species, as muggles aged and died as their cells decayed. Magicals aged and died as their magic decayed. Now that Harry had made a way to produce an exact replica of his magic, even greater than that made by the Philosopher's Stone, Harry was now effectively immune to aging. After spending so much of his childhood searching for ways to undo death, Dumbledore knew how bad it could be to outlive everyone you care for. Do you, Bathsheba Sandra Babbling, promise to keep Harry Potter's secrets pertaining to his extracurricular activities on the condition that he seek your advice before any major experiment for any of said extracurricular activities? I do. And do you? Harry James Potter promised to listen to and respect Bathsheba Babbling's advice on the condition that she listen to you as if your words were mine with all the power that entails. I do. Then I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore observe this oath magically binding and active for as long as the conditions may hold, so mote it be. It had taken a long time to decide on a contract that Dumbledore, Harry and Bethesda were happy with. They had elected to go with a conditional oath instead of an unbreakable or magically binding oath. With an unbreakable oath there could be no misdirection as every party had to be fully aware of what they were agreeing to. As such Harry would have needed to reveal his mithril and ideas to Bathsheba before she agreed, which Dumbledore thought unwise. His reasoning was that even if she agreed to take the oath someone proficient in legilimency could pick out the secret from before she had agreed to keep. Another downside to the unbreakable oath was that the oath keeper had to stay alive as the magic lived within them for the oath to remain binding. Dumbledore did not want to trust in surviving all 7 years Harry would be at Hogwarts and any time spent afterwards. Of course he hoped he would live to see Harry graduate but knew he was slowing and did not want to needlessly put Harry at risk after Harry having to suffer his mistakes for 10 years. A magical oath was almost immediately disregarded as it gave no warnings when either party got close to breaking the oath. If Bathsheba had gotten close to revealing the secret even accidentally, the only time she would become aware would be when her magic got stripped away. With either of the other two oaths, magical warnings were given before the punishment. Another reason to not take a magical oath was that it did not protect the mind, so Harry would have had to trust his secrets on her mental shields. A conditional oath was the most difficult to use as for each term a participant agreed to there had to be a term of equal power that the other participant had to agree with. This limited how much could be within the oath as the oath could become unbalanced and lose its power. Theoretically you could make a magical or an unbreakable oath with as many terms as needed due to the lack of balancing. There was once an unbreakable oath between two magical world leaders that took over 2 hours to read through. However, the benefit to a conditional oath over the other two options was that a participant did not have to actually understand what they were agreeing. Even if a legilimencer broke Bathsheba's mind apart, they would never be able to learn of Harry's secrets. As far as protections go, it was complete overkill because Harry himself had no mental protections and did not have the oath protecting him. The final reason they chose on a conditional oath was that it was impossible to break. The magic of the oath lived within the participants, and no matter how much they tried to break a conditional clause, the magic would stop them before they got close. Dumbledore had explained it to Harry by gently tipping two wooden boards until they used each other to hold themselves up. By leaning on the other board you stopped yourself falling. But as the other board was also doing the same, neither could fall while the other stood. The only way one could fall was if the other board was removed, signifying death. If Bathsheba died, Harry would have no reason to go to her for help. If Harry died, Bathsheba would have no reason to reveal or hold his secrets. Bathsheba had been reluctant to agree to Harry holding the same verbal power of Dumbledore, but Dumbledore pointed out that was just an extent of secrecy, as the contract of school professor Bathsheba was magically bound to not reveal any of Dumbledore's secrets that she happened to learn while being employed by him. Now the magical bind counted Harry as equal to her employer on top of the far more powerful conditional oath of secrecy. After the oath had been drawn and agreed to, Harry showed Bathsheba what he had discovered with his mithril. She had assumed it had to be something huge, as Dumbledore had personally gone to her asking her to help Harry. The fact he wanted her to take an oath was just more evidence to support her idea. It was not all that unusual for a teacher to take an oath to keep a student's secret for an extracurricular project, and when Bathsheba had been a student she had gotten an oath from her own runes professor. The project they worked on together had gotten her the mastery she had wanted and allowed her to take over from her mentor when he had retired. She instantly began coming up with potential uses of mithril and quickly realized she could think up uses for mithril forever and not reach a limit. It was no wonder that each goblin-made item was considered unique. The creator only had to think about what they wanted and it could be made. She also saw potential in expanding her own personal projects. As she thought over her ideas, she spoke to Harry. Neither the student or teacher noticed when Dumbledore quietly left. She had been planning a giant ward structure that would use modules rather than full sections. Currently, a ward structure would be unique to each area. Even if two warded areas had the same ward builder, they would come out subtly different. This made it extremely difficult for a standard for wards to be established, as the ward builder could only guess at how much the ward could take based on previous wards. If they tested their wards to breaking point, then they would have to be rebuilt, meaning they would have a different breaking point. By modulating the wards, each module could be guaranteed to be the same as another. The subtle differences would still be present for each module, but the modules would interact with each other in a standard fashion. If somebody wanted a ward array that stopped apparition, alerted the owner to people entering and exiting, and be unplottable, they currently had to hire a single ward master who would charge an extremely high price. Due to this, the warding profession consisted of either high quality, high price masters, or poor quality, low price apprentices. With modules, a team of workers could be taught how to install the modules into a central matrix. Even if the worker knew nothing about wards, they could still follow the instruction and set up a high quality ward structure for a significantly lower price when compared to a ward master. Bathsheba had come across the problem of tying to power the ward. Each module required the power of a full ward and then additional power to make two modules work together. For each module in the scheme, the amount of power required expanded exponentially. For somewhere like Hogwarts with access to ley lines, it might have been worth it, but for a private home without such luxuries, the additional power requirement meant that modules would be extremely easy to overpower and bypass. Now, however, with the use of a mithril reactor, power was no longer an issue and allowed for more powerful modules. Bathsheba decided that the first issue to fix is the magical signature. Why does it have to be your magical signature, Harry? Because I'm the one who made it. Yes, but once it's formed, theoretically it could run with anybody's signature, right? Well, yes, but once it's formed, it's flooded with my signature and it generates only my signature. What if you formed it with the idea of changeability? Harry formed a mithril cube with that idea and presented it to her. She drew her wand and summoned her magical signature to her wand tip. She then pressed it to the cube and noted the cube absorbed it. She then looked into the magic and laughed delightedly when she saw, rather than Harry's lime green magic, it had become her light purple. She then asked Harry to add his signature back into the cube. When he pressed his finger to the cube, she saw the green spread over the purple and take over control. Drawing a small ward scheme, she asked Harry to make a generator similar to what he made with Dumbledore. She then powered the ward up with the mithril charging pad rather than manually charge it. She nodded when the ward activated normally, as if it had been powered up by a human. She then picked up the cube and pushed her magic into it until it was her purple. She then tapped it against the glowing sphere and was disappointed when nothing happened. She asked Harry to make a flat surface on the sphere and reform it with the idea of acceptance. Once done, she tapped the cube back against the sphere, and this time the purple spread from the cube to the sphere. The generator was now making purple magic. However, the magic with the generator refused to move into the wires. Shutting off the generator, she then asked Harry to also reform the wires and pad with the idea of subservience and then add the idea of master to the generator. She noted that the wires and pad had become purple instantly and asked Harry to take the cube and make it his green signature and tap it against the sphere. The green spread into the sphere and did not seem to move into the wires, but the moment all the purple in the generator had been consumed, the wires and pad flashed and became Harry's green, allowing the magic to flow through them and into the ward. The ward itself had briefly flickered momentarily when the generator had been mostly purple while the wires were still green, but that was to be expected as the power temporarily shut off. Excitedly, Bathsheba explained to a bemused Harry what had happened. The cube takes the magical signature of the holder and stores it. When it comes in contact with the sphere, it transfers over into the generator due to the acceptance ideology. Once the sphere becomes attuned to that signature, it begins making magic with that signature as if it had been made by that person. Once it is fully one signature, it passes it to the wires over the mastery and subservient ideologies. As the wires are now the exact same signature as the sphere, the magic can pass through like normal. She took a deep breath before continuing. This means that even if the current owner dies before they can pass ownership onto another, the new owner just has to get a hold of this cube in order to become the new owner of the ward structure. If they do not have the cube, then the generator and ward are safe from interference. That's why I wanted it to be on the separate cube rather than go directly into the generator, so the owner could place the cube into something like a Gringotts vault, and even if someone manages to break into their house and can get to the ward anchor, they cannot become the master over the ward. I feel like we should also come up with a way to uniquely identify each mithril generator so that only one key can only unlock its corresponding generator. otherwise someone could just buy a key and use it to unlock someone else's generator. Harry jumped in, understanding dawning within him. I think I could also make the key forget the signature after a set amount of time so it can't be taken and used without the owner's permission. We could also put the entire ward scheme and generator inside a mithril shield so that only the owner can enter and change the wards. We could even make the entire shield the generator with the wires and ward stone inside. Would the words work inside the mithril dome though? Bathsheba asked cautiously. I see no reason why they wouldn't, and even if they did I could make it so that it lets magic pass from the inside out but stop magic going from the outside in. Well, there is an easy way to find out. Let's try it. Harry formed a hollow sphere big enough to completely enclose the ward stone and generator with more than enough room to spare. He felt extremely weak after it was complete but simply reached for the generator and redrew the rune after changing the ideology from transfer and back to growing. He then drew in the magic as fast as the sphere could grow. Once he felt replenished he scored a deep line through the rune and changed the ideology back to transmit magic. We need to find a quicker way of cutting off the rune. I don't suppose there is a conditional rune that could be combined with the preservation one so that it is only active when we want it to be. As a matter of fact there is. It is really impressive that you can form something that huge and then basically recharge you magic instantly. You're going to be extremely powerful when you get older, Harry. Harry grinned, accepting the praise and turned back to the generator, specifically the preservation rune. He pushed his magic into the mithril and made a pit within the generator. He then formed a small mithril button that would give off a small electric current when triggered. He made the rune move into the area by moving the mithril underneath the rune and then asked Bathsheba to draw the conditional rune with the trigger being electricity. Once she had drawn it and connected it to the preservation rune he completed the preservation rune, as he hoped it did not activate. He slotted the mithril button into the pit so that it both covered and touched the runes preventing them from being changed or seen. He gave the entire generator the ideology of not conducting electricity then pressed the button. Instantly the generator started up and pressing the button again turned it off. With that done he moved the generator as close to the ward stone as he could and reformed the charge pad with the ideology of sticking. He then placed the mithril shield over the lot. He added a small hole into the shield where the generator was and adjusted it so that the button and signature plate were flush with the shield. Pushing the button made the ward activate, clearly visible on top of the mithril shield. As expected, pressing the button again deactivated the ward. Using the cube, Bathsheba could still claim ownership of the generator and thus ward, but Harry felt it made the entire generator safer and harder to break. Adding a plate to the shield itself, Harry formed it with a conditional ideology within it inspired by Bathsheba's conditional rune. The condition was that if a magical signature was placed against it that was identical to the magical signature of the generator, then it would activate a reforming ideology that would make a giant hole appear in the side. By tapping the cube key against the signature plate on the shield, it opened the hole, allowing the ward to be edited. Tapping the key again made the shield reform. What exactly can you do with your raw magic, Harry? Bathsheba asked one evening. What do you mean? Harry and Bathsheba were lounging on his sofa after working on their ward generator. Well, I know what you can do with mithril in its solid form, but what about when it's still in its raw form? I haven't messed with the raw mithril as it once burned a hole into my aunt's carpet when I first discovered it, Harry said slowly. He pulled forth his magic and shaped it to a blade, after using his mithril so much he barely had to think about what he wanted. He felt it begin to solidify and began feeding it a constant stream of magic to keep it in its raw form. It took more magic than he expected and he was forced to let it drop. Damn, it seems to take more magic to maintain the longer I hold it. Could you transfigure something to cut, please, Bathsheba? Picking up the blade, he returned it to its raw form and sliced it through the wooden block Bathsheba had summoned. It passed through the wood as if it was simply not there. Where the blade had passed through, the wood had become scorched as if badly burnt. He had also noticed that when the mithril blade touched the wood, it had become harder to maintain, as if the magic was draining faster as it passed through the wood, possibly indicating the magic was being absorbed by the wood. Try something harder like rock now. The blade passed through rock, metal and plastic with no resistance. It had even shattered the magical shield Bathsheba had summoned as a joke. The only problem was breaking the shield drained Harry faster than anything else and he had to wait for his magic to recharge before he could try it again. Luckily for him, he had been sitting on a sofa made entirely of mithril that had been formed to be soft and yielding. it had been easy to turn it into a magical generator and get his magic back. Thinking of generators, Harry formed a cylinder with the basic generator properties and added the activation button they had developed for the ward's generator. Rather than plug the wires into a ward scheme, however, he plugged it into the blade itself and then reformed it to remain the exact same size and density. When he pressed the button, the blade began glowing as the magic collected with nowhere to go until eventually the mithril melted into pure magic. Holding it by the generator, he found he could use it like a long knife or short sword. Remembering an old show he had once seen Dudley watch, he deactivated the generator and shrunk the blade to be tiny, then added the ideology to grow to a specific size and width and then stop along with being entirely weightless. He then added a casing around the generator, wires and what was left of the blade and made it more comfortable to hold. He then pressed the button. Immediately the blade expanded from barely visible to about 3 feet in length and an inch wide. It felt no heavier and was easy to wield. It still cut through objects as if they were not there. Although when he shattered through the shield, the blade had flickered a few times and Harry assumed he had managed to use up the magic quicker than the generator could supply it. Turning to a scrap piece of mithril lying in the workshop, Harry touched his magical saber to it. Sparks flew in all directions until the mithril was ked into the blade of raw magic. He asked Bathsheba to turn on the ward scheme and instructed her to take ownership of it. He then touched the blade of magic to the ward and winced as the ward and saber flashed brightly. Both died simultaneously. His saber quickly regained its form as the magic began returning, but the ward scheme remained down. Deactivating the saber, he and Bathsheba opened the shield to find that the ward scheme itself had been completely obliterated. I suspect the two infinite sources of magic fought each other and both lost at the same time, causing the magic to backfire. The mithril directed the magic to become light, which was the flash we saw. The ward itself had to direct the magic through the ward scheme, trying to feed it back into the generator, which was still trying to push magic into the ward. The result was a feedback loop which overloaded and fried the runes. I have never seen a ward scheme react so violently before, and I must congratulate you not only coming up with a ward generator that we believed completely unbeatable, but also managing to then find a way to beat it so thoroughly it will be extremely difficult to fix. I wonder what it does to a normal ward. She set up a powerful ward scheme and powered it manually. She indicated for Harry to test it while she hid behind the mithril sofa. Thrilled by his mentor's confidence, Harry tentatively powered the blade and touched the ward with it. He was stunned when the ward seemed to rip apart, starting out from where he touched the ward with the saber, then expanding outwards. The saber hadn't even flickered once. Looking at the runes, he grimaced at the smoke coming off the stone Bathsheba had etched the runes into. It had several cracks running down it and now possessed a giant scorch mark in the exact shape of the runes that had been etched into it. Bathsheba poked her head out from behind the sofa and successfully summed up Harry's thoughts. Bloody hell. The months passed in a blur for Harry. He never forgot Hermione, but the numbness that had consumed him since her passing had faded somewhat. Working with Bathsheba helped, as the young professor reminded him of Hermione in both her intelligence and passion for knowledge. Christmas was fast approaching. With Hermione gone, Ron excluded and Neville avoiding him, Harry mostly avoided the rumors that circulated the school about him. Bathsheba made sure he returned to his dormitory whenever they worked late into the night, as she feared Harry would lose all contact with the other students if he slept in his workshop. Classes had become something of a joke for Harry, and he only went to lessons that interested him. Minerva only saw Harry when she was teaching theory. Any lesson she taught the practice, Harry would cast the transfiguration completely wordlessly without his wand and place it on her desk before walking out. Charms was similar, except Flitwick would ask Harry to demonstrate the charm and any alteration with it. Harry would then be allowed to leave. Harry went to every potions and herbology lesson and tried to get to every astrology lesson, although without Hermione keeping him on track he often forget he had a lesson to attend. He felt like with Hermione he had subconsciously limited himself and hidden just how far ahead he was to appease Hermione. Now she was gone, he did not hold back and his reputation grew. First the students whispered about his defeat of the troll. Many had scoffed and claimed it to be lies. Then they had talked about Malfoy's public defeat and lack of punishments. Then some reported Lucius had stormed into the headmaster's office and left. Harry Potter had then followed him out, and the next day it became public knowledge that Lucius Malfoy had resigned from the Board of Governors. As Harry's legend grew, Draco Malfoy's reputation suffered greatly after that fateful Halloween. First, he had been publicly humiliated, and everyone had decided he was weak and no longer cowered in fear when he mocked them. Crabbe and Goyle had left him to look for a stronger leader, and he had realized just how disliked he had made himself. Then his father had lost his power over the board of governors, and students that had previously avoided Malfoy in fear of being expelled now took glee in bullying Malfoy wherever they could get away with it. His father complained, and Dumbledore had tried to get the bullying to stop, but the students largely ignored him. As children reported to their parents that Draco was a pushover, the parents in turn feared Lucius less. Almost overnight, the social power Lucius held evaporated, and even Cornelius did not want to be seen with Lucius's allegation of the man got brought to the surface. He was able to refute each and every claim and managed to avoid Azkaban, but it became socially taboo to be seen dealing with him. Forced with adapting or losing what was left of his family's money, Lucius was forced to turn to the Muggle world where none knew his name. Lucius got his main source of material from his Acromantula farm, which produced high quantities of spider silk. To his surprise, he found great profit dealing with the Muggles, as for everyone one wizard that could afford his silk there was almost 100 Muggles. The silk itself was almost identical to normal spider silk, except one Acromantula produced more silk in one day than a nest of Muggle spiders produced in a year. The Malfoy vaults grew much higher than they had even before the Blood War Voldemort had started. Forced to trade with Muggles and socially exiled from pureblood society, Lucius realized that the ideals he had held dear to him since his school days over his own superiority was flawed. He swore to himself he would not let himself fade from magical society. With his new influx of wealth, the purebloods would soon forget his loss of status and welcome him back with arms wide. Then he would strike to get revenge, right after he got revenge on Dumbledore, of course. Harry was working on his flask once more. It was one of the only projects he had kept hidden from Bathsheba, as he wanted it to be a surprise for Christmas. He had decided that just having a bottomless unbreakable flask wasn't good enough, as many such flasks were available to buy for the right price. He decided what would set his flasks apart would be the ability to summon there from anywhere. This is what had led him to forming a ring with the mastery over the flask ideology alongside cushioning, weightlessness, and resizing. It was tuned to just his flask, and he had added the ideology of being subservient to just his ring. He then added the ideology of no fixed location to his flask and metaphysical. He then added the ideology physically anchored, pull forth, and then realization conditioned to trigger when the flask is nearby and targeting the flask rather than the ring. He hoped that by giving the flask a metaphysical idea, it would not really exist in the physical world, but when summoned by the pull forth ideology on the ring, it would pull the flask to exactly where the ring is, which would trigger the realization condition, making the flask physical, allowing the user to drink. Then, hopefully, either dropping the flask or letting the power leave the ring would return the flask to metaphysical space. Taking a deep breath, Harry let the flask reform and nodded when it faded from sight. Reaching out, he could not feel it, so it wasn't invisible. Putting on the ring, he sent a burst of magic through it, triggering it. He felt something heavy collide with his hand, and when he looked down, he saw that the flask was now stuck to his ring. Opening the flask, he grinned when he saw the water inside. Taking a drink, he resealed the flask and let the power leave the ring. The flask dropped and faded from view. Getting up, Harry left his workshop and sealed the door. Activating the ring, the flask reappeared in his hand almost instantly. Dropping it, he ran to his common room and successfully summoned it again. Running back to the workshop, Harry came to a stop as he realized he had just made a valid form of teleportation. Awakening on Christmas Day, Harry rose slowly. He was the only Ravenclaw first-year boy to stay over the holiday, so he had the dormitory to himself. With a start, he realized that the pile of presents at the foot of his beds must be his. Getting down, he read the tags and realized he had gotten presents from Ron, Bathsheba, Hagrid, Mrs. Weasley, Wulfric, and two unnamed Harry suspected were also from Dumbledore. Ron's present was a photo of Harry and Hermione sitting together and laughing in the library. He had also included a card. Merry Christmas, Harry. Since Halloween I have realized I was a huge prat. I have tried to make myself better. I hope you are doing well, Ronald Weasley. Bathsheba had given Harry a professional rune etching kit with a note saying he might enjoy trying to replicate the enchantments on them. Hagrid had given him a handmade flute that sounded like a bird call when blown. Few knew that Harry was quite good at music, and he had once told Hagrid and Hermione this. Clearly Hagrid had not forgotten, and Harry felt a swell of joy that Hagrid had remembered what he had said. Mrs. Weasley had sent him a hand-knitted jumper with a large H in blue and black. She also included a hamper of homemade treats. Wulfric had sent a sculpture of Harry's face that, if the note was to be trusted, would act as a light source that only he would be able to see. It had been made with alchemy and enchantments, both of which were areas of magic Harry had not experimented with yet. The first unnamed present was a book called Occluding the Mind, an advanced study, and the note included simply said, "You may find this book interesting. Master it and I may consider tutoring you in magic dark and obscure. SP." The writing was different to anything he had seen before and the slight magical signature was masked. Putting it aside, he opened the second unnamed present. When he opened it, a cloak spilled out and pooled on the floor. The note said, "Your father left this in my possession when he died. It now belongs to you. Use it well." Harry stroked the cloak. It was silky and soft. His father's cloak. Wanting to be close to something belonging to his father, he threw it over himself. He felt a slight chill run down his spine, similar to the disillusionment charm. He wanted to see what he looked like in the cloak. He looked in the mirror and saw his hair looked as messy as ever, and he patted it down out of habit. When he looked down, however, he was shocked to see his body was missing. Harry realized the cloak must be an invisibility cloak, and when he took the cloak off, and he felt the chill again. But this time it was running up his spine rather than down, and as the chill rose, his body and cloak became visible. He put the cloak back on and this time checked to see at what point he became invisible. He found so long as he kept the sides of the cloak apart, he remained visible, and it was only when he started pulling them together did his body fade from view. Wanting to be as close as possible to his father, he chose to keep this invisibility cloak on underneath his school robes and went down to dinner. Upon reaching the Great Hall, he noticed that the two of the 4 house tables had been combined to make the table wider, and all the students and teachers remaining at Hogwarts over the holidays were sat around it. He noticed that Bathsheba had left a seat empty next to her and sat down in it. Dumbledore smiled at him from across the table, and although he got a few looks from the students, he ignored them. That Christmas was one of the best Harry had ever had. Leaving the Great Hall, he ignored Ron and Draco arguing in the hall. Draco had needed to stay at Hogwarts as his parents did not have the time to look after him, as both had needed to work to keep their fortune. Ron had stayed because his parents had gone to Romania. Harry didn't know why they were arguing this time, but he also did not care. That was until they both shot jinxes at each other which collided in midair and flew in random directions. Ron struck Harry's exposed back and Harry turned wand drawn. "I'm so sorry, Harry. It was meant for Malfoy. If you can't get your jinxes to go where you want them to, you shouldn't be firing them," Harry said coldly. When he reached his workshop, he removed his school cloak and realized the spell had burned a small hole right through but seemed to stop when it hit his father's cloak. Confused, Harry shot a weak jinx at the corner only for the cloak to absorb the spell. Harry and Bathsheba experimented with the cloak for many hours and finally concluded that the cloak seemed to be completely invulnerable to damage, both physical and magical. Harry hadn't wanted to try his saber on it but suspected the saber would be drained like when he stabbed his ward generator. "This is an exceptionally powerful object to give as a Christmas present," Bathsheba murmured. "Well, belonged to my father apparently. It just took 10 years to get to me." "That raises the question of how your father got it. The Potters were never the most well-known family, and if this was a family heirloom you would have thought it would be well-known, such as Ravenclaw's diadem or even the Black's mirror." "What? Black as in Sirius Black?" "Yes, exactly like him. The Black family was famed to have had a mirror which reflected wherever the wielder wanted to see, sort of like a really powerful scryer's bowl. There have been a few tries to replicate it. The Mirror of Arise by Lana Grimhide, Der Spiegel von Immanuel by Immanuel Kant, or even the Locke Speculum by John Locke were all rumored to be based on the Toujours Pure Reflection, which is the fabled name of the Black's mirror." "You know a lot about mirrors, huh?" "For my Ancient Runes Newt project I had to study how mirrors had been enchanted over magical history, and those 4 and the most well-known. For example, Emmanuel's mirror was able to transport the user wherever a reflection existed, however you had to know there was a reflection to get there. I wonder if I could replicate that with Mithril. It's worth a shot." Harry crept through Hogwarts under his cloak. He had applied his Notice Me Nots to himself before applying the cloak and had long ago placed a layer of mithril under his shoes that completely stopped sound being made. The mithril forced a thin layer of air between Harry's feet and the ground so that Harry never physically made contact with the ground. It made him completely untraceable, he hoped. He entered the library, which was conveniently unlocked, and stepped into the restricted section. He had already searched the rest of the library ever since Halloween and was disappointed to find that none of the books held what he was looking for. He quickly found a book that looked promising. The title was Death and the Undying. He skimmed through the book and with disappointed realized it was only about making yourself immortal. Replacing the book, he found another. This one was about how to raise the dead as minions or puppets. Again and again he picked out books on death, and none gave any help on how to bring back the dead exactly as they were when they were alive. Seeing a speck of magic, he turned and saw nothing out of the usual. Experimentally he extended his magic before him, sensing that something was before him. His magic reported there was a dead spot, that it could not be entered. He figured that dead spot would be an advanced invisibility spell. Wulfric, he said, deepening his voice and hoping he was correct and it was indeed Dumbledore before him and not someone or something less kind. Harry, the voice replied. Both remained invisible and neither spoke again. Harry kept looking through books on the dead and Albus watched him sadly. He did not stop Harry's search, as he clearly remembered that after his mother's and sister's deaths he had searched for ways to undo death tirelessly. He sighed deeply and carefully floated his personal copy of The Tales of Beetle the Bard over to Harry. The boy took the book silently and read through it. He was going to ask the headmaster why he had given it to him, only to realize the magical dead spot had gone. Sitting down, Harry read the stories and realized they were children's stories. The pages on these sections seemed almost untouched and pristine. The last story was the only evidence that this story had been read at all. Tales of the Brothers 3. Around the main story were notes, dates and even locations that had been neatly written in the margins. Some of the writing looked old, and returning to the very first page Harry saw the book had been written and signed 1897 with a short message from the author. To Albus, the truth is out there. The original book is a collection of stories I have found and updated to fit with a more modern audience. As per your request, this book includes the original tales as I first originally heard them. Use it well. Robert Galbraith. Harry sat and read the short story. It appeared to just be a children's story like the others, yet clearly it meant something important if Dumbledore himself had specifically requested the book with an unedited version. Quickly searching the library, he found a more recent version of the Beetle the Bard book and compared the two versions. This one called The Final Story, The Tale of the Three Brothers. At first glance there was no difference between the two stories aside from the words sounding older in the original. However, on a closer inspection, Harry finally found a difference. In the original version Dumbledore had given him, it said the brothers asked death for objects of death, while the newer version had the brothers asking for objects to defy death. It seemed like a small change, and both ended up with death presenting the brothers with a wand, a stone and a cloak. Harry noticed Dumbledore had added an annotation right next to the line where the brothers received the items. The brothers did not thwart death. The word thwart had been underlined many times. He spent many weeks obsessing over the two books. Every time he read them and Dumbledore's cryptic notes, he felt he was getting closer to understanding. The only other key difference he had found was the three brothers being named in the original. Antioch took the wand, Cadmus took the stone, and Ignotus took the cloak. As was becoming common, Dumbledore had added notes, yet they made no sense. It was as if Harry was only reading half the note. Daughter took surname Grindel, but the question was whose daughter? Another note further on in the book Dumbledore had written, Antioch had no sons. One night a very tired Harry grew angry at the vague and pointless notes and tried to clean away a scribble that covered the final word in the second to last note, Walter Prince and Hugh de Topfer. Later translates to Hugh the. It seemed younger Dumbledore had been displeased to find out what Topfer translated to. Harry held his hand over the book and tried to clear the ink from the book so he could read it clearly. He felt the book resist him, however, and rather than fade, more words appeared. Confused, Harry scanned the book for magic, which he realized as it belonged to Dumbledore he should have done that from the start. Now that he looked, he realized the book was saturated with magic and every page seemed to be enchanted. He sent out a magical probe that Bathsheba had taught him. The book resisted, but Harry forced it forward. He had to pull some magic from the mithril band he had started keeping on his forearm, but finally broke through the barrier on the book. Instantly the handwritten notes rearranged themselves and some words were added that weren't present before. Harry read the new message eagerly. Antioch had no son, but his daughter took the surname Grindel. Name would be passed down till it became Grindelwald. Cadmus had a son. History tells us this. He disappears from history at the same time the family Gauntus appears, Slytherin related to Gauntus which had nearly died out until it became the Gaunt family. It was said after he left Hogwarts he searched for a ring to call forth the dead that was kept from him despite his birthright. Ignotus had many children, some illegitimate, all lines died out save two, Walter Prince and Hugh de Topfer, later translated to Hugh the Potter. Both names fade into obscurity, Professor Sierra Potter most likely related. Harry felt a weight drop in his stomach after reading that. He recognized the names Grindelwald and Slytherin, two of the most famous Dark Lords to exist, but to see his own name, Potter, next to the names of such famous wizards not once but twice was disconcerting. Harry started piecing together the puzzle that Dumbledore had left for him. Dumbledore had revealed he lost his sister around Harry's own age. Most people said that Dumbledore was over 100 years old, and as the book was signed to Dumbledore 1897, almost a century ago, Harry suspected that this was shortly after his sister's death. The battle between Grindelwald and Dumbledore was legendary, and it was well known that Grindelwald craved magical objects. It was because of him that family heirlooms that had been closely guarded secrets before the war had been leaked to the general public, that had angered both the light and dark families who joined arms to fight Grindelwald. Was it too much of a stretch to say that the three objects of death were real? If only he had family alive so that he could ask if they knew of the cloak that had apparently been passed down father to son, a cloak such as the one his father had passed on to him, the very cloak he now wore, a cloak that absorbed magic in a way he had only ever seen with his own mithril. Even the material of the cloak was slightly metallic looking. If his cloak were made of mithril, or something incredibly similar, it would explain why it still worked flawlessly if it had been used by his father when he was in school. It would even explain why it absorbed magic, and according to magic his cloak did not exist. He and Bathsheba had cast every identification spell they knew, and every last one of them told the two that the cloak did not exist. They had even cast the person revealing spell when he was hidden under his cloak. The spell told Bathsheba she was the only person within the room. If the cloak was real, then that meant the stone and wand were real too. According to Dumbledore's notes, Slytherin certainly believed the stone was real, and as Dumbledore had written the notes and given him the book, it was a fair assumption Dumbledore believed in them too. Assuming Dumbledore was correct in believing Grindelwald was related to Antioch, did that mean Grindelwald had the wand? Or as the wand was stolen in both versions of the story, did that mean Grindelwald was searching for the wand by raiding other family heirlooms and never found it? Surely if Grindelwald had possessed an unbeatable wand, it would have been huge news. Looking down at his cloak, he absent-mindedly stroked it and tried to look at it with his mage sight. It had been resisting his sight, which had never happened to him before. But Harry had previously not paid it any mind and let his gaze move elsewhere, putting the confusion out of mind. Now, however, he concentrated on the cloak and forced himself to really look at it. He felt the compulsion to look away, but now he knew it was there. He fought it. He felt something give, and suddenly he could see the cloak like never before. It was beautiful. The magic seemed to be empty and yet full at the same time. Its magic was black but spotted with pinpricks of light like stars. It reminded Harry of looking at the night sky. Moving the cloak, he noticed the pattern was static. The stars remained fixed, and when the cloak moved, it was as if the lights moved with the cloak to keep their position. The cloak was like a window into magic rather than the magic making up the cloak. He had never seen anything like this before. Except for that one time he had gotten a glance at Dumbledore's wand. Harry walked the corridors. He still researched ways to undo death, but feared that he would not find a way anytime soon. The only artifact even rumored to actually bring back the memories of the bed was the Resurrection Stone, which Harry knew was the stone in the Tales of Brothers 3. He had not approached Dumbledore about the story but had looked into the families in the notes. The last of the Gaunts had died in Azkaban over a decade ago. He had come across an Eileen Prince graduating Hogwarts in 1957, but she seemed to disappear into the Muggle world. The Grindelwald line seemed to have died with Gellert, although apparently he had a sister that was mentioned briefly in a book telling the story Grindelwald in the library. He had unearthed another note from Dumbledore's books that said Ignotus' grave was located in Godric's Hollow and Cadmus' grave was located in Great Hangleton. Dumbledore also wrote about trying to find Antioch's grave. It seemed each brother had been buried in different countries. Ignotus in Wales, Cadmus in England, and Antioch was reportedly murdered and buried in Scotland. However, nobody has ever found his grave. Some suspected he was buried near Hogsmeade as Godric's Hollow remained one of the largest magical communities in Wales while Great Hangleton used to be a large magical community before a battle had killed most of the magical families. The Gounts were the last magical family to reside in the town by the turn of the 19th century. Dumbledore had speculated that it wouldn't make sense for Antioch to be buried in Hogsmeade as Ignotus descendants had still lived in Godric's Hollow when Dumbledore had written his notes and the Gounts were suspected to be descended from Cadmus in Hangleton. Antioch seemed to have no direct relation to Hogsmeade. It might make sense for Cadmus to have been buried there as it had been Slytherin who had made Hogwarts and he was Cadmus' descendant, not Antioch's. Harry was pulled from his musings when Mrs. Norris hissed at him. Turning, he saw her sitting at the end of the corridor, tail swishing as she hissed. Harry shushed her only and she started to meow loudly. Harry heard Filch running towards him and quickly entered the room closest to him. He pulled out his wand and tapped it to the lock and placing the strongest locking charm he knew. Fortunately Filch walked away and so his locking charm did not get put to the test. Harry turned to look around the room he had entered. It was bare except for a large gilded mirror. There seemed to be some writing along the top in a language Harry did not know. The only word that stuck out was Arised. Bathsheba had mentioned a mirror of Arised Christmas Day and here was a mirror with the word Arised carved into it. Stepping closer, Harry wanted to see what power this mirror possessed. Bathsheba hadn't mentioned it and he hadn't thought to ask. He unfastened the invisibility cloak and opened it at the front to make himself visible. He had sat in front of the mirror all night and only when sunlight broke through the dusty windows did Harry rise and leave. Every night he returned to gaze into the mirror. Bathsheba noticed his lack of concentration but he refused to share why. She had tried to follow him one night but he had led her around the school before slipping away unnoticed back to the mirror on the other side of the school. She never admitted to following Harry and Harry never brought it up. Finally one night Harry entered the mirror room and immediately noticed the magical dead space at the back of the room. Wulfric, he said politely. He had decided that in all matters private and secretive he would refer to the headmaster by his alias. Harry. Dumbledore did not seem to want to talk further so Harry sat before the mirror. He felt with his magic Dumbledore move and join him in front of the mirror. I trust you have worked out how it works by now. It shows our desire. It also has a mild compulsion to keep looking. I had never thought of protecting something by drawing attention to it before. Protecting. This mirror glows like the items of death, or at least like my cloak and your wand. I can't speak of the stone yet. He felt Dumbledore stiffen and heard the sharp intake of breath. It's different though. With the cloak the pattern quite literally hidden. It is also static and the cloak moves around it. This means the cloak's signature is everywhere but can only be seen when looking through the physical representation of the cloak. I think that is how it is so perfectly hidden. If you search for magic inside a ward the ward does not appear. In a sense everything is within the cloak as if under a gigantic, world-sized ward. With the wand at first I thought it had no pattern but now I think I was wrong. Everything magical has to have a signature and a pattern. I think the wand has the inverse of a true pattern. Any witch or wizard of sufficient strength can use it as their magic will override the inverse making it an exact replica of their own magic. The color of a witch or wizard generally matches their wand's color. Bathsheba is kind of purple and her wand is dark magenta. Mine is green and my wand is dark green. I find it fitting I only see your magic as see-through gray and your wand is clear. Harry paused and took a deep breath. His reflection grinned at him, urging him to continue. While the magic of the wielder of the wand overrides the inverted magic of the wand, it is a two-way share. The inverted magic runs under the wielder's magic, corrupting them more every time they use the wand until all that is left is the wand. With the mirror I think it is similar to my original assessment of the wand in that it has no true pattern of its own but reflects every pattern put upon it. The mirror doesn't actually show your desire, it's far more crueler, it shows what could have been. Harry said all this while his eyes remained glued to the mirror. Within the reflection Hermione smiled back. Beside her was himself as he wished he was and then his parents behind the two. He had chosen to ignore his mirror self. He figured it would be seen as wrong to fear your deepest desire but didn't fear his mirror self. He feared how the mirror self could so easily be him if he chose to ignore his friends. He and Dumbledore sat and watched their reflections. Neither spoke but they didn't need to speak either. It would be strange for an onlooker to see them. Two wizards, one so very old while the other was so very young. Both looked into the mirror and the mirror stared back. Both were wise enough to know the mirror did not foretell the future, and both were powerful enough to break the compulsion, yet still they looked on, at their desire, at their regret, and at themselves. One saw himself young and optimistic while the other saw himself mature and knowledgeable. Finally, Dumbledore broke the silence. I came to tell you the mirror will be moved. I had also hoped to teach you about the mirror, yet it seems it is you teaching me. He gave a dry chuckle. I think you are being too kind, Professor. If what you say is true, then I only know more, as I am not wise enough to leave such secrets alone. Wisdom is not measured in how much someone knows, but in how much they listen, and I fear I listen far too little. If someone can't learn to do something well, they should learn to enjoy doing it badly. Harry said wisely. Indeed, I can't help but wonder what that has to do with the conversation. Dumbledore said, confused. I thought we were trading quotes. Harry said, shrugging. And you say you listened to little, yet you were paying enough attention to me to get confused. At that, Dumbledore started chuckling, which turned into a full laugh. The door burst open and Filch stuck his head inside. Immediately Dumbledore froze. Filch looked around the seemingly empty room in confusion before shutting the door slowly and walking away confused. Harry shot a silencing spell at the door, and the moment it was in place, Dumbledore began laughing again. Harry chuckled along, letting Dumbledore finish at his own pace. Recovering from his fit of laughter, Dumbledore asked Harry, you are certainly wiser than you give yourself credit for, Harry. I'm just repeating quotes I heard when I was younger that thought sounded cool. I guess I'm also tired, and that always makes me rather whimsical. Harry then stood slowly and reluctantly tore his eyes from the mirror. I'm going to head back to my dormitory. I need to look beyond my desires if I ever want to achieve them. I'll remind you, Headmaster, that people have wasted away looking at it. Dumbledore chuckled again, and just before Harry left asked, in your reflection, is she content? Harry paused and finally nodded. She is. What about your reflection? She is well. I just wish I had known her better so that I would not have to rely on hope and my desires. The dead do not loathe the living. Look at the ghosts. They exist because they didn't want to die, and yet they still do not hate the living, and a man's worth is not measured in their desires but how they go about achieving it. Good night, Professor. I never asked, what is it the mirror is protecting? Slipping out of the room, Harry only said, the dead. The rest of the year at Hogwarts slipped away. It seemed like a blink of an eye for Harry, and the end of term tests were upon them. He was extremely confident he had passed, but he admitted to Bathsheba later that some of the theory had still been challenging for him. It seemed like the head start he had gotten before Hogwarts was beginning to fade. Of course, the other students were unlikely to ever catch up to him in terms of power. That was unless they learned to form mithril. Harry was hoping that next year the classes would be challenging. He was looking forward to learning defense against the dark arts, although from what he had seen of Quirrell, his stutter could get extremely annoying. The year had been rather boring for Harry overall. One of the interesting moments was when he had helped Hagrid search the Forbidden Forest for whoever was hunting the unicorns. Harry and Hagrid had spent most of that evening talking about the various creatures in the forest. They had even run into the centaurs, who had been extremely unhelpful, but eventually they had found the dying unicorn. Hagrid had tried to save it, but its injuries were too severe. As they knelt before the dying unicorn, a larger unicorn had emerged from the dark before them. It knelt over the other unicorn and had licked its wounds. The cuts had sealed themselves, and the remaining blood lost its silver appearance and became a dull gray. The dying unicorn had whinnied once and dropped its head to the ground dead. The larger unicorn rose until it stood tall and stared at Harry and Hagrid. Hagrid bowed before the creature, and Harry followed his lead and kept his eyes fixed on the ground. Harry heard the unicorn step closer and felt his hair being sniffed. He had stayed stock still until eventually the unicorn had snorted and trotted back into the darkness and out of sight. Since finding the Mirror of Erised, Harry had taken to wander the halls of Hogwarts invisibly. He had found many secrets within the walls and rooms, hoping to find out at least one more of the castle's secrets before he had to leave the castle for the summer. Harry had decided on one last wander. When he saw Professor Quirrell's magic flash past, Harry started to follow, curious as to why the defense professor was running around Hogwarts invisible after midnight. He followed the man down the third-floor corridor but stopped when he entered Fluffy's room. Harry decided it would be best to alert Dumbledore when Quirrell suddenly turned and pointed his wand behind Harry. Harry turned to see what he was pointing at and just managed to see a large stone pedestal fly into him. As he fell backwards, he felt his cloak open, losing its invisibility until he hit the floor hard and smacked his head against the floor, and the world faded to black. Harry began regaining consciousness slowly. First, he regained enough consciousness to realize Quirrell was playing a huge game of wizard's chess before he fell unconscious again. Next, he grew aware of great walls of fire around him and a potion being forcefully poured down his throat. He felt the magic from the potion soak into him and became aware of his own magic trying to fix the damage done to him. His eyes shut, knowing the next time they opened he would be back to full health. When he finally fully awoke, he was in a strange room that he had never seen before. The only things in the room were Professor Quirrell and the mirror of Arise. Quirrell was pacing before the mirror, muttering angrily. It seemed he had been there for a while. I see myself with the stone. I see myself giving it to my master, but how did I get it? Do I break the mirror? You may find breaking that mirror harder than you would imagine, Harry commented as he stood up. He had felt his pockets and had noticed his wand and school supplies had been taken. He still had his rings on though, and he guessed he could summon his flask if he got thirsty. Even without his wand he was not defenseless since he could form a weapon with mithril. Unfortunately, he had left his saber in the workshop as both he and Bathsheba had decided it would be too dangerous for him to carry it around school. However, he didn't want to reveal his mithril to someone who wanted the Philosopher's Stone. Most likely he was an agent of Voldemort. Ah, Potter. So glad you could join us. Surprised are you? Not to see poor stuttering Quirrell. Not really. Harry shrugged. I mean, I guess I'm surprised that Dumbledore didn't pick up on it before, but knowing him he did and just didn't see you as enough of a threat. I guessed Voldemort would send someone after the stone when Dumbledore told me it was kept here. Dumbledore is an old fool. Of course, I wonder if your mud-blood friend would have said I am not a threat. It was me that brought the troll into the school after all, Potter. It was meant to just be a distraction, but that fool Snape got in my way before I could get here. A shame really, she needn't have died. Quirrell had let the troll in, Hermione was dead because of him, and now he was gloating about it. Thrusting out his hand, Harry let the mithril spear he had been forming fly across the room directly towards Quirrell. The professor's eyes widened and he jumped out of the way and watched the spear sink into the mirror. The glass rippled as if it were made of water. Quirrell turned back to the boy and Voldemort was forced to take control over Quirrell's body to raise a shield of solid steel to slow the spear while jumping to the side. Harry's eyes widened as he sensed the change in magic. Looking with his mage sight, he saw the last remains of Quirrell's light pink magic be absorbed by the dark red of Voldemort's. Once all the pink had vanished, Quirrell's face blurred and was replaced with a different face. The face of Lord Voldemort, Harry assumed. Enough. Voldemort roared as he sent a wave of raw magic at Harry that knocked him to the ground. He snapped his fingers and made ropes of pure energy that restrained Harry while also draining him of his power. A valiant effort, boy. It is not often someone manages to surprise Lord Voldemort. You should join with me. Together we could rule the world. You could be great someday and together we would be unstoppable. As if I would ever join you. You're pure evil. Harry spat defiantly. Voldemort tutted scornfully. Look how the boy talks of good and evil. Child, there is no good or evil, there is only power and those too weak to seek it. Your father rejected my offer too, you know. 3 times I gave him the choice to join me. How fitting that you now follow in your father's footsteps all the way to the same grave. Soon I will regain a body of my own and destroy you once and for all. I prefer the saying. There is no good or evil, just power and those wise enough to wield it. And you are not wise enough. Harry ignored the comment about his father. He knew he needed to keep his head if he was to escape. Thoughts ran wild around through his head, but none were feasible. Voldemort only tipped his head in acknowledgement before turning to the mirror. Voldemort studied it carefully and he sensed the charms and enchantments that Dumbledore had placed over the mirror. Those enchantments stopped Voldemort locking deeper into the magic of the mirror without completely destroying the stone within. He would have to play the old fool's games for just a little longer. Turning back to the boy, he pulled him in front of the mirror with his magic and hissed, "Look within, boy, tell your lord what you see." Harry looked and saw only his mirror self. Looking at the hand of his other self, he saw a small glowing red stone, so small it could easily fit within his palm and not be seen. His other self lowered the stone into its pocket and suddenly Harry felt a weight settle within his pocket. Voldemort must have sensed something was wrong. He tried turning the boy to face him, however, the moment his hands came in contact with the boy's skin, they began searing with pain. The boy had felt it too and fell to the floor with a cry. The stone fell out of his hand and rolled onto the ground. Both Voldemort and Harry stared at the stone, and Harry tried to grab it. Voldemort's wandless banisher hit it first, however, and it sailed across the room. Harry began running towards it and Voldemort tried to summon it. Luckily it seemed it was protected against summoning, for the stone did not even rock. Seeing that Harry had almost reached the stone, Voldemort desperately sent a dark flame spell towards the stone. The purple flames only burned living beings, which left the stone alone. However, they jumped towards Harry's outstretched hand. Harry pulled his hand back in pain and saw Voldemort walking towards him slowly, cautious in case Harry had any tricks left. Knowing he didn't have the energy left to send another spear, Harry turned back to the burning stone and formed a gauntlet of mithril around his hand. He thrust his protected hand into the flames and scooped up the stone without getting burned. Turning back to Voldemort, Harry's eyes widened when Voldemort's curse struck Harry in the chest, flinging him into the wall. Voldemort flew over and tried to pry the stone from the boy's hand, only let out a scream of pain when his hand came in contact with the strange silver metal, which burned exactly like the effects of the flame curse he had set on the stone. On the floor, Harry was desperately trying to fight the curse Voldemort has placed on him, but even after fully draining all of the mithril in the bands he wore on his ankles, he still wasn't strong enough to break the spell. Finally, he only had the gauntlet left, and so he drew his magic from that too, then kept drawing magic as the gauntlet did not even seem affected by the drawing of magic. However, the stone began glowing brightly. Harry looked with his mage sight and saw that the stone's magic glowed like it was made of fire. Where the stone came in contact with the mithril, tendrils of this fiery magic had cut into the green magic of the mithril. On the edge of the mithril, the dark red tint of Voldemort's own magic lay caged within bars of green, with the stone's fire holding the bars together. Harry instinctively knew that although the gauntlet now had the stone's magic embedded within it, still obeyed him completely. It was almost as if the stone and mithril had merged and shared their powers. The stone was under his control and identified him as its new master. Pulling all the magic he could from the stone, he held it tightly within until he felt he would burst. In one great push, he aimed his magic at Voldemort's curse and directed all his fury into it. Voldemort's magic snapped under the onslaught of magic, and Harry rose defiantly, smoke curling off his body from trying to contain so much energy. He pointed his gauntleted hand at Voldemort and shot a stream of magic at him. Voldemort waved his wand and summoned a shield of pure magic to protect him. If he was surprised at the power the boy possessed, he did not show it. Despite Harry having another, more powerful source of magic to tap into, his body was not capable of dealing with such high quantities of magic, and Harry began feeling like he had a temperature and smoke began curling off his body. Voldemort grinned behind his shield as, despite not being at his full magical potential, he was used to such high demands of magic. Quirrell hadn't when they had first met, but under the training of the Dark Lord his power had quickly grown. Harry felt himself kneel as his body began to give way and Voldemort started walking towards him, pushing the shield forward. Harry knew he had lost, but hoped that even if he died, Voldemort would never be able to get the stone out of the mithril. Just as his magic gave up, Dumbledore stormed into the room and began a vicious assault on Voldemort. Knowing he would never be able to withstand Dumbledore while within the wards of Hogwarts even at full power, Voldemort summoned Fiendfire before forcing his spirit out of what was left of Quirrell and fled the castle and the country. Back in the chamber, Dumbledore fought the Fiendfire desperately. Fawkes had flamed into the chamber and was doing his best to keep the fire away from Harry and Dumbledore, but even a phoenix cannot control Fiendfire. Fawkes also managed to shed a tear onto Harry so that the boy could escape when needed. Harry felt his body repair from the damage his magic had inflicted onto it and stood slowly, watching Dumbledore battle the raging tornado of fire. Harry felt the dark taint rolling out of the flames and realized this was extremely bad. It appeared like it was only the wand of death that was even allowing Dumbledore to hold the fire back from burning them all. Knowing Dumbledore needed his help, Harry formed a ball of mithril with the ideology of flooding and rolled it into the heart of the fire even before it had fully solidified. Instantly a wall of steam erupted from within the fire as the flood of water met the fire. Dumbledore saw what was happening and directed the fire inwards, towards the water. Harry had to form two more of the mithril balls before the Fiendfire finally died out. The first mithril ball was almost entirely melted and gave off a few pitiful spurts of water when he found it. The other two were less damaged, but Harry noticed they were deformed and dispensing water far slower than they should. He began to grow panicked as he was unable to deform the spheres, as it seemed the fire had deformed them enough to change the properties of the Mithril's magic, making him lose control over them. Thinking quickly, Harry summoned his flask and dropped the 3 balls into it, then let the flask go, praying that the balls would remain static in metaphysical space until he thought of a way to deform them. With the danger over, the adrenaline faded and Harry realized just how exhausted he was. He turned to Dumbledore to tell him how tired he felt, only to fall unconscious mid-turn. Harry awoke suddenly. He decided he was getting extremely annoyed at falling unconscious. He sat up slowly and felt a sense of déjà vu. He was in the hospital wing again with Dumbledore sitting beside him. I cannot express how glad I am that you are safe, Harry. Personally, I'm getting fed up with falling unconscious. Is the stone safe, Professor? It's still firmly stuck within your mithril gauntlet. I had to convince Poppy that it was accidental magic in order for her to leave it. Now would you mind telling me how you came about being in that room with Voldemort, Harry? He told Dumbledore exactly what happened, and Harry thought he saw pride bloom within Dumbledore's eyes. That was extremely brave, Harry. Few adult wizards would have had the bravery to stand up to Voldemort like you did tonight. I was scared mostly, Harry admitted. Ah, but bravery is doing something despite being afraid. Indeed, if you were not scared, I would be more concerned. Sir, what happens with the stone now? Well, I have been talking to Nicholas and we have decided that the stone should remain with you. What? But doesn't he and his wife need the stone to live? He does. However, the reason I was out of the castle tonight was because I was meeting with Nicholas and we had just decided the stone was too dangerous to keep, when I felt the stone leave the mirror and returned here as quick as I could. It came as a surprise to find that the stone had merged with your mithril. I spoke with Nicholas about it and he agreed that it would be safer to keep it with you, under your protection, although I am going to ask that you train considerably before using the power of the stone again. Channeling that power almost killed you, Harry, and it was only Fox tears that saved you. Harry nodded, humbled. He had started to think he was untouchable due to his mithril, but even with his mithril Voldemort had very nearly killed him. Even combing his mithril and the stone had not been enough to stand up to a weakened Voldemort. Now, I would personally suggest adding to the gauntlet whatever makes your flasks appear whenever they are called, along with anything you and Bathsheba decide is best. Harry was let out of the hospital wing that night, decided to go to his workshop. When he opened the door, he found Bathsheba pacing. Do you know how worried you made me? She asked as soon as she noticed him. I'm sorry, I was going to find you, but I got found before I could escape. Bathsheba pulled him forward and hugged him tightly. She let him go after a short while and said, Now, was there anything left you wanted to do before summer? Harry pulled out the gauntlet from his bag and showed it to her. He had managed to get it to detach from his hand but had been unsure on what to do without Bathsheba present. I also have to deal with some mithril that melted in a fire, Harry said. Your mithril melted? Yay. Voldemort summoned this fire before he fled and it took me, Dumbledore, and a phoenix to stop it. Sounds like it could have been fiendfire. I suppose it would make sense that something that powerful could even damage the mithril. Harry picked his saber off its shelf where it normally sat alongside Dumbledore's sculptures and the very first, shrunken, ward generator. He then called his flask. Instantly water began spilling from the top and onto the floor. Tipping his flask upside down, the 3 balls fell out and began flooding the workshop. Harry quickly stabbed all 3 with the saber and watched with satisfaction as they vanished into the saber. Frowning at the water left over, Harry put the gauntlet on and willed the water to rise, forcefully stopping himself from remembering who had been with him the last time he had done something like this. With the power of the gauntlet, he was able to lift up all of the water in one go. He felt the burn from channeling too much magic and let most of the water drop back to the floor until the burn had receded. He then cooled the water left into a large sheet of floating ice. By turning the water into a solid, it allowed him to pick up the remaining water. Rather than needing to focus on each individual water drop, he could just lift up part of the ice sheet in one go. Once all the water had been collected and frozen, he asked Bathsheba to vanish it. Once the water had gone, room was spotless. He put down the gauntlet and let Bathsheba look at it again. What's this stone? I believe it's commonly known as the Philosopher's Stone. She looked at him in disbelief but turned back to the stone and realized he was right. She demanded an explanation, so Harry told her what Dumbledore had said in the hospital wing. Harry then tried to reform the gauntlet to add some ideologies, only to find that he could only reform the parts of the gauntlet that remain untouched from the stone's own magic. Determined not to be stopped, Harry formed a small block of mithril with the ideologies of possession, anti-theft, notice not, and resizing. He then willed the gauntlet to absorb the block completely. He felt the gauntlet take hold of the ideologies. Within the resizing ideology were various conditions. He hoped that the gauntlet would resize and change into a ring he could wear on his finger, and then when he flexed his magic, the ring would change back into the gauntlet. It took some work, but eventually he had managed to get the gauntlet to change to a ring and back at will. He did not want to risk making the gauntlet metaphysical in case the stone did not change with the gauntlet, or did change but wouldn't change back, resulting in it being lost in the metaphysical pain. He then turned to his saber and added the metaphysical ideology. He then took the ring that called his flask and added another call for the saber. Depending on whichever one he was thinking of, he would either summon his saber or flask. That did mean he couldn't have both the flask and the saber at the same time, but it was a small price to pay. If he had his saber when he was facing Voldemort, things might have been easier. Looking down at his finger, he wondered if people would question why he now had 3 rings. The first ring, which was closest to his knuckle, was the ring Hermione had made before her death. Next he had the ring for his flask and saber, and then finally the ring for his gauntlet. The ring for the gauntlet was uniquely different compared to the other 2. Hermione's ring was a plain band of pure silver and seemed normal until you looked at the magic behind it and saw it was identical to what had been Hermione's magic. His flask ring had originally been a plain metal band too, but over time he had added designs around the edge and colored it a dark, mossy green. However, the gauntlet ring had formed itself with a small bright red gem on top that Harry recognized as the Philosopher's Stone, just resized to fit properly on the ring. The metal band had strips of the red crystal running over and through the metal, and if you looked closely you could see it looked like small streams of fire were flowing within the crystal. The band itself was plain looking except a thin line of dark red along the edge. People would later find that trying to steal that ring would feel as if their hand was burning. The harder they pulled, the hotter the burning would get. Eventually their entire hand would combust. When Harry had thrust the newly formed gauntlet into the fire curse, the gauntlet had absorbed the curse into itself, making itself stronger, which was then imbued into the anti-theft ideology Harry had added. If Harry gave the gauntlet to someone willingly, the holder would not be affected, but if someone tried to take it by force, the anti-theft and curse would activate. The possession ideology meant that while Harry possessed the gauntlet, it would obey him totally. It also meant it was completely immune to magic from anyone other than him, although it would take in any magic that would strengthen it. Finally, the notice not meant that nobody would look too deeply at the ring, either at its magic or appearance. Harry boarded the train regretfully. He would have preferred to have stayed at Hogwarts over the summer, but had figured he wouldn't be allowed. Bathsheba had said she would have a lot of work to do over the holidays and would not be able to write much, but if he had any issues or questions he should feel free to write to her. He had received a letter from Wulfric, which had said basically the same thing, except he had added that if he said the name Fox, the phoenix would appear. Hagrid had said he would try and write. He had also given Harry a book full of pictures of his family. At the back of the book there was room to add more, and the last page of the book had a photo of him, Hermione, and Hagrid laughing. Harry had added a photo of just him and Hagrid, him and Bathsheba, and then the photo of him and Hermione he had gotten from Ron at Christmas. Riding the train was a boring journey without friends to talk. Neville was still avoiding him, and Ron had enough sense to stay away. Harry read the Tales of the Brothers 3 again and wrote into his own notebook. He decided he would like to see Godric's Hollow and Hangleton someday just to see the graves. He knew he could have asked Dumbledore to take him, for the man must surely have gone himself, but Harry wanted this to be his own journey. The train arrived at King's Cross far too quickly for Harry's liking, and soon he was sat in Vernon's car heading back to Privet Drive and the Dursleys. Harry was not enjoying his summer holiday. The moment he had returned to Privet Drive, Vernon and Petunia had rounded on him. "You've been practicing your freakishness behind our backs, haven't you, boy?" Vernon had growled. "There'll be no more of that, you hear me? We're taking your books too. Clearly you can't be trusted to read them without doing your freakishness in secret." Harry could not remember ever hating the Dursleys more. All of his Hogwarts belongings had been taken from him. all except his homework, and when he finished it the work got whisked away to be locked up too. Even his wand and 2 of his rings had been taken from him. Fortunately they could not seem to see his gauntlet ring at all, and so it had escaped the Dursleys' confiscation of his things. Harry could have easily unlocked the cupboard. He had long ago learned how to pick the lock even without his magic. However, he did not want to aggravate the Dursleys any further. He feared Vernon might destroy his belongings if he was caught trying to free them. And to add insult to injury, nobody had bothered to write to him the entire holiday. He would have grown bored quickly, but the Dursleys had almost tripled how much work they expected him to do, and he simply did not have the time to grow bored. The day of his 12th birthday had started like every other day that summer, except he had began feeling something magical nearby all afternoon. Whenever he turned to get a close look, it vanished instantly. All he knew was that the magical signature that they left behind was a sickly yellow. When he finally finished with his work, he was going to his room when he suddenly became aware that whatever had been stalking him all afternoon was now moving around within his room. He flexed his hand and felt his gauntlet spread from its ring to cover his hand and part of his forearm. The philosopher's stone glowed faintly on his palm as if happy to be back to its normal size. Opening the door quickly, he realized the yellow magical signature was a house elf that was currently bouncing on his bed. The elf stopped the moment he noticed Harry. "So long, Dobby has been wanting to speak to Great Harry Potter, sir, so long." But Great Harry Potter was always working, and Dobby did not want to interrupt his workings, sir. Harry lowered his gauntleted hand slowly, starting to feel silly. He felt he should have noticed that the signature belonged to a house elf after he spent so long around the elves in Hogwarts. "Why are you here, Dobby?" he asked tiredly. He knew trying to be polite to an elf would upset them, and he was too exhausted to bother having an argument. "Dobby has come to warn the great Harry Potter, sir, that he cannot return to Hogwarts." "Where should I go then?" "Harry Potter, sir." Dobby asked, confused. "Well, I'm not staying here for the rest of my life. Actually, I think the Dursleys would literally kill me if I said I was going to stay here all year round." "Dobby does not understand, sir. Why would great Harry Potter not want to stay with his family?" "They aren't my family," Harry said tiredly. He felt some magic take note of his words, but had decided enough was enough and to cut his losses. The Dursleys would never appreciate him as family, especially now that he had committed the ultimate sin by deciding to learn magic. "I may live under their roof and Petunia may share my mother's sister, but they are no family of mine." Dobby thinks he may understands great Harry Potter. Dobby serves his family too, but they don't see Dobby as family. The elf's ears drooped sadly before he grabbed Harry's bedside lamp and started bashing himself over the head with it. Harry reached out with his magic and wrenched it out of the elf's hands. "I don't suppose you could tell me why I can't return to Hogwarts?" "Great danger awaits great Harry Potter, sir. A great evil has been awoken." "Is it Voldemort?" "Say not the name, sir." "Say it not." "Sorry. Fine. Is this to do with he who must not be named?" Not to do with he who must not be named. No, sir." Dobby said this slowly, as if trying to give Harry a clue. Whatever the clue was, Harry wasn't getting it. "One of his followers, perhaps." Dobby cannot say. That must mean that somebody had specifically ordered Dobby not to talk of it. "Okay then. How about this? It would not be an insult to your family if you denied they are behind the attack, but it would also not be an insult to not deny it either. Now, is your family in some way related to this danger?" Dobby stood stock still, eyes wide. Harry breathed a sigh. Finally, he was getting somewhere. From downstairs, he heard the doorbell ring and knew that the Dursleys' diner guests had arrived. "Well, if it is not you know who directly, is something related to him?" Dobby nodded frantically, ears flapping. "Do you know if I have ever met your family? The family heir often be complaining about you, but stopped sometime into the school year. Family Lord once had complained about meeting the great Harry Potter. That did narrow it down significantly. It was a shame Dobby didn't know exactly when the heir stopped complaining about him. House elves had no sense of time like humans do. Early in the school year could have been anywhere between the first day all the way to Easter. So, something dangerous is going to happen at Hogwarts. You can neither confirm nor deny that your family is involved, and I have met the lord of your family at least once. The family heir complained about me but stopped early last year. Could you tell me what house your family's heir is in, Dobby?" "The house of Salazar Slytherin, like his mother and father before him," Dobby said proudly. Is he blonde? Harry asked slowly. Dobby nodded slowly, looking at Harry anxiously. Okay. I think I've got it. But surely now that I know more about this danger, I should be at Hogwarts to help stop it. Great Harry Potter is so brave. Dobby wailed. Below, Harry heard the conversation briefly pause before Vernon's voice boomed out. Must have left the television on upstairs. I'll go up and turn it off. Dobby, you have to go. Come back later if you wish, but you need to leave, now. Harry said frantically as he heard his uncle begin to climb the stairs. Promise Dobby you will not be returning to Hogwarts, Dobby said stubbornly. I can't, Harry said desperately as he heard his uncle step onto the landing. Then you be leaving Dobby no choice, Dobby said sadly and snapped his fingers and vanishing into thin air. Inside his room every single object including his bed began levitating and floating around his room right as his door slammed open. Boy! His uncle roared, charging forward. Harry reacted instinctively and ducked under the man's swing and punched him in the jaw with his gauntleted hand. Normally, Harry would never have been strong enough for Vernon to even feel a punch from the boy, but with his gauntlet and the strange power of the Philosopher's Stone, his uncle was lifted off the ground and slammed into the floating wardrobe. Harry quickly ran out of the room and bounded down the stairs, past the frightened masons and to his old cupboard. He willed the door to fly off its hinges with his magic and reached inside and quickly shoved everything into his school trunk. Luckily, it was almost entirely packed as he had never gotten the chance to unpack it. Finally, he retrieved his rings and wand. He put on the summoning ring and called forth his saber right as Vernon came barreling down the stairs. Harry activated his saber and pointed it at Vernon warningly. Stay back, Harry said in a low voice, not letting his fear show. I'm not scared of a freak like you, Vernon said slowly. Despite his words, however, he took a step back, away from Harry. Suddenly, Harry felt a fist collided with the back of his head and he realized that Dudley had gotten behind him. Propelled forward, Harry felt the saber stab Vernon and the man roared in pain. Harry spun towards Dudley and pushed him back with his magic, enhanced by the gauntlet. He heard Vernon move and forced him back to the ground with magic. Stepping over him, he left the house for the last time and hurried out of Privet Drive. He knew he never wanted to return, and wherever his home was, it was never in the house behind him. He felt the wards that had surrounded the Dursleys for as long as he could remember break beyond repair and knew that for better or for worse, he had finally began to take his life into his own hands. Taking a moment to think things over, Harry knew his first step would be to change his appearance. Even if he were not famous in the magical world, it would be unusual for a 12-year-old child to be walking around on his own. He considered trying to transfigure himself to look older, but knew if he got it wrong the result could be disastrous. Dobby, Harry called experimentally. Almost immediately the house elf popped up in front of him. Dobby is sorry, Great Harry Potter, sir. Dobby did not know he was putting Great Harry Potter in danger. Dobby sodded. It's fine. Just don't put me in danger again, please. Better lightly injured than dead, Dobby thinks, Dobby said quietly. I would prefer to avoid both if I'm honest. Now we can talk about how much pain you think is acceptable later. For now, regardless of this danger at Hogwarts in the future, I'm in big danger now. Would you be able to make me look older, say 19, and stop anyone from being able to find me? Maybe change my hair too so I don't look like normal. Dobby could, sir. Dobby said excitedly. He snapped his fingers and Harry felt Dobby's magic crawl over his body. It felt like a million insects had landed on him. When the feeling passed, Harry had grown almost twice as tall as his old height. Another snap and Harry felt his hair grow out and lose its untidiness. Reaching up to touch it, he noted he now had curly hair, and pulling it down to eye level revealed it was now a mousy brown color. This is brilliant, Dobby. How long will this last? Dobby seemed to blush at the praise. As long as Great Harry Potter wishes it to last. Wow. Thank you, Dobby. Seriously, do you want to stay with me or do you have to go? Dobby would like to stay and help the Great Harry Potter, but Dobby is afraid that his masters may call for Dobby and punish him for being away from his duties for so long. They can't punish you if they can't get you, can they? Dobby looked at Harry hopefully, and Harry quickly formed a pair of shoes for the elf made of mithril. He gave them the ideologies of comfort, resizing, cushioning, weightlessness and souls of air. the same ideologies on his own shoes. He then added the idea that while Dobby was wearing them, he would be unable to hear anything that Harry couldn't, and that all magic must be approved by Harry before Dobby could receive or use it. Put these on Dobby. Hopefully, they will stop your masters being able to call you. It's only a temporary solution, but for now it should work fine. The moment Dobby put on the shoes, Harry got asked if he wanted the Malfoy family magic to feed Dobby. Harry agreed instantly, knowing that if Dobby did not get his family's magic, he would eventually die. They good? Harry asked, anxiously. Yes, great Master Harry Potter, sir. They as being the best shoes Dobby has ever had the pleasure of wearing. Perhaps you should just call me Harry. At least while we are in the Muggle world. Don't want to draw attention to ourselves, do we? Dobby could, if that is what Harry wishes. You might also want to make it so anyone looking at you thinks you're a human, since Muggles aren't used to seeing house elves. Dobby snapped his fingers and he slowly formed into a child just smaller than Harry's current height, and he looked like he was now Harry's younger brother. Even the elf's pillowcase had morphed into a smaller replica of Harry's own outfit. Harry nodded and stuck out his wand hand out into the road and waited, hoping he had remembered how to summon the night bus from back when Dumbledore had told him last summer. Just as he was about to give up hope, a large bright purple triple-decker bus popped into being in front of them. He and Dobby boarded the bus, and when asked, Harry told the conductor they wanted to go to Greater Hangleton, please. Harry and Dobby rode the night bus in silence. Harry had been excited to try and find out how the night bus worked, but after the first jump he focused on not trying to throw up. Once they finally arrived, they realized they needed to find a place to sleep, where it dawned on Harry that in order to pay for a room you needed money, and neither Harry or Dobby owned Muggle money. They couldn't even transfigure money since Dobby had never seen Muggle money before and Harry was not skilled enough. When Harry had confessed to the innkeeper that they had no money to pay for a room, he had smiled sadly. Search out old Frank Bryce. He's the caretaker of the old Riddle house up on the hill down in Little Hangleton. Some of the locals may give him a bad representative, but I knew him in the war. He's a good man. He probably won't be able to pay you, but I reckon he would let you stay the night and give you food and the like in return for some help working around the old house. The two had needed to walk almost 6 miles to reach Little Hangleton, and by the time they had arrived the sun had long since set. Harry had knocked on the small cottage behind the Riddle house and an old man opened the door. Harry absently noticed he was leaning heavily on his walking stick. What ya want? He grumbled. I was told you might consider letting me and my brother stay for a few nights. We have no money, but we can work. Harry said hopefully. He had already warned Dobby to remain largely silent around Muggles, otherwise he would have stood out as different the moment he spoke. Told that, were ya? Awfully kind of em. He let out a sharp bark-like laugh. You say you two can work. I might be able to find room for ya then. I'll warn ya now, you may need to prepare your own food in the mornin' s. Thank you, sir. That's no problem, me and my brother can both cook. Grunting, Frank let them in and showed them his spare bedroom, which was a thin layer of dust over everything in the room. This is yours for as long as you want to stay. I start work at 8 in the morning. If y'all wanna join me, then I won't stop ya. Once Frank had gone, Dobby had waved his hand and vanished all the dust in the room instantly. Since there was only one bed against the wall, Harry said, I'll let you have the bed, Dobby. I'll just make a bed on the floor. Also, you might want to come up with a Muggle name that I can call you in public, since the Muggles will think that your name is strange. Dobby tried to argue and get Harry to take the bed, but Harry had already formed a small flat square of mithril and a chisel. He quickly inscribed the preservation rune and gave the mithril the idea to use the excess magic to grow to a specific size. Once it had finished growing, Harry broke the rune. The mithril square now looked like an inflatable mattress that had been fully inflated, just made entirely of metal. He then added the ideologies of comfort, softness and warmth. The two then settled down into their respective beds and quickly fell asleep. Harry did make sure to cast his typical locking charm on the door, though. While it wouldn't stop a determined wizard, it would give him a warning. Against a Muggle like Frank, the door might as well be solid steel. Harry and Dobby spent the first few days finding their routine. In the mornings they would wake up, prepare both breakfast and lunch for themselves and occasionally Frank. Then the three would leave the cottage and go around the grounds of the manor doing whatever work needed doing. That was often just the gardening, with the occasional maintenance task that always seemed to sprout up with the old houses such as the Riddle Manor. The three would then go back to the cottage and eat the lunch they had prepared earlier, followed by a short rest before continuing their work. Eventually Frank would call the day over and let the two do their own thing. On the first day Harry and Dobby had sorted out their room and planned what they wanted to do while in Hangleton. On the second day they had left the cottage and walked to the nearby graveyard. As he didn't want to involve Frank, they had set off on their own to investigate the Riddle graveyard. He got extremely lucky as the first grave he found had the name Cadmus Peverell. Above the name was a familiar small triangle, line and circle symbol that was similar to Dumbledore's symbol. Harry assumed this was the original symbol for the objects of death, that Dumbledore had then taken and changed for his own. He recognized the symbol from Dumbledore's copy of The Tale of Brothers 3, and wondered why Dumbledore had seen fit to add it to his book. According to the grave, Cadmus had been born on the 9th of August 1213 and died 19th of May 1292, meaning he had died almost 80 years old. It was strange, Harry thought. He had always assumed Cadmus had died young, although now that he thought of it the book never revealed the ages of the brothers. The only other detail on the grave was the message, "May Hades see him well." Harry knew that Hades was the Greek god of death from his storybooks, but he didn't think people still believed in the Greek gods by the 13th century. He also couldn't help wondering why a wizard's grave would have the name of a Greek god inscribed into it, when every pureblood witch and wizard at Hogwarts all seemed to be strictly atheist. Unfortunately there were no other Peverell gravestone but plenty of riddles, with a few other names dotted around. One of the more common being Gauntus and later Gaunt, which Dumbledore had already mentioned in his copy of the book. The three most recent graves were each a riddle, obviously mother, father and son. What was curious was that all three had the exact same date of death, almost 50 years ago. When they had returned to the cottage Frank was resting in his rocking chair with a hot water bottle on his knee. "Saw you two go down to the graveyard," he commented as they walked in. "What got you so interested in it?" "I had been told I had family buried there. I wanted to see if I could find their grave," Harry said honestly. Dumbledore had suggested in his book that the Potters were distantly related to Cadmus after all and that he had been buried here. "Ah, did you find what you were looking for then?" "Yes," Harry said simply, not wanting to reveal what grave he had been looking for. "I also happened to notice the grave of a Tom Riddle and his parents and the fact they all had the same date of death." Frank sighed deeply. I was working for them when they died. The cook went to give them their food and found all three dead in their seats, not a mark on them. The staff blamed me of course and I got to spend the night in a police cell. People still talk about it. It's one of the reasons I avoid the village, since they still blame me to this day. The thing is, aside from the actual murders, the only unusual thing I remember on that day was this young lad nosing around near the house. Looked remarkably similar to yourself now I think about it, except he had black hair. Of course by now he would probably be old enough to be your father, or grandfather even." Frank mused. During the evenings Harry also helped Dobby learn how to talk properly. It was hard going but the elf was learning under Harry's patient teaching. Dobby in turn taught Harry what he knew of the history of the elves. It turned out that true elves were originally much more like wizards than their modern counterparts. The true elves were renowned for their powerful nature magic, so much so that wizards got jealous and started imprisoning elves and controlling their magic. Even back then elves were entirely dependent on external sources of magic compared, while wizards and goblins relied on an internal source of magic. Natural elves got their magic from the environment, making it sound like the various nature nymphs from mythologies were actually based off the elves. Due to the elves' dependency on external magic, they couldn't go far from the places they were born. That was until a wizard found a way to replace nature magic with his family's magic, giving him almost complete control over the elf. The elves had suffered under the wizard's magic and every generation the offspring would be weaker than the previous generation. By the time Dobby was born the elves' heritage had been forgotten by all but the elder elves who had been told the story by the elders of their own time. Harry had also been watching magic interact with Dobby. Unlike himself, Dobby had a constant field of magic surrounding him that was constantly in motion. When Dobby used magic he formed his intent and will internally then use the magic around him to actually power it. It was as if Dobby had none of his own magic and was just renting magic. The Malfoy magic had almost constantly tried to hurt Dobby ever since he had joined Harry, but due to the mithril boots, the magic had to ask Harry for permission before it could hurt Dobby, which he had denied every single time. After a week had passed, Dobby suddenly stopped receiving the Malfoy family magic. It seemed the family had finally disowned Dobby. Harry quickly made his own magic take up the slack and then started forming a new piece of mithril. He knew this would be the most complicated piece of mithril he had ever formed. He made a small stud of mithril and gave it several ideologies. The most important were hidden, no fixed structure, obedient and changeable. He then had Dobby hold the stud in his hand. The stud seemed to vanish instantly and he asked Dobby to think of an item of clothing. A fingerless glove formed around his hand that looked like real leather. Checking with his magic, Harry was thrilled to see the glove was still made mithril, it just appeared to be leather. Letting out a breath, Harry then made the mithril generate magic to also told the mithril to only produce magic when Dobby needed it. He slowly withdrew some of his own magic from Dobby and felt the mithril take up the slack instantly. He withdrew all of his magic, remaining ready to give it back if needed. The mithril was quite capable of completely sustaining Dobby. When he asked Dobby to use magic, the elf was able to cast even the most complex of elf magic easily without any difficulty. Oh sir! Harry had gifted Dobby his own magic. Dobby will never forget great master's kindness and generosity. Dobby had wailed, crying with joy. It was clear he had longed for magic of his own and Harry was pleased to have been able to give such a gift. Harry then slowly removed the protective ideologies on the elf's shoes. As he worked, Harry absently noticed that Dobby's magic had changed. First, his magic had gained a much healthier shade of yellow ever since the Malfoy magic had been controlled, but now the yellow was extremely vibrant and had mixed with the green of Harry's own magic. Except unlike how the magic of the Philosopher's Stone had interlaced with his magic, Dobby's magic had laid over the magic. The green magic also seemed to sparkle, which Harry had never seen before. When Dobby transfigured the bed into a desk, the magic from the mithril had been what powered the transfiguration, while Dobby's magic seemed guided it. Harry suspected Dobby now had an unlimited source of magic just like himself, but since the magic did not use his body as a conduit, Dobby could theoretically transfigure the entire planet without burning up. He wondered if he should put some sort of limit on the magic, but in the end he just shrugged. If the elf did go crazy and kill everyone with his infinite magic, at least it would be interesting. Harry decided there was only one place left in the Hangleton that he wanted to look at. That was why Harry was now in the Greater Hangleton Library researching Cadmus Peverell. Despite the fact he was a wizard, it seemed the Muggles had still written about Cadmus. According to the book, there had been a great battle for the village in 1238, where Cadmus had led an army to defend the village alongside his two unnamed brothers. While Cadmus had survived, the woman he was going to marry had been killed. Rather unoriginally, they had named the battle the Hangleton Cadmean Victory, partly due to Cadmus being the leader and because the invaders had managed to get far into the town before being stopped and only a few of the defenders had survived. Cadmus had left Hangleton after the battle and only returned many years later to live out what remained of his life until his death. Unfortunately, the book didn't say what Cadmus had done during his missing years, but Harry could guess. In the Tale of Brothers 3, it said Cadmus had tried to use the Resurrection Stone to bring back his dead love. The fact he spent almost 40 years away from Hangleton gave credence to the idea the brothers made the three items rather than find or get given them. But while he now knew why Cadmus had made his hallow, it didn't explain why Antioch had wanted an unbeatable wand or Ignotus a cloak that was undetectable. Harry decided he had learned all he could about Cadmus from Muggle sources and knew it was time to move on to Godric's Hollow. First, though, he wanted to visit Diagon Alley to convert what was left of his wizard money from the year before into Muggle cash. He told Frank that he was planning on leaving the next day and the man only grunted to show he understood. Frank had never been overly warm to them, but he had been kind enough to let them stay in his cottage and eat his food for work. He also seemed to tolerate them after the first few days. The man seemed to enjoy quiet and Harry could respect that. Neither he nor Dobby had any possessions that needed packing. Almost all Harry owned had remained in his school trunk or was made of mithril. The mattress was the only large object to pack up and Harry just absorbed the magic until it was back to its original smaller size and just chucked it into his trunk. The room looked like they had first found it, just cleaner and far less dusty. As they left, Frank said, "You boys do good work. If you ever need a place to sleep, well, you're the first to ever use that spare bedroom. Take care of yourselves." Dobby was able to apparate them to the leaky cauldron, as Diagon Alley had such a strong magical pull he was able to find it. Despite popular belief, house elves didn't apparate like wizards. Wizards pinpointed a spot on the world and forced they magic to transport them to that spot. House elves found a magical spot and asked magic to carry them to that spot. The difference lied in the details. A wizard could only ever travel to somewhere they knew, an elf could travel anywhere there was a strong magical signature. This was how Dobby had been able to find Harry at the Dursleys, because he wasn't focusing on the location, he was focusing on Harry's magic. The only exception was the house elf's home, as a house elf could apparate anywhere within the home without requiring something magical to lock onto. Apparating with Dobby was strange. It felt as if they had paused in space and the planet was moving beneath them. Then once their location was close to them they would suddenly rejoin the planet. It was an extremely unpleasant experience, however Harry felt it was still miles better than riding the night bus. Once they had entered the alley, Harry strode up to Gringotts and joined the line. Eventually they reached the goblin behind the desk. "Yes?" The goblin asked wearily. "I would like to convert these galleons to Muggle money, please." Harry asked politely. £5 for 1 galleon. The goblin said, not even trying to hide his look of boredom. Harry passed over 20 galleons and the goblin carefully counted them. He then withdrew a piece of parchment and asked, "Name?" "I'm sorry." Harry asked confused. "I need your name for the receipt." "Oh, I'm Harry Potter." Harry felt it would be a poor decision to lie to the goblin. One of the goblin's thick eyebrows rose slightly as if mildly surprised. "Ah, Mr. Potter, we expected to see you last year. Your family's account manager has been going frantic trying to reach you. Wait here." The goblin jumped off his high chair and through a pair of doors behind him. He returned a few moments later with an even smaller goblin. "Follow Griphook, he will take you to your account manager. Your money will be here upon your return." Griphook led him and Dobby through a maze of corridors and into a small office, where the ceiling was so low Harry suspected most adults had to crouch to fit. Luckily, even in his aged-up disguise he was still a few inches smaller than the ceiling. The goblin behind the desk was the most finely dressed goblin Harry had met so far. "Greetings, Herr Potter. I am account manager Silvertooth. I need to go over a few documents with you." Silvertooth proceeded to list the properties and possessions held under the Potter name. It was not much, but it was more than Harry had ever owned in his life. The goblin then handed over a small silver bowl and knife. Harry picked up the knife and felt the magic running through it. Upon looking more carefully, he realized it was made of mithril. Harry grew excited at seeing another mithril item but then remembered Dumbledore telling him that the goblins had been using mithril for generations. He then remembered Dumbledore warning Harry against letting the goblins see his mithril as they might take it as a personal attack. Suddenly conscious of the 3 mithril rings upon his finger and the multitude of mithril objects in his trunk at his feet, he hoped the goblins hadn't seen them. "Please get a drop of blood into this bowl for me, Mr. Potter." Harry drew the knife across his palm and thought he hadn't cut hard enough as he had felt nothing, but looking down he saw a thin line of blood on his palm. It seemed the knife had been formed to not cause pain. Once the blood had entered the bowl, Harry absently drew his magic out of his blood that remained on the knife and let it collapse back into him. Silvertooth looked at him with what Harry thought might have been respect. It is not often we see a wizard capable of such a level of control over their magic. Of course most wizards don't enter Gringotts with their elf, disguised as a human, by their side. Nor do they wear 3 mithrillum rings upon their hand. You make a refreshing change, Mr. Potter. No need to look so surprised. We goblins do pride ourselves on our mithrillum formation and evaluation after all. I was warned that you might take offense to me learning how to make mithril. Harry said sheepishly. Silvertooth shrugged. And yet you strode into Gringotts with them in plain view. Rest assured, we do not care. Magical knowledge is not something to hoard or hide away. Now the items we make with our own hands are most assuredly ours, but magic. Nobody can claim ownership of that, least of all wizards. Silvertooth poured the blood within the bowl out onto a tablet, also made mithril or mithrillum as they called it apparently. The blood was absorbed into the mithril and strange letters began being written onto it. The letters made no sense to Harry, but Silvertooth nodded. Well, Mr. Potter, you are the sole heir of the Potter and Black fortunes and beneficiary of House Peverell. You have a claim over some houses, but you are unable to claim these until you become Lord of House Potter. Since you are unable to claim them currently, they shall remain undisclosed. You currently have access to your trust account in the Peverell Emergency Vault. After getting a rundown on the few properties still standing, Harry was about to leave when Silvertooth said, "The Peverells may not be very well known now, but the house stood long before the wizard's government. As such, when you come of age, you will hold a lot of sway over their government. I would personally advise you to learn as much about your government as you can before coming of age so that you do not get taken advantage of. I would very much like to see more gold flowing through your vaults, and that can't happen if you lose it all by being uneducated." Harry had been given a temporary key to open his trust vault that would only work once and advised to talk to his key holder about getting his primary key back. Apparently Dumbledore was his key holder, and despite not giving him his key once he reached Hogwarts, Silvertooth admitted that Dumbledore was not a bad key holder, as no vault under the Potter name had been opened since they were last closed by James Potter before his death. Once he had reached his vault, he was amazed at how much gold was present. Knowing that he only had one opportunity, he filled 3 large bags with galleons. He then let the goblin seal the vault after placing a featherweight charm on the bags and went back up to the atrium. Going back to the original teller, he placed an entire bag of galleons on the desk. "Could you convert all of these galleons into pounds as well?" he asked hopefully. "And you couldn't have asked earlier," the goblin said dully as he began counting out 4 galleons and then stacking 1 pound. "Earlier I didn't know I had so much money," Harry said self-consciously. "I don't care. I'm just glad we can get rid of these awful muggle coins." Eventually there were no galleons left in the bag and it was filled with pound coins. Harry then loaded all 3 bags into his trunk and left the bank. He had gotten more than he had hoped from that trip and was looking forward to Godric's Hollow. They took the night bus to Godric's Hollow. Before they left the alley, Harry had taken the time to buy some resources from Diagon with his newfound wealth. Mostly he had bought books on history, practical magic and the government. One of the books he had bought that did not fit those categories was Occluding the Mind, a Mastery. He had long since finished reading the advanced study book he had been given for Christmas and had found he was moderately successful at the art. At first it had been hard to focus his mind as he constantly had thoughts and ideas running through his mind. Eventually, after meditating almost every night since Christmas, he had learned to clear his mind at will. After that, it was a simple matter of ordering his mind and then placing shields. He had no idea how well they would hold back an attacker, but he hoped they would be effective. He had found that he could control his mind and shields like how he controlled his mithril. The more abstract he became, the better they responded. Harry had also found that the more that he delved into occlumency, the easier it became to form his mithril. Now when he wanted to create mithril, now he could block out rouge thoughts and focus solely on what he wanted. He hoped that whoever had given him the book would be proud. Godric's Hollow looked fairly similar to Hangleton except smaller and cleaner. The night bus dropped them off on the main road, and as they walked deeper into the village, Harry noticed a faint touch of magic in the air. It made sense as this was one of the larger magically populated villages in the UK. It had come as a surprise when they had gotten close to the old war memorial and it had blurred into a statue of 2 people and a baby. Harry was amazed at the skill of the magic and absently looked at the faces of the statues only to freeze. He had only ever seen those faces a few times before, and yet their faces would always be clear in his mind. Here were his parents, the same parents he had seen in the mirror of Arised alongside Hermione. That meant the baby was himself, Harry. He did not know how long he stood there, but he gradually became aware of an old woman standing nearby. He also noticed Dobby staring at the statue in wonder and remembered the elf saying even that amongst the house elves he was a legend. It made sense that his parents would be revered as legends too. "Is this your first time here?" the woman said, voice strong and steady despite her frail appearance. "Yes," Harry asked, slightly confused about why this old woman was approaching him and asking him such a weird question. "Come with me. If you came to see the statue, then you will want to see this too." She led them to a run-down house. Harry wondered what was so important about it when the woman placed her hand onto the gate and a small sign popped out of the ground. On this spot, on the night of the 31st of October 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son, Harry, remains the only wizard ever to have survived the killing curse. This house, invisible to muggles, has been left in its ruined state as a monument to the Potters and as a reminder of the violence that tore apart their family. Harry knelt before it. This was where his parents had died and he had never been told. Why had nobody ever thought to tell him this? Around the sign were messages addressed to him, motivational and supportive, stating how much they were thankful to have him. Eventually, after taking a moment to take it in, Harry stood and drew his wand. He tapped the sign and willed it to write in dark green text, "May it never happen again." If the woman disapproved of his vandalism, she did not show it. "Could you show me to the graveyard, please?" Harry asked politely, using both his occlumency and the skills honed at the Dursleys in order to hide his emotions. The woman pointed down the street towards the church and a little stone wall beside it. "Thank you, Ms. Bagshot. Bathilda Bagshot," she said as she walked off in the opposite direction. "I can't believe that was Bagshot. Hermione would have been so jealous." Harry chuckled as he and Dobby walked to the graveyard. "Harry, sir?" Dobby asked, confused. "That woman is the author of a book called Hogwarts. A history. It was Hermione's favorite book. She would talk about it for ages." "Who is this, Hermione?" "Hermione Granger. She was my best friend last year, but she died. Halloween seems to be an extremely unlucky time for me." Dobby nodded and he said no more. "Why is it you never really question me, Dobby? I've made mithril in front of you many times and you don't even bat an eye?" Harry asked. He had been wondering for a while but had never gotten around to asking. Dobby shrugged and just said, "Nobody has ever asked for Dobby for his opinions. Dobby just told to work." "I care for your opinions, Dobby." The elf smiled at Harry but did not reply. Harry had often found himself drawing parallels between himself and the elf. Both had been forced to serve people who seemed to hate them despite depending on them for the work. Both had been treated badly just for being different, and both had been taught not to ask questions or question their families. But where Harry had gotten books and then magic and learned to find the answers to his own questions, Dobby had gotten nothing. The graveyard was full of names that Harry knew or recognized, most from school, but there were a few names he recognized from the history books he had picked up. It was a shock to see the grave of Kendra and Ariana Dumbledore. He did not actually know who Kendra was, but he could guess it was Dumbledore's mother. He did know of Ariana, however. He had not known the Dumbledores had lived in Godric's Hollow. It came as a slight surprise when he suddenly read his parents' names on their grave. He knew they must have been buried here, but it still came as a shock to see the undeniable truth before him. He sat down before the graves and spent several minutes reining in his emotions. Dobby gave him space to grieve and kept walking through the graves. Harry had told him what name to search for and Dobby wanted to help. It would have been easier for Dobby if he had ever been allowed to learn to read, but despite this minor setback, he was trying his best. Eventually, after looking at every grave, he returned to Harry's side. When he realized Dobby had returned, Harry stood after a whispered goodbye towards the grave. He soon found the grave he had actually came to see, the grave of Ignotus Peverell. Above the name was exactly the same symbol that had been on Cadmus' grave. Harry still did not know what it meant or how it related to Dumbledore's own symbol, but obviously it was linked to the items of death. Ignotus had been born the 12th of July 1214 and died the 16th of February 1372. That would make him almost 157 years old. Harry realized he had died 77 years after Cadmus' death. If the story of the three brothers were to be believed, Ignotus' old age was due to the cloak keeping him hidden from death. As he read the grave, Harry subconsciously stroked the cloak. He had rarely taken the cloak off ever since he received it for Christmas. It seemed that along with resisting physical damage, it also repelled dirt and grime, meaning that it did not need washing or upkeep. This meant that the cloak still looked as clean as when he had first gotten it. Harry paused and took a deep breath. Ever since Halloween, he had thought of nothing but ways to get Hermione back. He still hoped the resurrection stone would work as the story said, just like the invisibility cloak. However, he couldn't help but doubt his ability to actually find the stone. If Dumbledore had been unable to find it in over a century, then he had no chance in the few weeks left of summer, not without help at least. "Dobby, have you ever seen anything like my cloak before?" "No, Master Harry. Dobby has never seen nothing like your cloak." Dobby would remember seeing something so wrong, sir. Dobby seemed reluctant to talk about it, and Harry couldn't think of a reason why Dobby would be so against the cloak. What is wrong with my cloak, Dobby? It's dark and cold. Good magic is supposed to give and create. Muggle cities be bad enough as they do not give or take, they just is. Master Harry's cloak takes and destroys. It is bad magic and draws on the good magic in ways not being natural. Dobby said firmly. As he spoke, Harry activated his mage sight and looked at the cloak. He could not see what Dobby described and wondered if Dobby saw the world differently to himself. Despite the differences in sight, both he and Dobby seemed to agree that the cloak was different. Harry felt something appear nearby. It seemed Dobby had sensed it too, as he had risen, both his hands in front of him, and a large, barely see-through green shield materialized in front of him and Harry. Harry in turn had drawn his wand, activated his saber, and equipped his gauntlet. It made for an impressive spectacle, and despite neither having been trained in combat, Harry felt like they could have beaten an average Witcher wizard at the moment. Fortunately, they did not need to find out if it would have stopped an above average, as rather than attack, the mystery visitor waved his hand and summoned a ball of light which floated above him, lighting up the graveyard and all their faces. Harry recognized him immediately. "Good evening, Headmaster," Harry said sheepishly, feeling like he had been caught somewhere he shouldn't have been, despite the fact he had been doing nothing wrong. Dumbledore only raised an eyebrow at the greeting, and only then did Harry register that while he had been distracted by Dumbledore summoning the light wandlessly, the headmaster had drawn his wand, although it was pointed towards the ground and not towards them. "Good afternoon. It seems you have me at a disadvantage. I do not recognize you or your young friend." "Dobby can remove my disguise," Harry whispered to the elf. Dobby looked at him and snapped his fingers. Harry felt the elf's magic crawl over him again. The feeling was as unpleasant the second time as it had been the first. Now free of his disguise, he was almost the same height as the still disguised Dobby. It seemed he had grown a fair bit while disguised. If Dumbledore was surprised at seeing Harry, he hid it perfectly. "Good afternoon, Harry. I was not aware you knew how to disguise yourself. I don't suppose you can prove you and your friends' identities?" he said pleasantly, as if they were in Hogwarts discussing the weather, not a graveyard with wands drawn ready to attack each other if needed. "Only Ignotus cloak. I assume it is unique, same as Antioch's wand. Also my glove, which you suggested as one of a kind," Harry said cautiously, holding up his gauntlet so that the philosopher's stone caught Dumbledore's light. Dumbledore nodded and held up his wand for Harry to see. Using his mage sight, he recognized the color within the wand as Dumbledore's own magic. Harry relaxed and turned to Dobby and told him, "You can lower the shield, Dobby, thank you." Dumbledore walked over to them and noticed they were by Ignotus' grave. "Ah, I should have known this would have drawn your attention. Now, Harry, if I may be so direct, who is your friend?" he asked kindly, smiling down at Dobby. "This is Dobby. He's a friend who kept me safe after I left the Dursleys." "I don't think I've ever seen you at Hogwarts, Dobby." "Me is not being a wizard. Great Dumbledore, sir. He's a house elf," Harry said when Dumbledore looked at him questioningly, seeking an explanation. "A house elf? I've never known a house elf be strong enough to hold a shield charm for any length of time. Indeed, I have known few wizards that can hold a nearly fully opaque shield for any length of time. Of course, I have never known a wizard capable of making mithril either, so perhaps I should stop trying to apply logic to magic around you, Harry. Come, follow me, unless you want more time with the grave." Harry shook his head and followed Dumbledore out of the graveyard to a small house. Harry would not have noticed it as the home of a man as great as Dumbledore if not for the giant wards protecting the home. "Is this your professor?" Harry asked, amazed at the sheer amount of protections. Dumbledore chuckled. "This is where I live when Hogwarts is out for the summer, and it can also be yours should you wish it." "What? Let's sit down before I answer." Dumbledore waved his hand towards the front door dismissively. The door unlocked itself and swung open. He turned and winked at Harry. He led Harry and Dobby inside and into a cozy-looking sitting room. He indicated for Harry and Dobby towards the well-worn sofa while he sat down in an armchair facing the fireplace, which he turned so that it faced the sofa. Next to the fireplace was an intricate golden perch with a bowl just underneath. Harry assumed it belonged to Fawkes. "Would you like anything to drink?" Dumbledore asked, summoning a glass and drink. Harry shook his head, wanting to know what Dumbledore meant. As soon as possible, Dumbledore took the time to pour himself a drink before beginning his talk. I guess this all begins the night your parents died. Your mother placed a strong blood protection on you, which made it impossible for Voldemort or anyone bearing his mark to harm you. Knowing that Voldemort still had supporters that would be looking for you, I expanded that protection onto your only living blood relatives, those being your aunt and cousin. By expanding the protection, they lost some of their power, meaning that now, rather than stopping Voldemort or his supporters from harming you, it now stops them from finding you. There are more ways to damage a child than just physical harm after all. I assumed that your aunt and uncle would have cared for you as their own. The nature of the wards meant that nobody with magic could check up on. If I had gone to your aunt's home uninvited or sent someone in my place, the wards would have stopping them from entering or collapse, allowing Voldemort's followers to find you. The wards also stopped all means of magical tracking, meaning that remotely checking on your through health and well-being charms were also impossible. Dumbledore drew a deep breath and gave Harry time to digest the information. The day after your placement at your aunt's home, loyalists to Voldemort attacked the homes of numerous families that resisted the Dark Lord in search of either yourself or the location of Voldemort. I saw this as proof that I had done the right thing in hiding you away. The years wore on and I never heard from Petunia aside from confirmation that she had taken you in. I did send an old friend to live in Privet Drive to observe you, a squib called Arabella Figg. Perhaps you have seen or heard of her. Harry shook his head. He had never heard of or seen her before. He would have remembered seeing a squib around Privet Drive after all. Well, she was there to keep tabs on you. However, even as a squib, she could only get so close to the house without the wards reacting. She told me that you looked safe but quiet, perhaps slightly underfed and dressed in rags. It was then that I began to suspect I was mistaken in believing in the Dursleys. Still, I thought, better safe and unhappy than dead or kidnapped. This would have been just after your 9th birthday. During this time, many Death Eaters had avoided Azkaban, that's the wizarding prison, by claiming they had been forced to join Voldemort or had been given lighter sentences and had been released from Azkaban. Some even came to me asking for your location so they could send thank you gifts. Some may have been honest, but I fear too many were trying to endanger you. As such, I would not let your location be known no matter what. By the time your 11th birthday rolled around, things had settled down and we had received your confirmation letter saying you would be attending Hogwarts the following term. Pausing to take another long sigh, Dumbledore continued. I then decided I ought to visit you and to ensure you were prepared for the wizarding world. I was taking a risk even then, as the wards could have collapsed if I had been rejected by either yourself or your aunt. However, the situation was different enough that I risked it. Firstly, you had opened contact with me of your own free will. As such, I was able to convince the wards that I had been unintentionally invited. The second reason was that I thought at 11 you would be relatively safe, even if the wards had collapsed when compared with your 1-year self. Suffice it to say that my first impression of your aunt's home was less than ideal. I realized then that they had never treated you as their own, at least there were no signs of physical abuse. I then got to meet you and I was surprised at how much of myself I saw in you. If you remember, you took me to your room and showed me the mithril you had made. I was stunned that you had managed it. I grew hopeful that despite your childhood there was hope for the future. Dumbledore took the time to drain his glass and continued, slightly hoarse at talking for so long. Finally, after all the events of last year, I admit I forget your issues with the Dursleys. After meeting you first at your aunt's house and later in Hogwarts, I intended to remove you from that home. I hope you will forgive me for that. You never should have been sent back there, and as your magical guardian, it was my responsibility to ensure your safety and happiness. That leads me to my offer. Since you have been investigating the graves of the Peverells, I was wondering if you would like to stay here for as long as you wish. I have a lot of work that will need doing, so you may not see much of me, but you and your friend are more than welcome. Harry glanced at Dobby, who shrugged. Dobby did not care where they stayed so long as he could keep Harry safe. We'd love to say, Harry said happily. Wonderful! Dumbledore exclaimed happily. Harry got the sense that he was genuinely glad and not just saying it to be polite. Now, Harry, would you mind telling me what happened to cause the wards around Privet Drive to fall? Well, it started when I found Dobby in my room. Harry told Dumbledore the full story all the way up to when they met each other in the graveyard. Dumbledore let him tell the story in full without interrupting. So Dobby was able to get through the wards without invitation. I must admit I never even considered that house elves would be able to get in of their own free will. I suspect if he had been ordered to warn you, he would not have been able to. Dobby needed to warn Harry Potter. He must not go back to Hogwarts. Dobby said sternly from his spot on the sofa. Bemused Dumbledore asked, "Why ever not, dear elf? There is great danger. If Harry Potter goes back to Hogwarts, he will be in grave danger." "Could you tell me what the danger is?" Dumbledore asked slowly, his eyes losing their twinkle and gaining a much harder gaze. Dobby shook his head so forcefully, his ears flapped from side to side. Dobby does not know what the danger is. Dobby only be hearing his bad masters saying they be planning something that will put Harry Potter in grave danger. While I would feel happier knowing Harry was not in danger, Dobby, I would prefer he return to Hogwarts where the other teachers and I can look after him and attempt to stop this known danger, rather than he not go to Hogwarts and leave the remaining students under that same danger. He would also be under threat of numerous unknown dangers without anyone being to watch over him. Dobby would protect him, sir. Dobby said eagerly. I do not doubt your willingness to protect Harry, but I feel that my teachers do more than just protect students. We show and teach them the wonders of magic and how to apply it to the world around them. We show students how to work alongside others and how to come up with their own answers to life's questions. If you could give some clue over what the danger is, I could take steps to stop it. Dobby does not know. Dobby wailed. Harry felt quite awkward sitting there as two people he cared for talked about him. Dobby, you can't stop me from going to Hogwarts, but surely I would be safer facing a known threat rather than avoid one threat to encounter an unknown one, Harry said impatiently. Unknown threats, Harry, sir. Voldemort's followers still remain at large and outside of Hogwarts. They might try to get revenge on their master by attacking Harry, Dumbledore said. Dobby's ears quivered and he looked as if he was about to burst into tears. Harry Potter must be careful then. Dobby will try and find these unknown threats, then Harry can be safe outside Hogwarts. Dobby then vanished, fading into nothingness from what Harry assumed was what an elf apparating looked like. He was curious about how the elf had managed to apparate out of the house, as Harry had detected had many wards that specifically stopped magical forms of transportation in or out. That is a very powerful and very loyal elf you have there, Harry. I hope you understand what you did by freeing it. Dumbledore said. What do you mean? He was being tortured by his family. Harry said defensively. You misunderstand. I fully approve of you freeing him from an abusive family. However, a little known detail from House Elf history is that the elves that House Elves originate from are the result of High Elves getting friendly with a fairy. Due to the mixed heritage, a House Elf's body is not capable of channeling magic like a High Elf. Their magical power comes from the Fae, which have their own natural, internal magical source much like a witch or wizard, but get their main source of magic from any witch or wizard who has unwittingly made a deal with them. The House Elf ends. Avement contract works on that principle. It is enough of a deal that it lets the House Elf draw their magic from the family in return for working for the family. Now a High Elf draws their magic from their surroundings, which they can then direct, but it never truly passes through them or their bodies. The House Elves also have this trait. You may have noticed the magic orbiting around Dobby. That is the Fae magic drawing in magic with the High Elf magic directing it. Due to their Fae origins, it has often been theorized that should a House Elf become free, they would become unstoppable, and if I am correct, you gave Dobby his own source of magic with your mithril. Yes, Professor. I did, Harry said slowly, realizing he might have done considerable harm by helping Dobby. Alas, that boat has sailed and we can now only wait and see what comes of it. You should know that it is my opinion after talking with Dobby that he is devoted to you and would do anything you asked of him. I also do not believe that Dobby would do anything that requires him being stopped. Now tell me, what did you find out about the Peverell brothers, Harry? Shocked at the sudden change in conversation, Harry took a moment to respond. Well, the first thing I learned was that obviously in Little Hangleton Cadmus is considered something of a village hero for winning the battle there. His two brothers fought alongside him. I think that it is this battle that made the brothers either begin searching for or creating the items of death. I know that Cadmus lost his fiancée during the battle, and we know he wanted the stone to bring back the woman he was to marry. I believe Ignotus saw something in the battle that terrified him so much that he felt he needed to have a cloak capable of hiding from even death itself, since the cloak also acts as a sort of shield by blocking spells and resisting damage. I think Ignotus must either have gotten hurt, possibly fatally, or narrowly missed being hit. Finally, I assume Antioch fought someone and either lost or almost lost, making him desire an unbeatable wand. In total, I found there was a battle where all three brothers suffered and made them desire the items of death. Amazing. My friend and I never even found out about that battle when we had looked in our youth. Where did you hear of it? The library in Greater Hangleton. Incredible. It never occurred to us that Cadmus might have would be a well-known person in Muggle history as well. You should also know that the term we, that is to say the believers of the items of death, call them the Deathly Hallows. Have you been to Diagon Alley to get your school supplies yet? I went to Diagon before coming here, but I didn't know the school lists had gone out yet. They were sent out last week. I'll have to ask Minerva to send me a copy of yours so that you can get your supplies. Oh, I also got to speak with the goblins. They said you still had my vault key, sir. Did I not give it to your aunt when I came to visit? When Harry shook his head, Dumbledore drew his wand and stood up. He raised his wand until it was level with his eyes, then slashed it straight down, leaving behind a line in the air. Dumbledore then placed each hand inside the line and pried it apart. From where Harry sat, it looked as if he had just changed the shape of the drawing, but when he moved around to Dumbledore's side, he saw that within the shape a vault of some sort had become visible. It was as if he had cut into a wall and the vault was on the other side of the hole. Taking a look with his mage sight, Harry instinctively knew this was a rip in reality. Each edge of the rip glowed with raw untamed magic, and Harry suspected if the magic failed, the rip would close violently, regardless of whatever happened to be in the way. I call this a subspace locker, Harry. Vastly more useful and secure than a bottomless bag, and it is impossible for anyone other than myself to access it. Of course, it is rather power intensive and dangerous, but that just adds to the thrill, don't you think? Dumbledore held out his hand towards the locker, and a golden key flew out of the locker and into Dumbledore's hand, which was then handed to Harry. Dumbledore then severed the connection between his wand and the rip, and Harry watched as the rift slammed shut and winked out of existence. A small shock wave of magic erupted from where the rift had closed, which washed over the entire room. I love magic, Harry breathed in pleasure as he felt the magic wash over him pleasantly. In the sleepy village known as Godric's Hollow, Harry and Dumbledore talked about Deathly Hallows long into the night. The only indication that any time had passed was the tick-tock of the clock upon the mantelpiece. They planned and plotted and got no closer to discovering the final Hallow. And the world carried on. Far away from them, Lord Lucius Malfoy sat within his manor. He considered the previous year, himself and his son humiliated by an 11-year-old child, all his carefully cultivated political capital lost. But he had risen to the challenge and returned wealthier than ever. The Muggles loved the materials his companies produced, and it was a simple matter of a few Confundus charms to make the Muggle officials think they had received the correct paperwork. The elite of Wizarding Society had forgotten they had ever banished him once he began throwing his money around. Now his temporary exile was a thing of the past. Except Lucius still remembered, and Lucius did not forget. Sitting within his hand was a book his master had given his before his disappearance. It held the power to rid the school of the Muggle-born filth, or so his master claimed. Lucius stared at the book and wondered if he could knowingly endanger the lives of children that went to the same school as his son. Yes, the book seemed to say, nobody could link it to you, and only the children of impure birth will be at risk. He needed to get the book into Hogwarts. An owl was too easily traced, and Dumbledore kept track over what the owls brought into Hogwarts. That meant it would have to be brought in with the students. He couldn't give this task to Draco. For one, the boy was too foolish to be able to pull it off. It would also be too easy to link Draco to himself. Under Dumbledore, the book would eventually be found. That meant Lucius would need to be wise about who he gave it to. The student would need to be gullible enough to trust the book, but independent enough to not show it to others. A first year would be best, as they would not have a reputation with the school, and so any unusual behavior would go unnoticed. Suddenly a grin spread across his face. He remembered overhearing Arthur Weasley say his daughter would be starting Hogwarts this year. The Malfoy Lord plotted well into the night, refining his plan until he felt it was foolproof. When the Weasleys went to get their Hogwarts supplies, he would strike and plant the book. The life of the daughter would need to be sacrificed, but that was a risk he was willing to take. And the world carried on. The elf known as Dobby appeared on the hill overlooking the Death Eater's manor. It had been easy for the elf to find the records of those that were convicted of being Death Eaters. If he wanted, he could have torn down the wards protecting the home and slain every person within the home, but he did not. He knew that if Death Eaters started dying, then the remaining Death Eaters would hide. Even with his almost unlimited power, Dobby still had to know where to go to find the Death Eaters in order to kill them. Instead, Dobby slipped through the wards. The owners had never considered an elf might try to break in and so had never bothered to ward against it. Dobby quickly found the elves bound to the home and freed them the way Harry had freed him. He ordered them to continue as normal but told them that instead of punishing themselves they only gave the illusion of pain. The two elves that had served Lord Not joined the army of elves loyal to Dobby, each elf waiting for the signal where they would rise up and take their revenge on their owners. He left the way he had arrived and vanished, seeking the next home of the Death Eaters. Soon they would all die, and when that time came, Harry Potter would be safe. And the world carried on. The man sat within his cell. For almost 11 years he had been wrongfully imprisoned. He knew not how long he had been gone, having long since lost any concept of time. Slowly he drew himself out of his memories and forced himself to remember that he was innocent. The chill of the Dementors did not recede, but their hold over the man's mind lessened. At the way he was deteriorating, he doubted he would be anything more than a husk in a few years' time, but for now he could remember the good times and hope his godson was living the good life. He had no energy to try and break free. He had lost hope in believing that anyone would be coming to save him. The only thing keeping him going was the few good memories he had left and the spite of knowing his cousin and her husband were waiting for him to die so that they could inherit his family's wealth. And the world went on. Overall, Harry enjoyed staying at Dumbledore's cottage. Fawkes had turned up after the second night with his school list. Harry and Dumbledore had decided that they would go to Diagon once the rush for supplies was over and less people would be present to notice Harry. Despite staying in his house, Harry rarely saw much of Dumbledore during the day. He often spent most of the day doing paperwork or talking ministry employees asking for his help or advice. Even Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, had once asked him for help, which Harry had found rather silly. The leader of the wizarding world should be able to think for himself, he thought. When Dumbledore worked, Harry often sat nearby and practiced his magic. Dumbledore sometimes provided Harry with subjects to look into and research. Often they were related to transfiguration, but sometimes the subject would be more difficult, such as alchemy or enchanting. Harry had been delighted to have a chance to further look into alchemy. The library at Hogwarts had only said that alchemy was a rare and difficult combination of transfiguration and potions. It was possible that there were more in-depth book about alchemy, but Harry had never bothered to find out. The two had engaged in a lengthy discussion about alchemy. That was until Dumbledore eventually realized he needed to get back to his work and promised Harry that he would find a tutor for Harry so that he could learn the basics of alchemy over the next school year. For his part, Fawkes seemed to enjoy the extra company. He would regularly ride around the cottage perched on Harry's shoulder. Despite the phoenix's large size, he was as light as a feather. Harry had noticed that his wand seemed happier when Fawkes was present, and Harry had to be extremely careful to control how much magic he put into his spells since his wand seemed to lose its own magical buffer. His wand seemed to be showing off for Fawkes, which as his wand's core was from Fawkes, it made sense his wand reacted so strongly to the bird's presence. When away from Fawkes, Harry had begun to feel like his wand was somehow losing its power. Ever since Halloween, Harry had sensed the connection between him and his wand change subtly. At the time he had not noticed it. He knew his connection was still stronger than most of the students in his year. With his developing mage sight, if he concentrated, the connection between wand and user became visible. However, despite this, it saddened Harry to think he was slowly losing his wand's allegiance. It did not help his mood that every time he saw the Elder Wand he felt a compulsion to strike Dumbledore down and take the wand for his own. If he concentrated his mage sight on the wand, he could see the tendrils of the inverted magic that leaked from the wand and stretched towards him. Harry did not know if they sought him because he was wearing the cloak and sought the stone, or if the wand sought every witch or wizard that saw it. When Harry had asked Dumbledore about it, the professor admitted that he was not even aware that the wand did that. It shocked Harry to be told that he saw more than Dumbledore. Upon seeing his expression, Dumbledore had told Harry, "I learned to see magic rather late in my life, Harry, and out of all magic I have learnt, the ability to see magic was always one of my weaker skills. I have always had to work for my magical power, with a few exceptions such as transfiguration, which I find instinctual. From what you have told me, you find casting all magic instinctual, and I suspect that extends to your mithril and mage sight, as they are just natural extensions of your magic. Harry did not just spend his time in Godric's Hollow researching magic, he had also spent some of his time searching for information about his parents and Ignotus Peverell. Dumbledore had offered to assist him, but Harry had stubbornly wanted to find out the information for himself. Having spent considerable time in Dumbledore's home, Harry had come to the conclusion that Dumbledore had many faces that he showed to the world. Harry called the most common face the senile old man. Dumbledore wore this face most of the time, and when it was present he was silly and seemed to go out of his way to make as little sense as possible. The second most common was an extension of the first face, the senile teacher, still silly, but he now made some convoluted logic. Dumbledore wore those faces around Hogwarts, and Harry suspected they were the only faces that the average student would ever see. The third face a student might see was the grandfather. This was Dumbledore at his calmest. He was supportive and encouraging, or disappointed but caring depending on the situation. Underneath was the knowledge that Dumbledore truly cared about that individual. Harry felt that despite hiding behind a mask, Dumbledore still cared about his students and wasn't just pretending. The final face Harry had seen was the realist. Deadly serious and no nonsense, sometimes still kind and compassionate, but there was now steel behind his words. Harry had only seen this face twice, once when Hermione had died and then again at the end of the year when they had fought Voldemort. Harry had come up with a few theories as to why Dumbledore spent most of his time wearing the senile face. The first possibility was that Dumbledore was honestly senile and this was his only true face. Harry thought this was extremely unlikely. The next theory was that Dumbledore enjoyed not having to be serious and took joy in confusing people. Harry thought this was quite likely. Another possible theory was that Dumbledore wore that face because it was expected of him to be and act like that, which was unlikely since Dumbledore was not the type of person to change themselves to fit other people's ideas. Next was that people found the senile face the easiest to talk to, and as such they were more relaxed around him. This would allow Dumbledore to learn more about the person without being invasive. It also helped him understand and help the person. However, the theory that Harry thought was the most likely was that people, especially young people such as his students, enjoyed being around senile Dumbledore, which in turn made Dumbledore happy. Of course, it could have been a mix of all of these theories or none of them. Harry did not know the man well enough to tell. Harry doubted that he would have even noticed the different faces the professor wore if not for the fact that he also showed different faces to different people. His own face was most honest around people he trusts, which was currently just Dumbledore and Bathsheba. While in lessons he was close to his honest face, just more controlling over how much emotion was displayed. Outside of lessons, when surrounded by the other students, Harry kept up a wall that he made sure no emotion got shown, even though he still felt them. When he had suffered under the Dursleys, he had gone even further and suppressed his emotions so that he had no emotions to hide. I wonder, Harry, if you would mind accompanying me to visit an old friend. His daughter is due to start Hogwarts after the summer ends, and from what I have heard, she is different. I feel it would help her to be able to see and talk to a student, someone that could answer her questions far more easily than myself. After all, it is no secret that it has been many years since I was last a student myself. Sure. I guess I wouldn't mind. Excellent. Although I confess that there is also another reason I wanted you to join me. You see, when I had to stop my own search for the Hallows and focus on teaching, my friend to the best of my knowledge never stopped searching. As such, between the three of us, I feel we have a very real possibility of being able to find the third and final Hallow. As each brother only ever held one Hallow, I feel I am not mistaken in thinking that only one person may ever find one Hallow. As such, if we are to collect the last Hallow, we might need a third searcher. His wife died a few years back, and as such I do not think it would take much convincing to get him to help us find the Resurrection Stone. And if we do find it? Harry asked suspiciously. He trusted Dumbledore greatly, and if he was being honest, cared for the man. But due to his upbringing, Harry knew that people rarely did something if it did not benefit themselves. He also did not want to find out what Dumbledore would choose if forced to pick between Harry or the Resurrection Stone. Well, then we see if the stories are true and we each attempt to bring back those lost to us. Dumbledore said, surprised that Harry had even asked what they would do with the stone. Yes, but who keeps the stone once we use it? Harry noted that over the course of the conversation Dumbledore had transitioned from the senile teacher, to the grandfather and then to the realist. As the faces changed the professor seemed to lose his energy and age before his eyes. I was thinking that my friend could look after it, but ultimately I wish for you to have both the stone and the wand. I am old, Harry, and while I hope to live for many more years I have to be realistic and accept that I was not meant to master death. You however have many years ahead of you. While my friend may not be as old as myself, he has only his daughter to care for. I believe his wife was the only other person he cared for. Harry was shocked. He had hoped to get to use and possibly keep the stone, but he had never desired the wand. Not unless you counted the artificial desire that the wand placed into his mind. If Harry concentrated, he could see the tendril of anti-magic that extended from the wand. Both Dumbledore and Harry now knew much more about the Elder Wand. Dumbledore had once cast a simple spell using the Elder Wand, all three wands that Dumbledore owned, and finally wandlessly at Harry's request. Harry had been surprised at hearing that Dumbledore owned and used three different wands. Dumbledore's first wand had been ebony but had been snapped in his 5th year by accident. The ebony wand had been followed by the fir wand, which Dumbledore had used from 5th year until just after his apprenticeship under Flammel. He had then moved on to the hornbeam wand until he had fought and beaten Grindelwald and gained the Elder Wand. Upon getting the Elder Wand, Dumbledore had repaired his ebony wand and had carried all 4 wands on him. Each wand was useful for different situations, with the Elder Wand being the most versatile. For example, the ebony wand was good for friendly combat and general transfiguration. During the war against Voldemort, Dumbledore had often used both the ebony wand in one hand with the Elder Wand in the other. Despite the Elder Wand being the most powerful wand ever, Dumbledore had found that it struggled to cast subtle magic and resisted casting any magic with the intent to protect, including protecting himself. But without the Elder Wand he would not have the power to withhold Voldemort. Dumbledore had thus been forced to use the Elder Wand to directly attack while using the ebony wand protected and shielded. The fir wand was best suited for teaching and casting extremely difficult or complex transfiguration. While every wand was physically capable of casting complex transfigurations, the fir wand required the least amount of power to achieve the best result. This allowed Dumbledore show students how transfiguration should be done without using a significant amount of his power to slow down the effect. This wand was rarely used for combat since Dumbledore would rarely have enough time to attempt the overly complex transfigurations that served the fir wand best. The hornbeam wand had served him throughout the war with Grindelwald. According to Dumbledore, hornbeam wands best served people with an obsession. During the war against Grindelwald, Dumbledore's obsession had first been obtaining the Hallows and then stopping Grindelwald. After obtaining the Elder Wand, his obsession had been considered fulfilled and the hornbeam wand had lost its power. While it was still a perfectly functional wand, it did not enhance or aid Dumbledore's power like the other wands still did. The only reason Dumbledore kept the wand on him was because it refused to work for anyone other than Dumbledore. He had decided to keep hold of the wand as a reminder of the darker times and also as a backup wand just in case he somehow lost the other 3. The Elder Wand would leave Dumbledore the moment he was beaten, even if he was still capable of fighting, although until that happened it would only ever work at full capacity for Dumbledore. The ebony wand had no sense of loyalty towards Dumbledore and would work for anyone that had a strong belief, even if that person had never beaten Dumbledore in a duel. The fir wand still served Dumbledore faithfully but would still change its allegiance if Dumbledore ever got defeated in a fair duel. However, the hornbeam would only ever work for Dumbledore and would never stop working for Dumbledore, no matter how many times he got beaten in a duel. Even a master wand maker sure as Ollivander would not be able to get the hornbeam wand to properly work for them. Dumbledore also suspected that if he ever got an obsession to achieve something, the hornbeam wand would reawaken and regain its power. Harry got the pleasure of watching each wand as it channeled Dumbledore's magic using his mage sight. He decided that the hornbeam wand was acting like an unbonded wand. It still worked for Dumbledore because he was powerful enough that he could force his magic to work without weakening the spell, but as a result, spells cast with the hornbeam wand required much more power, intent, and will than the other wands. In contrast, both the fir and ebony wands seemed eager to help and assist Dumbledore in shaping his magic to his intent. This meant that Dumbledore did not have to focus so much on his intent in order to get his spells to be powerful. He could either keep his normal level of intent, resulting in a spell much harder to break, or concentrate more on his power or will. He could also use less of his power in his spells, meaning he could cast very powerful spells in quick succession. The final wand was of course the Elder Wand. If the fir or ebony wands helped Dumbledore guide the magic, then the Elder Wand guided his magic all by itself. It seemed desperate to cast magic, especially destructive magic. Dumbledore explained to Harry that he had to be careful when shaping his intent when using the Elder Wand, otherwise even a basic stunner could become lethal. Therefore Dumbledore was unable to operate at his full power even though the wand belonging to him. It was only when Dumbledore didn't fight the wand and let it kill could he truly let loose and release his full power in battle. According to Dumbledore, he had only ever done that twice. Once was right after Grindelwald was defeated and Dumbledore had to fight the Dark Lord's remaining followers, then in the war against Voldemort in 1980, when the numbers of the dead came very close to the number of witches and wizards left fighting Voldemort. Dumbledore had said he had waded through the battlefield, the Elder Wand in one hand and the Ebony Wand in the other. The death toll from that battle was the highest of the entire war. The regular Death Eaters had preferred remaining in one spot during battles and normally depended on the strength of numbers over strategy. During the Great Battle of 1980, Dumbledore had just walked towards the Death Eaters. Their spells had just bounced off his shield while the Elder Wand transfigured everything in sight. By the time the Death Eaters realized Dumbledore was no longer holding back, it was too late for them and many died from the transfigurations long before Dumbledore's spells ever got close to them. It was only Voldemort's intervention that allowed the Death Eaters to escape. Even then Voldemort had needed to focus all his energy on defending himself. The battle had ended when Voldemort had let loose with Fiendfire and used the distraction to escape. When Harry watched Dumbledore cast wandless magic, he had come to the conclusion that the Elder Wand functioned like wandless magic, except it was done with a wand. Harry explained to Dumbledore that when a witch or wizard used wandless magic, there was no barrier or resistance, there was only the wizard's magic and the world around them. The world does not like being changed, so fights the wizard's magic, which is why magic requires power to function in the first place. Wands have their own power, which is why their cores have to come from magical creatures. The wand uses their own power to fight the magical resistance, allowing the caster to can use more of their own power in their spells. However, the wand's magic can bleed into the spells that pass through them, which meant that once the magic left the wand, a witch or wizard lost control over their spell. Take for example a simple fireball spell. If Harry cast with his wand, the fireball would fly in a straight line until it either ran out of power or hit something. But if he cast it wandlessly, he could guide where the fireball went and even change its intent mid-flight, assuming he had the power and endurance to do so. Since the Elder Wand's magic was in essence the exact opposite of magic, anti-magic, as Harry thought of it now, it did not change the magical signature of the spell. As such, Dumbledore could cast a fireball spell with the Elder Wand and control it as if it were cast wandlessly. But since the power of the wand was still magic, the wand was able to fight the magical resistance, meaning that the user did not need to spend their own magical supply to fight the resistance themselves. However, rather than change the spell's signature, the Elder Wand seemed to affect the spell's intent instead. Much like an evil genie in the fantasy books Harry had read, Dumbledore had to specify exactly what he wanted the spell to do. If he gave the wand any leeway with his instructions, the spell's intent would change. It took a great strength of will to use the Elder Wand without succumbing to its nature. Harry could not think of anyone else he trusted to wield and use the Elder Wand without endangering others other than Dumbledore. Any spells cast with the Elder Wand was much harder to break compared to when using other wands or wandlessly. It seemed the anti-magic of the Elder Wand made breaking the spell much harder. Of course, when the spell was not cast by the Elder Wand, Harry was nowhere near strong enough to break a spell cast by Albus Dumbledore. Luckily Harry he had his mithril and gauntlet to draw magic from. Dumbledore had cast 3 levitation charms on 3 rocks of equal weight, each charm cast with either the Elder Wand, the Ebony Wand or wandlessly. Harry was able to pull apart the wandless spell relatively quickly, and it took him about 10 more minutes to break the Ebony Wand spell. However, it took him almost an hour and several bars of mithril before he finally broke the Elder Wand's spell. If it weren't for his mage sight and general magical awareness, Harry would never have been able to even break the wandless spell. By learning to use his normal level of mage sight inside such a magically rich environment like Hogwarts, his mage sight had become even more powerful when outside of Hogwarts. Harry could now see past the colors of the magic's signature, and he could now see the abstract lines and shapes that made up the spell when he concentrated for long enough. Once he could see the shapes, Harry could manipulate his magic to delicately remove or change the shapes. Once enough shapes were gone, the spell would collapse and break apart like a game of Jenga. When Harry looked inside the charm cast by the Elder Wand, he saw the normal shape of a levitation charm and lines of anti-magic which held the shapes in place. This was what let the caster keep control over their magic, since the magic could bend or adjust the spell without letting it collapse. It also had the effect of making the spell much harder to change if you weren't the caster. Harry had to first break all of the lines of anti-magic, and then once all the lines were gone he could start manipulating the shapes, but as he worked the line of anti-magic started to reform, meaning he had to pause his work and break the lines again. This effectively doubled how much magic and time was required to break the spell, and Harry knew that if he hadn't been able to see the lines of anti-magic it would have been impossible for him to have broken the spell at all. With his newfound enhanced mage sight, Harry had tried to look into his cloak but had still not been able to see any further inside. However, he did find an interesting fact about his cloak. A little known fact about magic revealing spells was that they only reveal magic that the spell touches. When it does its scan, most of the time that worked perfectly fine, since depending on the caster, revealing spells revealed almost everything nearby. However, if someone was under a large ward, such as those around Hogwarts, then that ward would not be detected by the revealing spell unless the spell hits the edge of the ward. Harry had come to realize that the reason it looked like the pattern of the cloak's magical signature was stationary and not attached to the cloak was because it actually was unattached. Somehow the cloak's magic exceeded the physical presence of the cloak itself. Whenever the cloak activated, it drew upon its magic to perfectly hide anything inside by spreading its magic larger than any revealing spell could detect, possibly even covering the entire planet. It seemed that much like the wand, the cloak performed almost impossible feats of magic by abusing most of the laws of magic. It also explained why the cloak was impervious to damage. A ward protected an area by spreading the energy of an attack over a large area. The larger the area, the more damage could be absorbed at once. By feeding power into a ward, it could repair itself. This implied that either the cloak was self-powering, making it impossible for any spell incapable of destroying the world to damage it, or the magic within the cloak was finite, and after absorbing too much magic the cloak would eventually be destroyed. Dumbledore and Harry left for the rookery via side-along apparition. Apparition with a wizard was far different to elf apparition. Rather than feel the world spin under you, wizard apparition felt like being pulled through a very tight tube. After just one trip, Harry decided that it was the worst way to travel. He had thought the night bus was horrible, but the sudden jumps were nowhere near as bad. At least you could sit down on the night bus. It didn't help Harry's opinion of apparition that the moment they appeared Harry had promptly fallen over and been heavily sick. Upon seeing his student fall over and threw up, Dumbledore had chuckled at his distress. Ah yes, perhaps I should have said, often people do tend to vomit their first time. I'm sure you'll grow used to the sensation by the end of the day. Dumbledore was kind enough to vanish the vomit from Harry's clothes. Harry decided he would develop a form of teleportation that did not involve being squeezed through tight tubes. Taking a moment to look around, Harry spotted a large building atop their hill. It didn't look like somewhere he would want to live, but if Dumbledore's friend was as eccentric as himself, then the castle-shaped building might be seen as a perfectly reasonable home. Harry spotted several black birds flying around the building. He thought they might be crows, but considering the name of the home, they were most likely rooks. Harry watched one of the birds as it flew around the building before settling on the ground and pecking at what looked like a floating purple pumpkin. Looking more carefully, Harry spotted several more strange-looking plants dotted around the home. To get to the front door, Harry and Dumbledore needed to climb up several steep steps that looked to have been cut by hand. The door itself was clearly made up of multiple different types of wood. Dumbledore reached up and tapped his wand on an elaborate bird-shaped knocker. The beak of the knocker opened and began to tweet in what could have been song. The door was opened by a strange individual. Harry would have called him eccentric if he wasn't standing next to Dumbledore. He had bright yellow robes with silver moons that appeared to move around and through the fabric. Around his neck, attached to a silver chain, swung the symbol for the Deathly Hallows. His eyes swept from Dumbledore to Harry and then to his forehead. He turned to Dumbledore and asked, "What can I do for you today, Albus?" "I have a certain letter for your daughter that I wanted to deliver in person. I also came to talk about other things." As he said this, Dumbledore reached into his robes and withdrew Wulfric's symbol. Dumbledore had told Harry before they had left that his symbol was a unique variant of the Hallows symbol. It would identify him as a seeker without anyone mistaking his symbol with that of Grindelwald. "Of course, come in," the man said cheerfully, ushering them inside the home. Harry was certain that the room he was in was bigger than the building outside. "Now for introductions. Harry, this is my good friend Xenophilius Lovegood. Zeno, this is my student Harry Potter," Dumbledore said grandly as he sat down. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. Please make yourself at home while I get my Luna." He quickly returned with his daughter behind him. When he saw her, Harry noticed she had almost the exact same color hair as her father and had a rather far away look in her eyes. "Ah, you must be Luna," Dumbledore said warmly once she had sat down across from him. "Now I have an important letter to give to you. If you have any questions, I am sure Harry will be glad to help you. He will be second year at Hogwarts when we return at the end of the summer." He reached into his robes and handed over a thick envelope that Harry recognized well. The girl opened her letter and quickly read it over. Judging by how quickly her eyes were scanning the page, she was either a very fast reader or was just skim reading the letter. Once she had finished reading both pieces of parchment, she handed to her father and then looked at Harry curiously. Harry squirmed awkwardly. He looked her in the eyes and realized she was not looking at his scar but at his eyes. He coughed and asked, "Do you have any questions?" "Where is the crumple horn snarkack located?" she asked, still staring at him unblinkingly. Harry turned to Dumbledore and was annoyed to notice that the man was grinning broadly at him. I don't know. I haven't heard of them before," Harry said slowly. "That's a shame. What about the blibbering Humdingers?" "I don't know. You will have to ask Hagrid." "Who's that?" "He's the groundskeeper at Hogwarts. He takes care of all the animals that live around Hogwarts," Harry replied, glad to have a question he knew the answer to. Luna nodded happily, seemingly asked all the questions she had. Dumbledore had also noticed that she had finished her questions and said, "Well then, if your thirst for knowledge has been satisfied, Ms. Lovegood, then perhaps we should get on with the business we had with you, Zeno." Mr. Lovegood nodded and waved his hand, indicating for Dumbledore to continue speaking. "As you might have guessed, we, that is to say Harry and myself, seek the Hallows. We had wondered if you had discovered anything about them, Zeno. I have tracked the Stone of Resurrection through what I believe is its lifetime. We start with the shamans who were known to call upon the spirits of their ancestors. Whether this was achieved through raw magic, rituals or objects such as the Stone of Resurrection, I do not know, although I suspect the later. The practice was later adopted by Greek, Egyptian and Chaldean wizards. The stories vary, but the general theme is that someone, specifically someone extremely talented, loses someone they care for and try to bring them back. As Xenophilius talked, he waved his wand and conjured illusions that helped illustrate his story. One example where this was not the case is Odysseus, who, as directed by Circe herself, traveled into the realm of Hades in order to raise the spirits of the dead to gain insight about his impending voyage. The story clearly describes the rituals he has to complete in order to summon a spirit. However, the story I find most interesting is that of Asclepius. Now he is known as the god of medicine, but before he became a god, he was known to bring back the dead. Not bring back the spirits, or raise the dead to do his bidding. He brought them back completely. How he achieved this is unknown. Despite the lack of written documentation, I can draw some ideas. He was known to heal people by tapping their foreheads with his staff. Obviously his staff was magical and most likely his magic's foci. It would therefore make sense if he revived people the same way. If we believe that the Peverell brothers merely found the Deathly Hallows and did not create or receive them, then perhaps the staff was in fact the wand of Elder while the Stone of Resurrection was hidden on his person. Perhaps the stone only allows the wielder to view spirits, and the power of the wand is what is needed to truly bring back the dead. Regardless of how he did it, the story goes that Hades did not approve of Asclepius stealing his subjects and so killed him. Some stories say that Hades asked Zeus to kill him instead, and others say Zeus killed Asclepius of his own volition as he was afraid he would teach others his skills. There is only one other story I could find that describes bringing back the dead in such a complete way, that is the story of Jesus of Nazareth. He was said to have brought his friend, Lazarus, back from the dead. How this is achieved is not truly said, although one story I came across said, he cried out to God, which would indicate it was divine power and not his own that revived his friend. Harry had a feeling Xenophilius was quoting the Bible, however Vernon and Petunia had never been particularly religious, so he was unsure of how accurate Zeno was being. This Jesus was said to have performed many miracles, which could indicate possession of the wand of elder or just a strong connection to divine magic. Stories of necromancy crop up here and there, but few describe true resurrection. At the same time, few speak of the summoning of spirits such as described in the tale of three brothers. What we do know is that Cadmus Peverell possessed the stone of resurrection. We know he tried to bring back his dead love. We also know he was able to summon her spirit but unable to bring her back fully. By looking at the stories of Asclepius and Jesus, perhaps having the physical body present is necessary to truly bring back the dead, or maybe extraordinary power is needed, maybe the reviving needs to happen on an auspicious moment. We may never know. But after Cadmus, the stone is almost lost to history. We know Antioch's killer stole the wand. We also know that Ignotus passed the cloak on to his son, but the tale never tells us what happened to the stone. I believe Cadmus passed the stone unto his son, or perhaps a close friend once he had decided to join his love in death. Maybe the stone passed from owner to owner, leaving a trail of death behind it just like its twin, the wand of elder. Me and Albus had found out that the family Gontus had appeared in Britain at around the same time Cadmus died, and as his son is only mentioned briefly in Ignotus' biography, that suggests that either the son died, unable to care for himself after his father's death perhaps, or shamed by his father's suicide he changed his name. Regardless, we have strong evidence to suggest that the stone ended up in the hands of the Gontus family shortly after Cadmus' death, since they had a short period of being renowned for reviving the dead. Indeed, the head of House Gontus at the time, Edmund Gontus, was said to have been killed a grand total of 5 times before finally staying dead. Dumbledore and Xenophilius talked about the history of the Hallows and examples of their powers. Harry added what he knew, but compared to the two men who had spent their lives researching the Hallows, he knew little in comparison. Luna had extracted herself from the conversation, and despite Harry's interest in the Hallows, he was considering joining her. But just as he was about to make his excuses, Dumbledore called an end to the discussion. I fear we will not gain any further insight into the location of the Hallows by reminiscing old tales. As such, we must be taking our leave. Before we depart, however, I would like to ask if you would like to stay in correspondence with us, Zeno. Of course, it is always nice to be able to talk to fellow seekers, although I have become aware of the fact that some of my mail is being read before it reaches me. No doubt they are reading my letters so that they may discover the location of the crumple-horned snurkak before I can tell anyone else. Zeno said joyously, apparently unfazed at the idea of someone reading his mail. Perhaps we should use code names then. Perhaps your code name could be Rook after the bird. Dumbledore said jovially. Oh yes, I like that. You should be called Raven then, since they are the most intelligent of birds. An excellent idea. Perhaps Harry could be called Crow to keep with the Corvid theme. Harry nodded to show he was fine with the name. Truthfully, he did not care and just wanted to go back to Dumbledore's home so he could do something, such as read or practice magic. Well then, henceforth we shall refer to each other as the Rook, the Raven and the Crow. When shall we three meet again? Dumbledore asked with a twinkle in his eye as if he had just told a joke. Whatever the joke was, Zeno seemed to have gotten it, for he chuckled and said, in thunder, lightning, or in rain, I should imagine. Both men chuckled some more as Harry stared at them in confusion. Ah, so here he is, the famous Harry Potter. Albus told me you were interested in learning about the fine art of alchemy, is that true? Harry turned to see an old man enter the room. After his discussions with Dumbledore, they had decided to see how Harry got on with a tutor before hiring one year round. Yes, sir. We got talking about it over the summer and he suggested I learn from an expert. Flattery will get you nowhere, boy, although it is appreciated. Here the old man gave Harry a wink and a smile. Harry felt himself smile in return. Whenever he met someone else with an interest in magic as deep as his own, he was at his happiest. Harry took a moment to inspect his new tutor. He looked old, but Harry guessed he was slightly younger than Dumbledore. but with magic being taken into account, the man could be several decades younger or older. Now, I want you to understand something before we begin. There are 3 reasons that I agreed to mentor you in alchemy. The first is that you seemed genuinely interested in the art rather than thinking about what it can do for you. The second reason is that I am old and dying. I would die happy knowing that at least one more person, especially one so young, knows all I can teach, and that when you reach my age you will have passed on all you know. The third and final reason is that you wear my stone upon your finger, and if you are to wear it you should learn to use it. In all my years of study I have not found a true limit to the power of the stone. Wait, you're Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked in shock. Of course. Did Albus not tell you who I was? Flamel asked humorously. No, he didn't. It's very nice to be able to meet you, Mr. Flamel, Harry said formally, thrilled to have met one of his idols in person. None of that. You will call me Nicholas if I am to be your mentor in alchemy. For this year I will be teaching you about the basics of both alchemy and wider magic. What you will be learning is public knowledge, so I will not require an oath of secrecy. Should you wish to learn more about the art of alchemy once we finish, then we will agree upon an acceptable oath. Is this fine with you? Harry nodded. He had suspected he would be taking an oath since alchemy was one of the few magical subjects that needed to be taught one-on-one. From what Harry could understand, a student could not just sit down in a classroom and learn how to do alchemy. You could only learn alchemy by doing alchemy, and even the simplest alchemical experiment could go disastrously wrong, so the student needed to be under constant observation. Excellent. Now the first thing you will learn is not actually alchemy at all. Today you will learn about magic, what it is and how witches and wizards use it. In order to understand alchemy you need to have a wide understanding of the magic behind it after all. The first thing you need to understand is that what you learn under the Hogwarts professors is, in a sense, magic, however it is not true magic. The best way to understand is to imagine different magics as different languages. The arts taught within the magics are just accents or dialects and are called magic. Charms is not the same as transfiguration, however they are both the same magic. The majority of magic you learn at Hogwarts and the magic most wizards know about is known as Verbarn. Verbarn magic roughly comes from the Latin translation of words, which can confuse people as Verbarn magic can be done wordlessly. Would you like to guess why it is still called Verbarn magic? Is it because even when done wordlessly, a witch or wizard is still mentally thinking of the incantation? Harry knew from his own personal study of magic that words were not needed to cast magic but gave the user greater control over the intent of their spell, meaning the spell would require less raw power to be cast. Very good. Yes, as you said, Verbarn magic is magic often found where an incantation is required in a spell. In order to cast any magic from the Verbarn family you require some form of incantation. If there is no incantation then it is not Verbarn magic. I should also note that for the purpose of this discussion I will refer to magic as the overarching force behind each family, while magic is how the family impress themselves upon the world. It is not a truly accurate description, but it will do for this explanation. What if the spells goes wrong? As in, what family does failed magic belong in? Harry asked. A spell that fails is seen as a failed attempt at all magics and as such does not exist within any of the families. Nicholas replied. Someone cannot try to cast Verbarn magic and end up with another family of magic. Magic is needed to power all the spells within the magic families, and it is the same magic for all. It is the same force regardless of what it is used for, and despite what some may say, there is no change in difficulty between the various magic families. However, the higher families do have much greater requirements and are easier to fail and more destructive if they do. The second magic family is Lokela, meaning speech or tongue. The most notable and well-known Lokela magic is any magic that deals with translating between languages. At Hogwarts this is seen in the arithmancy and rune classes. Now runes are technically a mix of Lokela and Verbarn magics. Runes do not require incantation to be formed, but when activated they form the incantation. They are also a translation of the world around us. Harry nodded, familiar with the principle of runes since Professor Babbling had explained them to him when they had first met. It is important to know that some magic can exist within several families. For example, a translation charm is first and foremost a charm with an incantation, meaning it should belong in the Verbarn family. However, it deals with translation and understanding another language, which lies within the locella family. For alchemy, knowing the difference between the magic families and how they overlap or interact is vital. But for other areas of magic, knowing the difference is essentially pointless. A spell does not care if it belongs in the locella or verbarn family, it just is. In alchemy, magic can only be formed within just one family, so you would need to look at what you want in the application and the formation. A translation spell forms itself in the verbarn family, once completed, and then shifts into the locella family to apply itself. Earlier you said that someone can't cast magic in one family and end up in another, Harry said, confused. Indeed, when casting the magic, the spell has to remain solely in one family. However, once it is fully formed, it can shift into any family. It does take a fair bit of power to move between families, which is why translation spells can be very taxing on the caster. A good example of this in reverse is by looking at any ability with the word tongue in it. Take for example Parseltongue. The caster starts their Parseltongue magic in the locella family. Let us say they cast a flame freezing spell. Despite being an incantation, it is being translated and understood, so it remains in locella. Once formed, it moves into the verbarn family to be applied. In a sense, locella turned the flame freezing spell into a format verbarn could understand and then cast through verbarn. That is why magic is taught in Latin. It is the closest translation to the true language of magic and thus requires the least translation. If you were to try and cast a spell in French or English, it would require much more power and will. What exactly is Parseltongue? Parseltongue is most well known as the ability to talk to serpents. A skilled speaker can also tap into parcel magic, which includes the power to replicate any magic or abilities from a creature within the Serpentes genus. Most common are of course snakes, although some dragon breeds and wyverns are also within the genus. I believe it also makes them immune to other Parseltongue magic, which of course includes the creatures within that genus. Now the third family of magic is the one I personally know the most about, the magic of the arcane. The name arcane means understood by few, and eventually, you will be one of the few in the know. The arcane arts include alchemy, potions, and astrology. The arcane arts are the second most dangerous of the magic families and can go disastrously wrong. If a verbarn spell fails, it can only ever kill the caster. If an arcane spell goes wrong, it could potentially destroy the entire country. Harry accepted the warning, knowing that Nicholas wasn't lying. The arcane arts are perhaps the hardest to define. True to their name, the only easily identifiable aspect of each art is that very few people know about them. For many, that is an acceptable classifier and they leave it at that, but I do not settle for something so vague. In my experience, the arcane arts are when the magic forms within an external force while the intent comes from the caster. The previous two families, however, form the magic within the caster or their focus. It is important to note that runes are seen as a magical foci. Any guesses as to why? Because runes carry the caster's magical signature just like a wand, while a potion just takes the power of the caster without taking on their signature. Excellent. Yes, that is exactly the reason. For example, in potions, the magical power comes from the user, but the potion's intent is formed within the cauldron. The magical intent of the ingredients also helps shape the potion. Astrology is actually almost the exact reverse. The intent of the universe shape the magic, and witches and wizards have to learn to overcome that external intent. You will need to work on your astrology when we start on alchemy, since every alchemical reaction is influenced by astrological magic. You will also find it would also get you bonus points in your potions papers. Here Nicholas winked at Harry, who couldn't help smiling. He found himself liking the old man. You might also be interested to know that the oldest department of the Ministry of Magic was made specifically to discover the mystery of the arcane. Suffice it to say, they have found little. Nicholas chuckled and took the time to have a drink. We will talk more about the arcane at a later date. For now, we will move on to the next and final family you need to worry about, the divine magic. This is considered the oldest form of structured magic, and references to this magic can be found throughout history. Most well known are the Greek, Roman, or Egyptian divine magics. There are many other examples of divine magic, but those are the three I personally have the most knowledge of. They are so well known that even today muggles learn about the myths of them. You could also say that all the other magic families lie inside divine magic, and locella magic translates all magic into divine. Nicholas walked over to a nearby bookshelf and pulled out a book on the Greek gods. He opened it to a page describing some of the gods and handed it to Harry. Divine magic is normally described as tapping into the powers of the gods from old. How true this is, I do not know. I did not dabble with divine magic all that much, so I do not feel competent enough to comment on that opinion. What I can confirm is that divine magic is real and does indeed work. I consider divine magic the perfect mix of verbal and arcane magic. After a preparation ritual, a witch or wizard invokes the essence of a god of old and can channel that god's power through themselves and into the world around them. Every time they wish to tap into this magic, they need to go through the ritual specialized to each god or deity. True masters of the art cannot just tap into the power but keep hold of it for the rest of their lives. This is often known as hosting the god's essence, and once a witch or wizard becomes a host, they can use that god's power without needing to go through with the ritual. Tapping into a god's power is extremely dangerous and requires the caster's magic to either match or exceed the divine magic that had been called forth. If the caster's magic cannot match the divine magic, the caster will burn up. The only way to tell if the caster can match the magic is once the divine magic has been called. There is no way to test beforehand. This is why the entire family is under a blanket ban, making it illegal to be taught, as the ministry found that many students were going through with the process and dying. However, it is still not illegal to use divine magic, and under my tutelage you will at the very least learn how to recognize divine magic. Harry got the sense that Nicholas resented the ban on divine magic, and he would be learning more than just recognizing the family. As you should be able to tell, hosting the god's essence is far more dangerous than simply tapping into their power. The magic of the host has to always remain greater than the divine magic, and once hosted, there is no way for a witch or wizard to give up that divine magic. They are stuck with it until they die. Some people believe that the benefits gained from this are worth the risks. I disagree, which is why I have only ever experimented with the simplest of divine magic. The benefits of divine magic, both tapped and hosted, is that once cast, the magic is nearly impossible to stop. The only way to fight divine magic is with divine magic. That is not to say that divine magic is unstoppable, as a skilled witch or wizard can take command of the divine magic and focus it on easier targets. I once saw a witch fight the power of Vulcan, god of fire, by surrounding herself in water and pointing the essence of Vulcan towards the nearby forest. The forest was burnt to the ground, but she escaped unscathed. Could a witch or wizard theoretically tap into the essence of two gods at the same time? Harry asked curiously. Theoretically, yes, they could. However, in reality it is impossible. When I used divine magic in my youth, it took all my power to contain just one divine force. If I had tried to tap into two, I would have been incinerated instantly. However, two divine forces can be combined with one sole purpose, even if they are controlled by two casters. Divine magic is not just tapping into a god's essence, however. Fiendfire is divine magic but can be cast instantly without any ritual. Theoretically, a witch or wizard could cast Fiendfire, then another divine spell such as Obscura Aquam, the dark water spell, and the two conflicting powers could be contained by one person. Of course, it would take a considerable amount of power and concentration to maintain two extremely powerful pieces of magic simultaneously. Harry shuddered as he remembered the Fiendfire he and Dumbledore had fought at the end of the year. He could well believe that the magic was divine. The simplest way of explaining the difference is this. Verbarn is memorizing the name of magic and calling it by its informal name. Locella is calling the magic by a different name and receiving the same result. Arcane is understanding the magic and forming it elsewhere, and divine is asking the universe for a favor. One of the reasons divine magic is so hard to control or stop is that there is no resistance. As you may or may not be aware, the world doesn't like being changed by magic. As such, when casting, all magic has to fight this resistance. Divine magic is changing the very magic of the world. Like adding dye to water once formed, it takes a much higher force to undo. Nicholas turned up once a week to talk magic with Harry. Under his tutelage, Harry felt he had a much greater understanding of magic. He had not been taught any practical magic yet, only theory. He had also not learned any more about alchemy. They had instead focused on learning the magic that alchemy needed to be done safely. Harry found learning Nicholas extremely difficult, since unlike in Hogwarts, he couldn't just use his mage sight to see how the magic worked or already had previous experience in understanding the magic. He found the change refreshing and was delighted to finally be challenged. Dumbledore kept giving challenges to Harry for him to complete alongside the revision set by Nicholas. On top of that, Xenophilius kept in regular contact as Rook. He and Dumbledore received weekly updates on what Zeno had done to try and find the Hallows. He had tracked the wand to last being seen by someone named Grigorovich but wasn't about to find it since. He had not found anything about the cloak, the stone he had tracked down to an heir of Slytherin claiming to have the power to bring back the dead. They had not told Zeno that they had the wand and cloak, but Harry thought he had a right to know. Dumbledore seemed to disagree, however. They had also gone to Diagon Alley and collected the supplies Harry needed for his next year. There was a suspiciously high number of Gilderoy Lockhart books on his list. When he asked, he revealed that Lockhart would be the defense teacher for the year. I can't say I'm too pleased to have hired him, but he was the only one to apply, or at least the only new person to apply. While in the alley, Harry had dropped into Ollivander's. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I did not expect to see you so soon. What can I do for you today? I wanted you to check on my wand. I can feel my connection with it weakening. I think it's still very strong, but I remember you saying I might need another wand, and I wanted to know how long I have left. I fear you misunderstood my warning. That wand will always serve you, but over time the bond will weaken. Eventually you will find another wand will serve you better than your current wand. But I will gladly look over your wand." Harry handed over his wand, relieved to know he wouldn't lose his wand's loyalty. "Ah, you have taken good care of it, I see. Although you have been overpowering the wand, you need to give it time to naturally the magic stored within it. I will not ask how you have managed to power it almost non-stop since I sold it to you last year. You are dealing with very strong magic, Mr. Potter. I hope you can handle the amount of magic you push into your wand when casting. Overall, your wand is in excellent condition. Try to give it time to cool down, and I would suggest employing a softer touch, and your wand should last for years." Before Harry knew it, the summer was over and he and Dumbledore were walking across King's Cross towards platform 9 3/4. They could have apparated to the platform, but Harry was determined to avoid apparition at all costs. As such, they had taken the night bus from Godric's Hollow to the station. The bus was filled with other students going to school. They went unnoticed, however, as Harry had cast a weak notice knot that ensured neither of them got any attention. However, even the notice knot did not stop the Muggles noticing Dumbledore. He was wearing a Muggle suit instead of his normal robes. Unfortunately, the suit probably went out of date when Dumbledore was Harry's age. Wanting to avoid further attention, Harry hurried over to the barrier and tried to go through. It came as a surprise when, rather than slip through, he bounced off the now solid wall. Shocked, it took him a moment to look at the barrier with his mage sight and see the intricate spider web of white magic. Harry couldn't see why it wouldn't let him pass until he looked deeper and saw pale lime bars crossing behind the white magic. Harry didn't recognize the signature and turned to Dumbledore for help. The headmaster had already identified the problem by the time Harry had turned to him, and he had that twinkle in his eye, the twinkle he got when he was enjoying a good joke. "Figured it out yet, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "No. I mean, I've found the magic stopping people passing through, but I didn't recognize the signature." "Have you learned to identify magic without physically looking yet, Harry?" "Sort of. I haven't gotten it to full awareness, but I can see magic in my periphery." "Well then, might I suggest looking for the magic signature in the rafters, about 5 feet to my left?" Harry concentrated and cast his gaze behind Dumbledore. It was extremely hard, but eventually Harry became aware of another aura. "But that's my signature. How can someone have my signature?" Harry asked, surprised. "Look deeper, my boy." Forcing himself to look deeper, he realized there was a second signature behind the first. At first he didn't recognize it, but it was clearly a healthier color of Dobby's signature, which meant the pale lime magic was what Dobby's magic looked like when cast. Obviously his yellow blended with Harry's green to make a new color. "If half the magic is mine, then I should be able to control it, right?" Harry asked cautiously. "It is worth a try. Suffice to say, if it is not the case, I am confident our combined efforts will unravel the magic anyway." Turning to the barrier, Harry searched for the lime magic. He found it quickly now that he knew where to look. It was fairly simple for Harry to tap into the intent of the block and removed its intent, ending the spell. Cautiously, Harry placed his hand against the barrier. Rather than collide with the barrier, Harry's hand passed through. Grinning, Harry walked through the barrier and onto platform 9 3/4. Platform 9 3/4 was just as Harry remembered. He quickly boarded the train in order to avoid what few crowds had appeared this early and searched the compartments for one that was empty. Eventually, he found Luna reading her father's magazine. She was the only one in her compartment, so he asked, "Hey Luna, are these seats free?" Luna beamed and replied, "Oh yes, I wasn't expecting anyone to sit with me." Harry took the window seat across from Luna and gazed out of the window. He saw a family of redheads appear and figured it must be the Weasleys. They only just got on the train when the doors shut and the whistle blew. As the train rolled out of the station, Harry watched the parents enviously as they waved and were left behind. Shortly into the journey, the compartment door was opened by a small red-headed girl. Harry didn't recognize her and assumed she was a first year. Judging by her hair, she was the sister Ron had sometimes mentioned, back when they had been friends. "Hi Luna, could I sit here since everywhere else is full?" "Of course, it's just me and Harry." "Harry?" the girl asked, confused. She glanced around the compartment and Harry chuckled when her eyes glanced right over him. He realized he hadn't dispelled his mild notice knot. He looked at Luna and assumed the girl had only noticed him because he had drawn attention to himself. "Hello," Harry said, waving his hand and subtly dispelling his charm. "Oh, hello, I didn't see you there. I'm Ginny Weasley," Ginny said shyly, sitting down beside Luna. Harry knew she was expecting him to provide his surname too, but he was weary of revealing his full identity. Considering how the other students had reacted last year, he wanted some time to be treated normally. Instead, he nodded and withdrew his charms book for the year and looked at each of the charms they would be learning. Ginny dismissed his rudeness and began talking to Luna excitedly about Hogwarts. Some time into the journey, Harry became aware of Luna calling his name. He put down his book and looked at her expectantly. "Ginny wanted to know what we would be learning as first years," Luna explained patiently. "Depends on the subject. I found potions is mostly practical since Professor Snape believes you should be doing the theory in your own time. Astrology, however, is almost entirely theory-based for the beginning half of the year, then after half-term you swap to practical. Transfiguration and charms is a mix of both, and history of magic is taught entirely with lectures." "What about defense?" Ginny asked curiously. "I wasn't allowed to take defense in my first year, and I would assume you won't be allowed either." "Oh, that's a shame. I was looking forward to learning how to capture the Carbanog Lepus," Luna said, looking very disappointed. "Doesn't Lepus mean rabbit?" Harry asked, unsure of his Latin translation. "It does." Luna nodded and went back to reading the Quibbler. Harry glanced at Ginny and saw she was holding back laughter. Harry shook his head at the odd behavior and decided to hide behind his book again. The train ride was otherwise uneventful, and soon they had arrived at Hogsmeade. When Ginny tried to open the door of their compartment, she found it had been locked. Harry looked at it and immediately saw the magic of Dobby. He reached out with his magic and quickly broke the elf's magic. He then ushered the girls through, and when they waited for him, he said, "You two go on, I'll see you in the Great Hall for your sorting." Once they were gone, Harry called for Dobby. Instantly the elf appeared, making Harry wonder if he had been there the entire time. "What can Dobby be doing for Great Master Harry Potter?" Dobby asked, uncertainty. He also refused to look Harry in the eye. "The first thing you can do is stop trying to keep me from Hogwarts. I can easily break your magic and you're only wasting our time. I'm here now and I'm not leaving, but if you still want to protect me, how about alerting me whenever this danger appears so I can be prepared? That way I'm safe and you're not wasting your time trying to stop me." Dobby looked hesitant but finally nodded and miserably said, "Dobby supposes he could do so." Harry breathed out a sigh of relief. He had already gotten tired of tearing down the elf's magic. "Brilliant. Could you also keep an eye on Luna and Ginny for me? I don't want them to be hurt either." The elf nodded solemnly. Revived to have sorted out the issues with Dobby, Harry took a moment to properly look at the elf. When he had last seen him, Dobby's ears had been droopy while his skin had looked like gray paper. Now, however, the elf seemed healthier. His ears stuck up more and were springier. His skin had gained a light orange coloration and his ribs were less pronounced. It was obvious that the elf had gained some much needed weight and he carried himself with more confidence. The most significant change that Harry noted was that the elf had grown over a foot taller. The elf could now pass as a small first year. When he looked at the elf with his mage sight and looked past the magical auras, he found Dobby's body was now saturated with magic. Looking closely, he saw that the magic was being carried along the elf's veins from a pool of magic right where the heart would be. Harry assumed since the elf did not need to eat or drink, his body used magic for sustenance. With the increase in magic, the elf's body grew healthier. In order to properly use that magic, it needed to be pumped around the body, which meant that either elves did not have blood or that the magic was carried by the blood. He noticed Dobby shuffling nervously under his attention and so dropped his gaze and said, "Thank you, Dobby, I guess I'll see you around then." The elf nodded and disappeared silently. Harry quickly gathered his stuff and left the train. Almost all the students had already left the station, but there was still enough left for Harry to figure out where to go. Upon finding the carriages, Harry wondered what the skeletal horses were. When he looked, they all had a strange gray magic which swirled placidly. Picking the carriage with only another sole Ravenclaw, he settled down for the journey. He guessed the boy was at least a sixth year judging by his size. Harry was planning how he would get the carriages to move without the horses when the boy started speaking. "No need to guess what house you're in," the boy said. "Have you figured out how to get the carriages to move yet?" "Some sort of conjuration or charm. Considering how long these carriages have been used for, I would imagine I would need to employ some sort of air spirit or earth elemental." "Ah, but a movement charm couldn't be applied before being used since the carriages only move at the end of term and Hogsmeade trips and elementals aren't safe around children. Dumbledore could enchant the carriages rather than charm them. That way a finite wouldn't work." "He could, but then it would also take much longer to reapply the enchantment, which seems fairly redundant if the carriages aren't used that much. I don't know all that much about conjuring or charms, to be honest. My main area of knowledge is potions. I wonder if you could make a potion that makes the carriages move," the boy said charmingly. "Maybe a momentum potion that could make the carriage move but that wouldn't let the carriage stop or wait. You would need a way to apply the potion when needed. I suppose a rune scheme could then detect people sitting in the carriage and apply the potion when someone sits down. I'll tell you what, I'll invent a potion that can move things as needed. I'm Chester Davies, by the way. No need to ask who you are." Before Harry could think of anything else to say, the carriage rounded a bend and the entrance hall came into view. He quickly left the carriage and followed the students into the great hall. He sat down in his normal spot and pulled out his potions book. He had already read it over, but after his conversations first with Luna and Ginny and then with Chester, he wanted some quiet time. Unfortunately, the hall was filled with excited children who hadn't seen each other for weeks. It was a miracle they could hear each other over the din, Harry thought. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, the first years arrived and got sorted. Luna got sorted into Ravenclaw while Ginny joined her brothers in Gryffindor. Soon the feast was over and Harry was allowed to leave. He took some of the shortcuts and was one of the first to reach the common room. As such, he had to answer the riddle. "A natural state. I'm sought by all. Go without me, and you shall fall. You do me when you spend, and use me when you eat to no end. A natural state sought by all. That could be peace. Go without and you shall fall. I guess that means you will die. Could be air or food. I don't know what it is when spent. Use me when you eat to no end. What do you use when eating? Well, you die if you eat to no end. That's why people say you need to have a balanced diet. Actually, don't shops call their money there? Balance. And without balance you fall over. A natural state of being is balanced." "The answer is balance," Harry said, confident that he had found the answer. The other Ravenclaws began discussing his answer, but Harry had already scurried through the portrait hole and up to his dorm. When Harry awoke the next morning, he took a moment to drink in the magical atmosphere of Hogwarts. He tentatively activated his mage sight and was immediately blinded by the intensity of the magic. His sight had become strong enough to work even through his closed eyelids, which meant that even when he shut his eyes, he was still overloaded with information. Eventually, he grew used to the amount of magic and was able to see more than just the blinding white of Hogwarts magic. Once he had achieved this, he got up and began preparing for the day ahead. Down in the common room, he ran into Luna, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Together they went down to the Great Hall in silence. During their breakfast, Flitwick arrived and began handing out the timetables. Once he received his, Harry noticed that every Wednesday he had a lesson marked tutor. It seemed his alchemy lessons would be continuing. Seeing potions as the first lesson of the day, Harry made his way down to the dungeons after making sure Luna knew where to go for her charms lesson. Seeing as the Slytherins were beginning to line up outside, Harry assumed he shared this class with them for the year. This changed very little in terms of lesson structure. although Snape no longer started their lessons by quizzing Harry on his potions knowledge. Once the lesson ended, Snape called out, "Potter, a word." Harry was unsure of why he was being kept behind. Perhaps Snape had moved their contest of knowledge to after the lesson for the benefit of the other students. When Harry made eye contact with Snape, he felt the professor's magic brush against his mind. He quickly enforced his occlumency shield and forced Snape's magic away. Impressive. When I sent you that book for Christmas, I doubted you would be able to learn how to form even a simple barrier. Tell me, how did you manage to throw me from your mind? I felt your magic and forced it away. Snape nodded, seemingly impressed with Harry's skill. Unorthodox. I personally prefer to trap a legilimencer within my mind. I understand the headmaster forces a legilimencer to relive their worst fears. The Dark Lord tried to invade his mind once. That was also the only time he tried. Come back tomorrow after dinner and I'll help you develop your shields so that you can thwart an attack without realizing. You may go. Harry knocked on Snape's door tentatively. After his third knock, the door swung open to reveal Snape behind his desk. You are here to learn the subtle art of occlumency. Should you prove successful, then I shall teach you the more obtuse art of magic, which some may mistakenly call dark. Your current shields are passable. In order to improve your shields, I will repeatedly attempt to penetrate them. Prepare yourself. Snape quickly drew his wand and made a tapping motion. Instantly, Harry felt the professor's magic crash against his own. He saw memories begin to flicker across his mind, and Harry quickly raised his shields. It kept Snape's magic at bay for a moment before shattering. Reaching out with his magic, he tried to force Snape's magic away. At first it seemed he would win, but then the full weight of Snape's magic slammed into him. Once more he began reliving memories before Snape withdrew, and Harry found himself back in Snape's office. That was an acceptable first try. Restraining my magic was surprising, but unfortunately you proved too weak to keep it going. Once you regain your energy, we will try again. However, this time try to shape your magic into a shield to withstand or redirect my magic. It was late at night before Harry finally left the man's office. He had developed a massive headache, but he could now withstand Snape for twice as long and had some input over what memories were seen. They had arranged to meet twice a week, and Harry hoped soon he would be strong enough to either completely stop Snape or make fake memories, something which Snape had mentioned as a possible idea, an idea which Harry had decided to learn. Bathsheba walked into Harry's workshop cautiously. She didn't want to be caught by any trap Harry might have placed since they had last met. When she entered, she saw Harry looking at two plastic cups connected by a piece of string. Both cups were freely levitating, which was quite an achievement for a student just starting their second year. What have you got here? She asked curiously. She had learned to accept Harry's tendency to come up with completely random ideas that somehow still worked. It's a muggle toy. If you speak into one cup, the noise comes out the other, regardless of physical distance. Okay. Why are you looking at them then? Well, I'm trying to figure out how they work. I know they do work, but I can't understand how. I can only assume the noise is carried along the string, since if the string isn't taut, then they don't work. But I was thinking, if I could find out how they work, I might be able to replicate the effect with magic. Okay. Harry smiled apologetically, having realized that Bathsheba had no idea what he was talking about. Imagine you're in your classroom and you need to talk to Dumbledore. Rather than send an owl or go up to see him, you could talk into something like this cup, and Dumbledore would hear it through his cup in his office. You could then talk to each other securely and easily. Sounds like a fire call, she said slowly. Well, yes, but this isn't limited to having a fireplace. Say you're in the grounds, you wouldn't have a fireplace then. Sounds useful. It was clear that Bathsheba didn't understand the significance of what Harry wanted to do. Okay, put your ear to that cup over there. Once Bathsheba had done so, Harry whispered into his cup, "Can you hear me?" Bathsheba jumped and said, "I could hear you." Harry chuckled. Yeah, now imagine that, but over any distance. No need to stick your face in the flow. Can you all see me? Can you all hear me? Lockhart grinned at the class, rather stupidly, or so Harry privately thought. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz, nothing to worry about, just to see how well you read them and take it in. Again with the stupid smile, Lockhart went down the desks passing out the tests. Harry wondered why he didn't use magic like the other teachers. All it took was a simple levitation charm on each paper. Harry glanced at the first question and then the next. He quickly skimmed through the entire paper until he got to the end. Each and every question was about Lockhart, not the subject. It was a small comfort that he knew all the answers to the questions. Tisk tisk. Barely anyone remembered that my favorite color is lilac, although Ms. Brown got all but one of the answers correct. Good girl. Lockhart paused to give a big wink to the girl. Now, be warned, it is my job to arm you for the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourself facing your worst fears in this room. I must ask you not to scream. With a flourish, Lockhart pulled away the cover to reveal Cornish pixies. Harry knew that since pixies were part of the Phi family and as such were considered dark creatures, but this was ridiculous. Even a house elf was more dangerous than a pixie. For reasons best known to himself, Lockhart suddenly opened the door of the cage and the pixies swarmed out. They began terrorizing the students who were helpless against them. The only one unbothered by them was Harry. During his talks with Dobby over the summer, Harry had learned that almost all magical beings within the Phi family were constructed entirely of magic. Their physical appearance were either illusions or conjured. That meant that they could only be stopped by magic. Trying to swat them out of the air like Ron didn't faze the pixies at all. All Harry had needed to do was tense his magical aura. He still couldn't get his aura to become visible, but he could get it dense enough so that the pixies struggled to penetrate it, like a poor man's shield charm. When faced with such an obstacle, the pixies chose to ignore him in favor of easier prey, in this case his classmates and teacher. He began focusing on a pixie that was getting too curious in him and sent out a whip of magic. It was the combination of his research into spell creation. It was very similar to how he formed Mithril, except rather than focusing on forming magic that formed his intent, he shaped his magic into his intent directly. It was much quicker than forming his Mithril. However, with his Mithril he formed it once and then he could activate as many times as he wanted later without needing to reshape it. His whip flew invisibly from his hand to the pixie. The moment it struck, the pixie was flung across the classroom and into the wall. Instantly the other pixies stopped and turned to glare at Harry. Like all 5 pixies had a very strong swarm mentality. Whenever one member is in danger, the other member all try to help. This meant that Harry now had an entire swarm of angry pixies bearing down on him. Harry quickly sent out 2 more whips that both struck their targets. However, all he had achieved was to temporarily knock those 2 wasps away. Already the first wasp had rejoined its brethren. He wasn't strong enough to cast Stupefy, which was a 6th-year spell, and he didn't know enough about the jinx to try and replicate its effects. Petrifying jinxes would normally work on a swarm such as this, but the jinx paralyzed the body of its target, and since pixies were made of magic, the jinx wouldn't have any impact. His Mithril would easily deal with them, but he was loath to reveal his Mithril to his classmates. As he thought about his Mithril, he remembered that all Phi had some intolerance to metals such as iron. For the Phi as small as a pixie, prolonged contact with iron was deadly. Of course, Harry wasn't strong enough to actually summon iron, but he could transfigure something into iron. Looking through the swarm of pixies, he spotted a large copper candlestick. He ran over and quickly ran his wand over it. As his wand passed over the stick, it shrunk and began changing to iron. After what seemed forever, Harry now had a considerably smaller iron candlestick. He spun around and wielded the candlestick like a sword. The pixies began backing off. Using his new weapon and his magic whips, he herded the pixies to their cage and eventually got all of the pixies into the cage. He slammed the door shut and let out a sigh of relief. Slowly he became aware of the fact that at some point all his classmates and Lockhart had left him to deal with the swarm alone. On his way to his workshop after that dreadful lesson, Harry became aware of someone following him. He carefully extended his magic behind him and formed an impression of the hall in his mind. He had learned how to visualize his surroundings in his occlumency lessons, and it had been relatively simple to learn how to make an image using magic instead. It wasn't perfect and only showed highly magical objects, but in Harry's mind, the cool factor made up for the downsides. He recognized the sky blue signature as Luna's. He could have increased the power on his notice knot, but he had been lonely ever since Hermione died, and a small part of him thought that Luna could fill that hole. He still didn't understand how Luna could see through his notice knots when none of the other students could. When he opened his door, he made sure to brush his hand against the Mithril doorknob. His power had grown that he no longer needed to deform the Mithril to change it. He told the Mithril to accept the next magical signature that touched it. The workshop protections had changed considerably since he had first set them up. If someone unauthorized tried to open the door, they would be hit by the equivalent of a repelling charm. The unfortunate student would suddenly remember something urgent and hurry off to the opposite side of the castle. If they got past the door, they would find that they are stuck within the workshop until Harry released them. He had drawn inspiration from the vaults at Gringotts. If they somehow escaped the room with any of his mithril, they would find the final defense. If any of his mithril objects got stolen and left the room, they would go to the same plane of reality as his flask and saber. The only way to retrieve them was with his gauntlet, which never left his hand. Nicholas had told him that the Philosopher's Stone was deeply loyal to the magic within it. Now that it had bonded with the mithril, it would always be loyal to Harry. The only way for someone else to use it would be to remove the mithril, which was difficult by itself even without the stone itself rejuvenating the mithril. Harry waited in his workshop, waiting for Luna to enter. However, after a few minutes it became clear she wasn't going to be entering. The stone works by holding the magic of its user. Aside from your mithril, the stone is the only magical object I know to hold the pure signature without any contamination. The elixir of life itself is just a healing potion, but instead of a bazaar you use the charged stone. The elixir has the power to completely heal its drinker, so long as the drinker is the one who charged the stone. If the signature in the stone doesn't belong to the drinker, then it is a basic healing potion at best, deadly at worst. After almost a month of teaching, Nicholas had decided it was time for Harry to learn how to use the stone. He had avoided the alchemy side of the stone due to the considerable risk. When he had first met Harry, he had used what was left of the stone's loyalty to lock the stone from performing accidental alchemy. But even without alchemy, the stone was incredibly powerful. Even just regular contact with the stone would boost the immune system and grant temporary immunity to most poisons, both muggle and magical. It gave the holder a boost in power and could be used as a magical focus like a wand or runes. It was this attribute that made learning the different magics vitally important. If you used the stone as a foci, it would only accept Locella and Verbarn magics, while the alchemy side would only accept divine or arcane magics. Now it is important to note that the stone can bring people back from the brink of death and can even prevent aging or illness, but that doesn't make you unkillable. Even at my false strength, a simple killing curse would have been enough to kill me. Even the stone has limits, and it cannot prevent any quick death. It also cannot bring back the dead. It could return a dead body back to perfect health, but the soul would still be missing. I have long suspected that the stone would greatly aid in dark necromancy. Most of the necromancy spells I have heard of focus entirely on repairing the body, with only a small amount dedicated to animating the dead. I tell you this as a warning. If there is ever a significant risk that the stone will be taken from you, destroy it. Halloween had arrived despite how much Harry wished it wouldn't. When he awoke that morning, he quickly dressed and went down to his workshop. His gauntlet was telling him that nobody had entered his workshop since he had locked it, but when he unlocked the door, he found Dumbledore examining his shelves. "You've been busy since I was last here," Dumbledore noted, indicating the various mithril toys and tools that he and Bathsheba had developed. Harry shrugged and flopped onto his couch. Dumbledore joined him, although he sat down with more elegance. "Is there any point asking how you got in without triggering my mithril?" Harry asked dryly. "I find very few people bother locking their windows. We're on the 6th floor." Dumbledore chuckled but didn't reveal any more. The two sat in silence for a few moments before Harry grew bored and began work on his latest toy. It was in the shape of a bird, and Harry was curious to see if he could make it fly. Eventually he activated it, and the bird began flapping its wings before taking off and circling the room. Imitating life, Harry. Eventually. At the moment it's just a weightless and direction ideology, exactly the same as moving something with a levitation charm. I need to pre-plan the route the bird will take, which is kind of useless for now. Eventually I want to just tell it a location and it will find its own way there, like an owl. On the topic of your mithril, how is your project with the wards coming along? Fairly well. Bathsheba thinks we should have the bugs worked out by the end of the year. Currently we can have a ward fully powered for an infinite amount of time, but if you hit it with a ward shear, the entire ward implodes. We think it's an issue with the runes, so we're trying to directly copy the runes into the mithril, which will solve most of the issues. Good. I fear that with Voldemort appearing last year and your friend Dobby's warning this year, there is danger ahead, and when that danger appears, I want Hogwarts to be as safe as possible. Now, was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Lockhart's a terrible teacher. For his first lesson, he set a swarm of pixies on us. Well, that doesn't sound so bad. I remember doing the same when I needed to cover a defense lesson. It wasn't the pixies that were the issue. It was the fact Lockhart was the first to run and I needed to stop the pixies by myself, and then since that lesson he's only been reading from his books. Have you tried talking to him about this? I find that most conflicts can be avoided by talking. Of course, if this keeps up after you talk to him, I will talk to him myself. So did you have any plans for today? Dumbledore asked casually, but Harry could tell without looking that he had assumed his serious face. I was planning on rereading my parents' school reports until dinner, and after that the Grey Lady invited me down to Sir Nicholas' death day, but if you had something planned. That's good. All I was going to suggest was that we could go visit the University of Transfiguration, but if you have no complaints, I suggest we visit tomorrow to celebrate an uneventful Halloween. Sure. That sounds great. The Dumbledorian University of Transfiguration had been formed after the war against Grindelwald. The various ministries of magic in Europe wanted to reward Dumbledore for saving them, but Dumbledore refused. The university was the compromise. Dumbledore got to see his reward go to the good of the people and see more people learn about his favorite subject, while the ministries of Europe got to spend a lot of money and stick Dumbledore's name onto it. Despite Dumbledore's name being in the name of the university, he had no official say over the running of the school. The only requirement he had for them to use his name was that students couldn't be turned away for their blood or financial status. I assume you are aware of Ms. Lovegood's habit of following you around the castle? Dumbledore asked after a moment's silence. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for her to build up the courage to find this room first, Harry said sheepishly. It is good to see you are still letting others in. Alas, I need to get back to work. Should you have need of me, I will either be within my office or the hall. Oh, Professor, I do actually have something for you. Harry ran over to his shelf and pulled down two mithril objects. One looked like a large rock while the other resembled a small plate. If you keep hold of this plate, then if I need you, I can activate the mithril and this rock-like one will be transported to your plate. This way, if I need you, I can write my location on the rock and send it to you. I haven't gotten it to work in reverse yet, and when I tried to make two plates, the rock got confused, but it would make me feel better to know I have a way to contact you quickly in an emergency. Dumbledore took the plate solemnly. Of course, there is a charm for communication, but it is considerably complex. But I take this with the trust that if I contact you with my charm, that you will obey it. This way we can both ensure safety. The Death Day party was an adequate distraction, Harry thought. It was interesting to see so many ghosts in one place and able to see the magic behind them. At first glance, their signatures were just regular signatures but more translucent. However, when he looked closer at them, he saw that the shapes that he had begun to see in magical signatures were missing. He needed to take a closer look at Lockhart's pixies, but he would bet that the pixies were also missing the shapes in their signature, which indicated that the color was the magic itself while the shapes was the physical body. He also wanted to ask Dumbledore to show him some self-transfiguration to see if that changed his signature. However, he suspected that Dumbledore would refuse. Over the summer, he and Dumbledore had come to the understanding that if Harry needed help with magic, Dumbledore would help, but he wouldn't make it easy for Harry to do magic he deemed dangerous. Seeing the ghosts' taste. The food had also been educational. The food itself did not contain any magical properties, but when the ghost walked through, they temporarily mimicked the shape of the food's signature, which led to some worrying conclusions about what happened when a ghost walked through a student. Harry was raised from his musing by the Grey Lady drifting over. He had sought her out after Hermione's death to ask about the possibility of her coming back as a ghost. He had kept talking to her after it had become obvious his friend wouldn't return, as she did not pity him like the other classmates or gush over him for being famous. How are you finding the party? She asked wistfully. It's unique. I must admit it is interesting to see how you all interact with everything. Just then Peeves began chasing a younger ghost out of the room, and the other ghosts seemed to take this as their cue to leave. Peeves was the most curious ghost. He had a translucent signature and yet he still had some shapes within. Admittedly, the shapes were the most fluid he had seen, but it was strange. The few shapes he had let him physically interact with magical objects, but due to their fluidity he could change shape easily and even phase through the walls. Harry stepped up to Sir Nicholas and politely said, "Thank you for inviting me, Sir Nicholas." The ghost seemed to cheer up at that and replied, Nonsense, it's always nice to meet new people, and who knows, you may be joining us in a few years. With that, the ghost turned and strolled right through the wall behind him, leaving Harry to wonder whether that was a prediction of danger or simple something he said to everyone. A few years for a ghost could be centuries to a human after all. He decided to head to the kitchens for food before going to his common room. As he walked, he started hearing a sinister voice hissing. He began following the hissing before he forced himself to stop. The hissing surely wasn't an indication of anything good. Dobby, he whispered. As expected, the elf appeared before him silently. The only indication of magic was the slight ripples of Hogwarts magic. Master Potter, sir. Can you hear that voice? What voice, sir? The very voice they were talking about was getting quieter, as if moving away. Harry quickly pulled Dobby close and took off his school cloak to reveal his invisibility cloak underneath. He closed them and hurried after the voice. Dobby followed but was obviously confused. They rounded a corner and the voice suddenly became clearer. Rip, tear, kill. There, did you hear it? Harry asked Dobby frantically. Dobby shook his head. Dobby not be hearing anything. Finally, they stopped on the second floor outside the out-of-order bathroom. There was water everywhere, but what drew Harry's attention was the stiff body of Mrs. Norris hung up by her tail. He was forced to look away when he realized the voice was getting louder and closer. I smell blood. So hungry. It was as if the voice was right next to him. He quickly opened the cloak and looked around, but even with his mage sight he saw nothing, only the white of Hogwarts walls and the yellow of Dobby. Harry pulled out his messenger stone and reformed it to say, "Trouble, second floor, haunted bathroom," and activated the metaphysical properties that would send it to Dumbledore. He knew it wouldn't take long for Dumbledore to reach him, so took a moment to inspect Mrs. Norris. On top of her signature was a vivid green net of magic and malice. The net was tightly constricting the cat's shape within her signature. Dobby had begun to tug on Harry's hand. His fear had made his voice even squeakier than normal. "Mr. Potter must leave. There is danger here." "Dobby, it's fine. Dumbledore's coming and I think the danger has already passed." "But the writing, sir." Dobby pointed one shaky finger above the cat. There, written in what looked like blood, was a message. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Just then he heard a great roar of noise from either end of the corridor. It sounded like the entire school was approaching. He pulled Dobby into a corner and pulled the cloak over them. This robbed him of his ability to see magic, as the cloak's magic was so dense he couldn't see anything else through it. The crowd appeared around the first corner with the headmaster in front. He stopped in front of Mrs. Norris and told the school, "Everyone stay back. Prefects return the students to their common rooms." His voice was calm, but everyone heard him. Harry suspected magical involvement, but under his cloak he couldn't tell. "Harry, are you here?" Dumbledore was now much quieter, but in the wake of the silence his announcement, it seemed like everyone heard him. Harry quickly applied a notice knot and slipped out of the cloak. He walked up behind Dumbledore and tapped the man on the shoulder. Dumbledore spun around and Harry felt his magic swelling before Dumbledore recognized him. What happened? Dumbledore had an edge of panic that Harry hadn't heard before. "I was coming back from the Death Day party and I saw Mrs. Norris on the wall. I called you and waited until you showed up." The remaining students began muttering, which made Dumbledore turn on them. "Silence. Return to your common rooms at once." He glared at the remaining students until they began leaving, herded by the members of staff that had turned up. "My cat. Somebody murdered my cat." One of the staff Harry had forgotten about was Filch. "Argus, please calm yourself. She is not dead," Dumbledore commanded. "Then why is she all stiff?" It shocked Harry to hear a tremble in his voice. The man seemed so grumpy and angry the whole time it was easy to forget he still cared for some things, such as his cat. "Ah, I thought so. I encountered something similar before, you see," Lockhart began. "Yes, thank you, Gilderoy, but perhaps this discussion is best done elsewhere. Harry, if you could report to my office tomorrow after breakfast. Why did you attack the cat?" The moment Harry entered his common room, he was assaulted with questions. It seemed his fellow Ravenclaws had been staying up to interrogate him. "What reason would I have to attack a cat?" Harry asked incredulously. "I don't know. You attacked Malfoy this time last year. That was because he insulted Hermione, saying she was better dead. And why would I call for Dumbledore if I was responsible?" Before anyone else could ask him stupid questions, Harry forced himself through the crowd and to his dorm. His dormmates looked ready to interrogate him too, so he entered his study room and formed a block of mithril that would keep the door shut until he removed it. Laying down in bed, he found it hard to fall asleep, and when he did, he was plagued by nightmares. Soon you will call me master and you will serve me faithfully. You were always going to. It was your destiny. Harry awoke with a start. According to his watch, it was still an hour before food would be served in the Great Hall, but sitting in the hall was preferable to being questioned by the Ravenclaws. As expected, he was the first student in the hall. He sat down in his normal spot and was surprised when food quickly began appearing near him. He was even more surprised to find that it was his regular breakfast. After a whispered, "Thank you," for the elves, he began tucking in. Midway through his breakfast, he became aware of a spot completely devoid of magic beside him. "Hello?" he asked cautiously, afraid that he had found what was responsible for Mrs. Norris's petrification. But when the invisibility was lifted, it was only Dobby. "You be leaving your cloak, sir. Dobby be's returning it." Harry quickly took the cloak and put it on under his school cloak. His sense of security rose at the silky feeling of his cloak. Harry Potter must leave now. What? He had thought Dobby had stopped trying to get him to leave. The danger no longer unknown, sir. Harry Potter must leave now that the Chamber of Secrets is opened once more. "I'm not leaving, Dobby." "Wait, did you say once more? As in it has been opened previously?" "Dobby must be leaving." He clicked his fingers and disappeared with a loud crack. Before Harry could ponder over this latest revelation, he became aware of Dumbledore sitting down across from him. "I see your friend has managed to bypass the wards. That is concerning. Do you think he could have been behind the attack last night?" "Not unless he is a very good actor. So when I left the Death Day party, I began hearing this faint muttering. I called for Dobby and he said he couldn't hear it. We followed it under my cloak and it grew louder, but Dobby still said he couldn't hear it. Then we saw Mrs. Norris and I called for you. The voice sounded really close, but I couldn't see it. Even my mage sight didn't reveal it. I know they weren't invisible, since while I can't actually see my cloak when it's activated, I can see where it is since it blocks out the magic behind it, kind of like an inverted image, if that makes any sense. Anyway, Dobby was trying to get me to leave. I suppose he could have gotten Mrs. Norris before I called him. I suspect that your friend is not old enough to have caused the attacks last time. As Dobby said, the chamber was opened once before, almost 50 years ago. I suggest you look into it in your own time, but for now I wanted to ask if you would mind looking at Mrs. Norris and see if you could undo it. I looked at her myself, but I wasn't able to see anything." "Did you not see the net of magic around her?" Harry asked curiously. "No, evidently I did not." Dumbledore led Harry to the hospital wing. It looked weird to see an entire bed taken up by a cat, her front paws laying on top of the covers. It would have been funny if not for her stiff appearance and Filch sitting over her. "Good morning, Argus. I was wondering if you would mind Harry here taking a look at Mrs. Norris. He has the best mage sight I have ever encountered." "I don't want Mrs. Norris to just be his newest lab project," Filch said hotly. "He is only here to help and hopefully stop anyone else suffering the same fate," Dumbledore said serenely. Filch gestured for Harry to get on with it. Now that he didn't have the pressure of a bodiless voice or oncoming students, he could focus more on Mrs. Norris. It seemed the net of magic had submerged itself within her signature. It was far less distinct but also seemed stronger. Harry knew just by looking at it that the entire net needed to be lifted at once, otherwise it would crush Mrs. Norris's signature, presumably killing her. He was able to look even deeper than the net. The shapes became much clearer. Perhaps it's because she wasn't human or a true magical being. Maybe it was the fact she was currently cursed. But either way, Harry realized that if he memorized these shapes and made his mithril recreate them, he would have a perfect replica of Mrs. Norris. However, what he knew for certain was that he wasn't strong enough to lift the cat's curse. When he told Dumbledore and Filch, he expected the caretaker to get mad. However, he only hung his head and nodded. He looked so dejected Harry found himself saying, "I could come back every so often and see if there is anything else to try." Filch looked at him with what might have been a smile. "That would be nice, lad." Harry was staring at his mithril ring intently. Ever since he had come to the realization that if he could change the shape of his mithril's signature, he could make anything, not just a very accurate imitation of an object but an exact replica. Despite his determination, he wasn't making. The mithril changed some of its shapes when he reformed it, but many of the shapes remained static. The shapes that didn't change most likely identified or created the material of the mithril, since even when he made the mithril act like wood or stone, it was still, ultimately, mithril. Alchemy was the only known way to actually change something's form permanently, such as when he had turned the copper candlestick into iron. He hadn't just made the copper act and look like iron, he had changed the very structure of the copper into the structure of iron. As Nicholas had explained, transfiguration is making an object believe it is another, alchemy is making an object become another. If you transfigure a stone into a bird, it will think it is a bird, but once its magic runs out, it will become a stone again. If you transmute a stone into a diamond, it will become a diamond, and when its magic runs out, you will still have a diamond. Oh, transmutation is the technical term for when you use alchemy to change an object's properties. It wasn't possible to make a living creature with alchemy. This is because even the most ordinary slug needs some form of energy to survive. With alchemy, that energy has to originate from magic until it can produce its own. The problem was that it took at least several days for a living creature to begin producing a sustainable amount of energy, during which time it would need a constant supply of magic. If the life form was given magic externally, such as runes or a spell, then the creature would become dependent on that magic. This would invariably create a golem or spirit, capable of completing any task given to it. They also never needed to eat or sleep, some considered them the perfect servants. But these lifeforms had no free thought or independence, and if they ever ran out of magic, they would begin to unravel and collapse. Despite knowing it would take him years to learn how to transmute his mithril into something else, he kept at it. The only alternative was to leave his workshop and face the whisperings and mutterings of the students. The fact he had been the one to find Mrs. Norris and that he had never been the most sociable student had been enough for most of the school to condemn him as the heir of Slytherin. He had needed to improve the quality of the notice knots that protected the door, and they had added one of their experimental ward generators. He and Bathsheba had still not been able to fix the issue of the runes burning out when the ward absorbed too much power. Their idea of using mithril runes had gone nowhere. If they shaped the mithril into a rune, then it would work individually. But even the simplest ward needed at least 3 runes: power or charge, protect or shield, and distance or area. The mithril runes refused to work together, so the only useful rune they could use was shield, which would make a green shield cover the mithril rune. They had then tried to replicate the runes as ideologies, but he couldn't get the mithril to make a proper magical shield. If he told the rune to protect a specific area, then the mithril would expand to cover that area. Great when you wanted to stop something, but for a school, an impenetrable wall of mithril wasn't ideal. Bathsheba was trying to find out a way to combine all 3 runes needed for a basic ward into one single rune that could be copied by the mithril. There was also a few minor issues that needed dealing with, such as the unfortunate habit of the mithril occasionally sapping some of the power from the ward itself. Despite the flaws in the ward, Harry still felt safe, as he doubted any student other than himself was capable of sending enough magic into the ward long enough for the runes to collapse. Even Dumbledore had admitted that it would take a while for him to completely burn out the ward. The students had gotten so bad he couldn't go anywhere in the school without students either fleeing from him or mocking him. Some of the students had even come up to him and asked him to attack someone else. Just like the year before, Harry decided he would rather hide than put up with the students. If Dumbledore disapproved of him skipping lessons, then he didn't let Harry know. Considering that we have an unknown foe, one which neither of us can detect, I called in a favor and was able to procure these 2 invisibility cloaks. I thought it might be beneficial for you to investigate them and see what you can learn from them. The first of the cloaks was clearly of high quality. The fabric was smooth and silky along with a silver sheen. It was fairly similar to his own cloak of invisibility, except it was bulkier and heavier. The second cloak was of a much lower quality. It felt like it had been made of scratchy wool, and the edges seemed to be constantly changing between visible and invisible. When he looked at the material of the first cloak, it seemed to be made from the creatures that pulled the carriages. It seemed the material retained the creature's natural invisibility. Now that he had more time to look, he saw what looked like a conditional clause which made the creature almost entirely undetectable to anyone that hadn't activated the clause. Underneath the magic of the material was a mix of notice knots and disillusionment. Each enchantment was tied to its own individual thread, which then held the cloak together. In order to break the invisibility, first the material, the hide of the create, needed to be broken before you could even begin to attack the enchantments. The second cloak was far more basic. It was made of what must have been the hide of a demiguise. Like the first cloak, it had disillusion enchantments alongside the natural invisibility, but they were tied on top of the hide rather than the thread. This seemed to be because the demiguise invisibility didn't have a conditional clause which made it easier to unravel. When both cloaks were activated, the first faded from his sight just like his own, while the second began to glow brighter. This could have been the notice knot, but Harry suspected it was some innate property of the material mixed with enchantments. With the first cloak, the hide was responsible for most of the invisibility, so more magic was able to put into hiding the magic. If he compared either cloak to his own cloak, both were painfully primitive. If either cloak were to get hit by a strong enough spell, then the cloak would either break apart or lose its invisibility. His own cloak would only ever lose its invisibility when he told it to deactivate, no matter how many times it got hit. Where did you get the cloaks from? I can tell neither belong to you, and I don't recognize any of the signatures on it. You can see the signatures from those that have used it. Dumbledore asked, amazed. Sort of. I can see an imprint of where they have touched it. The rust-like orange stands out above the rest, so I assume that one belongs to the owner. You and your powers have come a very long way in such a short time, Harry. Yes, both cloaks belong to a good friend of mine, an Auror called Alistair Moody. One of the cloaks is the best money could buy. Well, it was some 50 years ago when it was standard issue for Aurors. The second cloak, the one made from the hide of a thestral, was made by myself and Nicholas as a 60th birthday present for Alistair. As you should be able to tell, invisibility cloaks aren't very common, and shop-bought or often mass-produced and lack in quality. So what can you tell from these two? I assume the one you and Nicholas made is one of the best cloaks available. Possible only beaten by the cloak itself, but even then I can see where it isn't. Against the walls of Hogwarts, even my own cloak stands out. Which means that whatever attacked Mrs. Norris can't have been using an invisibility cloak, or at least they must have been using something alongside a cloak. I'm fairly sure I would have recognized the effect of a notice knot, but if it was powerful enough I might have missed it. I can tell you that there were no notice knots cast anywhere in Hogwarts during the feast, and nobody entered or exited the wards that day. Whoever attacked Mrs. Norris must have either been inside already and left after I had checked the wards, or the attacker was, and perhaps still is here, within the castle. The two took a moment to digest this thought. It was frightening to think that someone capable of completely petrifying someone without leaving any evidence or hint of their identity. How goes your attempt at undoing whatever is keeping Mrs. Norris petrified? Slowly. I would need to lift the entire spell at once, otherwise it would kill her. But I currently lack the power to do it. I can't even use my mithril since it's not directly magical power. I've just been looking at it to try and find any weaknesses. And have you found any? Dumbledore asked eagerly. Only one so far. It's the conditional that allows it to be so powerful. It seems that if the intended victim has a specific shape in their signature, then they should be unaffected. But you don't know what that shape is. Well, I know what it should look like, but I don't know what it exactly is. Dumbledore's fireplace suddenly flared up with a bright green blaze before they could say anything else. Albus. Damn it, Albus, are you there? A gruff voice came from the fire. Dumbledore swiftly got up and crouched by the fireplace. Yes. Alistair, is that you? Yes. I need you to come through. Something's come up. Do you still have that magical expert with you? He is. What's happened? Easier to show you. Come through, I'll leave the connection open. Dumbledore turned to see Harry standing close by. I assume you heard. I cannot in good conscience ask you to come, but I fear you will be needed, so I won't tell you to stay away. Of course I'm coming. What's the worst that could happen? Even Voldemort fled from both of us last year. Voldemort was greatly weakened last year, but I suppose you are correct. Even now few could hope to match you in terms of power, and anyone that could would need to put up with me too. But if you are to join me, then I insist that you follow any order myself or Alistair may give you. Very well. Shall we be off then? Dumbledore stepped into the flame and seemed to be Get up into them. Harry took a deep breath before following him into the fire. The flow wasn't as bad as apparition, but still something he vowed to avoid where possible. When eventually stopped spinning and exited the flow network, he stumbled and crashed onto the floor, covered in ash and bruised all over. This is your expert. A boy. Harry looked up and saw a single leg next to a wooden peg leg. Looking even further up revealed the most scared man he had ever seen. Honestly, Alistair, you should know by now that magic cares not for age. The man, Alistair gave a bark that could have been a laugh. As Harry stood, he casually attempted to look at the man with his mage sight. Instantly, he was stopped by a barrier that seemed to originate from the man's thick coat. Alistair's eyebrows rose in surprise, leading Harry to notice he only had one eye. One was small and dark, but where its twin should have been a vivid, electric blue magical eye sat. It moved around frantically, taking in everything in the room completely independently of his normal eye. Alistair, may I introduce you to Mr. Harry Potter? Harry, this is Auror Alistair Moody. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Moody. None of that. Call me Alistair or Moody. None of this Mr. Nonsense. Harry took a moment to look at the room itself, which seemed to be his office. Filing cabinets covered an entire wall. The only other piece of furniture was a solid oak desk which was layered in protective wards and enchantments. The magical blue eye focused on Harry and he felt his magic tingle. It felt similar to when Snape used legilimency on him, except rather than his mind being read, it was his magic. He quickly turned his magic inside out and pulled it close so that his signature was harder to see. This also hid the various magical objects that he kept on him at all times. He's skilled, I'll give you that. Not many can detect my eye, and fewer still can actually try to hide from it. He's not quite there yet, but he's well on his way to hiding fully. I guess he might be able to see what we can't. Dumbledore hummed in agreement. Quite. So what exactly is the situation? You weren't exactly very forthcoming with the details. In short, a robbery. Someone broke into one of Lucius Malfoy's manors and into his vault. He says nothing has been taken, but you can bet he went through it before alerting the Aurors. But it's not the break-in itself that's important. What's important is that there is no evidence there was a break-in. Malfoy only realized something was up because he happened to take a look at his vault and saw it was open. The wards weren't broken, none of the doors have been tampered with, and none of the family opened the vault. And you think there might be something me and Harry might see that you haven't? Always a possibility, but I was also thinking we could use the opportunity to try and see what Malfoy might have missed. You know, I need clear evidence to bring him to justice, and my eye has never been considered valid evidence, but if you were to find something, well, the Wizengamot can't turn you away, can they? I see. You would prefer punishing Lucius Malfoy further over catching this thief that can break into his manor and vault without being detected. There was a hint of disappointment in Dumbledore's voice, but Alistair either didn't notice or didn't care. Harry couldn't really follow what was happening, but from what he could understand, it seemed Alistair was trying to use Dumbledore to frame Mr. Malfoy. Considering how Mr. Malfoy had acted the year before, Harry couldn't decide if he deserved it. Dumbledore sighed deeply but nodded and said, "Very well then, how are we getting to Malfoy Manor?" "There is a portkey. I sent Nymphadora to go get it. She's just about to open the door." Just as he predicted, the door opened and a woman with bright purple hair stumbled, in having tripped on the door frame, when Harry glanced at the man's magical eye, which seemed to be looking through his skull at the door. Harry realized the man could not only see through the back of his head but also through the door, something he hadn't yet achieved with his own mage sight. "I got that portkey, Mad Eye. Oh, watch her. I'm Tonks." Harry was stunned to see her hair change through many colors. When he looked at her, he was amazed to see that her signature structure was the most fluid he had ever seen. Her shapes weren't tethered together like the Elder Wand, instead each shape glowed as if they had been drawn by pure magic. As her hair changed, what must have been the relevant shapes glowed brighter and changed. Harry also began recognizing some of the shapes. One of the shapes was currently a perfect representation of the arcanic rune for the color red. When he looked at her hair, he saw she now had bright red hair. Arcanic runes were the more primal version of the Norse runes taught by Bathsheba. Much like all fields in the arcane family, the magic was closer to raw magic. It seemed that the shapes which made up the structure of an object's signature were actually arcanic runes. Nicholas had only taught Harry the most basic of arcanic runes, most of which needed other, more powerful runes to activate to guarantee that he wouldn't mess around with them and accidentally blew up all of Hogwarts. Harry realized the woman was looking very awkward and realized he must have zoned out staring at her for a fair bit. "I can see you've been teaching him well," Alistair said before he gave off another bark of mirth. "Indeed. Shall we be off then?" The portkey turned out to be a Muggle frisbee. Harry barely had a moment to look at the portkey before they were whisked away. Yet another magical form of travel, that's rubbish, Harry thought. It was mildly interesting to see the portkey in action. It lifted its passengers out of Earth's gravity and then traveled to the location before dropping back into gravity. The spinning was needed to keep the passengers alive in what would otherwise have been zero gravity. The traveling itself was identical to apparition, but due to the lower gravity, the squeezing sensation either went unnoticed or the feeling only happened when traveling within Earth's gravity. Outside the gates of Malfoy Manor, two Aurors stood guard. Moody strode up to one and said, "Auror Alistair Moody and trainee Auror Nymphadora Tonks entering Malfoy Manor, consultants Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter accompanying." It should be noted that Mr. Potter is underage but has been granted permission to use magic for this case by his guardian Albus Dumbledore, under the watch of Auror Alistair Moody. The Auror nodded and let the four of them pass through the gate. The moment he stepped over the boundary, he felt the wards press down on him. They weren't anywhere as strong as Hogwarts wards, but they felt more oppressive. Lucius Malfoy met them at the front door. "What took you so long?" "I called for the Aurors almost an hour ago. I should have you reprimanded Auror Moody." Moody scoffed. "Empty threat, Malfoy. You don't have the power anymore." "And what is Mr. Potter doing here?" "He's with me. He's one of the best magical trackers I know," Moody said, leaving no room for Lucius to argue the point. Malfoy sneered at them but let them in anyway. Harry instinctively spread out his magic and felt something amiss. "Mr. Malfoy, how many people are in the house right now?" "Just us 5. Narcissa is currently visiting friends and Draco is still at school." "You don't have a house elf, do you?" "Not since the summer. I haven't had the time to get another one." "Then why can I feel 6 people in the house?" Harry asked slowly. Moody's eye began spinning frantically, obviously looking around the house. "Where is the 6th person?" "I can't really tell. It's just up. I checked the wards. There is no one here," Malfoy insisted. "No one or no human?" Harry asked cautiously. "What's that meant to mean?" "They're the same thing, you stupid child." "And what about vampires, ghouls, the Fae, or even just a hag would fall under the classification of not human. So answer Potter's question. Do your wards detect people or humans?" "Humans," Malfoy spat out through clenched teeth. "Potter, is it possible the person you're detecting isn't human?" Harry reached out for the signature he could feel. It was clearly hidden, so he couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. He could tell it had a single aura, so it wasn't a house elf. It also wasn't as dense as the Cornish pixies, so it probably wasn't a Fae. Having never had the chance to see a vampire or ghoul, he didn't know what they were meant to look like, but from what he could see of the being's signature, it didn't look like a human or a hag. "It's possible. It's so faint it's hard to tell." Moody stared at Malfoy and asked, "Do you have an attic, Malfoy?" "I do, but it's been sealed for as long as I can remember. I highly doubt anyone could break into it," Malfoy said slowly, as if he were trying to convince himself. "Well then perhaps you should have kept your vault in your attic if you're so sure of its protections." "My great-grandfather sealed the attic back when he was Lord Malfoy, I suspect with blood magic. As such, the only way to open the attic is with either the key or an equal amount of power. If it were for the fact the key has been lost for decades, I would have stored the vault with the attic." "Is the entire attic warded or just the door?" Harry asked hesitantly. "Whatever do you mean, boy?" "Well, if it's just the door that's been sealed, you could just blow a hole in the ceiling and climb up. The entire floor is sealed, foolish child. Let's cut the chit-chat and go have a look at that attic," Moody said gruffly as he marched off through the manor. Harry suspected he was using his magical eye to see through the walls for the correct way through the house, that had been here so many times he had memorized the route. Eventually they reached a corridor that seemed to lead nowhere. It was only when Harry looked up and saw the dense magic covering the ceiling did he realize this was the way into the attic. Presumably the stairs were hidden in the ceiling and would descend when triggered. "Do you think you can open it up, Potter?" Moody asked curiously. Harry looked more closer. If he strained his mage sight, he could just about see inside the magic. The problem was it was so dense it had become almost opaque. He had quickly zoned out Mr. Malfoy, who had begun to rant about how it was impossible to open the attic. The protections were a classic conditional ward which were already powerful, but it seemed Blood Ward gave the ward even more power. The end result was an almost impenetrable ward of pure magic. It would have taken Harry days to take it apart piece by piece without help. Fortunately, this time he didn't need to actually take it apart. Instead, he focused on the epicenter of the ward. As he hoped, he quickly found the clause for the conditional ward, just as Malfoy had said it was looking for a particular magical key. Once he knew what it was looking for, he formed a small piece of mithril in his hand and gave it the properties the ward was looking for. The only trouble was it also needed to be the magical signature of the family. He could have gotten Mr. Malfoy to imbue his signature into the mithril, but that would require him explaining his mithril. Instead, he instructed his mithril to return the signature of whatever was checking it. For a laugh, he decided to make his mithril form into the shape of a key and held it up to the ceiling. He watched as a tendril of magic touched the key before returning back into the ceiling. It seemed to accept it as valid as the steps started descending from the ceiling one by one, eventually forming a staircase which led into the now opened attic. What? That attic has been sealed for decades. I've had many experienced curse breakers try and fail to get in, and you do it in moments. Lucius spluttered. As I said, Lucius, the boy is one of the strongest magical trackers I know. Now let us inspect that attic. Tonks, you and Potter stay guard down here in case the intruder tries to make a run for it while we're up there. Lucius, Albus, you're with me. So how do you change yourself like that? Harry asked after a few minutes had passed of them awkwardly standing at the bottom of the stairs. What? Oh, I'm a metamorphagus. It means I can change my appearance at will. Tonks said cheerfully. Useful skill to have, Harry said absently, thinking about what he could do if he had the power to change himself at will. Yeah, it's saved my neck a few times, but a metamorphagus is born, it can't be learnt. Harry looked at her for a moment, watching as her signature shifted and changed. He wondered if he could make his own signature change like that, or if his mithril could replicate the effect for him. Perhaps. I guess we'll see, won't we? She chuckled for a moment before realizing Harry wasn't joking. People have tried to copy my powers in the past, you know. None have succeeded before, she said cautiously. Nobody got into Malfoy's attic before either. But that's completely unrelated. Not really. When you think about it, at the end of the day, it's all the same magic. As he talked, he had formed a mithril bracelet that would make his hand bright orange. He activated it as he raised his hand so Tonks could see it. Her eyes widened comically as his hand quickly turned bright orange. No way. No way did you just do that. It must be a trick or something. Make it blue. It was easy to quickly reform the mithril with the idea blue instead of orange. The moment he finished reforming it, his hand briefly went back to its original skin tone before changing to a bright blue. Before Tonks could react, a gigantic shape flew down the stairs and knocked them both to the ground and began charging down the hall. Harry absently noted it didn't give off a shadow as he thrust out his hand and a spear of mithril shot down the hall. It looked like the spear was going to get the intruder in the leg, but at the last moment they seemed to blur and move to the side, allowing the spear to shoot past. Harry quickly reached out with his magic for the mithril spear and managed to make it reform into a giant net which spread to cover the hall. The intruder managed to come to a stop just before they hit the net. They turned and Harry realized it was a woman. She grinned at him and then seemed to turn into smoke. It easily slipped through the mithril before reforming back into the woman. By then Tonks had retrieved her wand and had shot a red spell down the corridor which just managed to slip through the holes of the mithril while on a direct path for the intruder. Rather than dodge out of the way, the person thrust her hand upwards which made the floorboard rise up and intercept the spell. Whatever the spell was, it managed to fill the hallway with smoke. By the time the smoke had cleared, the intruder had vanished. A vampire managed to break into Malfoy Manor. Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter called in to help deal with the problem. Are we at risk of a new breed of vampire? Bathsheba looked at Harry over the Daily Prophet. The Prophet had somehow found out about the incident at Malfoy Manor despite the efforts of both Moody and Malfoy. Harry figured Malfoy wasn't pleased to have his name in the paper again, having just recovered from his bad press from the year before. Honestly, it wasn't as bad as they're saying it was. I just unlocked the door and the vampire was gone before we really knew it. Moody isn't even entirely sure it was a vampire. You still tried to stop them even though you could have let them go past. Not many people would do that. Bathsheba said encouragingly. Anyway, ignoring what the intruder was, I've had another idea. In order to get into Malfoy's attic, I needed to replace the key needed to activate the conditional. Rather than get the magic from Malfoy, I just made it replicate whatever signature the conditional was looking for. But I think I could incorporate something similar for the wards to fix the rune problem. If we set up the runes to make a small ward inside the mithril shield, then the mithril could pick up the ward and then replicate it to make the much bigger ward. I would need to incorporate a scale modifier, but this way any magic going into the actual ward will never touch the runes themselves, and as long as the internal ward holds, the external ward will never fail. Harry said excitedly. And if the external ward is only copying the internal ward, it would eliminate most curse breaking techniques, as there would be a buffer between the ward and runes. If we made the mithril hold the ward while the internal ward stones were being modified, then the headmaster could safely modify the wards without needing to drop the wards. Now we just need to get rid of the issue of the mithril draining the wards. Well, I was thinking about that too. If we plug the mithril into the ley lines, it could draw any necessary power from the ley lines, while the majority of the power comes from the mithril. This way Hogwarts can still have the powerful wards without needing to completely redesign any of them in mithril. We could even have blocks of specific ward runes that just slot into the main generator to change the wards like you were thinking of. Brilliant. Let's test it here just to make sure, and then we can invite Professor Dumbledore to check it out. Bathsheba said happily. And you have removed the bugs from the previous version? Dumbledore asked as he tested the new ward generator. Yes, sir. Harry's idea got rid of almost every issue we had. We only have a slight issue of the mithril drawing some energy from the ward, which can cause a fluctuation in power, but if we plug them into the ley lines like the current wards, then that won't be a problem here. We just need to fix it later on if we want to use them elsewhere. Excellent. How long do you reckon it would take for you to replace the current wards with this new ward generator? Dumbledore asked joyfully. Bathsheba bit her lip as she thought it over. Without knowing the ward, it's impossible to say. I would need to redraw all of the runes into the mithril by hand, and then we would need to ensure everything is working correctly before we could implement it fully. Understandable. I will ask Nicholas to see if he will help you, as he is something of a rune master himself and his knowledge of arcanic runes is unparalleled. Very well, then I will let you into the ward chamber every Saturday after lunch. You will have until dinner to work. With Christmas fast approaching, Harry wanted to make something unique for his tutor's presents. For Bathsheba, he had designed a cube that would show any rune she asked for. He had hoped to have it show and make runic clusters as well, but it proved too complex for his current time frame. For Dumbledore, he had designed a quill that could write in any color and never run out of ink. But the main feature of the quill was that it could sign magical documents. There were already quills that could fill out documents, but as the quill didn't contain the user's unique signature, they couldn't be used to sign magically binding documents. That was until his quill, which would hold the signature of Dumbledore. He had decided to make a present for Flitwick this year, as he now knew he didn't need to fear the goblins, and his head of house had been very supportive of him when most of his fellow students had turned on him. His present was at first glance just an ordinary cube, but it could hold any charm used on it. If Flitwick cast a levitation charm on the cube, it would keep levitating until a new charm was used. Currently he was working on Snape's present. Snape had once lamented how much time he spent brewing basic potions for the hospital wing. Self-brewing cauldrons were available already, but as the brewer's magic was used in the brewing of a potion, self-brewing cauldrons quickly ran out of magic, and the time spent recharging the cauldron often equaled the time it took to actually brew the potion in the first place. As his mithril cauldron would be able to recharge itself, this was not an issue. The cauldron would also be able to make itself any temperature needed and would even preserve the potion when it finished brewing. Snape would need to brew a potion by hand first while the cauldron recorded his actions, and then it could brew the potion by itself. It would even prepare the ingredients itself as long as they were left nearby. The final present he needed was one for Nicholas. The trouble was, Nicholas could probably make anything Harry was currently capable of with his knowledge of runes and alchemy. It didn't help that he had never complained about anything in front of Harry. Eventually Harry had given up and asked Dumbledore for help. Sometimes the best present is the one that comes from the heart. I believe your mother once gifted her potions professor a water lily that turned into a fish. It didn't serve any purpose other than being something to look at. Does this help? Taking inspiration from his mother, Harry had decided to make a mithril bird that would gradually change into different shapes. He had imbued an alchemical property into the mithril which allowed the transmutation to keep hold. the bird would respond to preset commands such as follow or stay. Regrettably, he didn't yet know how to get the bird to deliver mail, so it was only decorative, but he hoped Nicholas would like it nonetheless. Alongside the presents, he was planning on sending letters to Filch and Nifedora Tonks. He feared Christmas would be a bad time with Filch, as he knew the man would be missing Mrs. Norris. As for Nifedora, he wanted another chance to look at her signature again and hoped she would be up for it. It seemed almost everyone had gone home for the Christmas holidays. In Ravenclaw, the only students that Harry knew were Justin and Luna. Draco Malfoy and Crabbe had been the only Slytherins to stay, and Gryffindor seemed to be made up entirely of Weasleys. When Harry entered the Great Hall on Christmas morning, he was surprised to see just a single table being used instead of the much wider double table they had used the year before. Ah, Merry Christmas, Harry. As there are so few of us, I thought we could settle for just one table, Dumbledore said cheerfully. True to form, he had dressed in festival robes. This time they were bright red with animated snowflakes. Harry was relieved to note that almost all of the students near him were ones that didn't believe he was the heir of Slytherin. It was nice to be able to relax around the students without the whispers that seemed to be following him everywhere he went. How did you like your present? Dumbledore asked once most of the students had left and wouldn't overhear them. He had given Harry a book called The Condition of Conditional Magic by Armando Dippet. There had also been a message from Dippet. Dear Albus, I hope you enjoy being headmaster as much as I did. Being headmaster of Hogwarts is the best job in the world. This book is the collection of my findings of conditional magic, from the common conditional ward to the elusive Fideals. Best of luck, Armando. Along with the book, Dumbledore had sent him a large box of chocolates and his mother's Transfiguration Newt thesis. The thesis was about how magic transfigures objects and living beings. Having skimmed through it, he saw she had referenced both Muggle physics and alchemy. They look really interesting. I can't wait to get to read them, Harry replied excitedly. Dumbledore smiled at his words. Wonderful. Now I should say I have included my own notes within Armando's book, but they are hidden behind conditional spells. You will need to read the book first before you can unlock the first note. You should then be able to use that first note to unlock the second, and so forth. Think of it as a challenge and a test. In order to gain the next note, you must be able to prove you can handle the previous material. Harry nodded to show he understood. Dumbledore smiled widely, and Harry thought he could see pride in Dumbledore's eyes. Good afternoon, Mr. Filch. I brought you some Christmas dinner if you want it, Harry said softly. He knew the other students had decided to have a snowball fight outside, but he had known Filch would be spending his Christmas next to Mrs. Norris in his room. Thank you. Merry Christmas, lad, Filch said sadly. I wanted to get you something for Christmas, sir. But, well, I didn't know what to get you. But well, I wanted to ask, are you a squib, sir? Filch sighed deeply and turned in his chair to face Harry properly. Aye, lad, I am. Would you mind if I used my power to look at you? I have an idea, but I need to see what the difference is between a wizard, squib, and muggle. I know that a squib is different to a muggle, as you can clearly see the ghosts and peeves, which wouldn't be possible for a muggle. Sure, I guess. It'll give me something to focus on at least. Harry looked at Filch properly. As he expected, Filch's signature seemed to be at the same level as an average wizard. This confirmed his theory that squibs did still have magic, they just couldn't use it. What happens when you try and do magic, sir? Well, I can feel the magic build, but it's like it dies out before it can be released. Could you try and cast a spell? Harry said as he handed over his wand. He looked at Filch as the magic built. When the magic tried to get loose, it rushed towards the wand but seemed to die out before it could reach the it. Harry leaned into where the magic had begun dying but couldn't see anything significant. Harry spent several minutes looking up and down the man's arm and comparing it to his own. He had started looking at the signatures when he realized he recognized two of them. In his own arm he had two sets of runes repeated over and over again, the symbol for magic, and then the symbol for life. These two runes ran along the entire length of his arm, and when he used his magic they glowed subtly. The effect was similar to how Tonk's runes had glowed when she used her power. When he looked at Filch's arm, he saw he had those runes, except the life rune was missing a single line. That line changed it into the symbol for death, meaning rather than support his magic, his body actively fought it. Do potions work on you, sir? Nay, they don't. Whenever I've had a potion, it just fails instantly. Professor Snape had a theory that was something about my magic pulling the magic out of the potion to make up for my own lack of power. Once, when I took a particularly strong potion, I could almost get a spell to work. The fact the potions didn't work confirmed his own theory that the magic was being killed all over the body. This was good news, as it meant the fault lay in the runes, which would be easier to fix compared to something wrong with the core. Of course, Harry wasn't capable of changing the runes within a person's signature, so fully healing a squib was just a distant dream. Instead, Harry formed a block of mithril that he programmed to be absorbed into the man's body and build a network of magical pathways that would bypass the faulty runes and allow magical transfer. If you take this cube, it should be absorbed into you and let you do magic, but I can't guarantee that it will work. Filch looked at the cube carefully before looking straight into Harry's eyes. Do you believe it is safe? Harry thought carefully before nodding. Then that is a good enough guarantee for me, lad. He reached over and picked up the cube. It seemed to melt into him, and Harry saw Filch's veins become a bright silver. Harry began panicking and was going to call for Dumbledore when Filch's veins regained their natural color. Mr. Filch, Harry asked tentatively, how do you feel? How do I feel? I feel grand, lad. Better than I've felt in years. Filch gave Harry's wand a swish and the flowerpot next to Mrs. Norris shattered. Filch began chuckling deeply. Filch flicked the wand at a nearby chest of drawers. Each drawer flew open, throwing clothes all over the room. Harry carefully reached over and plucked his wand out of the man's hands before any more damage could be done. I guess that means it works. Merry Christmas, Mr. Filch. Thank you, lad. Thank you. Together they left Filch's room and went to the Great Hall in order to find Dumbledore and report his newest discovery. Their good mood vanished when they noticed how quiet the castle had gotten. Slowly they turned a corner and saw a small group of students huddled around a body. There he is. He did it. Harry stared at the Hufflepuff boy who was pointing at him. He vaguely remembered his name was Ernie Macmillan. He was good friends with Justin Finch Fletchley. The crowd parted and Harry saw the body was dressed in Ravenclaw robes. Harry rushed forward and yelled at the students to get out of the way. He felt his heart stop when he saw Justin lying there. The boy had always looked out for Harry and had been a firm supporter of him in the Ravenclaw common room. He knelt next to Justin and looked at his magic. As he expected, he saw the same net of vivid green net magic that was wrapped around Mrs. Norris. When did this happen? Harry asked the crowd. We just found him. He went inside to go to the toilet maybe an hour ago. Harry turned and saw it was Ron who had spoken. Beside him his sister Ginny stood fearfully. She was clutching a book tightly as if it would bring her some safety. So anywhere between a minute and an hour. Harry muttered distractedly. He drew his wand and began passing it over Justin, using his wand as an extension of his mage sight. At the sight of his wand the crowd stepped back fearfully. Some of the braver students had even drawn their own wands and pointed them at Harry. Oh, grow up. Ron told the crowd hotly, stepping between them and Harry protectively. Harry had to ignore what was happening behind him as he began a fierce battle with the green magic. It hadn't had time to settle into Justin's magic like it had with Mrs. Norris, so he was able to grab hold of it without endangering Justin. Despite being able to better fight the magic, he still had the same problem of having a small range of magic. The green magic would resist his attempts to remove it while at the same time latch on tighter elsewhere. It felt like he was playing a game of whack-a-mole as the moment he shifted his attention another piece of the green magic settled in elsewhere. He couldn't even form his mithril to do it for him, as the time it would take for him to form the mithril would be enough for the green magic to take hold. He could feel his magic wearing out as he worked. He had already gone through 4 of his mithril bands and only had 1 left. He was tiring quickly and he couldn't think of anything that could help him. Harry, listen to me, you need to stop. No, I can save him, I just need a bit more time. Harry said stubbornly, uncaring about who was talking to him. Harry, you need to let this go, you cannot win this battle. Harry turned and saw it was Dumbledore talking. With great reluctance Harry withdrew his magic from the battle. He watched the foreign green magic settle under Justin's pale blue magic as his exhaustion set in. His last thought before he lost consciousness was bitter relief at finally understanding how the curse worked. Harry awoke in the hospital wing. the first thing he noticed was that the mithril bands he kept on his legs at all time were missing. Only he was capable of seeing them, which meant he must have burned through all 5 of them. It took an entire day's energy to make just one, and he had been saving up to make a 6th. The second thing Harry noticed was that his magic felt sluggish and unresponsive. He tried reaching out with his magic but found he was unable to move his magic any further than about a foot away from him. Previously he had been able to reach at least 5 meters. Finally Harry noticed Dumbledore sitting on the chair beside his bed. The headmaster was marking paperwork, but Harry felt a warmth run through him at the knowledge that Dumbledore had been keeping watch over him. "Ah, good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said warmly. Harry noted he looked relieved. "Good morning. How long was I out for?" Harry asked groggily. "A week. We've been quite concerned about you." "A week? But how? I wasn't that tired surely," Harry said worriedly. "By the time I had reached you, you had almost completely burned through your magical reserve. It was only your gauntlet that was keeping you alive. Poppy feared you would be incapable of casting magic ever again," Dumbledore said gravely. "But I can still do magic, right? Please tell me I can," Harry begged. For him magic was everything. He couldn't imagine life without being able to use his magic. "Your body seems to have recovered better than Poppy expected, in no part due to the stone and Nicholas' own skill in alchemical healing. Nicholas suspected your magic has done a soft reset in order to keep you alive. When you were brought in, your magical core was very weak, even weaker than an average child. But now," Harry asked fearfully, "now your magical core is just below the average for a second year. But your magical pathways are damaged, perhaps irreparably. Also, you channeled a lot of magic through your wand. I suggest you have your wand looked at before you try and use it again." Harry nodded mutely. He cared for his wand greatly, but he could replace his wand. He couldn't replace his magic. "Finally, I must ask you to refrain from forming any mithril until we are sure your magic has recovered." "Very well then. I must be off then. Should you need me, I shall be within my office." "I assume you are better, Potter?" Snape asked softly. It was the most gentle Harry had ever heard him. "I'm well enough. I must admit I did not expect to be seeing you today. The headmaster has warned me of your current predicament, and I was under the impression that you are in no fit state to work on your occlumency." "I'm not here about my occlumency. I wanted to know what you know about being able to split your focus in regards to magic." "Ah, and am I meant to believe this has nothing to do with your attempts to save Mr. Finch Fletchley? You almost killed yourself trying to save him, and now you want me to give you advice on how to kill yourself even faster?" Harry shook his head frantically. "The reason I needed to burn through so much magic was because I wasn't able to split my focus. To beat the magic, I needed to be able to split my magic and attack it from multiple angles at once. If I was able to, then I wouldn't have been at any risk." Snape leaned back in his chair and studied Harry intently. Eventually, after some time had passed, he leaned towards Harry and said, "Ultimately, little is known about splitting focus. I assume you already found this out for yourself before you sought me out." Snape sighed deeply before settling back in his chair. "I personally know little of the art in relation to magic. However, the Dark Lord developed something similar to what you desire. One of the reasons he was so feared on the battlefield was because he was able to preload a spell while casting another. Combined with his natural speed meant that he could fire multiple spells almost instantly." Harry leaned forward eagerly. He was sure he was just about to learn the answer to his problems. But the key word is almost. Despite what it looked like, he had not truly split his magic. He just kept practicing his curses, until eventually he was capable of casting them near instantly. It is similar to what the Muggles call muscle memory. The headmaster uses the same technique with his transfiguration. I can tell you that no wand is capable of splitting magic. I do not pretend to know much about wand lore, but the core of a wand can only handle one spell at a time. Theoretically, if you were skilled enough at wandless magic, you could cast magic with a wand while simultaneously casting a completely different spell wandlessly." Harry nodded sadly. He had expected to be disappointed, but he had hoped Snape would have known something he hadn't yet discovered. "Potter, I'm sorry I was unable to help you, but Professor Flitwick might know more on the subject, as the mark of a good dueler is the ability to cast quickly." Harry had needed to wait until the weekend before Flitwick could take him to Mr. Ollivander's. He had spent the remainder of the week trying to regain his wandless abilities. It infuriated him that he needed to relearn skills he had mastered years ago. It was the first time he had been at the same level of his fellow students. Many students had noticed that Harry was much weaker than he had been before the break, one such student being Draco Malfoy. The boy had waited until most of the students were nearby and had then struck. "So I hear you were so upset to see Fletchley you almost died of grief, Potter." Having long since learned to ignore Malfoy, Harry chose to just keep walking rather than waste his breath arguing with the brat. This had been the wrong move as Malfoy had sent a jinx at Harry's turned back. Normally he would have easily detected the magic racing towards him, but with his weaker magic he had been forced to limit his magical awareness, meaning he was currently blind to magic. The jinx had sent Harry sprawling on the floor to the laughs of the students. Harry turned furious and glared at Malfoy. Rather than back down or appear frightened, Malfoy just grinned at Harry. Despite being severely weakened, Harry was still an exceptional student who had personal training from some of the wisest wizards of the century. Harry would have preferred to repay Malfoy using his wandless abilities, but even Malfoy wouldn't be weak enough to succumb to his weakened ability. He knew several jinxes and charms that would make quick work of Malfoy, but he had been told to not use his wand. Faced with no other choice, Harry resorted to thrusting his fist towards Malfoy and channel his magic through the Philosopher's Stone in its ring form. Despite the stone being a magical focus just like a wand, it handled magic differently. As such, rather than the relatively harmless flipping jinx Harry meant to send, the spell that hit Malfoy flipped his gravitational pull and sent him flying up into the ceiling. He had needed to waste an afternoon in detention because of that, but it had been worth it in Harry's mind. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I did not expect to see you for at least a year. What can I do for you?" Ollivander seemed to have been working on a new wand, but he had covered it swiftly before Harry had a chance to see. Well, you see, I accidentally channeled a lot of magic over Christmas, which badly damaged my magic, and Dumbledore feared it would have affected my wand too," Harry said sheepishly. "I had heard you had been injured over the holiday, but the prophet hadn't said what had caused it." "Very well, let me see your wand." Oh, Mr. Potter, it is a very good thing you came here. Your wand is almost completely unusable. In fact, I've rarely seen wands this worn out. Only senior Aurors that fought in the war often got this close to wearing out their wands. I am honestly surprised you are able to even stand, considering how much magic must have been passed through this wand. Is there anything you can do to fix it?" Harry asked sadly. "The only thing that can help this wand is time to recover. Considering the amount of damage that has been done, I fear this wand will take many years to fully recover. Unless you want to go wandlessly throughout your education, you will need to get a new wand. As luck would have it, just last week I was struck with inspiration for the creation of a new wand." Ollivander hurried into the back room and quickly returned with a wand case in hand. When he opened the case, Harry was stunned at the quality of the wand inside. It was slightly shorter than his old wand. It was also a dark orange compared to his wand's silver. The strangest part was that the hilt of the wand was covered in what seemed to be a strange quartz-like material. When Ollivander handed over the wand, Harry expected some huge reaction to take place. Instead, the wand simply warmed under his hand. When Harry waved the wand in a whip-like manner, a trail of air seemed to follow the wand's movement. With a final flick upwards, the air rushed up and exploded into a burst of color. "Oh, wonderful!" Ollivander cheered. Harry blushed as he realized Ollivander and Flitwick were both clapping enthusiastically at his display. "Yes, this is clearly a good fit. Blackthorn. 10 inches, unyielding. This wand is unique in that the handle of the wand is made from the petrified wood of an elder tree. You remember me saying you would be well suited with a wand of elder? Well, I recently had the opportunity to purchase a large sum of petrified wood from an associate in the Muggle world, and that particular stone was originally an elder tree. It has kept some of the properties of elder wood, but the main power of the wood has been lost. This allows me to use it on a wand as something similar to a focusing crystal on a staff." Ollivander looked at the wand longingly for a moment, as if he regretted selling it. The core was from a particularly territorial white raven. You will find the wand will favor neither delicate or blunt magic, it will serve both equally. In my experience, blackthorn wands will often only truly bond with their owner during what is seen as a life-threatening situation. I just hope your wand will prove to be different. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.